I, who have lived for 30,000 years, have a wife who has just hatched. She threatens me, saying that I must either be her obedient good husband or choose to end my own life. This is all because the system gave me a beginner's gift pack at the start. Fellow cultivator, do you want a wife? I want one. I love you, System Daddy. However, the wife sent by the dog system turned out to be an egg, as it could give birth to the extraordinary Bayou clan. The Bayou clan has only females for generations, and their beauty is considered the pinnacle of the fairy realm, even making the charming Tianhu fairy bow down in admiration. As time passed, the cracks in the eggshell grew larger, until one day the eggshell suddenly burst open, and a little girl slowly crawled out from inside. She clenched her small hands, which had nowhere to go, and looked at me with a puzzled expression. As our eyes met, I saw the girl blinking her big eyes, and I immediately realized, filled with guilt, this dog system, I am a good young man from the 21st century of Blue Star. How can I let a little girl be my wife? Then the system provided a reasonable explanation. The appearance of divine beasts changes with the improvement of their realm, and when they reach the Emperor realm, they will naturally grow to an adult form. Looking at the girl in front of me and the explanation given by the system, I could only accept this absurd situation. I had long heard that the Bayou clan's members are exceptionally beautiful after coming of age. Looking at the little one in front of me, I couldn't help but feel more and more excited. With that thought, I picked her up and asked, "Baby, what is your name?" The little one put on a thoughtful expression and said, "My name is Schwer." I thought to myself, with your fair and delicate appearance, this name suits you perfectly. In order to give Schwer a warm home, I casually chose a pleasing mountain peak to establish a sect. After settling in, I took Schwer to a restaurant in Fengcheng. Although Schwer was tiny, her learning ability was surprisingly strong. In no time, she learned to use chopsticks and quickly finished a bowl of pig's trotter noodles. But the next moment, she picked up a piece of meat and brought it to my mouth, saying, "Husband, eat meat." As soon as she said this, it shocked everyone around, and the other diners looked at me with strange eyes. Husband? Did the little girl just call that man husband? At that moment, I wished I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. I quickly finished the remaining noodles, threw down a gold coin, and rushed out while holding her. The owner picked up the gold coin on the table and scolded, "What a scoundrel." Walking on the street, I looked at Schwer with a sense of grievance and said, "Maybe you shouldn't call me husband anymore." But Schwer shook her head vigorously in refusal, saying, "No, I want to call you husband." I was instantly furious and said, "If you call me husband again, I'll leave you here." Schwer was clearly frightened, her eyes filled with tears, but she still stubbornly said, "I will call you husband." Upon hearing this, I immediately let go of her hand and turned to leave. But this time, Schwer didn't chase after me. She just squatted down, hugged her head, and cried, looking so helpless and wronged. My heart softened, and I wished I could slap myself a few times right away. I quickly walked over to Schwer, picked her up, and said, "Schwer, be good. Husband was wrong. Can you forgive me?" Seeing that she could still call me husband, Schwer buried her head in my shoulder and nodded frantically. Looking at Schwer like this, I secretly vowed that I could not lose my temper with her in the future. On the bustling street, Schwer quietly ate her candied hawthorn, while I was considering other matters. Now that the sect had been established, to spread its reputation, we needed disciples and cultivation resources. Thinking of this, I used my spiritual sense to probe the crowd within a few miles. To my surprise, in this remote area, there was actually a talented young man who had now become a beggar on the streets. I couldn't bear to see his talent wasted, so I thought about persuading him to join my sect. At that moment, the young man looked at me in surprise and asked, "Is everything you said true? You're not lying to me, are you?" Hearing this, I chuckled softly and said, "I am the master of a sect. Why would I lie to a penniless boy?" The young man then knelt down with a thud and said, "Commoner Bei Yuan pays respects to the sect master." I said, "All right, get up. From today on, you are my personal disciple. Go back and pack your things, and we will return to the sect together." Bei Yuan nodded repeatedly in joy and then stood up to lead the way. Bei Yuan looked at the girl next to me, Shui Er, and couldn't help but ask, "Master, this little girl is so cute. Is she your daughter?" Hearing this, I felt a black line on my face and finally gritted my teeth and said, "She is my wife, your master's wife." After hearing my answer, Bei Yuan fell silent, only looking at me with a strange expression. I immediately cleared my throat and said with authority, "Actually, your master's wife is not a child. Due to the cultivation technique, she has returned to her youthful form." Bei Yuan scratched his head and suddenly realized, "So when master's wife breaks through, will she return to her original appearance?" I nodded repeatedly, secretly thinking that this foolish disciple is really easy to deceive. I brought Bei Yuan to the top of the sex mountain and then sternly asked, "Do you know why I accepted you as my disciple?" Bei Yuan shook his head in confusion. I said, "Because you are a natural Dao body, one of the most powerful innate physiques in the Tianyuan continent. Beiyuan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never known he had such remarkable talent. He hurriedly knelt down and bowed his head, saying, "Disciple earnestly requests master to awaken me." I slowly helped Beiyuan up and then gently patted his forehead, saying, "All right." Just as Beiyuan was puzzled, the world seemed to quiet down, and then a huge golden body manifestation appeared out of thin air, continuously emanating the aura of the Tao principles of heaven and earth. But I suddenly noticed something was wrong because most of the Tao principles that emerged from heaven and earth were not flowing towards Beiyuan, following another aura. What I saw left me dumbfounded. I saw Shui'er sitting on a rock, curling up, her whole body radiating a white cold light, continuously absorbing most of the Tao principles of heaven and earth. After a while, the white light's momentum suddenly diminished, and Shui'er weightlessly fell from mid-air. Fortunately, I dashed forward and caught her. I was startled, the feeling in my hands seemed off. Looking down, I saw that Shui'er now appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, and her originally delicate white dress was already torn. I quickly took out a piece of exquisite white clothing to change her into, and only then did I openly examine the transformed Shui'er. I noticed that her face had lost much of its childishness, her eyebrows were longer and narrower, and her figure was more voluptuous and full. Then, I suddenly came to my senses. What was I doing? She is still a child. I then returned Shui'er, who was in my arms, to the house. When I came out, Beiyuan had already integrated with the innate Tao body and was trying to advance further in his cultivation. I sincerely felt happy for him and said, "You can be considered to have embarked on the path of immortality." Cultivation is divided into different paths such as alchemy, swordsmanship, medicine, and magic. I asked Beiyuan, "Do you know which path you want to choose?" Without hesitation, Beiyuan replied, "Master, I choose the sword path." Upon hearing this, I waved my hand, and immediately the ground was filled with supreme divine weapons glowing with golden light. Beiyuan had never seen such a scene and was frightened, retreating several steps. Seeing his hesitation, I picked up the highest ranked sword and threw it to him, along with a heavenly leveled cultivation method. Because of this, Beiyuan's swordsmanship improved rapidly, and he could master the divine weapon in just half an hour. Just as Beiyuan's swordsmanship was about to reach great success, I suddenly sensed that something had happened at Beiyuan's home, and I immediately took him to the vegetable market in Feng City. At that moment, Beiyuan's mother was sitting on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. "I really didn't bump into you. Please don't kill me." Standing opposite her was a man in white, with the emblem of the Xianyuan sect tattooed on his chest. He was scolding Beiyuan's mother harshly, and just as he was about to slap her, Beiyuan, who had rushed over, kicked him dozens of feet away. Beiyuan then immediately chased after him and crushed the opponent's meridian with a kick, completely severing his path to immortality. Beiyuan shouted, "The Xianyuan sect killed my father, and now they want to insult my mother. I will annihilate your entire clan." Seeing this, I gently patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, master will take care of it for you. A small sect like Xianyuan is nothing to my master." Immediately, I took Beiyuan to the sky above the Xianyuan sect, exuding an aura of wanting to destroy the entire sect. The master of the Xianyuan sect hurried to the scene and asked, "May I ask what brings you here today? It seems we do not know each other." I replied, "Revenge. Tell your disciples to kneel and apologize to my disciple, or they will be turned to ashes." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the other party burst into laughter, with someone saying, "This person must be a fool." The master of the Xianyuan sect also looked disdainful and said, "I have never seen anyone stronger than myself within 100 miles. Lin Feng also did not bother to say anything, casually pointing. That clan protection array directly shattered and ceased to exist. Everyone below was dumbfounded, and the Xianyuan sect patriarch's heart thumped. Actually breaking the patriarchal formation so easily? It was impossible for him to ask himself. This man is a powerhouse. Everyone's whole body felt chilly. That, Senior, the Xianyuan sect patriarch stammered, with a pleasing look on his face. Too late. Lin Feng ignored it and released an incomparably powerful pressure that enveloped the entire Xianyuan sect. Everyone was unable to block it and was directly pressed down to their knees. Lin Feng used his technique to get all the Xianyuan sect cultivators outside the sect's gate, and when he looked around, it was densely filled with people kneeling. "Beiyuan, find that person who killed your father," Lin Feng said to Beiyuan. The latter answered and went down to look for it, and in a few moments found it. "You take him to the side, do whatever you want." Lin Feng waved his hand and said. Beiyuan then dragged the man away. Lin Feng also went down on Xiuhe. "Great, Lord. This person you also found. Do you see whether to let us go?" The Xianyuan sect patriarch asked carefully. "Spare you guys? That's fine." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and everyone's eyes lit up as they listened. "But which of you has not done evil things to hurt the world? Those who haven't killed those who have done evil things stand up and may leave on their own." Lin Feng suddenly spoke again. A large number of people stood up at once. I hope it's true, or it will. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, and then a man who stood up suddenly exploded in place. Lin Feng's godly thoughts were invincible. He could tell that this person had the most fury on him. He had obviously killed countless people, and he casually came to a standstill. At once, everyone was stunned, so with a clamor a large number of people knelt down again. But there were still some who did not believe in the evil and wanted to bet on it. Very disappointing. Lin Feng shook his head. Those who stood the same as the last one to end. At this moment, the field was dead silent. All of these people are dishonest, so they fly away in ashes and there's no afterlife. Lin Feng's voice was icy cold, causing everyone to chill. And you're all honest, so you've all won. In the afterlife. Lin Feng paused, then smiled. You will fall into the animal kingdom and never return. How horribly evil this smile was in their eyes. They wanted to run, but it was useless. Lin Feng waved his big hand and everyone felt endless pain. It was inside and outside their whole body. To do evil and kill is to pay the price, to die in agony and enter the infinite animal kingdom. Lin Feng exhaled, then stopped looking at these people and saw that Bei Yuan and the two of them had come out as well. So he brought the two of them back to the sect. To be honest, he didn't like killing, but when he encountered those who took pleasure in killing people and grassed them up, he would not be merciless. Go to moral bondage. Chapter 12, The Great Liar. Beat you. Bad content. Chapter 13, The First City Under Heaven Construction Plan. Bad content. Chapter 14, Recruiting the 9 Princesses of the Great Qin Empire. At the edge of the crowd, a carriage slowly came to a stop, from which a young girl dressed in red gorgeous clothes came out. Her face was unrivaled in beauty, and her body exuded an innate noble aura. Her pale face looked at Lin Feng, her heart filled with shock. Even her father couldn't make such a decision with such vigor. The Wind and Snow Sect? Is it the place where my heavenly destiny will rise again? The young girl murmured. Her name was Qinyu, the 9th princess of the Great Qin Empire in the northern part of the southern domain. Soon, Lin Feng took Praying Snow and Bei Yuan back, leaving behind the 1,000 or so phantom people to register the people who were building the city walls. Qinyu also boarded the carriage to head inside Windy City, looking for the Wind and Snow Sect. Just in the city asked many people, but none of them know where the Wind and Snow Sect is, so that Qinyu's heart suddenly doubt, and asked for a long time after still no results, then intends to go to the mountains outside the city to look for. Inside the Wind and Snow Sect, Lin Feng was writing furiously, drawing up various welfare policies based on his personal experience in his last life and combining it with the situation in the Tianyuan continent. Prayer Snow propped up both cheeks and looked at Lin Feng's writing appearance, shaking her head slightly and revealing a hidden smile. Master, you called for me? Bei Yuan asked as he knocked on the door and walked in. Well, Bei Yuan, you go and help me post this proclamation on the Windy City Notorious list. Then use a price twice as high as usual to acquire city building materials within 100 miles. Then go outside and purchase materials at the usual price. Lin Feng handed the written list to Bei Yuan and then took out a spatial ring that he had signed from the system and handed it to the latter. Inside there are 1,000 teleportation talismans, 1,000 dummy human talismans and 100 extreme spirit stones. Okay, master. Bei Yuan nodded and took the ring and went down. Husband, I want a ring too. Qixuez suddenly came up to Lin Feng, the tips of her noses almost touching, which made Lin Feng not help but blush a little and hurriedly shrink his neck to cough. Cough cough. Yes, you choose, Lin Feng said, and with that, the desktop was filled with space rings of various color styles, all of which were obtained by signing in from the system. Lin Feng remembered that the smallest of these ring spaces were as big as 2 windy cities, and the biggest was this one on Lin Feng's hand, which was infinitely large. This one is good, Praying Snow said after looking at it for a while, picking up one of the snow-white and transparent space rings before handing it to Lin Feng and saying with a smile, Husband, you help me put it on. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, but still took the ring and helped Prayer Snow put it on. Moo ma, thank you husband. Praying for Snow's smile to become even more intense, not allowing Lin Feng to react, fragrant lips pointing at Lin Feng's face, then revealing a triumphant smile, ran out the door. Lin Feng touched the face he had just been kissed on, recalling the sensation. So young and soft? What's going to happen when you grow up? To not to be. Just as Lin Feng was confused in the wind, he suddenly sensed something and looked in the direction of the North Hall. Someone's coming. To take a look. Lin Feng decided instantly, before his figure disappeared into his seat. At the foot of the North Temple Mountain, Xinyu looked at the ancient verdant stone path that stretched upward almost without end with some hesitation. A moment later, Xinyu decided to come down, took a deep breath, and set his foot on the green stone steps. Boom! Xinyu's delicate body couldn't help but tremble as she felt a majestic yet soft power spreading from the soles of her feet to her entire body, improving her body point by point with incomparable comfort. Aha! Xinyu couldn't help but murmur. Afterwards, Xinyu couldn't help but widen her eyes as she realized that her broken yuan veins were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. These old verdant stone paths actually have such a strange effect. Xinyu let out a breath, then took steps to continuously ascend the green stone steps. As the steps ascended, Xinyu suddenly realized that this power would become more and more dense, and the yuan vein would recover faster and faster, until he walked the entire length of the green stone steps. The yuan vein had recovered most of it. Despite this, Xinyu didn't dare to ask for anything that was already satisfactory. After all, her yuan vein was injured by a heavenly exaltation realm powerhouse. Thinking of this, Xinyu's beautiful eyes that were originally bright and soulful dimmed slightly. Soon packed up his emotions, Xinyu only raised his head to look at the majestic and solemn gate in front of him. The momentum is actually not inferior to the Imperial Palace gate in the slightest, but even more so. And on the clan's plaque were written 3 words in different handwriting: Wind and Snow Sect. Seeing this, Prayer Snow couldn't help but think of that first place on the Heaven's Path wealth list, with a shockingly large amount of wealth. One must know that her great Qin Empire didn't even make it to the list. I wonder if this Wind and Snow Sect and its patriarch have a slight connection with that Wind and Snow Lord? Just as Xinyu hesitated to enter, a familiar voice came from behind him. Who is the girl? What are you doing here in front of my clan? Xinyu hurriedly turned around to see that the person who spoke was none other than Lin Feng. Good day, Wind and Snow Sect Patriarch. My name is Xinyu and I've come here to pay my respects. Xinyu bowed and saluted. Oh, the 9th princess of the Great Qin Empire would actually travel thousands of miles to come to my little Wind and Snow Sect to pay homage to her master? Lin Feng could easily tell who Xinyu was. Xinyu couldn't help but be shocked in her heart when she heard Lin Feng's words. She couldn't imagine that this person would actually be able to know her identity. The strength must not be simple. So Xinyu no longer hid it and admitted it graciously. Yes, Sovereign, I am the 9th princess of the Great Qin Empire. Since that's the case, why did you come to me after leaving a behemoth like the Great Qin Empire alone? Lin Feng but asked with some curiosity. You know, the Great Qin Empire and this place are tens of thousands of miles away. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Xinyu's eye color once again dimmed, and after a long period of silence she finally opened her mouth. Since Sovereign knows that I am the 9th princess of the Great Qin Empire, he naturally knows Father Emperor's attitude towards me, right? Among the many sons and daughters I am the one Father Emperor hates the most or even says he loathes. Lin Feng nodded slightly. This he really did not know. He could only see the identity and physical condition of the other party through the system. As for the story behind it, how did he know? However, when he heard what Xinyu said, Lin Feng still froze, measuring up the Xinyu in front of him. The posture is not bad. How the Great Qin Emperor will be disgusted. When I awakened my yuan vein at the age of 6, my father picked off my yuan vein, saying that I was not worthy of cultivating immortality. Xinyu continued. Lin Feng frowned. Awakening a yuan vein at the age of 6. This could be considered the best of the geniuses. It was unexpected that this Great Qin Emperor had actually picked off the latter's yuan vein. Moreover, the yuan vein was the lifeblood of a cultivator. The pain of breaking a yuan vein was much worse than breaking a tendon or bone. Many people have lost their lives while breaking their veins. Originally, I thought that there was no hope of cultivating immortality, but within a few days, my yuan vein actually recovered as before. But not long after being happy, my father heard about it and once again severed my yuan vein. Xinyu's voice trembled, even aggrieved. After the next 10 years or so of so much back and forth, I became numb to the pain of the broken yuan vein. But I wasn't willing to be like this for the rest of my life, so I escaped and followed the inexplicable sensation in my heart to come here. Lin Feng quietly listened to Xinyu's words. His eyes flicked around to quickly recovered. I guess your father has bitter feelings? Bitter feelings? Xinyu couldn't help but snort at that, but quickly fell silent. I guess it's possible. That's just it. Don't want to think about that. I agree for you to join my Wind and Snow Sect. Lin Feng didn't say anything else and gently patted Xinyu's fragrant shoulder. The latter appeared at the foot of the mountain before she could react. Just now I concealed 1/10 of the chi of the ancient green stone path. Now it's all opened up. If you walk one more time, your yuan veins will be restored. Lin Feng's voice echoed above Xinyu's head. Xinyu forced down the excitement in his heart and walked up the ancient green stone path. In front of the sect gate, Lin Feng looked at the ancient path and mused in his heart, to be able to have 3 great emperor powerhouses protect you. That Great Qin Emperor isn't as cold as he appears. But I guess he doesn't understand how you were able to recover your yuan vein over and over again, right? 9-turn Dao body. Not weaker than the existence of a natural Dao body. It's quite a find. Chapter 15. These lips feel. Cough cough. When Xinyu finished walking the ancient verdant stone path again, the broken yuan veins in her body were completely restored, and her strength had already reached the 5th level of the open element. Master! Xinyu looked at Lin Feng and solemnly performed the ritual of paying homage to his master, and Lin Feng accepted it openly before he then helped Xinyu up. Alright, now you are the second disciple of my Wind and Snow Sect. second disciple? Xinyu was surprised to hear Lin Feng's words. Right, at the moment, there are only 5 people in the Wind and Snow sect. Me, your master's mother, eldest disciple Bei Yuan and his mother, and you. Lin Feng didn't care and said, let's go, enter the sect. Xinyu listened and suppressed some of the astonishment in his heart and followed Lin Feng into the sect. Just as soon as he entered the Wind and Snow sect, Xinyu was stunned by the scene inside, only to see the Wind and Snow sect within the aggrandizement of countless buildings, the construction of exquisite and prosperous. There is also dense to the emergence of the mist of the spiritual chi around, as if the world of paradise. Xinyu had been to many high-ranking sects and even peak sects, but he had never seen any sect that could have such a rich aura, never seen any sect that could have so many exquisite buildings. I'm afraid that only an immortal sect can match that? Could it be that this Wind and Snow sect is an immortal sect? With a look of amazement, Xinyu couldn't help but survey the surrounding scene. Suddenly stepping on something under his feet, he looked down and was once again dumbfounded, only to see that what she stepped on under her feet was actually an extremely high-grade spirit stone. It was emitting internal aura. Xinyu then looked at the ground around him and it was actually covered with extremely high-grade spirit stones. Xinyu had a shocking guess in his heart that the rich and pure aura in here was emanated by so many extremely high-quality spirit stones, using extremely high-quality spirit stones to provide aura for cultivation within the sect. I'm afraid that not many sects in the world would be able to do that, right? Because such a use would be a waste for almost everyone. With the rich and pure spiritual chi, most of the extremely high-quality spirit stones are used to build specialized cultivation places for top geniuses to cultivate, or used to build support for top-level formations, or used to drive spirit boats, cultivate spirit beasts and so on, but it's absolutely difficult to come across them used for all people to cultivate like this. Although she couldn't believe it was true, she had to believe it when she saw it, and had a new impression of the Wind and Snow sect. Trench is unrivaled. As soon as he thought of this, Xinyu remembered that the first place on the Heavenly Dao's wealth list the other day was Wind and Snow, and had a bold guess in his heart that this Wind and Snow sect's patriarch was not the top tycoon with 10 nines? Master, may I ask if you are that feng shui? Xinyu was extremely curious in his heart and did not stammer, but asked directly, you mean the top of the Heavenly Dao wealth list? Lin Feng stopped to look at Xinyu and asked, seeing the latter nodding vigorously, how do you think you associated me with Wind Snow? Because the clan is called the Wind and Snow sect, and the most important thing is that the ground is full of extremely high-quality spirit stones. To be as trenchant as this like not wanting money, I'm only afraid that it's only possible to be incomparably rich. Xinyu analyzed. Well, yes, I'm that Wind Snow from the Heavenly Dao fortune list. Lin Feng didn't hide anything and admitted it graciously. Although Xinyu had been prepared in her heart, she was still incredibly shocked to hear Lin Feng admit it in person. She had actually found the richest man in the world to be her master. Looking at Xinyu's appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Then without saying anything, he stretched out his finger and pointed it on Xinyu's forehead. This scene, which happened to be seen by the loitering praying Snow, immediately puffed up her face in anger and turned away with a grunt. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a cold chill on his back. Something strange. Xinyu was also unsure. She opened her mouth to say something but didn't make a sound as she felt a force within her body seemingly breaking free and rushing out, traveling within her tendons and veins. At that moment, a flash of white aura also bloomed on Xinyu's forehead, followed by the emergence of the 9 heavenly Xian patterns surrounding the circle. Xinyu then closed her beautiful eyes and entered into a subtle epiphany. Lin Feng took a few steps back and looked at Xinyu. He had just helped Xinyu awaken the 9 transformations of the Dao body, and it was the strongest 9 transformations of the return to one awakening. This epiphany takes 9 days and 9 nights to complete. Lin Feng stretched his back when Bei Yuan came over. Ha, master, aren't you in bed? Why are you here so fast? Bei Yuan looked at Lin Feng in amazement, then saw Xinyu who had had an epiphany and couldn't help but look stunned. Brat, you're in the second realm and you're still so slow. What are you looking at? Why don't you go down the mountain and buy materials? Lin Feng kicked Bei Yuan's buttocks. The latter bared his teeth in pain and couldn't help but rub his buttocks, looking at Lin Feng mournfully, and immediately slipped away when he saw Lin Feng's stern gaze. But Bei Yuan turned back again when he exited the sect gate. Senior, just now I saw Senior Mother go over in a huff. You should go and take a look. Saying so, he quickly walked down the mountain. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Prayer Snow was angry? What had happened? Lin Feng looked at Xinyu then moved to disappear and went to the bedroom. Inside the bedchamber, Prayer Snow sat with his head buried in front of the paperwork. Praying Snow, what's wrong with you? Lin Feng came next to Pray Snow and asked softly, Humph, did you secretly find a woman? Praying Snow didn't look up, her tone angry. Ha, what woman? Lin Feng couldn't react at once. Still pretending, you just touched that woman's forehead with your hand. You haven't even touched me like that. Shishua looked at Lin Feng and pouted, a resentful look in her eyes. Only then did Lin Feng realize that it was Qinyu, and he couldn't help but laugh. Laugh? You're still laughing. Woo woo. When Praying Snow saw that Lin Feng actually laughed without saying anything, she was immediately aggravated and tears flowed down her face. Don't cry. You've misunderstood. Lin Feng hurriedly patted Prayer Snow's back. How is it a misunderstanding? Prayer Snow stopped crying at once to look at Lin Feng. That young girl is called Qinyu. She's the disciple I just took in. Lin Feng touched Prayer Snow's head and laughed softly. My pointing her forehead was merely to awaken her physique to facilitate her cultivation in the future. Oh, wrongly blamed you husband. As soon as Praying Snow heard that it turned out that she had wrongly blamed Lin Feng, she lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong and whispered, her two hands constantly interlacing. It's fine. Lin Feng smiled. Then, can husband point my forehead? Hearing that Lin Feng had forgiven himself, Prayer Snow was immediately in a better mood and raised her head to look at Lin Feng with anticipation in her eyes. Lin Feng nodded and gently tapped his finger on Prayer Snow's forehead. Boom! At this time Prayer Snow suddenly transmitted a power around her body. Lin Feng felt the power in his body flow towards Prayer Snow, but did not stop it. A little while later, Prayer Snow stopped absorbing Lin Feng's power. Her body shook, her aura rippled, and she broke through to the human emperor realm. Lin Feng blocked the swirling aura with one hand in front of him. Suddenly, he felt his fingers wrapped around something soft. Put down the hand to take a look. Pray for Snow at the moment is already 18 or 19 years old. The face of the cold and beautiful, revealing a strong breath. The height has grown a lot. Lin Feng looked toward his finger. Silly. Praying Snow's red lips took in his fingers. Ah, the feeling. Cough. Lin Feng felt his old face flush and wanted to take back his fingers, but he didn't want Prayer Snow to actually bite his fingers. Praying for Snow to open her eyes. Her light black eyes actually had a sense of seduction, as if she was seducing Lin Feng into committing a crime. Lin Feng couldn't help but gulp. Chapter 16. What bad thoughts can a little bird have? But it's just here to poop. Praying for Snow to loosen up. Lin Feng sighed and said, his eyes fluttering, not daring to look at Praying for Snow. Humph, it's just a finger bite? How petty. Shishua beamed and said loosely, but when she saw Lin Feng's embarrassed look she immediately laughed and went out of the room in a happy mood. Only when Praying Snow left did Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief, feeling in his heart that the White Feather clan was not inferior to the Sky Fox clan. At this time, on a clear and elegant pavilion, a middle-aged man was leisurely looking at the chessboard in front of him and drinking tea. Sovereign, there is something important to report. At this moment, a white-bearded old man appeared in front of this middle-aged man and humbly said, well, go ahead. The middle-aged man didn't look up. The Xian Yuan sect has been exterminated. The white-bearded old man hesitated and lowered his voice. What? Who did this? The middle-aged man stood up violently, looking at the white-bearded old man with a ferocious light in his eyes and a terrifying aura around him. Xian Yuan sect was his affiliated sect. The annual tribute was much more than other affiliated sects, so it could be said that Xian Yuan sect was a money-making tool for him. But this money-making tool was destroyed. How could he not be angry? It was the Wind and Snow sect that did it. The white-bearded old man shivered. Wind and Snow sect. The middle-aged man's voice was cold and gloomy, but he quickly calmed down. To be able to exterminate Zhao Gu, who is at the peak of the Tianxian realm, the strength of the Wind and Snow sect should not be simple either. Great Elder, you take several other returning realm elders and head to the Wind and Snow sect, and if they agree to pay 1,000 extreme spirit stones per year, then let them inherit the Xian Yuan sect's position, and if they don't agree, then exterminate the sect. A sinister look appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Sovereign. The Grand Elder nodded his head in agreement and went down. Wind and Snow clan. 1,000 miles around are under my control, but I have not heard of this one clan. The middle-aged man sat down again and frowned to think. The heart is vaguely uneasy, and then shook his head. I guess he was too worried. Windy City. Everyone's face is full of smiles. Has signed up to build the city of people have to pack up their tools ready to go to 100 miles away. Just in the Zhaoshi list saw Lin Feng released a single. Building materials Wind and Snow Zone contracted. Pick up and drop off to build the city of Wind and Snow Zone is responsible for eating 3 meals in the morning, midday and evening. Wind and Snow Zone hired Wind City elderly women to do fried dishes, seasonings, etc. Wind and Snow Zone is responsible for the wages. The people of Windy City all rejoiced at the sight of these, and were filled with feelings of love and affection for the Wind and Snow sect. At that moment, 5 figures appeared in the sky, each of them exuding strong power, clearly coming to find fault. Where are the people from the Wind and Snow sect? Why don't you come out to greet them? The white-bearded old man used his aura to amplify his voice and said, Heavens, it's actually someone from the high-ranking sect Wanxiang sect. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. What? A high-ranking sect? Doesn't that mean it's even stronger than the Xian Yuan sect? Could it be that the Xian Yuan sect was destroyed and the Wan Xiang sect came over to take revenge? Wind and Snow Sect's South Hall. Lin Feng heard the white-bearded old man's voice, immediately felt upset. A mere 5 returned to Zhong realm, actually so arrogant? I can't bear it anymore. Lin Feng's figure flickered and appeared in front of those 5 returning realm cultivators with a smile on his face. You guys are looking for me? When the 5 people saw Lin Feng suddenly appearing and being able to levitate in the air, their hearts couldn't help but be shocked. This person was actually at the returning to Zhong realm as well. I wonder who you are? The white-bearded old man asked in a cold voice. Wind and Snow Sect Patriarch. Lin Feng replied carelessly. Good. Since it's the Patriarch, then we don't have any more nonsense. Straight to the point. Your Excellency overthrew the Xian Yuan sect, and the Xian Yuan sect is a subordinate sect to our sect. Logically we should go on a killing spree and exterminate your Wind and Snow sect, but our Patriarch is generous. As long as your Wind and Snow sect promises to deliver 1,000 extremely high-grade spirit stones every year, then our sect will forget about it and support you to take charge of this 100 miles instead of the Xian Yuan sect. Land. Lin Feng smiled after hearing what the Grand Elder said and asked, what if you don't hand it over? Not handing it over? Humph. Then we can only step in and destroy your Wind and Snow sect. I see that your Excellency is a smart person, so you should make a smart choice, right? The threatening intent of the ground in the Grand Elder's tone was incomparably obvious. The people of the windy city below were filled with worry. Well, you do have a good eye, and I am indeed a smart man. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. Therefore, I intend to exterminate your Wanxiang sect, so that you won't be in my way every day when you're incapable and still jumping around in front of me. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the 5 elders instantly gasped and laughed. How the hell is this called smart? I didn't expect the Wind and Snow sect leader to actually be a cutie. How about even though you are at the Return Zone realm? It's true that you're powerful in front of Zhao Gu, but you have to see clearly that you're facing 5 Return Zone realms. The Grand Elder's eyes grew cold. Return to Zone realm? Lin Feng froze for a moment, then waved his hands repeatedly. No. Who told you guys that I'm in the Returning to Zone realm? The 5 elders instantly froze. Not the Return to Zone realm. Could it be the Seal King realm? They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of scorn. Dare I ask what realm your Excellency is in? What realm? 9th level? No. Let's be at the 1st level of Enlightened Yuan. Right. I'm at the 1st level of Enlightened Yuan strength. Lin Feng was smiling. The aura displayed around him was clearly the 1st level of Kaiyuan strength. The 5 elders instantly feel that they have been subjected to a great shame. Actually pressing the realm to the 1st level of the Kaiyuan to fight? It's nakedly looking down on them. Arrogant boy. Let's see if I don't teach you how to behave. Watch the move. 5 returning realm cultivators had their cultivation revealed and angrily rushed towards Lin Feng. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would just casually wave his hand and lift all 5 of them dozens of feet away, smashing them on top of a large mountain. Boom! The mountains were shaking, and so was the entire ground. Oops, I've pressed down to the 1st level of Kaiyuan and I'm actually still that powerful? Lin Feng said with feigned surprise. The 5 people set on the wall of the big mountain heard this sentence directly spit blood. This is human words? Too angry. Suffocating Lin Feng looked at the 5 people and didn't mean to make a move. After all, why not have 5 more laborers at the return realm? Now that their strength was sealed by him, they couldn't make any huge waves anymore. So they stayed on the mountain and watched the scenery for now, and made a trip to the Wanxiang sect by themselves to capture the Wanxiang sect's people to build a city. Lin Feng moved and disappeared, leaving the 5 elders imprinted on the mountain. Grand Elder, our aura is blocked. What should we do? Someone asked in tears. Don't be anxious, the old man will think of a way. The Grand Elder frowned. Oh, can't, it's so high. One of the elders cried out. In the past, there was aura. Floating and flying was nothing. Now that the aura was gone and it was so high, falling down would definitely pulverize his body. He was scared at once. What are we cultivating people afraid of high? It's so high. Mom, save me. Another elder hardened, but the result was that he slightly lowered his head and immediately cried. Holy, it's loose. I'm scared. Mommy. An elder felt his body leaning forward a bit and cried out in fear, while a wave of urine spread out. The Grand Elder couldn't help but want to slap his forehead, but as soon as he moved he felt that the body encrusted in the mountain wall was a bit loose, and he was so scared that he stopped his movements and didn't dare to move again. There was a wind blowing, and 5 or 6 little birds saw some interesting sights, and then stood on the heads of the 5. In less time, everyone smelled a foul odor and the 5 men were dumbfounded. What bad thoughts can a bird have anymore? It's just poop. The birds that had finished pooping flew away happily, leaving behind a quintet with incredibly ugly faces. 5. Chapter 17, Killing the Wanxiang Sect Chief. Inside the Wanxiang Sect, the Wanxiang Sect's Patriarch Feng Ming suddenly felt a wave of uneasiness, and after contemplating for a moment, He took out a transmitting note and sent a message to the Grand Elder to ask how the situation was going. Only, before this transmitting note could be used, a huge crack was torn open in the sky, and then a white figure came from it. This person was Lin Feng. Wanxiang sect Fengming, get your ass out here and explain. Lin Feng's voice was loud and spread throughout the Wanxiang sect. All the cultivators of the Wanxiang sect looked towards Lin Feng, who was standing with his hands in the sky, and only felt surprised. Who is this man? How dare he call the patriarch by his first name? Who is your excellency? A Wanxiang sect cultivator flew in front of Lin Feng and asked with a frown. You're Fengming? Lin Feng snorted, glancing at the man. I'm not a sect leader. I'm the vice sect leader of the Wanxiang sect. Zheng Silence. Zheng Silence frowned and replied, obviously a little angry at Lin Feng's attitude, but he didn't dare to be careless until he had figured out the strength of the man in front of him. It's the vice patriarch. Ha ha, the vice patriarch is here. This kid is finished. That's right. The vice patriarch's strength is second only to the patriarchs in our clan. The people of the Wanxiang sect were very excited. They felt that Lin Feng was considered finished, and actually dared to mess with their Wanxiang sect? Then get lost. I'm only here to find Fengming today. The rest of you don't bother me or you'll be killed without pardon. Lin Feng waved his hand and said. When these words came out, everyone in the Wanxiang sect first froze for a moment, and then became angry. Holy, that's so arrogant. Yeah, how dare you put out such a big statement? Obviously you haven't suffered from society's beatings. Vice Patriarch, him. When Zhang Silence heard Lin Feng's words, he also felt very angry. His eyes revealed a murderous aura, and his voice was ice cold. I advise your excellency, have you thought about whether to take back these words? Lin Feng smiled as he felt the strength emanating from Zhang Silence, peak of the returning realm. It's quite a bit stronger than those 5 guys, but that's all, so I'll advise you as well. Don't get in my way. I just want to find Fengming today. Arrogant. Zhang Silence shouted angrily. Lin Feng had looked down on him again and again, completely pissing him off. Running elephant palm. Zhang Silence shouted angrily and raised his palm to condense his aura to slap at Lin Feng. At the same time a huge elephant shadow appeared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Don't blame me if you're begging for death yourself. Lin Feng's eyes went cold. His body exploded with the strength of the Kaiyuan realm around him, causing everyone present to freeze. Only before they could scoff they saw a horrifying scene. Lin Feng just casually pointed forward. A white aura flashed out, piercing straight through the shadow of the elephant and causing it to collapse. And then the power did not diminish and went straight to Zhang Silence. Zhang Silence felt the aura of death. His eyes widened in surprise. He wanted to dodge but simply couldn't because the white aura was too fast. Phew! The white aura easily pierced through Zhang Silence's head and disappeared into the distant sky. Zhang Silence's body, on the other hand, fell powerless and crashed onto the Wanxiang sect's grounds, dead. The entire room was silent at the moment, all shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. There wasn't a single person now who thought that Lin Feng coming to Fengming was a joke. How could someone who pressed his realm to the Kaiyuan realm and still managed to kill the peak of the returning realm with a single move be a weakling? At this moment, in the pavilion of the elegant building, Fengming was staring blankly into the air. There was aura condensing in his hands. It was a spell to save Zhang Silence, but before he could release it, Zhang Silence died. It was all over in a flash. Fengming, aren't you coming out yet? Lin Feng withdrew his hand and spoke indifferently. Are you that wind and snow sect leader? Fengming dispersed the aura in his hands and flew to Lin Feng, his face a bit ugly as he asked. Lin Feng nodded, revealing a playful smile. Finally willing to come out? I'll give you 2 choices. Either help me build a wall or exterminate your family. Choose one. Lin Feng shrugged and said, ha, ha ha ha. Fengming was instantly exasperated and laughed when he heard it, but it was just a move to kill a peak return sect cultivator. Really think he's invincible? You have to know. He is the 5th level of the Sealed King. Killing a peak return zone cultivator was equally simple. That depends on whether you have the strength. Fengming snorted coldly, turning into a white rainbow and rushing towards Lin Feng with a monstrous aura. The patriarch has struck. Ha! Bust him sovereign. Let him pay the price. Know that our Wanxiang sect is not one to be messed with. The Wanxiang sect cultivators instantly became excited when they saw Fengming strike, sweeping away their previous defeat. Seeing this, Lin Feng revealed a sneer and casually grabbed it. Fengming's figure instantly stopped. Lin Feng then flung it. Fengming was directly thrown on a high mountain, piercing through 5 mountains in a row. The Wanxiang sect cultivators were instantly dumbfounded at this. Is this still human? Casually defeating a Seal King 5th level powerhouse? The words came to everyone's mind. Scary as hell. Well, obey or die. Lin Feng instantly arrived beside Fengming and asked with a smile. Fengming looked at Lin Feng's smiling face as if he was a demon. Obey, obey, obey. Fengming nodded repeatedly, his words humble, like a pug. Humph, obey? How have I, Fengming, ever obeyed anyone in my life? Today you have disgraced me. At that time I will find a chance to drag your loved ones to hell. Let you suffer in pain. Ha ha ha, Feng Ming thought in his heart. In front of him, Lin Feng's face gradually darkened, and without waiting for Feng Ming to react in any way, he saw a fist smashing into his face. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Ming was smashed and flew, piercing through the three great mountains once again. What is the reason for the great Lord? You are doing this? Feng Ming was instantly confused. Want to drag my loved ones to hell? Feng Ming, I wanted to give you guys a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it, so don't blame me. Lin Feng instantly moved in front of Feng Ming once again. His voice was cold and piercing, making Feng Ming's hair stand on end. It's too cheap to kill you, Lin Feng said coldly, casually ripping the canopy open and throwing Feng Ming in. I'm making your senses incredibly sensitive. Let you go to 18 layers of hell for 10,000 years. All the tortures in the world. Let you become the food of demonic beasts for 10,000 years, without fainting, and live to see the last of your flesh eaten in. Let you to mortal experience all the pain of man. Finally forever into the road never to come back. Lin Feng's voice was like the king of Hades naming names, causing everyone present to be incomparably afraid. Ah! As Lin Feng's last word fell, Feng Ming's heartbreaking howls came from the canopy. The screams were so miserable that many people directly fainted. Lin Feng's face was expressionless. He had no mercy for anyone who dared to harm the loved ones beside him. Lin Feng glanced at the Wanxiang sect's cultivators and casually waved his hand. I planted sin tattoos on you guys. As long as you do anything else to harm the heavens and the earth, you'll inspire the sin tattoos and you'll end up dying in pain. After saying that, Lin Feng collected all the treasures of the Wanxiang sect into his spatial ring and left in style, leaving behind only the Wanxiang sect cultivators with bitter faces. I've offended so many people. I'd better run into the mountains and live in seclusion. Me too. I'll find a place to hide too. I'm going to pay my respects to the temple and see if I can get rid of this sin pattern. Overthinking you. You have more than 20 lives on you. It's hard to say whether people's bodhisattvas will let you in or not. All the Wanxiang sect cultivators had all done the killing of people and goods for the sake of their treasure. And with this sin pattern directly restricting them, all of them were now thinking about where to go and hide. Lin Feng is too lazy to care about these things. This is retribution. And he didn't want these people to build the city because it was uncomfortable to look at. Turn around and throw those 5 old men away too. Chapter 18, Everyone out of the way. I'm going to pretend to be a pussy. Bad content. Chapter 19, The Mighty Unable Sect. The people from the Unable Sect were hundreds of cultivators at a glance. And among them, there were even more than a dozen Return to Zone Realm cultivators and 3 Seal King Realm powerhouses. Li Xian, why don't you run away? Knowing that you can't run away, you found these 3 people to protect you? The horses of the Unable Sect stopped, and one of them walking at the front snorted and said, then glanced at Lin Feng's trio, but the people you found aren't any good. A mole in the Enlightened Spirit Realm, and 2 people with no cultivation at. When Li Xian saw this person, his eyes instantly turned crimson and his hands clenched into fists. It was this person, the Unable Sect master, killed his parents. The Unable Sect patriarch didn't care about Li Xian's appearance. His gaze lingered on praying snow, recklessly sizing up the ladder with a lecherous smile on his face. Yo, there's actually such an attractive creature. It seems that this time's extermination of Wind Sword Villa is really a big harvest. Prayer Snow noticed Unable Zone's nasty gaze and frowned with a displeased expression on her face. Bei Yuan directly cursed, dull. You, what are you looking at? My master's wife is also something you can blaspheme? A mere mole cricket. You don't know how to die. The Unable Sect patriarch's face instantly sank when he heard Bei Yuan's words, and with a cold snort, he waved his hand and chopped an aura towards Bei Yuan. The aura was revealed to be the 3rd level of the Seal King realm. However, this terrifying aura hadn't even flown out far before Lin Feng casually pinched it and crushed it out. A mere noble sect. Not only did you exterminate a neutral sect for no reason, but you actually dared to strike out at my disciple in front of me? It seems like you haven't tasted death before. Lin Feng's voice was icy cold and his eyes were thick with killing intent. The above 2 are not the most important. The most important is actually dare to plot against his wife? Tolerant of both uncles and aunts? Who are you? The Unable Sect patriarch instantly looked at Lin Feng full of caution and asked, actually able to block his attack. This person was not simple. Ha, you don't deserve to know who I am, Lin Feng said coldly, causing everyone present to have a chill down their backs. In short, today the Unable Sect is in the cultivation realm is removed from the world. The Inability Sect patriarch couldn't help but shiver, but quickly reacted and angrily shouted, playing God, 2 elders, let's go together. After saying that, the Unable Sect patriarch's breath immediately erupted, condensed his aura and rushed towards Lin Feng, and the 2 Unable Sect elders of the Seal King realm next to him followed suit when they heard that. The Unable Sect patriarch shouted. He didn't believe that this remote place could have an existence stronger than the Seal King realm. This person was at most at the 5th level of the Sealed King realm, and yet they had 3 Sealed King realm powerhouses. Lin Feng sneered. He was going to make them despair. Boom! Lin Feng's body shook around him and he was suddenly as powerful as a rainbow. The heavenly phenomena changed in a 10,000 mile radius. With a bang, an unparalleled and powerful mighty pressure was revealed, and the 3 people of the unable sect master were directly pressed by the pressure to the point that they fell out of the air, and the hundreds of cultivators behind them all knelt on the ground in unison, unable to move. Bei Yuan and Li Xian, who were next to Lin Feng, were partially shocked. Both of their legs started to tremble and they couldn't support themselves somewhat. This was still the case when Lin Feng didn't let the mighty pressure spread to the 2 of them. In the shadows, 3 black-clothed great Emperor realm cultivators similarly knelt down. The 3 looked at each other and could see the shock in their respective eyes. This kind of pressure was even more terrifying than their country lord as it was. In the distance, many forces had seen the changes on Lin Feng's side. Even though they were far apart, they could feel the terrifyingly compelling aura. Some of them who wanted to find out what was going on. But just as soon as they came into contact with that layer of heavenly opportunity, they were immediately revolted and their realm fell wildly. Court Master, can you surmise who it is? On the pavilion, a white-clothed old man asked to a much older old man, and this old man, who was honored as the pavilion master, then showed a bitter smile on his face after hearing these words. Showing his cultivation, the white-clothed old man was instantly dumbfounded, his face filled with surprise and shock. This old man, one of the several strongest in the southern domain, with a divine reckoning that could not predict anything, actually suffered a backlash from the heavenly Tao when he had just detected the heavenly chance, directly dropping 2 realms in a row, from the immortal realm to the sage realm. The white-clothed old man looked at the vision with sudden scorn. After a long time, Lin Feng withdrew his pressure and looked down with cold eyes. The hundreds of cultivators all fell to the ground at the moment. Their yuan veins were all shattered and they were reduced to useless. At this moment, the 3 people of the unable sect patriarch were even more wretched as dogs, lying on the ground, blood and flesh. If not for the fact that they trembled a few times from time to time, they really thought that they were dead. Bei Yuan and Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief before realizing that they were already drenched in sweat. Those 3 great imperial realm powerhouses even looked at each other before directly returning to the great Qin Empire, no longer staying to observe. Lin Feng didn't even look at the unable Zong trio, and with a wave of his hand he directly sent the trio to the 18 hells. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Li Xian suddenly choked as he knelt down and kowtowed towards Lin Feng. Get up, it's just a show of hands. Lin Feng helped Li Xian up. By the way, I wonder if you're willing to join my Wind Snow sect. I am willing. Li Xian nodded his head violently, then knelt down once again. Master is above. Accept my disciple's obeisance. Good. From now on, you are the 3rd disciple of my Wind and Snow sect. Lin Feng nodded happily and helped Li Xian up once again, saying, with that, Lin Feng took a few people back to the Wind and Snow sect. Chapter 20. The book pavilion hides a golden vase. Ahem. It's a cultivation book. Bad content. Chapter 21. I'm actually the top of the list of the strongest bodies in the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng came to Li Xian's side and pointed a finger on the latter's forehead, at which time, a biting sword qi erupted from Li Xian's body, cutting a large cloud in the sky into 2 pieces. Lin Feng then withdrew his hand. He had now completely awakened Li Xian's heavenly green sword body, and Li Xian's 2nd realm breakthrough would become quite difficult. It was estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days. However, as long as Li Xian succeeded, then his future achievements in the Sword Tao would surely grow by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, early morning, the light red aura swirling around Qin Yu gradually merged into the latter's body. About 2 breaths, Qin Yu opened her eyes. A majestic aura rippled out. She had successfully awakened the 9 revolutions Taoist body, and her realm had already reached the 1st level of the enlightened spirit realm. Swish swish swish. At that moment, a stream of biting and domineering sword qi swept over, and as Qin Yu looked, it was Li Xian who had erupted. The sword qi gradually calmed down after half a quarter of an hour's time. While Li Xian gave off a sense of sharpness at this moment of a sharp sword coming out of its sheath, Li Xian opened his eyes revealing excitement. After 3 days of fierce battle, he had finally defeated his other self and managed to advance to the enlightened spirit realm. Yo, both of you are awake? Lin Feng came instantly after sensing the 2 of them bursting out. Master, Li Xian and Qin Yu immediately saluted respectfully when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand for the 2 of them to be excused, and then smiled. You 2 shouldn't know each other yet, right? Introduce her. Her name is Qin Yu. She's the 2nd disciple of Master. Lin Feng patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said. Li Xian saw this and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, senior sister. Lin Feng then pointed to Li Xian and said to Qin Yu. His name is Li Xian. Master just took him in. Your senior brother. Good day, senior brother. Qin Yu similarly saluted. Lin Feng pointed at Bei Yuan again and said. This kid is called Bei Yuan, your eldest senior brother. Xing Yu nodded as he listened, and at this time, Bei Yuan's aura spread around his body, breaking through another heavy realm and reaching the third level of the enlightened spirit realm. Bei Yuan opened his eyes, and when he saw Lin Feng he hurriedly got up and saluted, "Master." Lin Feng nodded his head, then looked at Li Xian and Xing Yu. "Alright, I've awakened both of your physiques. Now choose your own cultivation direction. I've practiced swords since I was a child, and my cultivation direction is the way of the sword." Li Xian replied without hesitation, "My great Qin Empire honors force, and my mother is accustomed to using swords, so I'll choose the sword Dao as well." Xing Yu hesitated for a moment and then answered, "Okay, then you guys choose. See which divine soldier you like?" Lin Feng gently smiled and took a large pile of divine swords out of his spatial ring. Xing Yu and Li Xian took a look and were dumbfounded. This pile is all divine weapons? There are at least a few dozen of them when you look at them like this. Divine soldiers were able to cause peak clans, empires, or immortal sects to fight for them outside. However, in front of Master Teacher it was piled up on the ground like rotten cabbage. Quickly see which one you like, or 2 or 3 will do. Too many divine weapons are annoying. Lin Feng casually kicked the divine weapon that had fallen by his feet forward and said. This scene directly caused the 3 of them to twitch their eyelids. "Master, these are at least divine weapons. Why are you so casual?" Li Xian and Qin Yu quickly suppressed their inner shock and each selected a divine weapon to hold in their hands to compare. "Alright, since we've all gotten our respective divine weapons, then follow me." Lin Feng took back as many divine weapons as he could into his spatial ring, and before he could finish his words he was interrupted by an ethereal and merciless voice. "The 100-year period has arrived. The list of the strongest bodies in the heavenly Tao will soon appear." Lin Feng froze for a moment. Wasn't this the same voice that announced the heavenly Tao wealth list? How come there was also a list of the strongest bodies in the heavenly Tao? At this moment, the eyes of the world once again looked towards the sky. "I just awakened my family bloodline yesterday. It wouldn't be because I awakened my bloodline that the Heaven's Path's strongest body list opened up, would it? Are you stupid? It's been said that it's the 100-year period that's up. Besides, with that dog bloodline of yours, is it strong? That's a wolf, not a dog. It's better than your stupid-ass bloodline. That's a quadruple. What do you know? Okay, you two don't argue. Scram. The bastard bloodline has no right to speak. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Xuanwu for me. Xuanwu, 2 blind men. Quarrels of this sort have been going on all over the place, and no one is convinced of anything. Ding. The Heavenly Tao's strongest body list is a list set up by the first martial god in ancient times, with a total of 100 names, distributed once a century for recording the powerful bodies that appeared within a century. So excited. I can't imagine that I've actually bumped into the once-in-a-century Heavenly Tao's strongest body list. I wonder if I can enter. Qin Yu looked at the celestial dome and said excitedly. Lin Feng pumped his mouth. The 9 turns Tao body. One of the strongest bodies in the world. How could it not be on the help? Me too. I wonder how this heavenly green sword body of mine is doing. Li Xian asked as he held the long sword in his hand. Lin Feng nodded. The heavenly green sword body. The strongest sword body in the world's sword Tao. How could it not be on the list? I should be able to make the list. Master said that this body of mine is very strong. Bei Yuan touched his nose and said. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Please remove the should. Damn, how can the strongest Tao body in the world not be on the list? After waiting for a quarter of an hour, a huge list appeared on the dome of the sky and still appeared from the 100th place. Rank 100 to Demon 9, Demon Race, Soul-Eating Demon Body. 99th, Wine Spirit, Spirit Race, Heavenly Spirit Body. As the lists were released one by one, it was discovered that many young and powerful bodies had appeared in the past 100 years. 10th place, Immortal of the Fixed Sea, Immortal, Xuanwu's body. 10th place, White Evil Immortal, Immortal, White Tiger's body. 9th, Heavenly Fire Fairy, Immortal, Fire Phoenix body. 8th place, Makoto Immortal, Immortal, Green Dragon's body. 80-90 rankings out immediately caused almost live 100 years of immortal clamor. Cannot imagine 100 years ago to dominate the list of 1, 2, 3, 4 people actually all fell down. 7th, Heavenly Demon, Demon Race, Body of Demon Evil. 6th place, Puroa, Demon Race, Ancient Demon Body. 5th place, Dongwu, Human, Heavenly Gun Body. 5th place, Li Xian, Human, Celestial Green Sword Body. Wow, you're in 5th place. Senior brotherly, Bei Yuan said excitedly. Li Xian was also surprised, unable to imagine that he had actually made it into the top 5. Qin Yu at the side also revealed an approving gaze. Lin Feng appeared unmoved. It was all expected at the moment. This is quick. Send someone to find out all the people named Li Xian. This kind of talent our sword sect absolutely cannot let go. Yes, the list of the strongest bodies in Tendo continues to be released. 4th place, Qin Yu, Human, 9 turns of the Taoist body. Qin Yu froze. She was actually on the list as well. Senior sister, you're great too, Bei Yuan said enviously. In the Great Qin Empire, A man with a magnificent figure froze as he looked at the list in the sky. State Lord, what should we do? The old man on the side asked. Deception. Let's just say that my daughter's spirit vein has been wasted. It's impossible for her to have such a powerful body. And then again, there are bound to be quite a few people under the sun named Shinyu. It can't be my daughter, the man said with a lowered face. The old man went down after listening. The old man list was a little frustrated. This Shinyu was most likely his daughter. Those 3 Emperor Realm henchmen had already told him about the strength of the person Shinyu was looking for, and he himself had felt that terrifying power. It was very likely that this person would be able to give his daughter such strength. Let's hope we can protect you. 3rd place, Bei Yuan, human, born with a Taoist body. When this list came out, the world was in an uproar. Asterisk. The strongest Tao body in the world has actually appeared. It's still only ranked 3rd. Heavens, am I crazy or is heaven crazy? How good must the first 2 of this be? In the wind and snow sect, Lin Feng froze. Not right. The world's strongest Tao body actually only ranked 3rd? On the contrary, looking at Bei Yuan, he was already enjoying himself. All eyes were glued to 2nd place. And 1st place now. 2nd place, Praying Snow, Divine Beast Clan, White Feather Imperial Body. Lin Feng instantly widened his eyes. It was actually Prayer Snow? The world was also shocked. What? Actually, there is a Divine Beast Clan. Within this 100 years, a Divine Beast was actually born? Looking at this list, many immortal sects began to send out strong individuals to search for this Divine Beast. After all, using a Divine Beast as a mount was very imposing. Holy, Master Teacher. Master Teacher actually ranked 2nd. Bei Yuan said with eyes full of shock. The other 2 were equally shocked, but unlike Bei Yuan, it was because of the Divine Beast. Master's wife is actually a Divine Beast. Then, how long must Master's wife have lived? Lin Feng didn't know what a few people were guessing and called out the system in his mind. System, do you know what's going on? People's green dragons and Xuanwu are only ranked 7th and 8th. How come White Feather is ranked 2nd? Ding! Answer the host. Because the bodies of those so-called green dragons and Xuanwu are not the original bodies. Their bloodline is very thin and their power is not strong. And Pray for Snow is a pure White Feather Divine Beast race, and is still one of the Emperor, naturally more powerful than those few. What about the born Taoist body? The natural Tao body is born from heaven and earth, and the divine beasts are also derived from the origin of heaven and earth, and the difference between the 2 is not much, and Praying Snow is stronger, so it's in the 2nd place. Lin Feng understood after listening to the system's explanation. At that moment, the 1st place on the list of the strongest bodies in the heavenly Tao began to surface. 1st place, Wind and Snow, unknown, true god immortal body. The world was once again in an uproar when this list was released. Oh my god, what kind of existence is this Wind Snow? Another top of the Heaven's Path wealth list and another top of the Heaven's Path strongest body list. What exactly is this man? Geez, the once in 1,000 years heavenly Tao ranking in a few days won't be his again, will it? It feels possible. Inside the Wind and Snow sect, Lin Feng saw that the 1st place had been instantly stupid. What's wrong with the system? Even if my strength is invincible, how come my body is also invincible? The host has me. Lin Feng, isn't that a compliment in disguise? Never seen such a brazen system. Chapter 22, Recruiting the 3 Great Essence of Steel? Ding! A person on the list of the strongest bodies in the heavenly Tao has been detected walking towards Windy City. Please ask the host to take him as a disciple. Reward 1,000 clan contributions. Failure is penalized by wearing women's clothing for 1 day. Limited to 1 day. Omega. Lin Feng's eyes widened when he heard that. What the hell? Wearing a girl's dress? Lin Feng seriously suspected at this moment that this dog system was a pervert. A big pervert. But there was no way out. Lin Feng had to head to Windy City to find that person on the list of the strongest bodies of the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng came to the city wall 100 miles away. From a distance there was a white boy holding a wooden gun slowly walking. Each time the walking distance is kept at about 1 meter, and the boy's mouth at the same time with each step down read something. Lin Feng gazed at the teenager, his whisper clearly falling on Lin Feng's ears. 49,899, 49,900, 49,901. Lin Feng extended his divine thoughts over and enveloped the teenager's body, and was slightly stunned. This teenager was actually a heavenly lance body? Doesn't that mean that this person is the 5th strongest body on the heavenly Tao's strongest body list? Dongwu? Soon, Dongwu came to a stop under the city wall. While he mouthed the words, 50, 000, Dongwu looked at the tall city wall in front of him in a bit of a trance mentally. He followed that old Taoist priest's guidance to walk 50, 000 paces straight to the south without stopping, saying that he would be able to completely awaken his heavenly gun body there. Now he came, but all he saw for himself were cold walls. Just as Dongwu was at a loss for words, Lin Feng poked out half of his body on the city wall to look at Dongwu and laughed. Dongwu, do you know your physique yet? Dongwu didn't know how this person knew his name, but knowing the name, how could he not know his physique? Visualize 1. Dongwu skimmed his lips and prepared to leave. Lin Feng was instantly anxious when he took a look. Hey, don't go. Lin Feng hurriedly jumped off the city wall and took a step out to pat Dongwu's shoulder and said, if he let him go, he would have to dress up in women's clothes. That's why we can't let East Noon go. Your heavenly lance body hasn't fully awakened. I can help you. Lin Feng patted Dongwu's shoulder and said. The latter froze slightly, stopped and looked at Lin Feng. As a condition, you'll have to be my disciple to do that, Lin Feng said as he stared at Dongwu. Dongwu frowned and pondered for a moment, then grinned. After you help me fully awaken the body of the heavenly pistol, and you are able to take out a divine weapon that is no weaker than this wooden spear of mine, then I will worship you as my master. Lin Feng glanced at the wooden spear in Dongwu's hand. It was a holy weapon, second only to divine weapons. But, so what? It's not like he lacks divine soldiers. There are dozens of divine soldiers for each weapon. So there are thousands of divine soldiers in total, right? Yes, Lin Feng agreed readily, and Dongwu froze at the sound of it, raising the wooden gun in his hand. You have to think carefully. Don't look at this gun of mine as being made of wood, but it's properly a holy weapon. It's not just divine weapons. I don't lack these. Lin Feng waved his hand, and dozens of divine guns appeared between the two of them, piled up on the ground. Dongwu was dumbfounded at a glance. The aura of these guns were all more terrifying than this saint soldier in his hand. Could it be that they were all divine soldiers? See, these are divine weapons, much stronger than the holy weapons in your hands, right? Lin Feng spoke. Dongwu nodded his head woodenly. Then towards Lin Feng he knelt down. Master is above. Accept my disciple's obeisance. I haven't even helped you fully awaken the heavenly lance body yet, and this is worship? Lin Feng smiled and helped Dongwu up. How can someone who can take out dozens of divine weapons with his hands be weak? If you say it's fine, then it's fine. Dongwu shook his head and said. Lin Feng nodded, then reached out and pointed a finger on Dongwu's forehead. Immediately after that, the gun intent on Dongwu's body was instantly 10 times thicker than before, and Dongwu's bottleneck at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm instantly broke through at this moment. After a long time, the gun intent on Dongwu's body gradually returned to calmness, and he opened his eyes, his sharpness revealed, and he stood upright at this moment, like a long spear, feeling the changes in himself. Dongwu was convinced that his heavenly lance body had completely awakened. Thank you, Master. Dongwu saluted towards Lin Feng. It's not a problem. You're my disciple. Reaching this level is good for our sect. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, by the way, take a look at these divine spears. Take whichever one you like and consider it as a meeting gift from Master to you. Saying that, Lin Feng pointed to the pile of divine guns on the ground and said. Dongwu's eyes lit up. He had been craving for a godly gun for a long time, so after hearing Lin Feng's release he hurriedly crouched down and picked a godly gun that was handy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting Dongwu. Gained 1,000 clan contributions. Current balance of clan contributions 64,300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the 3 great essences of steel. Lin Feng's sad face. System, what are the 3 great steels? Chapter 23, Letting an Apprentice Find a Taoist Couple. The Heavenly Fox breaks the seal. As the head of the clan, the teacher of the disciples, the host should always pay attention to the life of the disciples. Immediately release the task, let 3 disciples find girlfriends. Reward, 100,000 clan contributions. Penalty, no penalty. Limited to 1 day. Lin Feng froze when he heard it. What kind of strange mission was this? Isn't the system out of its mind? But, white whoring 100,000 clan contributions. Don't white whoring. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh maniacally. His eyes caught a glimpse of Dongwu looking at him and he couldn't help but stop in embarrassment. Lin Feng coughed awkwardly. Then with a wave of his hand he brought Dongwu to an ancient well in Windy City, surrounded by a few trees, making it seem quiet. At the same time, Li Xian and Bei Yuan were also teleported over by Lin Feng. The two were a bit confused. Strange, hadn't they just been practicing? How did they come here? They then realized when they saw Lin Feng and saluted him. Master. Lin Feng nodded and introduced the 3 people to each other before his face became serious. The 3 people also put away the cheekiness on their faces when they saw this. Ahem, Bei Yuan, Li Xian, Dongwu, do you know what's the hardest in the world? Lin Feng looked at the 3 and asked. Naturally, it's immortal cultivation, Li Xian replied, then took out the divine sword. The road of cultivation is long, and every cultivator not only has to endure the pressure of the heavenly Tao and the heavenly tribulation of breaking the boundary, but also has to constantly worry about other cultivators killing and seizing treasures. Therefore, cultivating immortality is the most difficult. Bei Yuan and Dongwu nodded approvingly. Lin Feng laughed, stroked his beardless chin and said, Li Xian is right. Cultivating immortality is indeed difficult, but there's another thing that's even more difficult than cultivating immortality. What is it? The three hurriedly asked. They didn't believe that there was anything in the world that was harder than cultivating immortality. This is looking for a female friend. Ahem, looking for a Taoist couple. Lin Feng himself was a little embarrassed to say that. What? The three people are confused. Looking for a dog? This matter is difficult? Naturally it's hard. You guys don't believe it? Lin Feng met the gazes of the three of them and said affirmatively. His heart crossed. For the sake of 100,000 clan contributions, he would give it up. Thinking back then, in order to chase after your master's wife, master did everything. No trick was left unturned. In order to, Lin Feng then opened the lulling, cough, is the didactic mode, recounted his chase prey snow in the past years of the past. The three young men were all stunned. So yeah, after all that, you guys know how hard it has to be to chase a dog, right? Lin Feng said, looking meaningfully at the three victims, who nodded in a muddle. Alas, as the saying goes, it's good to cultivate immortality, but not necessarily to find a Taoist couple. And if you find a Taoist couple, you'll definitely be able to cultivate immortality with success. A great poet has written, it's hard to find a Taoist couple. Harder than heaven. Erlai is 48,000 years old and still a single dog. Though cultivating immortality is long-lived, it is better to find a Taoist couple. It is difficult to find a Taoist couple. It is more difficult than going up to the sky. Sideways pillow looking at the long consulting contempt. So yeah, in order for you guys to be able to cultivate immortality with success, Master has decided to let you guys go and find a Taoist couple. Lin Feng broke it up for most of the day and eventually said it. The three of them looked at me and I looked at you, scratching their heads not knowing how to reply. Li Xian hesitated and finally took out the long sword in his hand and stirred. Master, women can only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Asterisk. Off. Without waiting for Li Xian's words to fall, Lin Feng was the one who knocked a violent chestnut on Li Xian's brain, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Not looking? Isn't that just letting the sect contributions that fall from the sky run away? Li Xian, only when you find a Taoist your sword will be faster. Brush it off. Lin Feng advised bitterly, then swept a glance at the three of them and finally came up with a masterstroke. As long as you reach the Tao couple first, then Master will teach you the super divine grade technique. When these words came out, the three froze. Super divine grade technique? The super divine pin technique is an existence that surpasses the divine book and is incomparably powerful. As long as you guys find a Taoist couple, Master will teach you the super divine grade gongfu. Lin Feng continued to seduce. Senior, we're not that kind of people. For the sake of our own path to immortal cultivation, we'll definitely go find a Tao couple. The three of them immediately said with serious and righteous faces. Wipe your halus clean first, otherwise it's not convincing to say so. Lin Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead as he looked at the three people's mouths full of halus. The three hurriedly wiped away the harangues at the corners of their mouths. Lin Feng nodded and then disappeared. Dao had one more sentence before he left. Make sure you find one today. Just find one with a good figure and gentle and virtuous. Yes, Master. The three replied with confidence. Isn't it just finding a Taoist couple? What's so hard about it? A few miles away from the wind and snow sect, the Sky Fox Mountain, with the sound of a broken mirror ringing out, the Sky Fox Mountain swung out a stream of gas that traveled for a long time before calming down. Subsequently, a tall and delicate body appeared on the top of the Sky Fox Mountain on a smooth stone. The owner of the delicate body of the side lying on purple satin brocade clothing makes bright skin sometimes hidden. Seems to be able to scour the country to pour the city of the most beautiful face. Lazily opened his eyes, revealing a light red very seductive eyes. 3,000 years. That stinking Taoist monk's seal has finally been broken by me. 3 years have not seen the outside scenery, but also really want to hook a few men to play. The voice of the heavenly fox is light and soft, extremely rich in temptation. Speaking of this, the Sky Fox face cannot help but be a little ugly, but that stinking Taoist is also really let me surprised. The face of me actually do not move a trace of emotion, people. Sky Fox remembered that 3,000 years ago that stinking Taoist priest did not even look at her. Not dare, is disdain. And that stinking Taoist monk also do not know how to pity the jade. On their own is punching and kicking, their face are almost disfigured. Took thousands of years to recover. Darn it. Just thinking about it made Sky Fox upset. She just hoped she wouldn't run into this kind of person again. But what Sky Fox doesn't know is that she soon encounters it again. And in Chapter 24 crying. My disciple is actually straight. Find a Taoist couple. I'm going to find a Taoist couple. Touch hands while kiss mouth. You are my Taoist couple. Bei Yuan ran through the streets of Windy City humming a song. At that moment, Bei Yuan saw a young girl by the roadside. A lovely and clean-looking girl, holding a basket and selling flowers. Bei Yuan ran and looked at the young girl. The young girl seemed to feel Bei Yuan's gaze and raised her head to look at the running Bei Yuan. The four eyes were facing each other, and it seemed to create an electric spark in the air. Hey, there's a scene! In the North Hall of the Wind and Snow sect, Lin Feng shouted excitedly as he looked at the aura mirror. The scene on it was exactly what Bei Yuan and the young girl looked like. The gazes of the two did not separate. Bei Yuan ran past the young girl. The latter's handsome face could not help but turn red. Bei Yuan ran past the young girl. The young girl looked at Bei Yuan. Her feet could not help but take a step, but she accidentally stepped on a stone, and her body tilted about to fall down. Her gaze was fixed on Bei Yuan. Bei Yuan noticed the situation and widened his eyes slightly. Yet, he did not stop and huffed and puffed. Poof! The young girl dropped to the ground, cringing in pain, and couldn't help but shout angrily. You, Bei Yuan, however, didn't turn his head back and waved his hand. I'm sorry girl, I still have to go find my Taoist partner. Take care. Teenage girl sad face. Lin Feng's sad face. Lin Feng's face is full of black lines. Such a good opportunity. Aya, you can fall down even when you walk. What a stupid nah. Bei Yuan shook his head and murmured. Lin Feng almost didn't spit blood when he heard it. Who the hell is the idiot? And at that moment, the words of Lin Feng echoed in Bei Yuan's mind. Find someone in good shape, gentle and virtuous. Bei Yuan's step suddenly stopped, hurriedly looked back and shouted. Girl, however, was instantly dumbfounded. Only a teenager was seen picking up the young girl, who was snuggled up next to the front, and their conversation was faintly heard. Where does the girl live? Not far ahead. I'll just walk you to the door. Top it off with a glass of water and never linger. Nah. Bei Yuan was instantly petrified. Kitabuchi sad face _ Beside the ancient well, Bei Yuan smashed a tree with his head so hard that a lot of leaves fell down. On the side, Li Xian and Dongwu both looked on, puzzled. Is it really hard? Li Xian hesitated and decided to give it a try. Thus, Li Xian came to a bookstore through inquiries, and he heard that the owner inside was the best at picking up girls in the entire Windy City. Pick up girls? The clean-faced boss looked at Li Xian with wide eyes and put down the complete guide to flirting with girls in his hands. What we readers do can be called picking up girls? That's called flirting. Yeah, boss. You quickly tell me how to flirt with girls. Li Xian nodded excitedly. Oh, this well. He. The boss's eyes glowed with gold and he held out his hand. Li Xian knowingly took out a gold coin and put it in the boss's hand. The boss couldn't help but snort and put the gold coin away. Let's go. Go teach you on the street. Li Xian nodded and followed the boss to the street. Watch this little brother, the boss said to Li Xian, then walked over to a girl who was walking to stop in front of her. The girl was slightly staggered. Miss, since the first time I saw you I was so enamored by your beauty and temperament that I couldn't help myself. I was sleepless day and night. My mind was filled with nothing but you. I don't ask you to love me, but I ask to be by your side for eternity, the boss said with deep love. Li Xian instantly had goosebumps falling all over the place, and Lin Feng in front of the aura mirror did the same. However, the girl was starry-eyed and jumped right into her boss's arms. Li Xian immediately stared with wide eyes. This is okay? The owner gave Li Xian a wink and left with the girl. Li Xian exhaled deeply and looked around. There were quite a lot of people. It felt bad to exit. He had to find a place with fewer people. So Li Xian wandered around and eventually found a woman with a wonderful figure by the creek doing laundry. There weren't many people around. Li Xian took a deep breath and came next to the woman. The woman sensed Li Xian and couldn't help but look at the latter in confusion. Miss, since the first time I saw you I was so enamored by your beauty and temperament that I couldn't help myself. Day and night I wasted my sleep and food. In my mind there is nothing but you. I don't ask for you to love me but I ask for an eternity to protect you by my side, Li Xian said in a deep and affectionate tone like his boss. The woman's eyes couldn't help but move away from Li Xian. Li Xian couldn't help but feel happy in his heart when he saw this. Sure enough, this worked. She was too moved to look at herself. Come on and hug me. However, she heard the woman speak. Husband, you're back. Li Xian instantly froze, and then he only felt a coldness behind him, stiffening his head to look behind him, only to see a stout man standing behind him looking down at him. Li Xian sad face hashtag. The big man directly blasted and hammered Li Xian without saying anything. Miserable cries traveled down the river. In front of the Reiki mirror, Lin Feng couldn't help but slap his forehead and couldn't bear to look at it. Beside the ancient well, Li Xian sat with Bei Yuan with a bruised nose, his expression empty and incomparably disheveled. Behind him, Dongwu couldn't help but tsk. Finding a Taoist couple was actually possible? Is it really hard? Then Dong No carried a wooden gun out into the street to try to find a dog. Can anyone help me please? My wooden sculpture fell into the river. Can anyone help me pick it up? A young girl stood by the river and shouted anxiously, but the pedestrians coming and going paid no attention, while at that moment Dongwu walked away. I'll take care of it. The young girl was a little lost in thought as East Noon patted her chest, just by waving his lance and gently picking it. Various wooden carvings came out of the water and landed on Dongwoo's hand. Here, Dongwoo smiled and handed the wooden sculpture to the young girl, who took it, neither of them letting go and looking at each other. Is there a movie? Lin Feng got excited. Just now Lin Feng begged and pleaded to get the system to give him a say on just finding a girlfriend. The young girl took down the wooden sculpture and then dabbed the water in her hand on Dongwoo's face and ran off. Dongwoo froze and then laughed and chased after her, and the two of them just frolicked by the river. Li Xian and Bei Yuan looked at each other and immediately felt hard. Ah, stop. So tired. My heart is beating so fast. The young girl waved her hand and stopped to catch her breath. Yes? East Noon asked with the same pause for a laugh. Don't believe me? If you don't believe it, you listen. The young girl's voice was lowered, and she pushed out her breasts, and all of a sudden, the flower branches trembled, and the young girl's face was slightly red. In front of the Reiki mirror Lin Feng touched the mouth of the harp, hastily closed his eyes and silently recited his sins. East Noon froze slightly at that, and looked deeply at the young girl. No need. I've been injured from practicing martial arts often, so I know basic physiological common sense, Dongwoo said with a serious face, then felt the young girl's pulse and frowned slightly. The heartbeat is the same rate as the pulse, and your pulse is on the heavy side, and weak. There may be something wrong with your kidneys. Come on, open your mouth and let me take a look at your tongue so that I can prescribe you medicine to regulate it, Dongwoo said in a serious manner. Teenage girl. Lin Feng directly spit out a large mouthful of old blood when he saw. It's over. 100,000 gone. Why haven't you opened your mouth? East Noon was puzzled to see that the young girl hadn't moved. However, who would have thought that the young girl directly drew back her hand to give Dongwoo a big mouth? Bah! Scum! After saying that, the young girl directly ran away, leaving Dongwoo, whose brain was still buzzing, at a loss for words. Li Xian and Bei Yuan, who were depressed on one side, instantly let out GGG laughter in joy. Dongwoo glared at the two with one eye. What are you laughing at? Didn't they all fail to find a Taoist couple? The two instantly shut themselves up again at the sound of it. The three sat on the steps by the river together in depression, the light of the setting sun spreading over the three of them. Master honestly doesn't deceive me. Finding a Taoist couple is even harder than cultivating. Kitabuchi couldn't help but cry, and the other two had a twitch at the corner of their mouths. Lin Feng in front of the aura mirror is more tears. He finally understood why the system will say 3 big steel. Finally understand why the system will give this seemingly giveaway task, because his 3 disciples are all straight men of steel, and no punishment is better than punishment. Watching 100,000 clan contributions slip away under his nose like this, Lin Feng was disturbed. It was hard. Chapter 25 The Flirty Sky Fox. When the sun went down to halfway up the mountain, the three of them returned to the wind and snow sect in frustration. North Hall. Lin Feng's eyes looked at these 3 people with complicated eyes. How did he not expect that his 3 disciples were actually steel straight men? And the system also gave him. Lin Feng introduced the division of the degree of straightness, respectively: scrap iron straight realm, small iron straight realm, large iron straight realm, refined iron straight realm, eternal steel straight realm. And these 3 disciples in front of us are actually all eternal steel straight man. Grand finale. The bullishness of this realm lies in the fact that it never knows what it has done wrong. Other realms are able to realize what they have done wrong, but this realm does not realize it at all, and it can be called upright as iron. Lin Feng also realized afterwards that the system was clearly messing with him on purpose, but one can't do anything about it in the slightest. It's hard. Master honestly didn't deceive us. A Taoist couple is indeed so hard to find. Li Xian spoke quietly, having missed the chance to draw his sword faster. It's good to know. Lin Feng sighed. Well, don't be discouraged by this. Cultivate well. Yes, master. The 3 of them nodded and saluted, and Lin Feng then returned to the southern hall. The 3 of them also took a step back to the south hall, and on the way, Li Xian kept chanting, Dao couples can increase the speed of my sword drawing. Ba 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 ba. No, it's women who can only affect my sword drawing speed. Right, women can only. After returning to the south hall, the 3 of them each went back to their respective rooms. At this moment, a marvelous figure appeared at the foot of the East Temple Mountain, her eyes looking up at the stretching greenstone ancient road with some excitement. The aura up there feels quite a lot. If I cultivate up there, I will definitely be able to grow by leaps and bounds in a day. It won't take long for me to be able to return to the Fox Immortal Realm, the Heavenly Fox murmured, and then took out her long, slender, white legs and prepared to go up the steps. And at that moment, in the South Temple room, Lin Feng made every effort, finally succeeded in coaxing Prayer Snow to sleep. At this time is lying on the bed soundly sleeping. Sweet Lin Feng, who was on the side, exhaled, then leaned back in his chair and prepared to sleep, but suddenly noticed the unusual aura of the East Hall. The latter had a hard time deciding between sleeping and checking it out, and finally had to give up sleeping and go check it out. It can't be helped. Who made him a good teacher? The host is obviously curious. Lin Feng, did I tell you to talk? Lin Feng didn't bother to speak with the system. His body flashed and he arrived at the foot of the East Temple Mountain and saw the Sky Fox. I said that. Trying to sneak into someone's house in the middle of the night is unethical, isn't it? Lin Feng said as he leaned against a tree and squinted his eyes. This person was only a mere Saint Realm. The Sky Fox was startled by the sudden sound. She hurriedly looked back and saw Lin Feng. She was surprised. When did this person come behind her without realizing it? Gonzi, the slave is lost in the deep mountains, can't find the way back. Came across this place. Just want to come over to borrow a night. The Sky Fox instantly put on a pitiful gesture. Voice light and soft, extremely seductive. After saying that, the Sky Fox's eyes brightened up a little bit, and she took small steps towards Lin Feng. But suddenly, as if she had tripped, she let out an ouch and leaned forward, about to fall into Lin Feng's arms. The Heavenly Fox was secretly excited in her heart. She hadn't tasted a man's pure yang qi for 3,000 years, so don't blame her if this man crashed through today. Then, the Sky Fox has not finished being happy, just felt his head hit something firm, wrongly opened his eyes, where in front of him there is still a man. He hit the tree behind the man. Sky Fox couldn't help but be annoyed. This move of hers was tried and true. Even the immortal realm couldn't ruthlessly dodge it, but this man in front of her actually dodged it. Don't you know you have a smell on you? Lin Feng frowned and waved his hand. Sky Fox was surprised, sniffed carefully, did not smell anything. While Sky Fox was stunned, Lin Feng replied in disgust, slutty Thai smell. Sky Fox froze for a moment when she heard it. Then she got angry. This man, actually calling her a? The aura of a saint around the Heavenly Fox immediately radiated out, terrifying as hell. She looked at Lin Feng triumphantly, expecting the latter's face to be incredibly uncomfortable. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Feng was actually expressionless, as if he hadn't felt this terrifying saintly might. Lin Feng then revealed a wry smile, and the Heavenly Fox immediately felt bad, and immediately after that, the Heavenly Fox felt an aura even stronger than hers emanating from Lin Feng's body, directly suppressing and obliterating her holy might. The Sky Fox clan actually still has survivors. What a surprise! Lin Feng said in a flat voice, but when it fell on the ears of the Sky Fox it was like a thunderous boom, and his face became incomparably ugly. This man actually recognized her. Run! Must run! The Heavenly Fox drove his aura to try to escape, but Lin Feng sensed it and the pressure around his body became even stronger, blocking the Heavenly Fox's aura, and the latter, without the support of his aura, directly knelt down on the ground. Spare me! Please spare me! Let me be a cow or a horse. The Heavenly Fox couldn't stop kowtowing. Her eyes filled with tears and her voice choked, looking pathetic. Lin Feng knew why this Heavenly Fox possessed such emotions, because she had read in a wild history that the Heavenly Fox clan was one of the longest surviving divine beast clans, but it had been decimated by the human race 3,000 years ago, and it was thought that there would be no more Heavenly Foxes in the world, and this one didn't know what was going on, and it had become a fish that had slipped through the net. The Heavenly Fox was different from the current fox demon. The Heavenly Fox was extremely talented in cultivation. As long as there were no accidents in their life, they would be able to become a fox immortal, which was the immortal realm, while the upper limit of a fox demon could only be the great emperor realm at most. Lin Feng sized up the Heavenly Fox and a thought bubbled up in his mind. It was a bit evil, but who let him have a bit of a bad day? Chapter 26 exempt, was praying for snow misunderstanding watching a small movie. Want me to spare you can, but, Lin Feng said in a pretense of contemplation. But what? Sky Fox asked as she hurriedly looked up at Lin Feng upon hearing this. But then, you have to complete a challenge. Lin Feng looked at Sky Fox. I have 3 disciples, all of them are at the 2nd level of the enlightened spirit realm. As long as you seduce one of them, then I'll be able to spare you from death and still let you train in my sect. How about that? Sky Fox was dumbfounded at the sound of it. Just this? Well, that's it, provided no spells are used. Of course, if you don't want to, I'll send you to your death right now. Lin Feng nodded and said, No, I promise. The Heavenly Fox only felt at this moment that Lin Feng was too overconfident. A mere enlightened spirit realm, not to mention 100 or 1,000 she could seduce. Using magic spells? There was no need for that at all. Okay. Lin Feng took a look at Sky Fox's confident expression. In his heart he couldn't help but steal a smile. In a moment she'd get a taste of the strength of the eternal steel straight man great circle. Lin Feng led Sky Fox to the south hall and pointed to 3 rooms. These 3 rooms are my disciples' rooms. So be good. The Heavenly Fox was still a bit shocked at this point. The aura inside was actually more than 10 times denser than she had expected. It was the only one she had ever seen in her life. Cultivating here, she would be able to return to the fox immortal realm in less than a few months. Looking at the 3 rooms, the Sky Fox confidently walked towards one of them. Lin Feng then returned to his own room, and in the darkened room, he opened the aura mirror, which presented the Sky Fox's silhouette. Sky Fox came to the door of the room, just about to knock on the door but suddenly opened. Bei Yuan walked out and bumped into Sky Fox startled. Mom, ghosts, Sky Fox. Lin Feng sad face Omega. No, I am not a ghost, I am an elder of the clan. Sky Fox opened his mouth. Bei Yuan froze for a moment, then saluted. Good day elder. By the way elder, how come I haven't heard master teacher talk about you? Bei Yuan asked with a frown. That, because this elder has been in seclusion for many years, it's only natural that your master doesn't speak about me. Sky Fox made it up. Oh, Bei Yuan nodded in faith. Then, what is the reason for the elder to come to my place in the middle of the night? Oops, I heard that the patriarch has taken in a few disciples, so people came over to take a look. Right, go and call the other 2 over as well. The Sky Fox's voice was petite and glutinous, and she looked straight at Bei Yuan. Who would have expected the latter to calmly let out an oh-so-subtle sound and go out the door about to find Li Xian and Dongwu? The Sky Fox is silly. This has no reaction? It seems to be a bit difficult. You have to step up your efforts. Wait a minute. Sky Fox was all over the edge of the door, showing off her dimpled figure. Anything else? Kitabuchi asked as he turned to look at Sky Fox. You have to be quick. Oh, if you can, you tell them to bring some tools. Let's have some fun, said Sky Fox, reaching out her hand to make a half grip, her voice with some petulance. Come on, I'm going to lose it. I can't. It's so hard, Sky Fox said and kept twisting her body. Lin Feng, surprised face. Kitabuchi walked quickly at the sight. The Sky Fox heart is happy. It seems to have taken effect. You, Sky Fox threw a wink to Bei Yuan. Bei Yuan waved his hand and looked at the ladder. Wait, don't move. What for? Sky Fox asked. However, not waiting for the words to fall, only to hear a oh wow sound. Bei Yuan without warning punched the Sky Fox in the face. The latter was defenseless and fell straight to the ground, somewhat dazed. What? Jerking off? Sky Fox shouted as he looked towards Bei Yuan. It's okay, isn't it? You do not know you were almost possessed by a fox demon elder. Luckily I was smart and punched the fox demon out. Bei Yuan waved the fist in his hand and said excitedly. Lin Feng burst out laughing, but because Prayer Snow was sleeping, he only had to hold it in. Sky Fox was dumbfounded when she heard Bei Yuan's words. She actually didn't feel anything after such a soulful action. If those emperors and heroes had been there before, they would have pounced on them long ago. It's better, isn't it? I'm going to call Li Xian and Dongwu over now? Bei Yuan asked. No. I will first go back and drive the fox demon out completely. Sky Fox barely pulled a smile and said, gotta have it. Bei Yuan nodded, helped Sky Fox up and sent him to the door, waved goodbye and closed the door. The Sky Fox was a bit exasperated, and after exhaling deeply to get rid of the bruises on his face, he fought his way to the other room, knocked on the door, and then pushed right in, thinking to myself that this time the action is going to be bigger. In the room, Dongwu had just finished practicing. His body was sweating a bit, and he was pouring water to drink. When he saw the door open, he looked and saw that it was actually a very beautiful woman. Who are you? East Noon asked with a slight frown. I am an elder of the sect. I just came out of seclusion, and I heard that Patriarch has taken in a few disciples, so I came over to take a look. Celestial Fox walked with Cindy small steps, coming in front of Donggu. He leaned down and looked at Donggu, almost touching the tips of his noses, his chest springing to life. TSK, the disciple collected by the sovereign is not bad. I also like it when I look at it. Why don't you worship under my door? Between our master and disciple, we can do some fun things said Sky Fox with a slightly breathy voice. Don't, I only recognize my current master. Dongwu replied with an expressionless face. Sky Fox froze slightly. It looked like it was going to go even further. So, Sky Fox turned around and walked a few steps, looked around and said, this room of yours is a bit stuffy. Do you really feel hot? East Noon asked. Sky Fox hummed softly, untying the satin of her dress at her shoulders. She turned to look at East Noon. However, to her surprise, she was greeted with a glass of water, which was poured in her face. Once again, Sky Fox was confused. Lin Feng trembled all around and made an effort to hold his laughter in. Cooler now? Dongwu laughed, revealing a no thank you expression, and then pushed out the Sky Fox who was in a state of confusion. It's windy outside, so it's cooler this way. Bye. With those words, East Noon closed the door behind him. Sky Fox, surprised face. She took a deep breath, dried the water from her face with a spell, straightened her clothes, and made her way to the front of the third room, deciding to come to some set. Sky Fox knocked on the door, and a short while later, Li Xian opened the door, holding Excalibur in his arms, and looked at Sky Fox suspiciously. "Who are you?" "I'm a clan elder. I came out of seclusion today, and I heard that the patriarch had taken in a few disciples, so I came to see," Sky Fox said. "Oh," Li Xian responded, and then he was about to close the door. The Sky Fox was anxious at the sight of it. This is the last chance, and must not be let go. "Wait, what for?" Li Xian stopped moving and asked suspiciously. "That, I see that you look like one of my relatives. Can you kiss me?" Sky Fox said, slightly pouting her rosy lips. She was confident that as long as this person kissed her, she would definitely be able to make the other person fall. "No way," Li Xian said righteously. "Why?" Sky Fox was in a hurry. "Someone gave a kiss and didn't want it?" "Because," Li Xian glanced at the red lips of the Sky Fox, said, "the woman's lips coated with something poisonous. My father once kissed my mother directly numb for half a day. Like you. I'm only afraid that I kissed a direct violent death." Sky Fox was dumbfounded. Li Xian then tried to close the door again, and Tian hurriedly stopped it again. "Wait, look at my eyes. What do you see?" Li Xian stopped moving once again and stared at Sky Fox's eyes, instantly crying, "Oh, Mom!" Her eyes were a little like his mother's. Sky Fox, degree asterisk. Lin Feng, asterisk degree omega degree asterisk. Li Xian quickly stopped crying and continued to close the door. Sky Fox was anxious, and with a ruthless heart, he shot out to rip off his own clothes and have a strong top. However, Li Xian was quick, and with a snap, the door closed, only to hear words coming from inside. "Elder, take an early rest. I'm going to practice my sword. Women can only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." Sky Fox stared at the door, outright dumbfounded. Her poise was actually useless in front of these three enlightened spirit realm brats. Sky Fox was a little messed up. In the room, Lin Feng couldn't help but hum out a few times, his depressed mood all poured out, incomparably soothing. At this time, behind the back of the prayer Snow opened his eyes. Looking at the black light in front of him, Lin Feng sat in front of the case, in front of some glowing do not know what he was looking at. Lin Feng was having fun when he suddenly felt a cool chill behind him. When he turned around, praying Snow was standing behind him, his eyes looking at the aura mirror, his face ugly. Lin Feng's heart thumped and he looked at the aura mirror. Inside, Sky Fox was standing outside, her clothes in disarray, revealing a large area of spring light, praying for Snow. "You, listen to me," Lin Feng gulped and said. "Poof." Prayer Snow looked at Lin Feng, revealing an angry color. He actually looked at others but not at himself. Was he not good enough? Chapter 27, Husband, why don't I place a bowl of noodles for you to eat? Without waiting for Lin Feng to make any moves, praying for Snow's small petite body even erupted with strength, directly pulling Lin Feng up to the bed. Lin Feng fell on his butt on the bed and looked at the ladder somewhat sheepishly. Ding! Praying for Snow adoration level 100, 99, 99, 99, 98, 99, 97. A string of data surfaced in front of Lin Feng and saw that Mushua's level of adoration kept dropping. Ding! Praying for Snow's aggression level 1, 10, 20, 30. It didn't take long for Prayer Snow's aggrieved value to show up in front of Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was a bit at a loss for words when he saw that Prayer Snow's eyes were crowded with tears. While Lin Feng was preparing to explain, Prayer Snow directly pounced over, kneeling down on top of Lin Feng, the tips of their noses touching each other. This sudden move startled Lin Feng. "Husband, do you still love me?" Praying for Snow bit her red lips, her soulful eyes staring at the ladder. "Of course," Lin Feng said with a nod of affirmation. "So, why are you sneaking up in the middle of the night to look at other women?" Prezuki frowned and questioned. Lin Feng's eyes fluttered. "Look at me," Praying Snow droned. Lin Feng sighed and stared into Praying Snow's eyes and explained, "You misunderstood. It's not what you think." Lin Feng spoke and summoned the aura mirror. Prayer Snow froze slightly and then looked at the aura mirror as Lin Feng replayed the process. "One moment. Nah, that's just it. I'm just testing her. It's really not what you think watching a small movie." Lin Feng replied with a shrug. "Well," Prayer Snow nodded apologetically, then realized something was wrong. "What's a mini-movie?" Lin Feng's sad face. "Ahem, it's nothing." Lin Feng looked embarrassed. "Husband, I'm sorry wronged you again," whispered Praying Snow after a moment of hesitation, sitting on Lin Feng's brother on somewhat blaming himself. Lin Feng's sad face. "This feeling." Coughing, Lin Feng quickly closed his eyes, slightly exhaled deeply, and silently recited in his heart, trying his best to suppress the feeling inside. He couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. "Praying Snow, can you come down first?" Prezuki was unsure, but sat obediently on the bed. Lin Feng can't help but be relieved that he almost committed a crime. "Husband, I'll cook noodles for you." okay? Even if it's a token of my apology, okay? Praying for Snow looked at Lin Feng and said, she had recently been learning to cook with Shoha and so far she had only learned how to cook noodles. It's just as well I'm a little hungry. Lin Feng nodded with a light smile. Praying for Snow was instantly happy. Jumped out of bed. Husband, wait a while. I'll give you food below. Said. Pray for Snow jumped out of the room. The kitchen lit up. Some cooking smoke wafted out. Lin Feng waited until Praying Snow had left the room. Then his figure disappeared and he arrived beside the heavenly fox. Great Lord, said the sky fox as he hurriedly knelt down in fear when he saw Lin Feng arrive. Get up. Let you do this test. But it's hard for you. He. Lin Feng had wanted to say seriously, but nay, the scenes of Sky Fox touching the wall surfaced from time to time, so he was forgiven for unkindly laughed. Sky Fox was dumbfounded at the sight. Alright, you get up. I won't kill you. You can stay in the wind and snow sect and cultivate. Lin Feng stopped laughing and said, really? Sky Fox's eyes lit up as she hurriedly confirmed. Well, remember you said that you're an elder of my sect, then you should go to the book depository as an elder. Currently no one has ever been in the book depository. It would be suitable for you. Lin Feng pondered with a slight nod. Sky Fox was just about to thank but suddenly there was a blur in front of his eyes. The Lin Feng in front of him disappeared and was replaced by endless books. I think this is the book depository. Lin Feng re-entered his room and sat on the bed after sending Sky Fox to the book depository. At that moment, Praying Snow happened to walk in with the noodles. Husband, the noodles I made are ready. Come and eat. Praying for Snow. She served the noodles on the case and smiled at Lin Feng. Alright, I'll try Xiao Shui's noodles. Lin Feng smiled and came to sit down by the case, picked up his chopsticks to clip the noodles and sent them to his mouth. Prayer Snow propped up both cheeks and looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. Well, it can be delicious. Lin Feng couldn't stop nodding his head in praising. Then one after another, he sent noodles into his mouth. Praying for Snow laughed at that, and the stone hanging in his heart fell. However, at this time Lin Feng was bitter in his heart. The noodles were a bit hard. Obviously not cooked. No salt, but instead they were sweet. Sweet to the point of being snoozy. Apparently the sugar was taken as salt. But there's no way. His wife made the noodles with all her heart, and then have to eat it. Ooh-hoo. Lin Feng couldn't help but shed tears. Husband, why are you crying? Praying Snow asked in a panic. Because the noodles cooked by Xiao Shui are too delicious, said Lin Feng, wiping his tears. He. Then I'll cook another bowl later? Praying Snow was instantly happy. Lin Feng almost threw up when he heard that. How could he dare to eat such delicious noodles? No. I'm full from this bowl. No need. Lin Feng hurriedly shook his head. Oh, prayed Shuio, but didn't feel anything, still looking at Lin Feng eating noodles with a face full of happiness. Lin Feng pie. After eating the bowl of noodles, Prayer Snow diligently brought the noodles back to the kitchen. Lin Feng finished the water in the room before the sweet snooze was removed a little bit, but Lin Feng was also thankful that Prayer Snow used the sugar as salt, or else with this dosage, he would definitely have to die of salt. After being tossed around by Praying Snow for half the night, Lin Feng fell into bed. In the kitchen, there were still a few noodles in the bowl that had not been eaten, and not wanting to waste them, Praying Snow picked up her chopsticks and ate those noodles into her mouth. Pray for Snow sad face. Just after taking the noodles into her mouth, Prayer Snow directly spat them out, her stunningly beautiful little face wrinkling into a ball. Yikes, it's hard and snoozy, so hard to eat. Praying for Snow some skeptical life. How can there be such a difficult to eat things? Then husband took her to the bazaar to eat noodles. Difference is more than 100,000 miles. Praying Snow hurriedly scooped a large spoonful of water and rinsed her mouth before the sweet snooze was removed. And there was some doubt in her mind as to why her husband would say it was delicious. After thinking about it for a while, Prayer Snow realized that husband was accommodating and encouraging himself, not wanting to dampen his confidence. Thinking of this, Praying Snow's heart was touched beyond words, but she also felt guilty. After all, her husband had eaten a large bowl of noodles. Praying for Snow also finally understood why the husband was eating while crying, eating while his whole body was trembling more than one, eating while his face was rich in expression. Praying for Snow put down the bowl and came to the door of the room, hesitating for a long time before pushing the door in. Not wanting Lin Feng had actually fallen asleep. Prayer Snow came and sat down beside Lin Feng and couldn't help but laugh softly as she looked at Lin Feng's sleeping face. Husband is such a fool. Why do you have to take care of your pride and hold back your noodles? Praying for Snow touched in her heart. She closed her eyes and bent down. Her rosy fragrant lips kissed Lin Feng on his mouth. Husband, you are so nice. Chapter 28 One sword opens the sky. Shocking the Empress. Bad content. Chapter 29 Somewhat confused. Suddenly kissed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting Shocking Rain. Gained 5,000 clan contributions. Current clan balance, 69300. Alright, since you've already worshipped me as a teacher, then I naturally have to give you a gift for meeting you, Lin Feng said as he looked at Shocking Rain, then released dozens of divine swords that hovered in front of Shocking Rain. Choose any one of these divine swords. When Shocking Rain saw dozens of divine weapons appearing in front of her all of a sudden, her stunningly beautiful face was immediately covered in shock. It wasn't that she hadn't seen divine weapons before, as there was a Zhenghua divine weapon stored within the imperial palace of the Great Knight Empire, and she herself was able to see it every day. However, seeing so many divine soldiers at once, this was the first time for Shocking Rain. Master, are you saying that you want me to pick a divine weapon to give to me? Shocking Rain looked to Lin Feng for confirmation, his face still filled with an unbelievable expression. Aha! Lin Feng nodded. Shocking Rain couldn't help but get excited in her heart. The divine soldier was something she was also very eager for. In the Empire, even though her father favored her immensely, he did not allow her to touch that divine weapon. Every time she thought of this, Shocking Rain was furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. And now, she herself was going to have a divine weapon, one that belonged only to her. Shocking Rain swept a glance at the divine weapons and finally chose a divine sword that was gray in color. Startling Rain stroked the smooth and rounded sword and looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but secretly be glad that he had not only found a master who was handsome in appearance, but also strong and very trenchant. It was really one of life's great fortunes. Isn't this a fictional, strange encounter? Alright, Master, take you back to the sect to meet those senior brothers and sisters of yours. Lin Feng took back as many divine weapons as he could into his spatial ring, then he took Shocking Rain with a flash of his body and left the city, returning to the Wind and Snow sect. In the shadows, an old man looked at the direction where the two had disappeared with a grave expression, then picked up a piece of white jade and said something to his mouth before crushing it without hesitation. The Great Knight Empire. In the Imperial Palace, the brother of the Stunning Rain of the Stunning Wind looked at the hands of his sister left behind the Enthronement Commission, could not help but gently smile, and then a little disappointed. Everything is really as father said. Ah. Shocking Wind sat on a chair on the side, and then as if he had heard something, his eyes flashed with a fine light. That's really great. Aimee is worry-free. Stunned Wind muttered, then raised his head towards shouting. Flying Whisper. Dark General is here. As soon as the words fell, a slim and upright figure appeared beside Stunning Wind. Go find the Great Qin Empire's State Lord and say that the plan can begin. A hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of Stunning Wind, but it quickly dissipated. Got it. Flying Whisper answered in a deep voice, then disappeared into a cloud. No. Scale. Immortal. Sect. Shocking Wind droned low, word for word. Inside the book pavilion, Skyfox flipped through these righteous cultivation books in a bored manner, snorting from time to time. Boring and uninteresting. Skyfox casually threw the hand of LV Duan to the side, and then look at its underground. Thrown all the other cultivation books, there is no longer a foothold. Skyfox lying on the counter, supporting the fragrant cheeks scanning around. Suddenly, she found a corner of a book seems to be with the other books are not the same. Skyfox then reached out and sucked in, and the book quickly flew down into her hands. TSK. I can't imagine that there's actually a collection of the Chungong diagrams here. Oops, this is finally not lonely it. The Skyfox's eyes lit up slightly, then opened this atlas and looked at it with great interest. In less time, Skyfox suddenly realized that the speed at which he absorbed aura was actually 3 times faster than usual, and he himself had broken through the Sage Realm, reaching the first level of the Stop Polarity Realm. Baby ya! Skyfox's pink tongue licked her bottom lip and switched positions to continue looking. In the South Hall, Lin Feng appeared with Shocking Rain. The 4 people who were cultivating saw this and surrounded them. Master, she is. Without waiting for Bei Yuan to ask, Qin Yu, who was on the side, took the lead and spoke up, sounding very surprised. You, Au? Shocking Rain saw Qin Yu, his face equally surprised, then excited. The 2 dumpy young girls just took each other's hands and laughed merrily. They know each other? Kitabuchi asked, scratching his head. It looks as if that's what's going on. Li Xian nodded. Senior, new senior sister? Dongwu asked, looking at Lin Feng. Well, Lin Feng nodded. Master is great. You, it's been 3 years since I've seen you. I can't believe I actually met you here today. Qin Yu said. Yeah, I didn't think about it either by the way. Why are you here? Shocking Rain asked suspiciously. I joined the Wind and Snow sect and worshipped under my master. Qin Yu looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Coincidentally low T. I've also worshipped under master. Shocking Rain was surprised. That would be great. We'll be able to see each other every day in the future. Qin Yu smiled. While several people were chatting hotly, the door to the room opened, and Prayer Snow walked out from it, stretching leisurely. A few people cannot help but look dumbfounded. At this time, Pray for Snow on the body of the Chinese robe loose. Long hair is not bundled, randomly spread, The face looks lazy and rosy, can be a scourge. Prayer Snow opened her slightly hazy eyes and couldn't help but laugh lightly when she saw Lin Feng. Praying for Snow's degree of affection for the host, 999, the host can consider getting married. Aggrieved value, 0. Guilt level, 100. Lin Feng was a bit confused when he saw this. How did the level of guilt appear? Husband. Pray for Snow soft sticky shouted. Pace light fast came to Lin Feng in front of. Tiptoe bark a kiss on the face of Lin Feng. Praying for Snow, */nabla*. Lin Feng is a little dumbfounded. So suddenly? 5 sad face. This. Is it too late for them to turn their heads? Chapter 30. When the time comes to go on the battle list T0, have some fun. The 5 of them looked at each other and then left with a sense of humor. Husband. I'm sorry ha. Praying Snow whispered with her head slightly hanging down. What's wrong? Suddenly apologizing. Lin Feng let out a light laugh and reached out to touch the latter's head. It is yesterday. That face. Good failure. Obviously want to make up for you. Do not want to but let you eat again bitter. Prayer Snow slightly spat out her pink tongue and said, a little embarrassed. Lin Feng froze when he heard Prayer Snow's words. How did she know? Praying for Snow to see Lin Feng's appearance immediately revealed a sad look. Yesterday when I brought that bowl of noodles back to the kitchen, I saw that there were still a few noodles in the bowl, and I thought that I couldn't waste them, so I ate them. Lin Feng smiled instantly upon hearing this. It's fine. No need to feel guilty. After all, this is your first time, so practice more in the future. Wouldn't that be fine? Ah nah. Hearing Lin Feng's comforting prayer, Snow melancholy mood instantly disappeared. Dress up. In a while we'll go down the mountain to eat delicious food. Lin Feng held over Prayer Snow's tender little hand and laughed, pulling the latter back to his room. Praying for the Snowheart cannot help but secretly surprised. Cold face how cannot hide the latter's joy. This is still the first time her husband took the initiative to pull her hand. Praying for Snow, */nabla*, on the long bridge between the south and main halls. It's my first time to see the senior maiden A. It's so beautiful. Shinyu couldn't help but sigh as he recalled the image of Praying Snow appearing just now. She was praised in the imperial capital of the Qin Empire as the Great Qin Absolute Beauty. But after seeing Praying for Snow, Shinyu deeply feel that Praying for Snow is worthy of the absolute. Some jealousy it. But still, it feels like master and mother are quite compatible. Shocking Rain said with a nod. Although Elder Fox is equally as beautiful as the heavens, it feels like it's still Elder Mother who's more beautiful. Li Xian said as he hugged his divine sword. Bei Yuan and Dong Wu, who had also seen the heavenly fox, nodded their heads up in agreement with Li Xian. Although the two of them, Elder Fox and the Master Maiden, were equally scourge level in appearance, the Master Maiden gave them a feeling of innocence and freshness, while Elder Fox was somewhat deliberate. The 5 of them talked, and soon walked across the long bridge, passing by the main hall's book depository, where a few people hesitated, but ultimately did not go in. In the book depository, Skyfox wiped the nosebleed that was once again running down his face and finally let out a long breath, closing his eyes and shutting the golden vase in his hand. At this moment, her cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of strength in the realm of stopping the extreme, thanks to reading these cultivation books. But so cultivation is good, but her body does not have so much blood. This nosebleed has been back and forth more than 100 times. I'm afraid to look at it again. Directly blood loss and death. Skyfox running aura turning in the body. A long time, the Skyfox exhaled a mouthful of mixed gas, skimmed aside, put dozens of cultivation book. It's really strange why that lord would put all of these in the collection. Doesn't he have some kind of fetish? Skyfox touched those cultivation books and laughed. Skyfox then stretched and took out the 100 ways to tease a man and read it. For failing to seduce 3 enlightened spirit realm brats, Skyfox couldn't stand it, so she was going to study hard now and make sure to raid those 3 brats in the end. However, this is obviously impossible. No one can tempt a cultivator of the eternal steel straight man great perfection realm. In the South Hall room, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneeze and wondered which cutie was praising him for being handsome again. What's wrong, husband? Preizuki asked as she sat in front of her dresser. It's nothing. Someone complimented me on my handsomeness. Lin Feng smiled, holding a comb in one hand and stroking Prayer Snow's long, soft hair with the other. Narcissistic. Praying Snow laughed, then closed her eyes and sat quietly, letting Lin Feng help her comb her hair. Lin Feng moved gently, as if he was afraid of breaking Praying Snow's silky hair. Okay. After a long time, Lin Feng helped Prayer Snow comb a beautiful hairstyle. Preizuki slowly opened her eyes and smiled at her hairstyle in the mirror. Well, good looking. Preizuki bobbed her head slightly, looking at the hairstyle from different angles, a smile growing on her lips. Let's go down the mountain to eat something delicious, Lin Feng said as he took Prayer Snow's hand. Praying for Snow nodded and stood up, and just then, an ethereal and emotional voice came from the sky. The number 1 sect in Tianyuan changes. The list of the strongest sects in the heavenly Tao is refreshed. Lin Feng froze for a moment. Wasn't this the voice of that Heavenly Dao list from the previous 2 times? Ding! Hint to the host. The Heavenly Dao strongest sect ranking is different from other sect rankings that need to appear every few years, but will be refreshed when the strongest sects in the Heavenly Origin continent change. Refresh the ranking of 10. At that moment the system's voice sounded in Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng brought Prayer Snow to the door and looked at the sky. At this moment a huge list appeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The list of the strongest sects in the Heavenly Dao has appeared. Doesn't that mean that the Pantheon Temple has been caught up by the other sects? I'll go. Which clan is that bullish? It can't be that Wind and Snow, can it? If it's really him, then what the hell is he? At this moment, the people of the world began to talk. Inside the Pantheon, the head of the Pantheon Temple looked at the list in the sky with a dark face. Who dared to rob him of the first place in the Pantheon? Believe it or not, he immediately brought his disciples forward to hang them. In less time, the list of lists began to appear. 10th place, Heavenly Devil Sect, Devil Race. 10th place unchanged. Yeah, 10,000 years old. 9th, 10,000 Flowers Palace, Spirit Tribe. The 10,000 Flowers Palace has actually fallen to 9th. After all, they're all girls. They won't last. My Acacia Sect is accepting disciples. Let's rush to the 9th rank together. 8th, Shura Temple, Demon Clan. The Shura Palace Kana, taking over the 10,000 Flowers Palace. 7th, Sword Sect, Human. 6th place, D-Zone, Human. 5th, Pantheon, Human. When this list came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Pantheon, the number 1 clan that lasted for over 500 years. It actually fell to 5th place. This is simply unbelievable. At this moment, inside the Pantheon Hall Master was instantly dumbfounded when he saw this list, and the guards on the side walked up and asked, Hall Master, the people are all assembled. When are we going to leave? Departure. How did you guys cultivate for more than 500 years? Surprisingly give me dropped to the 5th. Fight? Can you beat it? The Hall Master of the Pantheon Temple stormed out. For 500 years he raised a bunch of losers. The list continues to be distributed. 4th place, Demon Temple, Demons. Hiss. The last 4th place actually fell outside the top 10. And the Demon Temple will actually come to 4th. The Demon Temple has been practicing frequently in recent years, but there's no excuse for it. 3rd place, the Friars, Human. Holy. The Frying Sky Gang, which is only 3,000 years old, actually came later and came to 3rd place. Awesome bad. 2nd place, Tianyu Immortal Sect, Human Race. 1st place, Sacred Immortal Sect, Spirit. The 1st place was a direct shock to the world. The Sacred Immortal Sect. It was the clan that the Spirit Clan had established 100 years ago by pouring their entire clan's efforts into it, and they never imagined that it would only take 100 years for it to reach the strongest clan in Heavenly Origin. Husband, why isn't there our clan? Shishue asked as she looked at the list in the sky. It's not a problem. I'll just get a battle ranking T0 when the time comes. Lin Feng smiled and said, it was normal not to be on the list. After all, the Wind and Snow Sect was just starting out. However, if you can't get on the clan list, then have some fun on the battle list. Chapter 31. What is the name of the old liar? Manhwa? Husband is the best. Prayer Snow looked at Lin Feng with a smile on her face and said, that's go. Let's go down the mountain to eat delicious food. Lin Feng said with the same implied smile and took Prayer Snow with him as his body moved and went to Wind City. At this moment, inside the East Hall. Yeah, there's actually a pressure here. When the 5 people arrived inside the East Hall, they felt a heavy pressure coming on. This is the East Hall of the Wind and Snow Sect, also known as the Martial Hall. These pressures are the martial pressure, and cultivating under the effect of the martial pressure will be surprisingly effective. Bei Yuan explained to the other 4. He was the first disciple to enter the Wind and Snow Sect, and his master had told him about the sect early on. Let's spar then. Let's see how there's a gap between everyone. How about it? Li Xian asked, holding his sword. Yes, the remaining 4 nodded in agreement. That, Rain's senior sister, you don't want to fight, right? At the moment, you are the highest realm of several of us, with a peak cultivation of the enlightened spirit realm, Li Xian said as he looked towards Shocking Rain, who had started doing preparatory activities. It's not a problem. I'm not in the breakthrough realm. We're all in the same realm. The gap shouldn't be too big. Shocking Rain smiled and said. Li Xian was dumbfounded and couldn't say anything else. Come, senior brother Bei Yuan, let's both spar. Xinyu took out his own divine sword and looked towards Bei Yuan and said, good. Bei Yuan nodded. The 2 of them were equally at the 3rd level of the enlightened spirit realm. Fair and square. The 2 men then stood opposite each other, each ready to go. Drink! Bei Yuan stepped out with his sword. His speed was strangely fast, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Xinyu and slashed down with his sword. Xinyu didn't panic when he saw this and took a step back, swinging his sword just as violently to fight against Bei Yuan. Madaka! Only a loud sound came from him. The sword in Baiyuan's hand was actually almost shaken off, and his entire body was slid out 5 or 6 feet away by the force. Baiyuan, harder, don't pity me. Xingyu frowned slightly as she was able to sense that Baiyuan had suppressed his strength. Good. Baiyuan nodded slightly. His aura rose around him and he rushed out again. His speed was actually faster than before. Xingyu was startled, then reacted by raising his longsword in a panic to block. As a result, his entire body was sent flying out. His body heavily smashed on a rock. As the dust and ash dispersed, Xingyu reluctantly stood up, while at this time, Baiyuan exhaled a breath of seriousness and said, "Senior sister Yu's words have awakened me. No matter if it's a sparring match or a sparring match, one should do their best. This is the only way to respect your opponent." After saying that, Baiyuan's aura around his body surged once again as he swung his longsword and rushed once again towards Xingyu, who was still in a bit of a daze. Xingyu, surprised face. Baiyuan's speed was too fast. This time Xingyu was not even close to raising his sword, and subconsciously closed his eyes tightly in his mind. However, after waiting for a while and not feeling the sword's thrust, she opened her eyes to see that the tip of Baiyuan's sword was pointing at her forehead. "Elder sister, this won't do. Whether you can beat the sword or not, you must raise it. You can't give up. Understand?" Baiyuan frowned and said, "Yes, senior brother." Xingyu, somewhat ashamed, hurriedly bowed and saluted. Baiyuan nodded, then put away his sword. And then, Li Xian and Dongwu also started to spar, while Baiyuan sparred with Shocking Rain, and the results were Li Xian's victory and Baiyuan's victory respectively. "The cutting is almost done. Why don't we go down the mountain and have some fun?" Shocking Rain asked as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her heart was eager to go out and play. Several people collectively agreed, and then collected their divine weapons and descended the mountain. "Boss, 2 bowls of wontons." Lin Feng brought Prayer Snow to a wonton stall and sat down, saying, "All right, it'll be ready in a minute." The boss replied from afar. In a short while, the boss came up with 2 bowls of wontons. "Enjoy your meal." Praying for Snow, she couldn't wait to pick up a bowl and eat it, a satisfied smile on her face. "Yummy." Praying for Snow 1 ravioli before swallowing another one in, her mouth bulging, her words muffled. Lin Feng smiled as he watched Prayer Snow eat and handed over his bowl of wontons as well. Not late huh, you do not eat?" Shishue looked at Lin Feng and asked. "It took a lot of effort to swallow and ask, doesn't husband eat? Like to see you eat ah." Lin Feng laughed. "Try one too. It's delicious." Praying Snow scooped up a wonton and handed it to Lin Feng's mouth and said. Lin Feng smiled and ate it, exclaiming, "It's really good." Prezuki laughed, then went back to eating the large bowl of ravioli. At that moment, an old, thin figure ran across the street, shouting as he did so, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Young people don't speak of martial virtues, chasing after one of my 69-year-old cultivators." However, without waiting for the old man to let out any more words, he only saw the person chasing after him throw a stone far away and hit the old man's feet, and the latter stumbled and almost fell off. "Holy, careless, no flash, young man rat-tail juice." After saying that, the old cultivator didn't know what kind of magic treasure he used, and ran away in a puff of smoke. The people chasing behind them all stopped as well, and it was clearly the 5 people from Baiyuan. "Kitabuchi, what brings you down here?" Lin Feng waved his hand when he saw it and asked. The 5 of them couldn't help but be shocked at the sight, but they still hurried over to salute. "Master, what were you guys just doing?" Lin Feng asked. "That one is an old crook. His name is Mamogwa, and he claims to be the head of the Mixed Elements Formal Intent Taiji sect, and he teaches people to practice kung fu, saying that it is good for the body. But I look at the Wind Ming is harming the body and harming the body. I was so angry that I taught that old man a lesson, but I didn't think that guy could really run." Baiyuan explained. Lin Feng nodded, "Well done." Afterwards, Lin Feng looked at the 5 people, who were all looking at Prayer Snow, and the latter couldn't help but smile. "Boss, 5 more bowls of wontons." "Okay." Lin Feng then pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Come on, all sit down. Master will treat you to wontons as a reward." "Many thanks, Master." A few people smiled, saluted and hurriedly sat down. Lin Feng then looked into the distance and gently pointed his finger. Miles away, Mamogwa suddenly felt a bitter pain coming from around his body, and when he probed he was dumbfounded. His yuan veins were broken as much as they could be, his cultivation scattered, and he had already been reduced to an invalid. Chapter 32. You have onion leaves on your chest. After eating the ravioli, Lin Feng let the 5 people from Baiyuan leave first. The 5 didn't say anything. After all, it was still quite nice to whore out a bowl of ravioli for nothing from their master, so they saluted Lin Feng and left. "Ah you, it's really envious of Senior Auntie." After leaving a distance of 5 or 6 feet, Startling Rain pulled Xinyu's arm and shouted, "Even if the master has been for the cultivation of immortality, but still will take the master mother down the mountain to play. I cannot." Everyday brother out of the emperor's palace, do not take me. Humph. Chinyu lightly laughed without saying anything, while Shocking Rain slightly tilted her head to mutter curses at Shocking Wind without looking at Chinyu. You, why don't we find a gentleman? Startling Rain suddenly came to Chinyu's ear and whispered, his tone a bit excited, obviously very pleased with his smart idea. Chinyu was not as lively and thoughtful as Shocking Rain, and appeared to be more conservative, and all of a sudden froze at Shocking Rain's clear-cut circuit, not reacting for a moment. Master, let's not think about it. There's Master's mother in. But, hey, take a look at the three senior brothers. The talent is there, the strength is there, and the good looks are also handsome, surpassing all the heavenly pride saint sons I've seen. I'll let you choose first. What? Is that good enough? Shocking Rain quietly pointed to the three teenagers walking side by side in front of him and laughed. What are you talking about? Chinyu couldn't help but slap Shocking Rain's arm, her face slightly blushing. I know, you like senior brother Baiyuan, right? Shocking Rain blinked her ancient eyes with a bad smile. Chinyu's face turned even redder when she heard this, and she couldn't help but give Shocking Rain a blank look. I'll ignore you if you keep talking nonsense. I saw it during the sparring session, and when you were eating the ravioli, you were still quietly looking at senior brother Baiyuan from time to time. Shocking Rain put on an I know it all look. Chinyu was speechless, her eyes flicked to Baiyuan from time to time, and her flush intensified. Don't worry, senior brother Baiyuan yours, senior brother Li Xian and senior brother Dongwu will be given to me, Shocking Rain said generously as she patted her undeveloped breasts. In the wonton stall, Lin Feng instantly laughed when he heard Shocking Rain's words, and beside him, Praying Snow looked at the latter with a puzzled face. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, you keep eating. I just remembered something funny. Oh, Ayu. It seems like senior brother Baiyuan has been secretly looking at you After walking for a while, Shocking Rain, who had been chattering on and on, suddenly lowered her voice. Chinyu's heart slightly moved, raised his eyes to look, just happened to be in contact with Baiyuan's gaze, as if electrocuted. Both of their gazes quickly moved away. Chinyu's heartbeat gradually accelerated, her red lips pursed slightly, and 1,000 thoughts flashed through her mind. Ayu, take the initiative, Shocking Rain said excitedly, searching through his mind for bits and pieces he'd seen from overbearing martial arts books. Just walk over and force a kiss. Capture the heart of senior brother Baiyuan. Chinyu sad face / omega / What should I do? Does Baiyuan really like me too? Should I go up and tell him how I feel? Oops, I'm so torn. After a series of ideological strife and the unremitting persuasion of Shocking Rain on the side, Chinyu finally decided to open her mouth. However, just as Chinyu was lightly biting her red lips and preparing to open her mouth, Baiyuan in front of her was the first to turn around and look at Chinyu. Sister Jade. Chinyu was slightly stunned, her heartbeat accelerated, and countless guesses flashed through her mind. Could it be that senior brother Baiyuan wanted to pour out his heart to himself? Chinyu looked towards Baiyuan with a pang of anticipation in her heart. That, you have onion leaves on your chest. Kitabuchi scratched his head. Chinyu's sad face. Chinyu looked down and saw that she did have onion leaves on her chest that she had dropped while eating wontons. Chinyu's face burst into a blush, hurriedly slapping the onion leaves down and looking at Baiyuan with some exasperation. You just kept looking at me. Because of this? Yes, looked several times. See, you have not responded. The Heart Thieves Gala difficult. So this reminds you. No need to thank you. Kitabuchi grinned. The corners of Chinyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Daring her to make a fool of herself? There's really nothing else to say? Chinyu asked undeterred. There's no more. Well, there's one more sentence if there is to be. Kitabuchi rubbed his nose. What words? Chinyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Watch your meals from now on. Chinyu couldn't help but be annoyed at hearing this, and quickly walked towards Baiyuan to violently stomp on Baiyuan's foot. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Baiyuan's face suddenly frowned as he screamed repeatedly. Chinyu snorted coldly and left quickly, and Shocking Rain hurriedly closed her surprised mouth to follow. Oh, why did senior sister you step on me for no reason? Baiyuan cried out. Li Xian and Dongwu both shrugged their shoulders as if they didn't know, but they couldn't help but be happy to see Baiyuan's appearance. Inside the wonton stall, Lin Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead. This eternal steel straight man grand circle really lives up to its name. I'm afraid that these three people will have to be single for the rest of their lives. Not long after, Prayer Snow finished the wontons and Lin Feng then took Prayer Snow away to eat some delicious food. In the middle of the night, the room. Do you think I've gone a bit too far? Chinyu frowned and said, somewhat regretting what she had done. To be honest, it does seem a bit much, said Shocking Rain, nodding as he lay on the bed. How about I go and apologize? Chinyu asked as he looked at Shocking Rain. Shocking Rain nodded, but Chinyu immediately agonized again. She was a little afraid to see Bei Yuan again, not knowing what the latter would think of her. In the South Hall room, Lin Feng gently placed the sleeping prayer snow on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Master! Outside the door, Bei Yuan's voice came. Lin Feng opened the door and the latter saw that prayer snow was asleep, so he lowered his voice and handed Lin Feng a drawing. Master! These are the division maps of the various forces in the Wind Cloud Prefecture and their major resource trades that you asked for, Bei Yuan explained. Good. Hard work, Lin Feng said with a nod as he received the drawings, then looked at Bei Yuan. Were you stepped on by Qinyu? Hearing this, the lifelong face could not help but be distressed as he nodded his head and replied, well, I don't know why, but senior sister Jade suddenly stepped on me. Lin Feng immediately laughed. This kid hadn't reacted until now, so Lin Feng analyzed the matter to Bei Yuan. Ha? This? Like this? Then what should I do, master? Bei Yuan instantly panicked when he heard Lin Feng's statement. I don't know. Think about it more yourself, Lin Feng said and closed the door, leaving Bei Yuan who was messing up outside the door. Think more. Can't think. Bei Yuan kept pacing. Then an idea popped into his head to go to the bookstore and see if there are any books that apologize. Bei Yuan couldn't help but feel his own cleverness, although he was bound to encounter that elder fox who had some brain problems on this trip, but it wasn't in the way. Thinking so, Bei Yuan then busily ran to the book depository. On the way, Bei Yuan encountered Li Xian and Dongwu who were in the middle of a sparring session, and after greeting them, he went up the long bridge to the main hall's book collection pavilion. Inside the book pavilion, Sky Fox put down the 100 Ways to Tease a Man in his hands, and the essence light flashed out of his eyes. Wonderful! Wonderful! With these methods, I don't believe I still can't take down those 3 enlightened spirit realm brats. Sky Fox then burst into laughter. Chapter 33. Be rough. It doesn't hurt if it's broken. After thinking for a long time, Qinyu sighed and finally decided to go find Bei Yuan to apologize. After getting dressed, Qinyu went out the door and headed towards Bei Yuan's room. Senior sister Qinyu. Li Xian and Dongwu greeted Qinyu when they saw her approaching. Master Li Xian. Good day, Master Dongwu. Qinyu nodded in response, hesitating or stopping in his tracks. That, Bei Yuan's senior brother, is he in the room? Qinyu asked. Senior brother Bei Yuan has just hurriedly rushed to the book collection pavilion. Li Xian pointed in the direction of the main hall and said, oh, okay, thanks. Qinyu nodded, then walked towards the book collection pavilion. What do you think senior sister Qinyu went to find senior brother Bei Yuan for? Li Xian scratched his head and asked. If you ask me, Dongwu said with a wicked grin. It must have been one stomp that wasn't enough to get over there for a second. It's possible. Both sad face Omega. In a little while, Qinyu arrived outside the book pavilion, came to the door and hesitated, reaching out his hand to knock on the door. However, a movement came out from inside. North Abyss disciple. You faster please. An extremely seductive female voice came, and Qinyu couldn't help but widen his eyes as the movements of his hand stopped. Elder Fox, you don't sit on it. Get up. Otherwise how can I be faster? Kitabuchi's voice was somewhat helpless. Gee, it's okay. To be rough. It won't hurt if you mess up. Qinyu's eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly when she heard this, her face blushing to the bottom of her neck and trembling around her. So I pushed harder? Immediately after that, Qinyu felt the vibration of the ground. Qinyu couldn't help but clench his hands. Tears flowed out of his eyes, and he resolutely turned around to leave. Inside the book depository, Elder Fox, okay? Why do you have to move the bookcase? Bei Yuan somewhat helplessly looked at the Sky Fox sitting on the bookcase and said, I let you move naturally, have my reasoning, said Sky Fox, lightly shaking her long white legs. Well, now that the bookcase has been moved, it's time to tell me where the book about apologizing is, right? Kitabuchi said with a sigh. What's the hurry? It's already late at night. Look for it tomorrow, laughed Sky Fox. Elder Fox, I'm in a hurry. Wow. Bei Yuan scratched his head and frowned as he said, do you know how lonely I've been at night for over 3,000 years? Sky Fox gently floated down to Bei Yuan and said. Bei Yuan was slightly stunned. Of all the days and nights, do you know which one was my favorite? Sky Fox asked as he came up to Bei Yuan. What? Thinking of you, night. Oh. The heavenly fox spoke, getting closer and closer to Bei Yuan, and then as if he had tripped, he suddenly fell towards Bei Yuan. Bei Yuan, however, suddenly staggered away, and Sky Fox froze and fell to the ground with a thud. You, Elder Fox, if you don't help me I'll find it myself. Bei Yuan shrugged, then wandered between the various bookshelves and quickly found how to apologize to a woman. Author, cultivation. Alright, I've found it. Goodbye, Elder Fox. Bei Yuan waved the shudao in his hand and walked towards the door. The Sky Fox is dumbfounded. How can this still not tempt this kid? It was at this moment that Bei Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Sky Fox. By the way, Elder Fox, some of your clothes are falling off. The Sky Fox came to the spirit when he heard, and then lazily lay on the ground and asked, How? To be so concerned about my clothes? No, it's because the hole looks too much. When you look at it like this, Baeyuan's face was serious, and he immediately walked away after saying that. Skyfox sad face. Why? Why did he lose to these enlightened spirit realm brats? Skyfox was broken at the moment. Finally came out. Alas, this elder fox is good at everything, just too stupid. Baeyuan looked at the hands of the book helplessly said, can it be that this is the legendary boobs? Baeyuan was confused. Then he shook his head to stop thinking and opened the book to start studying. At this moment, the South Hall, the room. Jade, why are you back so soon? Finished apologizing? Shocking Rain asked, propping up both cheeks. Oof, don't mention it, Shin Yu said, her tone gradually aggrieved, and the tears that could not be easily stopped flowed down again. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Is it because Baeyuan didn't forgive you? Seeing the Shocking Rain hurriedly got up and came to Shin Yu's side to ask. Shin Yu didn't say anything, just shook her head and cried out on the table. Shocking Rain had no choice but to keep comforting. Quickly Senior Li Xian, Senior Dongwu, help me see which sentence works well. Baeyuan called for Li Xian and Dongwu to ask, what do you want this for? Li Xian was puzzled. Oops, I made a mess. Baeyuan repeated some of Lin Feng's explanations, and the two immediately understood. Here, let me see which apology statement is better. Li Xian Dao, then picked up the book and flipped through it. Although I often make you angry, it's not my intention. I love you very much. 3. This whole thing doesn't seem caring, does it? Next entry. If an apology can dissolve all resentment, then I say, but not from the heart? This. Next article it doesn't matter who you sleep with when you're drunk today. 3. Is this a ING apology book? The trio just had to keep looking down. This one is too meaty. Next. This is too long. Next entry. This. Didn't read. Next. Just as the three Eternal Steels were fiercely discussing wanting that one sentence, in Shin Yu's room. Are you saying that senior brother Baeyuan and that elder fox are getting into that? Shocked Rain asked with a shocked face, gesturing in his hands. Shin Yu revealed a bitter smile and nodded with difficulty. TSK. Elder and first cheating on each other. This kind of plot that only appears in novels has actually appeared. Amazing Rain sked and said, then patted Shin Yu's shoulder. Should we tell the master? Shin Yu revealed a bitter smile, and exhaled a deep breath, and shook his head. No need. If Baeyuan likes Elder Fox, it's actually nothing. After all, it's not like the two of us are. Shin Yu suddenly stopped talking and fell silent. Shocking Rain sat on the sidelines and didn't know how to persuade him. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Is senior sister Shin Yu here? Chapter 34. So it's not about that. Shin Yu couldn't help but jerk her head up to look at the door when she heard the voice, but the color in her eyes soon dimmed. Shocking Rain pointed to the door signaling for it to be opened, and Shin Yu shook her head slightly. Senior sister Shin Yu? Baeyuan asked again. I've already slept. Shin Yu took a deep breath in response. Oh, in that case forget it for now. Baeyuan, slightly stunned, had to say this. Wait, what are you doing here looking for me? Shin Yu still couldn't help herself and hurriedly asked. Baeyuan, who was originally ready to leave, heard these words then stopped in his tracks. I came to apologize. Apologize? Yes. It is the words I said to you at the bottom of the mountain, causing you to lose face. I am sorry. Baeyuan opened his mouth, originally looking for good lines, all of a sudden forgot, only had to say it when. Is that all? Of course not. Baeyuan said hurriedly, looked at the two thumbs-up tarts behind him, exhaled, and continued. Actually, I originally went to the book depository to borrow a book on how to apologize, and looked up one of the lines to say, but as soon as I came here I forgot. Saying that, Kitabuchi couldn't help but scratch his head as he looked at the closed door. Shin Yu listened to the bleak eyes slightly brightened up, hurriedly got up a hand to open the door. Baeyuan could not help but be startled. Looking at the still-dressed Shin Yu could not help but wonder. You wear clothes so fast? You said you went to the book depository to borrow a book? Shin Yu didn't pay attention to Baeyuan's eyes, eagerly asking, is that right? Kitabuchi, unsure, only nodded and said, just borrowing books? Didn't do what? Shin Yu asked busily. Just borrow books, go to the book depository, and do what else? Baeyuan was instantly baffled by the question. But when I passed by, from the book depository pavilion, Shin Yu said, lightly biting her red lips, and finally opened her mouth. It seems like I heard some movement. Shin Yu nervously looked at Baeyuan, yet the latter's face didn't show a trace of panic. Moving? You're not talking about moving bookcases, are you? Kitabuchi asked, touching his nose. A mobile bookcase? Not the one with Elder Fox? Shin Yu was slightly stunned. not knowing whether he was excited or thrilled in his heart. What's going on with Elder Fox? Bei Yuan was completely confused this time. This. How did senior sister Qin Yu also become like a person? Asking questions one stranger than the other. What's wrong with you? Seeing Bei Yuan's appearance, Qin Yu this time the stone in his heart completely landed. Can't help but feel that he is a bit funny. The original is all a child's play, just by their own overinterpretation. Then, that, you seem to have said something. Don't sit on it? Qin Yu asked the biggest doubt in her heart in order to further corroborate it, and her face turned a little red. Don't sit on it? Oh, I'm getting angry just talking about it. That Elder Fox asked me to help move the bookcase, didn't she? As a result, even if she didn't help, she even sat on it. It was originally quite an easy task, but with her sitting on it, it was a huge effort, Bei Yuan said indignantly, then suddenly lowered his voice. I almost suspect that Elder Fox is either a glutton for my beauty. Hearing this, Qin Yu finally understood the whole reason, and his whole body couldn't help but relax. I'm sorry Bei Yuan's senior brother. Qin Yu looked at the latter in a complicated manner. Why are you apologizing to me? Kitabuchi froze slightly. The mountain suddenly gave you that kick. It should hurt a lot, right? Qin Yu's eyes filled with apologies. In fact, there was another sentence she didn't say. She shouldn't have suspected him and Elder Fox of engaging in that. Hey, what's wrong with that? I'm a cultivator. Just run my aura. Bei Yuan waved his hand and said, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, Bei Yuan turned around and left in large strides. Wait for senior brother Bei Yuan. Qin Yu looked towards Bei Yuan and shouted, is there anything else senior sister Qin Yu wants? Bei Yuan paused and turned back to ask, good night. Qin Yu bit her lip and whispered, good night. Bei Yuan nodded and waved his hand, turning back and leaving with both Li Xian. Qin Yu looked towards Bei Yuan's back and couldn't help but smile. She still had a chance. It seems that you've misunderstood senior brother Bei Yuan. I told you, how could Bei Yuan senior brother, such a righteous person, do such a thing? Shocking Rain came to Qin Yu's side and said cheekily. Qin Yu couldn't help but blankly glance at Shocking Rain. Who was the one who just said that he was going to go and tell his master? It was a good night's sleep for all. Chapter 35 Recruitment of Dan Shango. The next day, early morning, in the room of the Southern Palace, Lin Feng woke up leisurely, and suddenly realized that Prayer Snow was lying on top of him, her soft face pressed against the latter's face, her hair tangled at Lin Feng's neck, somewhat itchy, and at the same time, there was a faint scent crossing the tip of her nose. Lin Feng quietly gulped, and then ran his aura to separate Prayer Snow from himself, and then rolled over and got out of bed and grabbed the water bottle on the table and just drank furiously, until he drank all the water. Lin Feng let out a breath and looked at Prayer Snow's soft and delicate body. Boy, almost caught. After calming his mind, Lin Feng sat back down in front of the case and took out the drawing that Bei Yuan had given him last night and looked at it. Now that the building of the city is in full swing, the various benefits have been implemented pretty much, but there is still a long way to go to make everyone rich. So Lin Feng decided to build a money bank after the city was completed and use it to lend out to people to start their own business. And the direction of entrepreneurship was on the drawing in Lin Feng's hand, which recorded in detail the distribution of the city forces in the wind and cloud state and the richness and lack of supplies on all sides. At that time, Lin Feng would carry out some planning to promote the prosperity and growth of the wind and snow sect. Lin Feng then collected the drawings and prepared to go out. He now needed to find some experts in various fields to join the wind and snow sect, so that he could recruit disciples then. As for coming or not, Lin Feng is not worried, because he has always practiced the saying, convince people with reason. Lin Feng left a note next to Prayer Snow before he left, lest the latter get angry at himself again. In the southern domain, a huge Dan furnace stood on top of a mountain. For the 998th time, another holy Dan. In front of the Dan furnace, a black-robed old man looked at the golden Dan in his hand and said with a bitter smile, then put this holy Dan into his storage pouch and took out many spiritual herbs and put them into the Dan furnace. I just don't believe it. For the 999th time I still can't practice an immortal pill. The old man shouted angrily and drove his aura into a spirit fire to continue refining the pills. After a long time, the Dan furnace was opened again, and the result was still a holy Dan. Elderly man, #Grandma, 999 doesn't even come out. No more practicing, the old man said angrily, then waved his black robe and prepared to leave. Old man, wait. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out. Who dare to call me old man? Don't want to live. The old man turned around and roared. He was already depressed enough because he couldn't practice immortal pills for 999 times, but as a result, someone actually called him an old man at this time. How could he be angry? What about this? When the old man sniffed and looked, he saw Lin Feng sitting on top of the Dan furnace. You're the one who called me old man? The old man questioned angrily. No, Lin Feng shrugged. He had just felt the fluctuations of the emergence of the holy pills. Although they were well covered, they were still detected by him. I just couldn't imagine that the alchemist was actually so hot-tempered. Didn't you say that alchemy needs to nourish the heart and mind? Grandma, I'm only 300 years old. I'm in the prime of my life. So what the hell? The old man shouted angrily. He finally couldn't hold back any longer. His aura at the peak of the stop extreme realm erupted out and he lunged straight at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't change his face. Instead he even looked at the old man with a smile on his face. Just as the old man's terrifying attack was about to arrive, Lin Feng took out an elixir out that was even more golden than the holy elixir the old man had refined. The latter stopped his attack at once, covering his eyes with both hands and then revealing a slit to peek in. His eyes filled with shock. Golden legend. This. The old man trembled up and stuttered and stammered. Immortal pill. The old man exclaimed. Immortal pills? He had only seen 3 in his entire life. This was the 4th, and the quality was countless times better than the 3 he had seen. Who is your excellency? The old man asked respectfully for a change. Shouldn't you give your own name first when asking someone their name? Lin Feng said with a smile. Yes. It's my fault for not handling things well. The old man repeatedly patted his head and said, I am known as the Sage of Dan. Exempt from your name go. I wonder who is senior. Dan Shango? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched in the same way. But when he looked at the immortal pills in Lin Feng's hand, he could only compensate with a smile. As long as you're happy. Okay, no more jokes. My name is Lin Feng, sect leader of the Wind and Snow sect. Lin Feng smiled and said, Good day, Senior Lin Feng. I don't know if you refined this immortal pill? The old man asked hurriedly. He was crazy about wanting to refine immortal pills. Lin Feng nodded. After all, this was what the sign-in system had given him. Then, can you teach me to refine immortal pills? The old man's eyes were filled with anticipation. Teach you to practice immortal pills? That's fine, but you have to promise me one thing. Lin Feng replied as he toyed with the immortal pills in his hand. What is it you say? Join my Wind and Snow sect. The old man froze for a moment when he heard Lin Feng's conditions and couldn't help but confirm. That's it? Yes, that's it. Join the Wind and Snow sect and I'll teach you to refine immortal pills. Lin Feng nodded. Good. I promise. Dan Shango meets the patriarch. Dan Shango hurriedly saluted towards Lin Feng, fearing that the latter would back out. After all, this kind of thing didn't even matter to him. Good. From now on you'll be my Wind and Snow sect alchemy elder, and you'll be mainly responsible for the teaching of the sect's alchemy disciples. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. And, still have to teach disciples? Dan Shango was slightly stunned. What else? Teaching you to refine immortal pills for nothing? Lin Feng blankly glanced at Dan Shango. When Dan Shango heard this, it was the right thing to do. So he agreed. Here, comprehend from this and you'll be able to refine immortal pills. Lin Feng then took out 5 divine alchemy books and handed them to Dan Shango. The latter saw the situation. Hands trembling received the 5 books of divine great alchemy. Looking at these heart a burst of excitement. Good boy. He has never seen so many books of divine great alchemy in his life. He himself only has a book of holy great alchemy. Thank you, Sovereign. Dan Shango hurriedly saluted. Right. There's also this. More enlightenment will improve the efficiency of refining immortal pills. Lin Feng then took out another brocade bag, bulging as if it was filled with something. This is? Dan Shango received the brocade pouch and opened it, and an incomparably blinding golden light instantly erupted from within. Dan Shango was instantly dumbfounded. It was actually full of immortal pills. Dan Shango looked at Lin Feng. In his heart there was nothing but admiration. It was like he had joined an unimaginable clan. Wow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting an immortal realm cultivator. Gain 10,000 clan contributions. Current balance of clan contributions, 79,300. Current number of disciples, 5. Sect rank, 369,9492. Current number of elders, 2. Sect rank, 413,5486. Current sect's comprehensive strength ranking, 344,4444. Lin Feng looked at the data that the system had surfaced for him and was a bit despondent. There was still a long way to go to become the strongest clan in the world. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Wind and Snow sect. Lin Feng said and took Dan Shango back to the Wind and Snow sect. Chapter 36, Confessing to Chinyu? Bad content. Chapter 37, If Xiaoxue forgets husband. Husband still want Xiaoxue? Lin Feng arrived at the southern hall and several people saluted. Master. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. On the branches of the tree, Praying Snow's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Feng, and she jumped down and went straight to Lin Feng. Husband, you're finally back. Missed me to death. Prayer Snow's lotus root white arms wrapped around Lin Feng's neck and said in a bird-like manner, You like to stick to me every day. Lin Feng laughed helplessly. It was at this time that the sky changed over the western hall. and the sea of clouds formed a vortex, in which there were hidden flashes of heavenly thunder. So what happened to? The crowd was as puzzled as they could be. Sacred pill tribulation. Lin Feng said as he looked towards the sea of clouds. Someone is refining pills in the sacred Dan heist. West Hall, and the one that's being refined is still a holy Dan. Dongwu said in horror. Dan drug grade is divided into 10 grades, of which the 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th grades, that is, the Emperor Dan, Holy Dan, Immortal Dan. These 4 pills successfully refined can attract the heavenly landmine robbery, and refining these 4 types of pills could be described as incomparably difficult. It was currently known that there were more than 100 alchemists in the Tianyuan continent who were able to refine Emperor Dan, more than 20 who refined Emperor Dan, 8 who refined Sacred Dan, and only 3 who refined Immortal Dan. And the probability of success in refining is often only 3 or 4% certainty. And the alchemist who is currently known to have the highest probability of refining pills is the Dan Sage of the southern region, who has a 99% probability of refining the sacred pill. But the Immortal Dan was 0. Master, is it someone from our clan who made the Dan? Dongwu asked Lin Feng. Yes, it's the alchemy elder of our clan. Lin Feng nodded slightly and looked at the thunderbolt in the sea of clouds with some pity. He was still a little bit short of being able to refine the immortal pills. Boom! As a thunderbolt fell, everyone could feel the ground shaking madly. After a long time, the thunderbolt dispersed, and a rich fragrance of Dan suddenly erupted from the West Hall, spreading to the entire wind and snow-sacked. This Dan fragrance is so fragrant, Jean, you couldn't help but be intoxicated. Yeah, I actually made a breakthrough. Li Xian couldn't help but marvel. Me too. Dongwu was equally shocked. Lin Feng smiled gently. This was the Dan Qi of a holy Dan. How could the effect be bad? Immediately after feeling the benefits of the sacred Dan Qi, the 5 Beiyuan sat cross-legged and began to inhale and cultivate. Inside the West Hall, Dan Shango grimaced as he looked at the holy Dan hanging in the air. Just a little bit closer to refining the immortal pills. It's too bad. Dan Shango shook his head and set this holy Dan aside as he continued to refine the pill. Inside the South Hall, Prayer Snow gently snuggled up to Lin Feng, a slight look of dependence in her eyes. Husband, I feel so hungry. Let us go down the mountain to eat, okay? Prayer Snow's spiritually beautiful eyes looked at Lin Feng and asked softly. Ha? Lin Feng froze slightly. Do you doubt me? Praying Snow frowned slightly, then pointed to her stomach. Listen if you don't believe me. Snoring. Lin Feng instantly cried and laughed when he heard this, and nodded his head repeatedly. Fine. Let's go down the mountain and eat. He. Husband is the best. Prayer Snow's little head shook vigorously at Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then brought Prayer Snow down the mountain. Great Night Empire, Imperial Palace. How? What did the Lord of the Great Qin Empire say? Frightened Wind asked, looking at Fei Whisper, who had come forward to resume his orders. 3 days later, raise your country to help. Flying Speech bowed and whispered. Hearing this, the shocked winds were incomparably excited in their eyes and said yes again and again. Immaculate Immortal Sect, you're the ones who had to force us to do this. You and the others will be exterminated in 3 days. Startling Wind's words practically popped out from between his teeth. Down the hill. Windy City. Lin Feng held Prayer Snow's hand and walked by that small river in Windy City. Lin Feng looked flatly ahead, while Prayer Snow lowered her head and ate a sugar gourd. Unlike before, apparently there was something on her mind. Yuki, what's wrong with you today? It's quiet, not bouncing around like before. After walking for a while, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Prayer Snow and asked, Husband. Praying Snow slightly bit her lip, somewhat hesitant. Say what's on your mind. Husband can help you out. Ha, trust me. Lin Feng gently smiled. If Praying Snow was silent for a moment and finally spoke up. If Xiao Shui is suddenly different from before, forgets husband. Husband still don't want Xiao Shui? Lin Feng froze and couldn't help but stop and look at the latter, the smile on his face sinking. Praying for Snow also stopped. Her head was deeply lowered, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Her hand holding the sugar gourd was tightly clenched. Little Snow is talking about the memory inheritance, right? Lin Feng inquired in a low voice. Prayer Snow's delicate body trembled and raised her head to look at Lin Feng in dismay. What's wrong with this? This inheritance we don't want on the line. Lin Feng suddenly hugged Prayer Snow, gently patting Prayer Snow's back to comfort. This was the first time he had really taken the initiative to hug Prayer Zuki. But, I can't refuse. Praying Snow felt Lin Feng's warm embrace. Tears sprang out of her eyes, reached out her hand and hugged Lin Feng's back tightly. Sobbing, Xiao Shui is afraid. Afraid that she may never remember her husband again. Afraid that she may never remember her life with her husband again. Lin Feng's eyes looked into the distance. Remembering the record in the record of Fey Beasts East in memory inheritance is an ability unique to divine beasts. In each generation of divine beast emperors, to reach a certain point in time to be able to open the memory inheritance, so as to get the memories of successive generations of divine beast emperors incomparable to the peak of the immortal strength, but at the cost of all the memories of the previous will be completely wiped out. There were only 2 Lin Fongs by the river, not a single passerby, and it was quiet except for the sobbing of Prayer Snow. Little Snow, tell husband if he wants this memory inheritance? Lin Fong asked as he gently patted Prayer Snow's back. Don't want to. The latter shook his head like a rattle. That's fine. Trust husband, you won't lose the memories of us being together. Lin Fong touched Prayer Snow's head and softly said. Praying for Snow nodded. Listening to Lin Feng's words, the panic in his heart gradually calmed down. The 2 of them sat by the river until nightfall. Lin Fong used his aura to visualize 2 lotus flowers. One was handed to Praying Snow. The other Lin Fong put it on his mouth and muttered a few words before placing it on the surface of the river and letting it float. You pour out your heart's desires with this lotus flower. Then place it on the river and let it help you take it to a faraway place to fulfill it. Lin Fong said with a light smile as he looked at Praying Snow. I want to not forget my husband and be happy with him forever and ever. Prayer Snow exclaimed, placing the lotus flower on the river and silently watching it float until it disappeared. Congratulations, little Snow. Your wish has come true. Lin Fong looked at Praying Snow and smiled. Really? Praying Snow froze slightly, then felt her own strength slowly rising. And beyond that, she felt nothing more. Your wish has come true. You will never have to worry again, said Lin Fong as he gently hugged Prayer Snow. The latter wrapped her arms around Lin Fong, her head buried deeply in Lin Feng's shoulder, her delicate body trembling lightly, not knowing whether she was laughing or crying. Only after a long time did Prayer Snow raise her head, a smile already on her face as she looked at Lin Fong and asked, Husband, what about your wish? It also realized. Lin Fong laughed softly. I hope my wife is always happy. Chapter 38 That feels very soft. Husband. Praying for Snow raised his eyes to Lin Fong, his gaze warm, not waiting for Lin Fong to react. That flap of red lips kissed up, not like before the dragonfly point of water like a little bit and over, but tightly attached to Lin Feng's lips. Lin Fong immediately stared wide-eyed. His brain was a little confused. This is too sudden, right? By the time Lin Fong came back to his senses, Prayer Snow had already withdrawn her lips and stood up, walking backwards. The flush on her face was incredibly obvious, and the smile on her face was unbelievable. Lin Fong looked at Praying Snow and touched his lips, savoring the feeling, which was very soft. At this moment, the cry of Praying Snow pulled Lin Feng's divine thoughts back. Looking up, Praying Snow at this moment fell to the ground, her hands covering her ankles, her absolutely beautiful face wrinkled, appearing to be in pain. Little Snow, is everything alright? Lin Fong wished to Pray Snow body crouched down, looked at Pray Snow's ankle, already a little red and swollen, obviously sprained. Something hurts. Praying for Snow pouted, her eyes squeezed with tears as if they would flow the next moment. Can't you use Reiki to recover? Lin Fong asked. Praying for Snow nodded. Seeing this, Lin Fong suddenly remembered that there was also a record on the record of Fey Beasts East after obtaining the memory inheritance. Even though the realm reaches the immortal realm, there will be a 3-day period of weakness where they can't use their aura. Although Praying Snow hadn't fully inherited the memory inheritance, she was still in a period of weakness. Let me help you heal, Lin Fong said, and prepared to use his aura to help Prayer Snow with her injuries, but the latter shook her head repeatedly as she grabbed Lin Feng's hand. No need. As long as husband carries me, I won't be in pain. Praying Snow looked at Lin Fong with her flickering eyes and said. Lin Fong was slightly stunned but did as he was told, carefully carrying Prayer Snow on his back. If you feel the pain is too much to bear, tell my husband me and I'll use my aura to help you heal. No pain la. Shi Shui leaned her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, a winning smile on her face. Lin Fong didn't reply. His footsteps were light and slow as he walked in the direction of the sect gate, secretly slightly using his aura to surround the latter's ankle, reducing some of the pain without letting Prayer Shui find out. Prayer Snow stared at the sight of Lin Feng's face, and the smile on her face grew thicker and thicker. At night, the light of the white moon in the sky accompanied the two. Back at the sect, the few people from Beiyuan were still cultivating and had entered a metaphysical realm. Lin Fong didn't disturb a few people and carried Prayer Snow back to his room. Now I'll heal your injuries, right? Lin Fong asked as he gently placed Praying Snow back on the bed. Don't. Pray for Snow shook his head, some squirming but excited to say, husband, you just use the ordinary way to help me heal my injuries well. Lin Fong froze, wondering about Prayer Snow's question. Prayer Snow slightly lowered her head, but Lin Fong was still able to see the latter's face getting redder and redder. Lin Fong then dispersed his divine sense and soon realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be something more under the bed. Lin Fong then took something out from under the bed, and at a glance it was actually a novel. The Dominant Friar Loves Me. Lin Fong. Praying for Snow to see Lin Fong took the book out immediately, anxious, reaching out to take it over. Oops, take it to me. Lin Feng's eyes were quick. and he took a step back, dodging Prayer Snow's hand, and opened the book under Prayer Snow's sultry gaze. This flip turned to the page where the rack had leaves as bookmarks, and the content of this page Linfeng probably read it suddenly had black lines coming out of his forehead. This page will probably be a cultivator pretending to be an ordinary person. The road met a woman. The woman's leg was injured, cannot act. The cultivator carried the woman back to the woman's home. With herbs will be cured of their injuries. The woman is grateful to the woman to the body. The cultivator promised, and then the woman began to take off. Ahem. And then the house resounded with creaks and squeaks all night long. Linfeng was directly speechless after reading this. This is too brainless, right? Just heal the wound? He promised his body to me? Cultivator directly agreed? Linfeng looked at Prayer Snow, who had her face averted to the side. Her face flushed. What do you think about all day long? Linfeng amusedly nudged Prayer Snow's head. Linfeng sighed, turned around and went out the door, praying for Snow busy to look at the door. Some disappointment. Listening to that store old man said that doing this thing is very comfortable, but the husband is not doing outside the door. Linfeng heard Praying Snow's heart, and his heart realized that there was a bad old man who was baiting, and then he explored the old man's appearance in Praying Snow's divine sea, and with a flash of his body he went to the old man's house to give the old man some lessons, and he came back a little while later. Linfeng entered the room. Some herbs appeared in his hands at some point, and came to sit beside Praying Snow. Alright, if you say you want to use ordinary methods to cure your injuries then use ordinary methods, Linfeng said, and started rubbing and crushing herbs in his hands. Praying Snow's eyes lit up at the sound of it. At this time, several people from Beiyuan also woke up from their cultivation, and one by one, they were very excited that their realms had qualitatively improved, and decided to go together to tell their master the good news. Just as several people came to the door of Linfeng's room and were about to knock, some movement came from inside. Bear with me, it's going to hurt a little. I know. It hurts. Husband, you slow down. I told you it would hurt a little. It hurts. Slow down, slow down. Beiyuan, Li Xian and Dongwu scratched their heads. What were they doing, master? And Xinyu and Shocking Rain couldn't help but flush. Beiyuan shook his head. This is hard to guess. So he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. Xinyu and Shocking Rain could not help but be shocked at the sight of the situation, wanting to stop Beiyuan, but it was already too late. Knock knock. Master, we have good news for you. We're coming in. Kitabuchi yanked his voice out and reached out to push the door open. Xinyu and Shocking Rain said in their hearts that they were finished, and their eyes hurriedly closed. However, after a while and not hearing anything, Xinyu and Shocking Rain were tugged by Beiyuan. What are you two doing? Xinyu and Shocking Rain froze for a moment, then carefully opened their eyes and looked into the room, where Linfeng was applying medicine to Praying Snow's ankle, the latter grimacing in pain, while Beiyuan's gaze was filled with confusion as he looked at the three. Why did he close his eyes? For a good reason. Xinyu and Shocking Rain couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Dare they think wrongly? The five then entered the room. What is it? Say it, Linfeng asked with a smile as he looked up at the five Beiyuan people. Master, good news. We've all made a big breakthrough in our realms. Beiyuan instantly got excited and said, Oh, is that so? Linfeng said. Then his divine sense unfolded to probe on the five people and he couldn't help but nod. Right now, Beiyuan's realm was at the 8th level of the enlightened spirit realm. Xinyu was at the 7th level of the enlightened spirit realm. Li Xian was at the 8th level of the enlightened spirit realm. Dongwu was at the 7th level of the enlightened spirit realm. And Shocking Rain broke through the shackles of the enlightened spirit realm and reached the 2nd level of the mortal breaking realm. Not bad, everyone has improved, Linfeng praised. However, at that moment, a boom came from outside. A few people froze slightly, then went out to look, and were surprised to find that a shower of sparks had appeared in the sky in the extreme north and the extreme east, each spelling out certain patterns. Xinyu and Shocking Rain froze at the sight. They recognized those two patterns. The one in the north was the pattern of the Great Qin Empire, and the one in the east was the pattern of the Great Night Empire. The appearance of this pattern signaled the possibility that a life and death battle for the survival of the empire had broken out. Chapter 39, Xinyu's Pain. Bad content. Chapter 40, Your district is half-step into immortality. How dare you bark in front of me? In the face of Qin Yuan's terrifying attack, Zhou Duo did not reveal a panicked look, but instead looked bland and snorted. Heh, so what if you're angry? It still can't defeat me. Against you, I have always retained my residual strength. Hearing the words of Zhou Daod, Qin Yuan's heart thumped and felt a crisis, wanting to stop but it was too late, only to see Zhou Duo's figure flashing, instantly arriving in front of Qin Yuan. The sword in his hand swung up and chopped in front of Qin Yuan's body. No! Qin Yu's eyes couldn't help but widen as he reached out his hand to rush over, but he was grabbed by the Shocking Rain on the side and fell to his knees and could only cry out powerlessly. However, Qin Yuan was not sliced into two pieces by a sword as expected. Only a golden shield appeared in front of Qin Yuan, hard blocking that sword of Zhou Daodu. But Qin Yuan also fell back to the ground due to the terrifying force of the impact, smashing out a deep pit of more than 10 feet. Zhou Duo frowned and watched as the hand holding the sword was trembling slightly in horror. Don't look at how he swung this sword lightly, but which already contains most of his power. Bound to kill Qin Yuan, but did not expect Qin Yuan actually wear a powerful armor to protect him, and also able to rebound some damage. After a moment of silence, Zhou Daodu quickly regained his bemused look and looked towards the pit where the dust and ash had not dissipated. Qin Yuan, if I guessed correctly, this should be your great Qin Empire's divine armor. The meteoric divine armor, right? Looks like you still have some insights. Qin Yuan's voice came out from the dust and ashes, and then Qin Yuan's figure appeared in the air once again. When Zhou Duo saw Qin Yuan, he frowned once again because Qin Yuan's realm at this moment was already at the third level of the Stop Extreme realm. The pressure generated by the power of his sword actually caused Qin Yuan Jedi to break through. The real battle is only starting now, Qin Yuan said, and a divine spear appeared out of his hand. With a shock of chi, he rushed towards Zhou Duo. Zhou Dao's brows were locked. He did not expect that Qin Yuan actually had a divine weapon in his hands. So what if you have a divine weapon? You just broke through and your foundation is unstable. You can't beat me after all. Zhou Daofu swung his long sword in a stern voice and fought with Qin Yuan. At this moment, the battle on the battlefield once again entered white heat. On the mountain, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that his father was fine, although he did not say why. Picking off their own Yuan veins for more than a decade, but Qin Yu at the moment do not care, as long as her father is love her. On the line, Lin Feng looked at the dome of the sky and wasn't in a hurry to strike. He had to wait a little longer until the biggest fish came out. A little bit of time passed, and the casualties of both the Unsullied Immortal sect and the two empires were rising extremely rapidly. It was also at this moment that Zhou Duo was picked off the ground by Qin Yuan's spear. His aura was exhausted and his aura dissipated. Qin Yuan was extremely suppressed in his heart because he was suppressed by Zhou Daodu in front of him, and at this moment, after defeating the latter, he could not help but roar to the sky. Below, the shocking wind also exhausted the Immaculate Immortal sect's heavenly exalted realm cultivators. Cold eyes glanced at Zhou Daodu, and then looked at the Immaculate Immortal sect's cultivators thrown in the killing explosively said, Zhou Daodu led by the Stop Pole realm and heavenly exalted realm cultivators have been decimated. Great Qin Great Knight will win. Hearing the words of frightening wind, the Immaculate Immortal sect's cultivators instantly panicked and had no desire to fight again, while the generals of Great Qin and Great Knight's morale was boosted and they fought valiantly. For a while, the casualties of the Immaculate Immortal sect's cultivators increased extremely high. This on the crowd thought to win the time. The sky once again came a roaring sound. An incomparably powerful pressure descended. Present in addition to Qin Yuan, shocked the wind. The other people were all by the horror of the pressure on the ground. Unable to move, Shocking Rain looked up at the sky with difficulty, and the pupils of his eyes shrunk violently, only to see a huge sword piercing the sky from which it slowly fell, surrounded by endless lightning, as if it had the power to destroy the world. Qin Yuan and Shocking Rain were incomparably certain in their hearts that this plane was bound to be destroyed when this huge sword fell. On the top of the mountain, the 5 people from Beiyuan were all shocked by this horrible pressure. If Lin Feng hadn't used his aura to isolate the pressure, I'm afraid that a few people would have gotten down and waited to die. After hiding for half a day, you finally came out. Lin Feng revealed a cold smile. On the battlefield, Qin Yuan gathered his strength on top of his divine spear and charged straight up to try to block the giant sword. However, Qin Yuan's strength was like a mole cricket shaking an elephant compared to the giant sword, and he was unable to block it in the slightest. Right at this moment, a black silhouette appeared beside Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan looked at it and immediately smiled. I said, Shocking River, you finally came. The one who came was no one else but the previous emperor of the Great Knight Empire. Frightened River. Ha, old Qin, I have said that you don't want to press the realm all the time, you just don't listen. Well, can't even block the sword. Surprising River said, and then burst out the strength of the 8th level of the Stop Extreme realm, and hardened the giant sword back up towards the sky. Qin Yuan could not help but laugh bitterly, then loosened his hand and looked at Surprised River. Surprised River's aura surged once again and directly threw the giant sword back. Hoo, slugger. The North Abyss trio couldn't help but sigh, and the Surprising Rain by the side was instantly delighted when she heard it. Your Excellency, come out. Frightened River looked towards the crack and gazed at it. Jia. Good, well. A black-robed old man, looking at the stunning River, too cold and eerie smile. Chen, silence. Frightened River and Qin Yuan shouted in unison. Immaculate Immortal Sect Patriarch Chen, silence? He's actually here as well. Qin Yu said in dismay. Amazing River, after absorbing your blood soul, I'll almost be able to enter the immortal realm. Ha. Chen Silence laughed wildly up to the sky. Poof, Then we have to see if you have the strength. Chen Silence snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, the divine soldier in Shocking Rain's hand fell into the latter's hand. Don't you know if you try it? Jia jia jia, Chen Silence said. A huge ghost hand emerged to grab at surprised River. His aura was terrifying and incomparable. Frightened River gritted his teeth and swung his long sword to barely fend off the ghostly hand, but he spat out a large mouthful of blood himself, horrified in his heart. You've actually taken half a step into immortality. Jia jia jia, right just finished absorbing the blood souls of the people within the sect. I have to say, after raising it for many years, in the end it is quite good. Chen Silence smiled grimly, and everyone present couldn't help but be creeped out. Come on, Frightened River, help me enter the immortal realm. Chen Silence no longer retained his strength. His ghostly hand grabbed Surprising River as soon as he could, and then red chi emerged from Surprising River's body and surged towards Chen Silence. Frightened River cried out in agony. Father! Shocking Rain screamed. Father! Shocking Wind drank with reddened eyes. Surprise River! Qin Yuan shouted, wanting to rush over but realizing that he couldn't even get close. Wahahaha, I'm finally going to enter the immortal realm. Ha ha. Chen Silence couldn't help but laugh maniacally as he felt the increase in power within his body. However, just at this moment, the epileptic Chen Silence was hit by something in general, and violently flew backwards dozens of feet away. And that ghost hand also suddenly dissipated, and the shocked River fell down to be rushed to be caught by Qin Yuan. Who dares to spoil my good deed? Chen Silence hissed as he flew once again. A mere half step into immortality is worthy of barking in front of me? Lin Feng placed praying snow on a rock while flying up and said indifferently, You! Chen Silence's eyes were crimson and he gritted his teeth as if he wanted to tear and eat Lin Feng bite by bite. I, the Wind and Snow Sect Patriarch, today, judge you. Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed his index and middle fingers together at Chen Silence, and a tens of thousands of feet tall phallic figure appeared behind him, like an immortal. Chapter 41. A palm kills half step into immortality. Into the night things are quite a lot. Tens of thousands of feet of phantoms appeared on Lin Feng's back, erupting a terrifying pressure straight at Chen Silence, like water pouring on fire directly obliterating the latter's aura. The immortal Dharma phase swung out a large hand and slapped at Chen Silence. Chen Silence's face turned pale and wanted to escape, but he realized that at this moment, his body couldn't move at all. Boom! Chen Silence was slapped into the ground, stirring up 1,000 feet of dust and ash, and the vibrations of the ground could be felt for 1,000 miles around. At this moment, the entire room was silent. This is too scary, isn't it? The 10,000 Zhang Dharma phase could take out a half-step immortal entry powerhouse with just a casual slap. It's simply A sense of guilt rose up in Qin Yuan's heart as he noticed a few people on the top of the mountain behind Lin Feng. Qin Yu was clearly among them and was looking at himself. Lin Feng surrounded himself with a tremor. The 10,000 feet of the phantom instantly disappeared, and with a wave of his hand, the dust and ash dispersed, leaving behind only a huge deep pit several hundreds of feet deep, at the bottom of which, Chen Silence himself died miserably and could not die anymore. Lin Feng's hand moved slightly, and Chen Silence's soul was instantly sent to the 18 layers of purgatory, about to endure millions of years of torture and never paying animal reincarnation. Lin Feng looked downwards. The remaining cultivators of the Immaculate Immortal sect had already been detained by the two imperial generals. Then he looked at Qin Yuan and Jinghe again, casually pointing his hand. The huge life aura surged into Jinghe's body, and the latter's face immediately improved. After doing so, Lin Feng skimmed Qin Yuan. Do you want to go talk to your daughter? Qin Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Then he nodded his head and handed the Surprising River over to Surprising Wind and followed Lin Feng to the top of the mountain. This immortal is also too handsome. That slap was simply unbeatable. He seems to be the Wind and Snow sect leader. A crowd of generals looked at Lin Feng's back and so on and so forth and discussed that soon the Wind and Snow sect would spread all over the Great Qin Empire and the Great Night Empire, and even the northern and eastern parts of the southern domain. When he came to the top of the mountain, Lin Feng kicked the ass cheeks of the three Beiyuan people and told the three to go down and help clean up the battlefield, while he sat next to Praying Snow. You are, Qin Yuan said guiltily as he came to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's delicate body trembled. Tears could not help but flow down as she directly hugged Qin Yuan and sobbed. For more than a decade her father had just called her by her first name, but had never said anything as intimate as that. It's for father is not good. Let you suffer more than 10 years of aggression, more than 10 years of pain, more than 10 years of loneliness. Qin Yuan hugged Qin Yu and said in a trembling voice, his heart filled with a sense of indebtedness to Qin Yu. Father, I know your pain. Daughter does not blame you, said Qin Yu, shaking her head. Looking at this scene Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders, turned his head to look. Prayer Snow's head was leaning on his face, already asleep. The wind blew cold at night, So Lin Feng gently wrapped his arm around Prayer Snow and channeled his aura into the ladder to keep Prayer Snow warm, while also helping to heal the injury on his ankle. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the battlefield had been cleaned up, and the two armies had rearranged themselves neatly. Qin Yuan and Qin Yu also spoke a lot. Are you sure you don't want to return to the country with me? Qin Yuan looked at Qin Yu and asked. Well, I still have to cultivate with my master, so I won't go back first. Qin Yu nodded in response. Since this is the case, then my little daughter will trouble Senior. If Senior has any needs, I will definitely pour the entire country into helping. Qin Yuan then saluted towards Lin Feng. There's no need to talk about it so much. In the future, our two parties can just trade with each other. Lin Feng carried Prayer Snow and waved his hand. Qin Yuan was slightly stunned, but he still nodded his head and said yes. Master. Amazing Rain's voice came from far away, but a moment later, Amazing Rain followed Amazing Wind and Amazing River to Lin Feng. Elder, thank you for saving my life. In the future, my daughter will trouble Senior more. If there's anything you need, Senior, just ask. We'll never shirk what our stunning family can do, Surprise River said as he saluted towards Lin Feng. It's a small matter, just have both sides trade with each other in the future. Lin Feng shook his head and said, Master, we're back. The 3 Beiyuan people returned at this time. Alright, things are done, then we'll leave first. Lin Feng said as he looked at Qin Yuan and the others and then led the 5 Beiyuan back to the Wind and Snow sect. Old River, what do you think of this Wind and Snow sect patriarch? Qin Yuan looked at Surprising River and asked. Old Qin, is someone who can casually exterminate half-step immortal entry immortals something we can presume to discuss? Frightened River laughed and waved his hand. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh dumbly as he listened and nodded. It's me who has a small pattern. The two men were silent for a long time, and then they each returned with their troops. When they returned to the Wind and Snow sect, everyone went back to their rooms to rest separately, and Lin Feng also carried Praying Snow back to his room. After gently laying the latter down on the bed, Lin Feng went to sleep sitting on the chair as usual. Inside the book pavilion, Sky Fox scratched her hair in a frenzy, her mind puzzled. Why did she still fail to take down those few enlightened spirit realm brats even though she had already memorized all the 100 ways to flirt with men? Which part of the process went wrong? Thoughts to no avail. The Sky Fox only had to close the book in front of him, and took out the book of cultivation and read it again. Or read a serious book, mood will become Sky Fox looked at the indescribable picture, wiped the nosebleed that flowed down petulantly. Inside the alchemy room, Dan Shango scratched his head vigorously, his face full of worry. Every time he refined the immortal pills, he was just a little bit. Later, Dan Shango had no choice but to take out those books. Lin Feng gave the Divine Alchemy book and read it, and as a result, the special meow of a word do not recognize. I regret that I didn't finish the 9-year book. Sky Fox Mountain. The original suppression of the Heavenly Fox ceiling ground down more than 10 feet away. There is also a narrow space. The center of the disc sitting a white-faced jade crown of the young Taoist, closed his eyes as if in enlightenment. At that moment, with the Taoist priest as the center, all was silent, and suddenly a sound of a mirror breaking rang out, and the Taoist priest then opened his eyes, revealing endless depths. 3,000 years of self-enclosure, but he has lived 30,000 years of yo-yoing. You're out. I wonder if the world is still the same as it was 3,000 years ago. Abominable? The Dowser muttered, his eyes a little misty. Let's finish some things first and then we'll get back to you. The Dowser whispered back, and then stood up. The sound of bones emanating from his body. Cluck cluck cluck. The Taoist twisted his head before his form disappeared into space. South Temple. Room. Prayer Snow opened her eyes and looked towards Lin Feng, who was already asleep sitting on the chair and couldn't help but beep her mouth. What? Why do you always sleep on the chair? Praying for Snow inhaled, carefully climbed up, tiptoed in front of Lin Feng, sat in front of Lin Feng's push hand, wrapped her hands around his neck. Her head was buried in Lin Feng's chest, and the corner of her mouth hooked out a smile of satisfaction, before she fell into a deep sleep. In the sky, the white moon was incomparably bright. Chapter 42, Creating the Damlong Spirit Vein. Sect contributions earned to the max. Early in the morning, in the South Temple room, Lin Feng looked at the ceiling with his eyes in a godless manner. He couldn't help but barf his mouth. His complexion was a little helpless. There was no other reason. Praying for Snow at this moment again and again and again, and again and again. He was lying on top of him. Good man, this is not to leave him for a moment. But although he thought like this, Lin Feng still felt quite happy. After all, when he got up in the morning and opened his eyes, there were beautiful women. Eye candy. Lin Feng slightly lowered his head and looked at Prayer Snow lying in his arms. Couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Prayer Snow seemed to be a little more beautiful than yesterday. Couldn't it be that it was caused by that memory inheritance? While Lin Feng was pondering, Prayer Snow woke up. The latter rubbed her hazy eyes and snorted. then raised her head, barking. Prayer Snow's cherry lips actually pressed against Lin Feng's lips. Not too high, not too low, not too left, not too right, everything is just right. Lin Feng immediately came back to his senses. This time the feeling was finally much clearer. These lips were soft and warm, tempting Lin Feng to take a bite. But Lin Feng, with the good youth habits he had developed since he was in the Blue Planet, hardened himself and forced himself to hold back. Lin Feng hurriedly retracted his head back and disengaged from the fetishized Sakura. Cough. Praying for Snow at this time also completely awake, saw Lin Feng's embarrassed appearance suddenly laughed. Lotus root like white tender arm hold the neck of the latter. Head close to Lin Feng chest shaking. Shocked Lin Feng almost came to the feeling. Hurriedly picked up this aunt and grandmother threw on the bed. Ran out to deeply inhale a few breaths only to suppress the fire down. Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at Prayer Snow, who was actually rolling on the bed in a good way. Lin Feng let out a breath. After the end of the memory inheritance, without all these depressing things bothering him, Prayer Snow's lively nature should have been completely liberated. This is quite good. He will be able to have to take advantage of. Ahem. He is saying that this way Pray for Snow happy is what he wants to see. Lin Feng walked down the steps, and on the grounds of the South Hall, the 5 Beiyuan had already begun to cultivate. Yesterday's incident had made a few people determined to make sure they cultivated hard. Lin Feng didn't disturb a few people and flew to the West Hall to see if Dan Shango could refine the immortal pills, so that if the pill's chi was used as an opportunity for the formation of the spiritual vein, then the volume, length, the amount of released spiritual chi and its density of this spiritual vein would surpass the majority of the spiritual veins of the Tianyuan continent, and it might even become the world's #1 spiritual vein. However, just entering the alchemist Lin Feng froze, only to see Dan Shango vigorously scratching his head. His hair was gleaned out quite a lot, and the top was already left with little, and Dan Shango's eyes were crimson as he stared at the book in his hands, as if he wanted to see through the latter. Dan Shango, what are you doing? Lin Feng came to Dan Shango's side and asked. Ah, Patriarch, you're here. Dan Shango turned back to Lin Feng and immediately looked like he had seen a great savior and hurriedly stood up and brought the alchemy book in his hand to Lin Feng and asked, Patriarch, look, this, and this, what are all these words? How come I can't read any of them? Lin Feng took a closer look at the words on the alchemy book, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Sorry, I forgot that the words used to record the contents of the divine alchemy book are all ancient words. Not many people can read them now. Dan Shango's sad face. Here, these are all translated. You should be able to read them, right? Lin Feng once again took out a few alchemy books from his spatial ring and handed them to Dan Shango. When Dan Shango heard that it was translated, he immediately took the book and started flipping through it, and quickly entered the state. A little while later, Dan Shango closed the book, his face filled with excitement. I've realized it. I'll definitely be able to refine an immortal pill this time. The tired look on Dan Shango's face was swept away as he sat in front of the alchemy furnace and began to release the spirit fire and add the immortal herbs to refine the pills. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head as he stood watching Dan Shango's movements, which were much more steady and calmer than before. No longer impatient. A little while later, Dan Shango burst out, Immortal Elixir, out. As soon as he saw the alchemy furnace open, refined golden light emanated from it, filling the entire alchemy room. Boom! On the open dome, a sea of clouds swirled once again, and thunder roared faintly. This time, the scale was 10 times larger than the previous sacred dam robbery. Geez, what kind of calamity is this? This? It's actually so terrifying. I've seen a heavenly calamity for breaking through the immortal realm once before, and it wasn't even 50% as terrifying as this calamity. The heavenly phenomenon is a strange one. It must be a supreme treasure appearing in the world. Alas, it's just a pity that it's not something we can spy on. The entire southern region was able to see this terrifying immortal Dan calamity, and everyone was invariably shocked. This is the immortal pill robbery. In a secluded hut, a white-bearded old man was excited when he heard the rolling thunder strike. This way does not belong to those 3 people. Unexpectedly the world actually came out another alchemist capable of refining immortal pills. Great Qin Empire, outside the palace. Is that direction not that senior? Qin Yuan muttered as he looked towards the heavenly calamity. On one side, surprising river similarly guessed so. After a long time of brewing, the heavenly thunder fell and struck the elixir directly. Rumble, rumble. Each time it passed through the quenching strike of the heavenly thunder, the immortal pill would look even more golden than the last time. Rumble. As the last heavenly thunder descended, the immortal pill directly erupted with an incomparably dense Dan Qi, instantly permeating the entire wind and snow sect. In a little while, the sea of clouds dispersed and the sky regained its clarity. Dan Shango looked incomparably excited, carefully holding over the immortal pills, a smile covering his face. From today onwards, he was also an alchemist capable of refining immortal pills, the fifth in the Tianyuan continent. Lin Feng smiled gently when he saw the latter's excited appearance and then left to come over the main hall. A golden light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and a huge, golden spiritual vein appeared under the main hall's mountain, connecting every clan hall. It was constantly releasing outwardly more dense and pure spiritual chi than ever before. The several people who were cultivating on their knees on the grounds of the South Hall had directly broken the boundary after absorbing this aura. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a spirit vein for the clan. Gained base clan contribution, 10,000. Ding! The current spirit vein level is being evaluated. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating a spiritual vein as the Dan Dragon spiritual vein. The grade is SSSSS, already the highest. Congratulations on obtaining sect contribution 100000. Ding! Current spiritual vein ranking projections in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host's spiritual vein ranking number 1. Congratulations on obtaining sect contribution at 50,000. The total amount of rewards obtained this time, 160,000. Current balance of clan contribution, 239,300. The system's voice sounded in Lin Feng's head, and Lin Feng was instantly happy. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and glanced at the collection of books. He was able to feel that the Heavenly Fox's realm had reached the peak of the realm of stopping the extreme at the moment, and that he could break through to the Fox Immortal, or Immortal realm, at any time. However, Lin Feng didn't take another look and flashed back to the Southern Hall. Inside the bookstore, the Sky Fox wiped his nosebleed and looked at the proper books with great interest, so much so that he broke through the Immortal realm without knowing it. Chapter 43, Half-Immortals, Sword Saints, all joined the sect. A month went by in a wobbly way. Is Master here? In the South Hall. Bei Yuan's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Lin Feng responded. Bei Yuan then pushed the door and entered the room. He saw Lin Feng putting shoes on praying snow, but he didn't show a new look. His face was a bit excited. Master, the city wall has been built. Lin Feng nodded his head and didn't show too much surprise because his divine sense had been covering within 100 miles and he naturally knew about this matter earlier than Bei Yuan. Here, it contains 1 million gold coins. Call Li Xian and the 4 of them and go pay them together. Lin Feng said as he stood up and handed the latter a spatial ring after putting on prayer snowshoes. Yes, Master, Bei Yuan said as he received the spatial ring and saluted, calling Li Xian and the others, and then went down the mountain to pay wages. Lin Feng frowned slightly and thought now that the rough outline has been established, the next step is the construction and layout within 100 miles. But this is not something to worry about. Just take your time, and the priority now is to open the sect and recruit disciples. But he only has a Dan Shango who knows nothing about alchemy and a Sky Fox who does nothing but seduce and seduce. So it's hard for him to take on a big job. So it's impossible to let all of his disciples learn alchemy or the art of seducing. It's not realistic. At least get a proper monk. Praying for snow. Let's go out for a stroll. Lin Feng asked as he looked at Prayer Snow beside him. Okay ta. Prayer Snow nodded and hugged Lin Feng's arm, her head resting on the latter's shoulder in response. Lin Feng then left with Prayer Snow. Juanhong Mountain, one of the highest mountains in the southern region. At this moment, on the summit of Junhong Mountain that broke straight through the clouds, a white-clothed cultivator was sitting cross-legged on a smooth stone to cultivate. A little while later, the cultivator opened his eyes, a glance that directly obliterated the 10,000 miles of cloud sea in front of him, revealing a vast land wonderland. The aura that the cultivator revealed at this moment was clearly the peak of the Stop Extreme realm. The cultivator sighed. This impact on the immortal realm had, as expected, failed once again. The monk then got up, ready to return to the cabin behind him when he froze just as he turned around. Only 2 people, a man and a woman, were sitting at the stone table in front of his cabin. The male is dressed in white, with a stunning face, and a faint smile as if he were an immortal descending from the earth. The woman, also dressed in white and with a stunning face, was eating ravioli so adorably. Cultivator just froze for a moment. Back to God did not question and alert. After all, can silently come behind him. Either the Taoist line is strong or the realm is high, the combination of the above. In short, he cannot beat. Why should he be on guard? 2 people have nothing to do or something to do. Time and fate. The cultivator has long seen through. Who are you 2? Why have you come to my little hermitage? The cultivator walked broadly to sit in front of the men and poured a cup of water for each of them. Thank you, Praying Snow said with a nod as she took the teacup. Lin Feng similarly nodded, took the cultivator's teacup, glanced at the cultivator, and opened his mouth to say, Half-Immortal Tianwu, the Tianyuan continent's most peculiar martial arts expert. Unlike other martial arts cultivators who thirst for battle to strive for that breakthrough in every realm. Instead, just like the cultivators, and even more than the cultivators who cultivate with a casual approach, and so come more time to read. and also a Confucian scholar from the central region to say went on and on, becoming a wondrous story of Tianyuan. Tianwu just smiled and nodded, not saying anything. Lin Feng paused and said, I came to find you because I want you to join my Wind and Snow sect. Wind and Snow sect? Tianwu froze slightly, his mind carefully recalling and realizing that he hadn't heard of such a number one sect. What's in it for me to join the Wind and Snow sect? After all, you know that I have a light character. Tianwu looked at Lin Feng and asked, how about helping you step into the immortal realm? Lin Feng looked straight into the latter's eyes, but for a split second, Tianwu's gaze immediately evaded and he didn't dare to look at Lin Feng's eyes anymore, and a lot of cold sweat broke out behind his back. The moment his eyes made contact just now, Tianwu saw a 10,000 feet tall immortal standing in front of him, his aura seemingly able to break through the ages. Tianwu calmed down for a while and finally nodded, saying, okay, I promise you. Lin Feng smiled and handed the latter a teleportation talisman. We're leaving first, see what else you haven't done. If there's nothing else to do, use this teleportation talisman, it'll bring you to Wind and Snow sect. After saying that, Lin Feng took prayer snow and left. Tianwu looked at the teleportation talisman in his hand in a slight trance. Step into Wonderland? Is it true? At that moment, at the edge of an immensely broad lake, Lin Feng and Prayer Snow's figures appeared at the edge. Originally, Lin Feng was going to take Praying Snow back to the Wind and Snow sect, but on the way across, Lin Feng felt a majestic sword chi emanating out, so he stopped and sensed that sword chi and came here. Lin Feng fixed his eyes and looked, only to see a person standing in the center of the lake. His long sword was in his hand, and the vast and majestic sword chi was emanating from this person. The man stood silently, and after a moment, the surrounding lake began to stir, forming a towering pillar of water that surrounded the man. But that person didn't panic, gently raised his longsword and chopped out with a sword. The water pillars all dissipated in an instant, and the lake returned to calm. A moment later, the man turned around and froze when he saw Lin Feng and the two of them. When did these two people come behind him? He hadn't even realized it at all. Southern Region Sword Saint, Eastern Mist. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Dongfang Mist was once again stunned. Unexpectedly he was hidden for 100 years, but there was still someone who remembered him? But how come he had never seen this person before? Who are you? Eastern Mist asked with a frown. My name is Lin Feng, Wind and Snow sect leader. Lin Feng smiled lightly and indifferently. Wind and Snow sect? He never seems to have dealt with any Wind and Snow sect people. Just as Dongfang Mist frowned in thought, Lin Feng spoke up. You don't have to think much. The Wind and Snow sect was founded just over a month ago. Oriental Mist instantly realized. So for example, no wonder he didn't have any memories. Then what are you doing here looking for me? Dongfang Mist asked, looking at Lin Feng. Naturally, I'm inviting you to join my Wind and Snow sect. Lin Feng nodded and said, don't worry, by joining the Wind and Snow sect we won't restrict your freedom, nor will we force you to do things that go against the bottom line. Dongfang Mist was going to refuse when he heard this, but his heart was moved when he heard Lin Feng's words, and we can help you break through the immortal realm. Dongfang Mist was silent. 100 years ago he was hidden in order to break through the realm of stopping the extreme to reach the immortal realm, but after 100 years, this bottleneck of his showed no signs of loosening. Are you sure? Dongfang Mist stared tightly at Lin Feng. Naturally. Chapter 44, Crossing Two Immortals in One Day. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Dongfang Mist fell into silence. It's been 100 years, and what was thought to be impossible for a lifetime was said to be possible by the man in front of him. What can you prove that you can help me step into the immortal realm? Dongfang Mist raised his eyes to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng smiled blandly. His aura exploded around him. A terrifying and incomparable pressure filled the entire heaven and earth in an instant. Dongfang Mist's face instantly turned pale. His body swayed and shook. Seeing this, Lin Feng then put away his own pressure and looked at Dongfang Mist and asked, what do you think? Dongfang Mist was panting heavily. His back had already dampened a large area. In front of that terrifying pressure, he didn't have the slightest thought of resisting. The look he gave Lin Feng was already filled with horror. This Wind and Snow sect patriarch was bound to be an immortal realm powerhouse. After all, he had already taken half a step into immortality at this moment, and there was no one who could suppress him except for immortal realm cultivators. I believe in Senior and am willing to join the Wind and Snow sect. Eastern Mist exhaled and respectfully saluted. Then is there anything else you need to do? Lin Feng asked. No more. Eastern Mist shook his head. Good. Then let's return to the Wind and Snow sect together. Lin Feng nodded and left with Praying Snow and Dongfang Mist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting two half-immortal powerhouses. Gain sect contribution, 20,000. Current sect contribution balance, 259,300. Ding! The current ranking of the clan's overall strength is 138,8888. The system's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but be appalled. He couldn't imagine that just by recruiting 2 peak stop extremity realm cultivators, this leaderboard had soared by more than 1,000,000 places. At this moment, within the Wind and Snow sect, Lin Feng's 3 people appeared. Just as soon as he entered the Wind and Snow sect, Dongfang Mist froze. The aura here was actually hundreds of times denser than outside, and the aura was incomparably pure. Cultivating here could be described as 1,000 miles a day. No wonder this immortal dared to say that he would allow him to make a breakthrough. It was all not a lie, but after a few breaths, Dongfang Mist felt his bottleneck actually loosen. The abominable shackles that were as steady as an old dog had finally shaken. Dongfang Mist forcefully suppressed his inner joy, and without hesitation, he sat down on the ground and began to absorb the spiritual qi. Lin Feng didn't disturb the latter and led Prayer Snow back to the south hall. Be good and eat. Lin Feng pointed to the chair next to him and said. The latter nodded and sat down on the chair and ate the wontons with gusto. Lin Feng, on the other hand, sat back in front of the case. His divine sense covered 100 miles. In an instant, all kinds of topographical situations within 100 miles appeared in his mind. Lin Feng pondered and drew the rough arrangement of the city in the future on the drawings. Praying Snow looked bored after eating the ravioli, so she secretly took out the overbearing cultivator fell in love with me to read it. Praying for Snow sat face omega asterisk. After a long time, Lin Feng finished drawing the layout of the city, and then stopped his brush and put it away, so that he could take it and post it on the notorious list when the time came. Lin Feng turned back to look at Prayer Snow, who was watching Bully Cultivator fell in love with me with great interest, and countless black lines sprang up on Lin Feng's forehead. Seemingly sensing something wrong in the air, Praying for Snow raised her head and made contact with Lin Feng's gaze. She couldn't help but fluke a smile and hurriedly threw the book on the bed, pretending to look at Lin Feng as if nothing had happened. Praying for Snow's sad face, Lin Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead, glanced at the book and didn't take it back like he did the previous times, stood up and said, "I'm going out first, I'll be back in a while, so be good and stay in your room." Praying Snow nodded repeatedly, posing as if I wouldn't do anything. After Lin Feng went out, Praying Snow immediately jumped up and flopped on the bed and opened Bullying Cultivator Fell in Love with Me and continued to read. Outside the door, Lin Feng smiled bitterly and held his forehead, shaking his head and leaving. In the North Hall, Tian Wu teleported over. Feeling the rich and refined aura within the Wind and Snow sect, his heart immediately set off waves of shock. This was definitely something he had only seen in his life. Tian Wu inhaled the aura. The aura ran through his entire body and was very comfortable. As it flowed through his yuan veins, Tian Wu could feel that his bottleneck had actually loosened. His heart was suddenly excited, and he sat down on his knees and began to absorb the aura to cultivate and try to break through the immortal realm. About a while later, the sky suddenly darkened. Countless thunderbolts flashed among them, and the air seemed oppressive. Boom! The heavenly thunder fell, heading straight for Dongfang Mist. The latter suddenly opened his eyes and swung his longsword to face the heavenly thunder directly. Rip! The heavenly thunder was directly obliterated by Dongfang Mist's sword. Boom! Boom! Immediately after that, the second, the third, heavenly thunder falls in a steady stream, one more than one terrifying, while Dongfang Misty's face did not change, waving the sword in his hand, chopping the sky thunder that came running. The essence in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Boom! When the ninth heavenly thunder voluminously fell, Dongfang Mist stood up to meet it, and the sword in his hand emitted a crisp buzzing sound, erupting with a majestic and biting sword chi. Chop! Dongfang Mist swung out a sword chi that could expel mountains and seas, obliterating the ninth heavenly thunderbolt once again, and it tore through the clouds, cutting a huge crack in the air. The image of heavenly thunder descending and being obliterated can be seen for miles around. Heavens, what's going on these days? Frequent visions. I don't know who's transiting the tribulation. It's too fierce. It's directly fighting against the heavenly thunder. In the past, those cultivators who crossed the threshold were hit by heavenly thunder and they took it, but now it's heavenly thunder that hits and destroys heavenly thunder. Countless people have been talking about it. The Great Night Empire. Surprised River sourly watched the scene. It's still in the direction of the Wind and Snow sect. This heavenly calamity is an immortal tribulation. I can't believe that someone has crossed the immortal, so don't be too envious. However, from this, it could be seen that the Wind and Snow sect was terrifying, and in his heart, Shocked River was relieved that Shocked Rain had joined within the Wind and Snow sect and was a disciple of the sect leader. Just as Frightened River turned around and prepared to go back, the sky over there darkened once again, and the heavenly thunder was hidden. Shocked River turned around violently and was dumbfounded. Another immortal transition tribulation. Surprised River had a complex expression and a sour heart. This Wind and Snow sect was also too capable. 2 immortals a day. Definitely a top-tier immortal sect. Over the Wind and Snow sect, Oriental Mist felt his realm, and a delighted look appeared in his eyes. Not only had his realm reached the immortal realm, but his sword Dao had also broken through its shackles and reached its peak because it had been tempered and honed by the heavenly thunder. In his heart, he developed an incomparable goodwill towards the Wind and Snow sect. At this time, the sky darkened again. Dongfang Mist looked up in his heart and was shocked. Someone in the clan actually broke through the immortal realm as well. For the Wind and Snow sect to be even more revered. North Hall. Tianwu opened his eyes and grinned as he looked at the clouds in the sky that were coalescing the heavenly thunder. Boom! The sound of heavenly thunder came out explosively, splitting straight at Tianwu. Tianwu's battle intent was monstrous as he swung out a fist with such raw power that it actually distorted the air. Boom! The fist directly penetrated the heavenly thunder, and Tianwu violently flew up and straight into the clouds. The hot blood in his body instantly aroused. Boom! Boom! Each of the heavenly thunder just fell was Tianwu a fist penetrated and then dissipated. So repeated waved 8 punches. This Dui Xianjiu finally ended and dispersed. Heaven and earth once again to restore clarity. Chapter 45, Husband, I like you. Snow, I like you too. Ding. Congratulations to the host. 2 people in the clan have broken through to the immortal realm. Gain sect contribution, 20,000. Current sect contribution balance, 279300. Ding. The current clan's overall ranking is 893333. Lin Feng couldn't help but lament how fast Eastern Mist and Tianwu had broken through. Lin Feng arrived in front of a few people from Beiyuan, who had only just finished paying each of the city builders at this time, and were unanimously thanked. Master. Several people from Beiyuan saluted excitedly towards Lin Feng. Being able to see that there were so many people who loved the Wind and Snow sect was very exciting for them. Well, excuse yourself. Lin Feng waved his hand for a few people to be excused, then took out 2 drawings and handed them over to Beiyuan. Here, Beiyuan, take this drawing and go find an honest and capable person to lead a team and take the gang to build within the city, with a salary of 1 gold coin per month. Lin Feng took out the piece of construction drawing he had drawn and handed it to Beiyuan and said, Yes, Master. Beiyuan nodded furiously after seeing the drawings and turned around. Lin Feng then looked at Xinyu again. Xinyu, be more attentive and follow Beiyuan along to help out. Xinyu froze slightly, then hurriedly nodded and followed. Lin Feng sighed as he gazed at Beiyuan's back. Disciple the master will help you here. LOL. Worrying about life. Li Xian, the 3 of you go and tell people that in 3 days' time my Wind Snow sect will be recruiting disciples. Tomorrow go to the center of Wind City and record the names. The conditions are under the age of 23, male or female, and of good character. Lin Feng looked at the 3 people. After a pause he continued. Once you get the list you guys go and investigate. If the list those people are of bad character directly cancel them. Yes. Li Xian and the others nodded their heads and took the spatial ring containing the teleportation talisman handed over by Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng looked at the trio's backs and then left. Inside the bookstore, Skyfox wiped the nosebleed that flowed out again, and closed the serious book with some annoyance, and stared at the front with both hands propped up on her cheeks and eyes in a state of inattention. It's so strange. These days I always feel irritable for some reason, and my heart speeds up from time to time. What's wrong with it? Is it because I've read too many books? The puzzled Skyfox then plopped down on the table. Probably stayed up for several days without sleep, right? Quickly sleep. Otherwise sudden death. Tianwu, why are you here? Eastern Mist, why are you here? Outside. The 2 spotted each other and spoke in unison. I've joined the Wind and Snow sect. The 2 once again spoke in unison. Back on the ground. Eastern Mist was the first to speak. Didn't you say you were hidden never to show your face again? Why are you here? Didn't you also run to the big lake and say you won't come out anymore? Tianwu shot back, and then both of them fell silent, because all of this involves the Wind and Snow sect. Yeah, you 2 know each other? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of the 2 and said, Sovereign. Seeing this, Dongfang Mist and Tianwu hurriedly saluted. No need. Lin Feng waved his hand, then looked at the 2 and said, Dongfang Mist, how about you be my Wind and Snow sect Sword Dao Elder? All at Sovereign's disposal. Eastern Mist nodded and said, Tianwu, how about you being a martial arts elder for my Wind and Snow sect? Lin Feng asked, looking at Tianwu again. Yes, Tianwu nodded. Lin Feng smiled at that and said, That's good. Then I'll leave it to you to teach your disciples to practice sword and martial arts in the future. Understood, the 2 replied without hesitation. Lin Feng then went back to the South Hall after explaining that the South Hall was a place to rest and the East Hall was a place to cultivate, and so on. South Temple. Room. Prayer Snow closed the book after turning the last page, propping up both cheeks to recall the contents of the book. Her face was a little red, making people want to bite it. I'm back. Outside the door, Lin Feng's voice rang out before he pushed the door open. Praying for Snow. She immediately rejoiced at the sound and got up from the bed and went straight to Lin Feng. Husband. Praying for Snow directly jumped into Lin Feng's arms and chirped. What? Book is finished? Lin Feng asked with a smile as he touched Prayer Snow's head. Oops. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Praying Snow couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Looking up at Lin Feng and spitting out her pink tongue before burying her head in Lin Feng's chest and pampering her. Okay, don't talk about you. Okay, my auntie, eh? Lin Feng was instantly compromised by this toss, helplessly patted the latter's arm and said, he, barf, husband is so nice. Praying Snow heard Lin Feng's words, then her head stopped shaking and she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Feng and smiled. Husband, I want to play on the swing, Qixue said expectantly as she wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Okay, I'll satisfy you with whatever you say. Lin Feng pulled the latter's tender hand out of the room and went to the big tree in front of the door and used his aura to make a swing. Sitting on the swing, Praying Snow looked very excited, wiggling her long white legs and begging, husband push. Lin Feng gently pushed Prayer Snow's tender back. The swing began to sway. Gradually, the swing got higher and higher, and Prayer Snow's clear and loud laughter spread throughout the entire South Hall. Husband, you play along too. The swing stopped and Prayer Snow looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng wanted to refuse but was pulled over by the ladder and pressed on the swing. He himself sat on the side and used some magic spells to make the swing sway. Soon, the swing amplitude increased. Praying for Snow excitedly screamed. Lin Feng could not stop holding the ladder's waist with one hand, fearing that Praying for Snow to fall. When Praying for Snow felt this action of Lin Feng, her face couldn't help but flush a little, and her heart was secretly happy. And just like that, the sun was going down and the setting sun was waving over the whole world. The swing swayed gently, and Prayer Snow leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder with a sweet look on her face. Looking at the orange-red colored pond scenery in front of them, the hearts of the two were incredibly quiet but not quiet at the moment. Husband, do you know what I like? Qixue looked slightly sideways at Lin Feng and softly opened her mouth to ask. What? Lin Feng also lowered his head to look at Prayer Snow. The latter's already soulful and beautiful eyes actually looked incomparably seductive under the illumination of the setting sun, and Lin Feng admitted that he looked dumbfounded. I like you you're so stupid Praying Snow pouted and said. Lin Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he listened, his eyelids drooping slightly. That idea in his heart that he had been hesitating for over a month was finally finalized. Xiao Shui, I also like you Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Praying for Snow slightly harder. His head leaned on Praying for Snow's head. Prayer Snow was slightly stunned. Then she reached out and hugged Lin Feng's waist, a happy smile on her face. Husband, are you serious? Really? So say it again? I like Yuki. I like you. Chapter 46. What feels so soft to the touch? At night, Prayer Snow was lying on the bed in her loose pajamas, looking at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng took off his jacket and put it on a hanging on the side and walked towards Prayer Snow. What are you looking at me for? Lin Feng asked with a smile as he gently scraped Prayer Snow's nose. My husband still won't let me see it? Praying Snow said as she shook her head. Lin Feng shook his head and sat down in front of the paperwork and began to formulate matters related to the sect. Praying for Snow, on the other hand, took out the book that had already finished reading, Overbearing Cultivator Falling in Love with Me, and looked at it. But his eyes stole a glance at Lin Feng from time to time, and many times he didn't see the latter turn back to his head. So half of his body quietly poked out of the edge of the bed, and his hand felt under the bed, and he took out a book, and then quickly returned to his original position, and he opened the book and read it with gusto. That book is exactly the same as The Overbearing Cultivator Loves Me, except it has a 2 in the corner. The Dominant Friar Loves Me Too. In front of the case, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. The corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. The entire process of Praying for Snow had been probed by Lin Feng's divine sense. No longer thinking about it, Lin Feng began to draft the matters of the clan and asked the system in his mind where it needed to be supplemented. In this way, repair and change. Until late at night Lin Feng will be the clan matters written, and repeatedly read a few times, to confirm that there are no errors, and then return to the space ring. Lin Feng briefly stretched, turned his head to look at the bed. Prayer Snow has long been lying on the bed asleep. Under the head of the Overbearing Cultivator Fell in Love with Me Too were wet by the latter's harangue. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a light laugh, came to the bedside and wiped the latter's harumph away, took the book out and gently covered the quilt. His eyes were full of doting as he looked at Prayer Shue's side for a while, leaned down and kissed him, and then returned to the chair and went to sleep. The night was silent, and the next morning was early. Lin Feng snorted and couldn't help but open his hands to stretch. However, Lin Feng's hand touched something. What's so flexible? A confused Lin Feng couldn't help but squeeze. Still soft? Aha! A delicate voice rang out and Lin Feng instantly came to his senses, jerking his head up to see that there was Prayer Snow standing next to himself, and his own hand was actually resting on the latter's breasts. Lin Feng hurriedly withdrew his hand and stood up, looking at Prayer Snow with some embarrassment. Praying for the Snow face flushed incomparably, just handed the noodles in his hand to the latter. Husband, eat the noodles. Lin Feng took the noodles, still a little embarrassed. Thank you. Snow. Praying for snow just answered in a low voice and sat down by the paperwork, while Lin Feng sat down in front of the paperwork. Looking at the bowl of noodles, Lin Feng remembered the bowl of noodles from before and couldn't help but gulp. The embarrassment had been washed away a lot, but after seeing the expectant look on Prayer Snow's face, Lin Feng took a deep breath without leaving any traces and resolutely picked up the noodles and ate them in his mouth. I was expecting the bowl of noodles to taste either extremely sweet, salty, or sour. However, it did not, which made Lin Feng, who was prepared for life and death, freeze. This pasta was soft and not too sweet or sour, just a little bland with too little salt. It's fine, Snowy, it's delicious, Lin Feng complimented as he looked at Praying Snow. Really, da? Surprise appeared on Praying Snow's face, but then asked, husband, you didn't lie to me, did you? No, the noodles are well made this time, it's just that the salt flavor is a bit light, Lin Feng said, and then picked up the noodles and sent it to Praying Shuazhua Cherry's lips and said, don't believe you taste it? Prayer Snow looked at Lin Feng and ate the noodles into her mouth, then nodded her head. Well, the salt flavor is a bit light. Not bad, I'm sure you'll be able to do it right next time. Lin Feng nodded and ate his noodles. Praying for Snow cannot help but smile, the heart secretly pumping, refueling little Snow. The noodles will be made delicious. In the future every day below for husband to eat. But in 3 or 2 strokes Lin Feng had finished the imperfect but heartfelt bowl of noodles. More husband? Praying Snow asked. No need. Husband is already full. Lin Feng smiled and said. Lin Feng then stood up and touched the latter's head. Husband has some things to do today, so be good and stay at home, okay? Ta-da, Preizuki said with a sharp nod. Lin Feng nodded and then left the room. After taking the bowl to the kitchen and washing it, Shishue chatted with Shoha for a while before returning to her room and taking out Overbearing Cultivator Falling in Love with Me Too and sitting in front of the case to read it happily. Lin Feng called up Dan Shango, Dongfang Mist and Tianwu and went down to the center of Windy City together. As soon as he arrived at Wind City, he saw that it was densely packed with people who had come over to enroll in the Wind and Snow sect. When the crowd saw Lin Feng and the others appear, cheers erupted from the crowd for a long time. Dan Shango, Dongfang Mist and Tianwu on the side froze for a moment when they saw the sight. Not because there were a lot of people who had a lot of love for Lin Feng, but just to talk about the spectacle alone. They had all been cheered by tens of millions of people. They were surprised that everyone's love for Lin Feng, their adoration of the Wind and Snow sect, their cheers of faith were incomparably sincere. Something they had only seen in their lives. In their hearts, they held Lin Feng in even greater esteem. You 3 help me register the people who want to join the Wind and Snow sect, and give it to my disciple when you're done, okay? Lin Feng said to the 3 of them while pointing at the 5 people from Beiyuan who were not far away. No problem, don't worry Sovereign. The 3 of them patted their chests and then each of them split into countless doppelgangers and scattered amongst the crowd, starting to record the names of every person who wanted to join the Wind and Snow sect. Lin Feng leisurely looked at the busy figures of the 3 people. His heart was so cozy. The feeling of having someone to help with the work was simply too good. A little bit of time passed, and the sun slowly rose to a high altitude and gradually set again. Finally, after 4 or 5 hours of busy work, the lists were all documented. Don't look at this group of more than 100,000 people, but most of them are parents accompanying their children over and over the age conditions to see the fun, and eventually recorded more than 10,000 people, which, of course, is not a small number. The 3 of them existed the list in their spatial rings and took it to Beiyuan, then came to Lin Feng to resume their orders. You guys work a little harder and help them to investigate together, okay? Lin Feng looked at the 3 and asked. I'm afraid they won't be able to finish in 2 days. It's fine. Anyway, I'm already in the immortal realm. I don't have any aspirations anymore, so it's just idle. Tianwu was the first to reply. Me too. With my cultivation and sword Dao at the top, I don't have much to do. Dongfang Mist nodded and said, it doesn't matter to me la. Anyway, my lifelong pursuit of refining Immortal Dan has been successful. Dan Shango shrugged and said, then it's a problem. Lin Feng smiled and saluted towards the 3. Patriarch is polite. A few people hurriedly returned their greetings and then led the 5 people from Beiyuan, and the crowd was abuzz with talk, both joyful and sorrowful. Aya, my dog Egg has joined the Wind and Snow sect. He can cultivate immortality too. So is my family's second doggy. I'll ask your dog Egg to take care of him when the time comes. Ugh, tough. Just turned 23 today. This, Mom, my son has made a fortune and can cultivate immortality. Alas, I really envy them, joining the Wind and Snow sect. What's with the sigh? I've heard that the Wind and Snow sect will pass down some kind of simple gradual method of martial arts when the time comes, which not only strengthens the body, but also is capable of cultivating immortality if one is lucky. Yes, I've also heard that the Wind and Snow sect will release an incomparably rich spiritual chi to fill the entire city. so even if we can't cultivate immortality at that time, we will at least be able to live for a few more years. Moreover, the land nourished by the spiritual chi is also very fertile, and the crops grown will be very good. Good. Great. I really love the Wind and Snow clan. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh lightly when he heard the crowd's speeches. This feeling was quite good. Ding! The level of faith within the clan's boundaries has been strengthened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining sect contribution 50,000. Current sect contribution balance 329300. Hearing the system's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy in his heart and decided to go and see what he could buy at the clan store afterward. Lin Feng's figure flashed and came to the city wall at 100 miles, flying along the wall to see if there were some oversights. His divine sense shrouded the wall. His heart secretly nodded. The wall was sturdy and stable. There was both speed and quality, catching up with the infrastructure team of his last life in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a large group of people arguing around. Each of them had a difficult look on their faces, and when they saw Lin Feng they instantly became excited and waved their hands towards Lin Feng. Sovereign Lord, can you come down for a moment? Lin Feng didn't hesitate and landed in front of the crowd and asked, did you encounter anything? It's like this, Sovereign Lord, we discussed what to call the name of our city before, and then we all agreed to call it Wind and Snow City, but now we've encountered a difficulty, because none of us present here can write beautifully, and thus there's no way for us to make a seal engraving at all. You are our great benefactor and an immortal. Seal engraving is naturally very simple, so we would like to ask you to go and engrave on the city gates. One of them, the middle-aged man who seemed to be the backbone of several people, saluted and said. Lin Feng nodded slightly after hearing this, then looked at the nearby city cave and asked, is it here? Right. The crowd nodded. Lin Feng smiled, then flew into the air. In his hands appeared a large brush of divine quality. In the city cave into the stone wrote down the Wind and Snow City 3 big words, strong and powerful, extremely rich in charm. The people cannot help but feel emotion, have shouted. Lin Feng put away his brush and said goodbye to the crowd before continuing to inspect the city walls. After inspecting a large circle, there were no oversights, and only then did Lin Feng nod his head in satisfaction. It could be, so that the buildings in the city would be able to rest assured that they would be able to do it, and then Lin Feng would go and get a few more formations, and then Wind and Snow City would definitely shock the world. Lin Feng was in an incredibly happy mood at the moment. Chapter 47 One Night Stay. Wind and Snow Sect, the main hall. Inside the book collection pavilion, Skyfox couldn't help but stretch and rub her sleepy slack eyes, which woke her up a bit. Looking at the many books in front of her, she felt a bit empty. Her heart was empty. Skyfox pondered for a while, then stood up and decided to go out and stroll around the Wind and Snow Sect. Inside the clan, the South Hall, praying for Snow sitting on the swing, I slightly lost in thought looking at the pond in front of the sunset swing, white long legs gently swaying to drive up the swaying together. In her lap lay the book, Bully Cultivator Falls in Love with Me Too, spread out on one page, stained with a few leaves that had obviously not been turned in a long time, nearly evening breeze quietly blowing through, brushing the praying Snow, a few green silk fluttering. So look, actually some sense of loneliness. A little while later, the sound of rustling footsteps came from behind him. Praying Snow's eyes snapped to life, turning his head to look, his tone of surprise, yet the moment he turned back the latter's voice came to an abrupt end. Husband. Praying for Snow froze, only to see that it was not Lin Feng who came, but a woman with a marvelous figure that was extremely seductive, and the person who came was the Sky Fox who had come out to take a break. The Heavenly Fox was stunned by the beauty of the clan, forgetting to walk all the way, and without realizing it, he arrived at the South Hall. She saw Prezuki on the swing similarly frozen. The two were both divine beasts, but with a single glance they both discovered each other's identities. TSK. I can't imagine. The White Feather clan that was exterminated 10,000 years ago actually has a survivor. Sky Fox paced leisurely, looking at Praying Snow with a gaze that couldn't help but be a little jealous. The same divine beast that was reputed to transform people into absolute beauty. The Heavenly Fox was still inferior in front of White Feather. So what? Aren't you also single? Praying for Snow full of care replied. Head continued to don't go back to look at the pond scenery. Sky Fox was silent. She really wasn't qualified to talk about Praying Snow either. The Heavenly Fox came to Praying Snow's side and followed her gaze at the view of the pond. The two divine beasts, who were also the last of their respective clans, stopped speaking and just remained silent. After a long time, the sun went down and the afterglow of the sunset disappeared. Sky Fox faintly said, "Let's go." Praying for Snow also just faintly responded, and then no longer pay attention to each other. The Sky Fox turned around and returned along the road, not wanting to stroll any further. Back to the bookstore, Sky Fox picked up a serious book and read it, but unlike before, Sky Fox did not have a nosebleed because she did not read into it. Yuki, I'm home. I don't know how much more time had passed, but Lin Feng's voice sounded behind Prayer Snow. The latter came back to her senses and looked back fiercely, and when she saw that Lin Feng was walking towards her a gleam appeared in her eyes, and she immediately jumped off the swing. And even the overbearing cultivator fell in love with me too, fell to the ground without caring about it, and went straight to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled gently and paused to open his arms. Pray for Snow straight to Lin Feng's arms. Lotus root-like arms around the neck of Lin Feng. White long slender legs directly hooked the latter's waist. This move scared Lin Feng jumped, for fear that the latter point down busy shrinking hands to hold Pray for Snow. Just, Lin Feng, surprised face. Lin Feng's hand actually held the latter's buttocks in a hurry. Lin Feng hurriedly moved his hand away, and his old face couldn't help but blush. Prayer Snow's face was even more flushed, the same as a ripe apple. Husband, why did you take so long to come back? Prayer Snow, head buried in Lin Feng's neck, softly asked. Cough. I, on the other hand, went to register the disciples joining the sect and then went to look at the construction of the city wall. There were more things to do, so it took a long time. Lin Feng tried to calm himself down as much as possible. You must be hungry. Then, I'll go and give you something to eat down there. Prayer Snow's eyes brightened slightly and she got down from Lin Feng's arms and said, Go on, I'm indeed a bit hungry. Lin Feng nodded and said, seeing the latter quickly run to the kitchen, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. Hungry? How could one be hungry when one's realm had already reached the immortal realm? But it was just to avoid too much embarrassment. Lin Feng picked up the book Bullying Cultivator Loves Me Too and then went back to his room. In the kitchen, Praying Snow looked at the boiling water. Heart secretly made a decision. Husband, the face is here. A little while later, Prayer Snow walked in with noodles and placed them in front of Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded, then picked up the noodles and ate them. It was soft and tender. The soup was flavorful, not too salty. Everything was just right. Not bad. Snowy, this noodle is so delicious, Lin Feng said heartily as he ate the noodles. Soon, Lin Feng finished the bowl of noodles, and just as he put down his chopsticks, a pair of tender white arms wrapped around his neck from behind, and Prayer Snow's entire body lay on Lin Feng's back, her head pressed against Lin Feng's side, panting slightly. Praying Snow? You? Lin Feng froze. Praying for Snow slightly bit her lips, gently opened her mouth, her voice soft and magnetic. Husband. Lin Feng only felt that it was almost impossible to keep his composure. Then he pulled away from Prayer Snow's arm and stood up, turned to look at Prayer Snow and said, Prayer Snow, what are you? However, Lin Feng froze before the words were finished, because at this moment the Prayer Snow blouse has been faded a large part of the chest to reveal a large area of spring light. Suddenly a fire in the body rises, so that Lin Feng cannot help but feel a little dry mouth. What are you doing, Prayer Snow? Put on your clothes. Lin Feng hurriedly did not look at Prayer Snow, suppressed the evil fire in his heart and tried to stay calm. Husband, you still don't want to face me yet. Prayer Snow once again stopped and hugged Lin Feng, her delicate body slightly trembling. Lin Feng was silent, his heart incredibly torn. After waiting for a while and not seeing Lin Feng's movement, Praying Snow's complexion slightly dimmed. The hand holding Lin Feng loosened and was about to be put down but was grabbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He couldn't refuse when it came down to it. Otherwise there was no telling what kind of thoughts would be left in Prayer Snow's mind, and among them would definitely be inferiority complexes. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Prayer Snow, no longer suppressing the evil fire in his body. As soon as he picked the ladder up and pressed her onto the bed, Prayer Snow hugged Lin Feng's back tightly, her eyes a little bit mesmerized. After some frenzied kissing, the panting became heavier and heavier. Prezuki had the feeling that she was going to drown, but was happy. Little Snow, I'm going to start. Lin Feng's voice was soft to the core. Prezuki nodded and closed her eyes. Outside the house, the flawless white moon waved bright moonlight. From time to time, the room was filled with the sound of a cat's purr that sounded so much like a springtime cat that it tickled the heart. Chapter 48, I'll cook for you myself today. Bad content. Chapter 49, Spreading dog food in public. Sins Ah. In the South Hall, Lin Feng used his aura to conjure up a huge table placed on the grounds of the South Hall, and more than a dozen plates of colorful and flavorful dishes were placed on the table as much as possible. Whoa. Smells good to me. The crowd hurriedly gathered around, smelling the several soul-crushing aromas, and harangues immediately flowed out from the sides of everyone's mouths. What's going on? Put away your harumps. Be careful of dropping your haram on the dishes. Lin Feng saw this and hurriedly pulled the crowd away from the table and said. A few people could only take a step back with sorrowful faces, eyeing the aromatic dishes. At this time, in the distance, the Eastern Mist trio flew and landed in front of the crowd. Looking at the more than 10 fragrant dishes in front of them, the trio couldn't help but see a light in their eyes. This is the place. Where is everyone? Dan Shango laughed. Hello elders. The five hurriedly saluted when they saw the three. Good. Agu. All eating? Dan Shango said without any embarrassment at all, his eyes scanning back and forth over the various types of dishes. Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but listen. Which of your eyes saw us eating? Lin Feng looked at the trio, obviously coming to cha meal. However, even if they didn't come, Lin Feng would still call them to come because this was considered the first gathering within the Wind and Snow sect. Of course, the most important thing was that because Lin Feng had fried too many dishes, even with the addition of the 5 people from Beiyuan, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to finish them, so they could only find someone to come and eat with them. After all, everyone is responsible for CD-ROM action. The 3 elders are also here, so let's stay and have a meal together. Lin Feng smiled and said with the 3. Lin Feng's words were exactly what the 3 of them wanted, and they immediately nodded their heads in succession. Yes, yes. Seeing the trio's appearance, the people present couldn't help but stifle their laughter. But Dongfang missed. Tianwu and Dan Shango didn't care. After hundreds of years of time experience, his cheeks had become incomparably thicker. Well, Lin Feng nodded and looked at the crowd and said, this is the first time our Wind and Snow sect has gathered for a meal, but there's also an order to eating. Several people then heard Lin Feng's words and looked at the latter. We need to be seated for our meals, Lin Feng said, pointing to his left. Disciples are on the left, seated according to the size of the disciples. Hearing this, the 5 from Beiyuan walked over to stand on Lin Feng's left-hand side. In order: Beiyuan, Qin Yu, Li Xian, Dong Wu, and Shocking Rain. The elders are seated to my right, in successive rows. Lin Feng pointed to his right. Elder Fox, Elder Dan Go, Elder Tian Wu, Elder Dongfang Mist. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the 3 Tianwu people stood separately in the order they were told, only somewhat puzzled. Who was this Elder Fox? Beiyuan, go and call Elder Fox. Lin Feng patted the latter's shoulder and said, ha, Kitabuchi froze. What tell you to go and go quickly. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and curse, kicking the latter in the ass cheeks. Beiyuan immediately showed his teeth and grimaced as he bitterly prepared to go to the book depository. To be honest, he really didn't want to see that Elder Fox whose IQ wasn't online. But before Beiyuan could take a step, Sky Fox arrived. Patriarch, no need. I came on my own. The Sky Fox flew in and landed slowly, standing beside Dan Shango with a bland face. Of course, this is pretend. The Sky Fox was bored in the book pavilion, except for looking through the serious books. There was nothing else to do. Therefore, when Sky Fox smelled the fragrance, he immediately rushed over. At this moment, the Heavenly Fox's eyes swept over the various colored dishes on the table without leaving any traces, and could not help but gulp slightly. It smells so good. On the side, the 3 of them, Dan Shango, were seeing the Heavenly Fox for the first time, and they couldn't help but be stunned by the Heavenly Fox's face for a moment. But of course, it was only a moment. What surprised them the most was the realm of the Heavenly Fox. It was clear that it was also an immortal realm powerhouse. At this moment, the Wind and Snow sect already had 5 immortal realm cultivators, surpassing the vast majority of low-ranked immortal sects. Good, since we're all here, then let's all sit down, Lin Feng said with a smile and a nod. The crowd then sat down. Seeing this, Lin Feng then turned towards the front of Prayer Snow, who was still sitting on the swing, hesitating to come over, and directly picked the latter up by the waist and walked over. Hiss! This scene directly inflicted 9,999 plus damage in the hearts of everyone except the 3 Beiyuan people. Sour. Shocking Rain instantly showed an expression that looked like he had eaten a whole bunch of lemons. The mind frantically replenished its brain, replacing the Shinyang in Lin Feng's arms with her, and replacing Shirzun's face with a more handsome one. Can't imagine anyone very much more handsome than Shirzun. So then continue to be the master teacher. Envy. Xinyu looked at Lin Feng and the 2 of them and slightly bristled before her gaze went to Beiyuan, who was looking at the various dishes with a silly smile on his face, her heart a little lost. How could elder brother not understand her mind? Xinyu was despondent, hard, lonely, empty. The 3 of them, Dan Shango, suddenly felt that 100 years of virginity didn't smell good anymore. They suddenly wanted to find a Taoist couple as well. The Sky Fox saw this heart also sour. Very bad taste. Although she charmed countless emperors and kings more than 3,000 years ago, but those people are just greedy for her beauty. Greedy for her body. To look at the scenery is actually nasty people. None of them are truly love her as a person. Instead, this junior of the White Feather clan meets someone who was able to love her exclusively as she is. On the table, everyone's mind was in a different place. Lin Feng put Prayer Snow down and let the latter sit beside him before saying, "Start." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly picked up their bowls and chopsticks and grubbed away, wanting to fill their inner emptiness with their meal. Senior, your cooking is really delicious, Beiyuan complimented as he picked at his rice. Yeah, you watched the food. It is so delicious. Li Xian had wanted to use some words to qualify it, but failed to think of any, so he had to give up. After the rest of the people had eaten their dishes, the light of essence flashed in each of their eyes, and the speed of their food clamping was incomparably fast. Lin Feng just smiled and took Praying Snow's bowl to help clip some dishes in, and then sent it to Praying Snow's lips. What are you waiting for? Open your mouth. Lin Feng saw that Praying for Snow did not respond and said, "Oh, ah." Praying Snow immediately came back to her senses when she heard Lin Feng's words and opened her mouth, blushing a little. Only then did Lin Feng smile, gently sending the dish into the latter's mouth. Delicious, isn't it? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Yummy, Prezuki chewed before laughing. This scene once again fell into the eyes of everyone, except for the three nervous ones in Beiyuan. Everyone's hand movements slowed down. It's good, isn't it? Not delicious. This meal suddenly didn't taste good. Woo woo, really, a wave of dog food for a meal. Dan Shango, three people's hearts suddenly born a feeling of remorse. As soon as they knew that the killing power is so big, they will not come. It's a sin. On the main seat, Lin Feng continued to give Prayer Snow flavor, joking and laughing at times. Very sweet, not noticing the crowd around him who were already eating without love. Chapter 50. Strolling around Chung City. Someone is hitting on Praying Snow? After eating the delicious but not so delicious meal, the crowd dispersed on their own, especially the three elders of the Eastern Mist, who flew away. Lin Feng used his aura to transform a person to clean up the meal, while he himself took Prayer Snow for a walk down the mountain. When will husband be able to go outside to have a look? By the small river within Wind City, Prayer Snow asked softly as she pressed against Lin Feng's ear. You can go whenever you want. You have to, you ask. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Hey then, let's go to another big city to stroll around, Prayer Snow said as she shook her long white legs, a glint in her eyes. Yes. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. She vaguely guessed in her mind what this auntie was thinking. Lin Feng's body moved and disappeared into place with Prayer Snow, and in a short while, he arrived at Qing City, a large city 10,000 miles away. Qing City was one of the three major prosperous cities of the Great Yong Dynasty, with a population number possessing tens of thousands of people. Wow, here is so lively. Praying for Snow looked at the surrounding people coming and going. The hustle and bustle of the streets could not help but marvel at the fact that this place is simply one in the sky and one on the ground compared to Windy City. When the time comes, our Wind and Snow City will be even more lively than this. Lin Feng smiled and said, go for it, husband. Prayer Snow clenched her small fists to pump up, and gave the latter a kiss on the cheek. Lin Feng smiled as he led Prayer Snow around the streets of Qing City, and Prayer Snow looked east and west, her eyes filled with a look of amazement. Many of the things bought and sold here were things that Praying Snow hadn't seen before. Husband, what's that? It's nice to look at. Praying Snow suddenly pointed at something inside a store and asked. That one, is called Paper Kite. Lin Feng replied as he looked in the direction of Prayer Snow's finger. Can I buy one? Praying Snow looked at Lin Feng and asked. Yes, see which one you like? Lin Feng smiled and nodded, leading Prayer Snow to that store. Welcome, Mr. and Miss. I don't know what you two would like to order? The store owner saw that there were guests coming, and immediately greeted them with a smile and said, but his complexion kept glancing at Praying for Snow. Praying for Snow was worrying about which paper kite was a good choice and didn't notice the store owner's gaze. Lin Feng on the other hand noticed but didn't care. As long as he didn't plot against him, it was fine to look at it for a few moments. Who made his little snowman beautiful and cute? Husband, I want this one. Praying Snow's eyes lit up, pointing at a paper kite and said, that paper kite with white as the base, with gold painted feathers, with the white feather clan quite similar. No wonder Pray for Snow will want this one. No problem. Lin Feng smiled, took that paper kite off and paid the owner a gold coin to leave. The boss looked at the gold coins in his hand and couldn't help but be secretly happy. It seems that this is still a rich lord. The store owner called out a junior and asked the latter to follow Lin Feng and the two of them, while he himself entered a secret door of the store, which was inscribed with a huge formation. The store owner then took out a lower grade spirit stone and placed it at the center of the formation. Before the white aura suddenly flashed and he was teleported within an opulent palace. Inside, pith and songs were everywhere. Dozens of clean-cut women in revealing clothes were dancing, and on top of the main hall, a stout middle-aged man drank heavily and watched the dance in front of him with drunken eyes, calling out from time to time, and with one hand, he fiercely pinched the breasts of the woman who was kneeling on her knees and pounding her legs beside him. The store owner looked as if he had seen it all before and went around the side. Lu Sun, you're here, the middle-aged man said gruffly when he saw the store owner coming again. Ha, is there another innocent chick? Ha. I've come to Lord still don't know what it is? Lu Sun hemmed and hawed, but this time, it's not those innocent chicks and such goods, it's absolute beauty. The 7 princesses of the Grand Yong dynasty are inferior to the latter. Oh, the middle-aged man snapped to his feet and hurriedly pursued. You didn't lie to me? Even the number 1 beauty of the Great Yong dynasty, the 7th princess, is inferior? Right, I dare to vouch for my life, Lu Sun said with a fierce nod. But, such a woman is overwhelmingly likely to be a person of a powerful force. The middle-aged man frowned at this time. Even if he is more colorful, but also have to be careful, or color and no life to enjoy. That is not in vain? Categorically not, Lu Sun said with certainty. I've observed the two. They don't have the arrogance of a cultivator and buy some worldly gadgets. At best they are from some big worldly family, but never someone on the immortal cultivation path. The middle-aged man was slightly silent, and then spoke. Good. If you succeed, I'll give you 5 extreme spirit stones afterward. Many thanks, my lord. Lu Sen hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude upon hearing this. Well, who went on the trail? The middle-aged man asked. Shao Qi, that's the kid who helped you bring up 10 women. Lu Sun hurriedly replied. That kid, I know. The middle-aged man nodded, and his divine sense began to look for that Shao Qi. On the streets of Qingcheng, praying for snow lying on Lin Feng's back looking at the paper kite in the book. Very joyful. Lin Feng wore a light smile on his face as if he didn't know anything, but in his heart he had already noticed that Shao Qi. This time it was a mistake to look away and actually hit on them, so don't even think about that store owner's eyes. Lin Feng thought about it and the pace on his feet quickened while he turned through an alleyway. Shao Qi was shocked in his heart, hurriedly followed up quickly, turned the alley, fixed his eyes. Actually there is no longer the figure of the two. Just as Shao Qi was in a state of shock, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from his back, and he directly flew backwards 5 or 6 feet away, groaning in pain. Not a little courage, actually dared to track me. Lin Feng carried prayer snow slowly came to Shao Qi, condescendingly looked at the latter. His expression was icy cold, so that Shao Qi felt a cold shiver. Do you know how to spell death? No, it's not me. It's not me who wants to follow you guys. Hearing this, Shao Qi was filled with horror and endured the pain in his back. Yes, it's that Lu Sun. Is that boss? It's him who told me to follow you guys. Don't kill me. Oh, so tell me, why are you following us? Tell me and I can let you go. Lin Feng said. Really? 7 asked in disbelief. Cut the crap. You have no choice. Lin Feng's expression turned gloomy. Shao Qi saw this and hurriedly explained it out. I'll say it. I followed you guys because there is a person behind our boss. That person is a cultivator. He promised that as long as he searches for good-looking women for him, then he will give extremely high-quality spirit stones. The boss thus promised. So every time I saw a good-looking woman passing by, or entering the store, the boss would ask me to follow her, and the cultivator would come over and take the woman away. This way, every time I completed a mission, I was able to share a few gold coins. 7 shook out all the news in a brainstorm. So your target this time is her? Lin Feng asked as his murderous aura thickened. Shao Qi couldn't hear Lin Feng's words, so he nodded his head and said yes, my lord. I've answered everything you've asked. Do you think you can let me go? Let you go? Why? Lin Feng revealed a wry smile. What? Didn't you? You just say that you would let me go after I said this? 7 said in exasperation. Yeah, that was just promised. Now I don't promise. Lin Feng shook his head, revealing a mocking look. You're going to regret this. I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise when that lord comes, you won't be able to eat anything. Shao Qi snapped. Threaten me? Lin Feng said with a cold expression before kicking one of Shao Qi's hands over to overlap with the other and stomping down without hesitation. 7 screams spread throughout the Hadong and onto the street, drawing chills from passers-by. Brat! Dare to touch my people. You're tired of living. Chapter 51 teaching you to fly paper kites. Lin Feng looked up and saw a burly man suspended above his head. Looking down at the two of them, the eyes fell on prayer snow, and the nasty color became more and more obvious. Lu Sun was right. This chick is more gorgeous than even that 7 princesses. That's the bully Yang Lu? Shoo, keep your voice down. If Yang Lu hears you, you're done for. Oh, yeah. The street look saw that the burly man had been surprised, and then saw the Hadong Lin Feng behind the prayer snow have been realized. Cannot help but shake their heads and sigh. Yang Lu was obviously here to rob the women again. What a shame for the pair. Kid, loosen your feet, put down the chick behind you, then kowtow 100 times and I'll let you go back. How's that? Yang Lu glanced at Lin Feng and said. At his feet, 7 hissed with a scowl on his face. Hear that, deaf? Quickly loosen your feet, or I'll let you die without a burial. Lin Feng's expression instantly turned cold, and the temperature of the entire Qing city instantly dropped. Hiss, why is it suddenly so cold? Yes, there's clearly a sun in the sky, and the sun is clearly shining on me. Gas. SSSH, just for a moment and I have a cold? The people of Qingcheng were alarmed. In the sky, Yang Lu also felt the change in temperature and had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. ********. Do you hear me? Still not quick enough. Xiao-Qi didn't notice the changes around him because of the pain's qi and blood surging in fury, still screaming and cursing. Only before he finished, the miserable voice shouted out from his mouth. It turned out that Lin Feng had exerted direct force on his foot and stomped Xiao-Qi's hand directly into the ground. The sound of bones cracking creepily reverberated in everyone's ears. The crowd looked at Lin Feng in dismay. This person was afraid that he wasn't crazy? He actually dared to go against Yang Lu's wishes. Noisy! Lin Feng coldly snorted, and then kicked Xiao-Qi in the jaw, kicking the latter in the air, followed by another kick in the latter's chest, which directly flew out backwards, collapsing one of the walls at the entrance of the hudong. Not knowing whether he was alive or dead, this move horrified everyone present, and Yang Lu in the sky was even more furious. Kid, UING. Before Yang Lu finished speaking, Lin Feng glanced at the latter with a cold eye, and the latter's heart thumped, only feeling that his heart stopped for a beat at that moment. Talking over my head, how imposing. Time to come down, Lin Feng said in a cold voice. As soon as his words fell, a strong and domineering terrifying pressure erupted around him, directly pressing down on Yang Lu. Before Yang Lu could react, he was crushed by this pressure and fell heavily from the sky, stirring up dust and mist. This scene caused everyone to be incredibly shocked. The bully Yang Lu, a great emperor realm cultivator, who had been rampaging for a lifetime and no one dared to control him, was actually suppressed, and with such ease. As the dust and mist cleared, Yang Lu was pressed to the ground in death, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the slightest bit. You. Seeing Lin Feng walking towards him, Yang Lu had panic in his eyes and vocalized with difficulty. Very arrogant. Daring me to kneel down and kowtow 100 times? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, No. Yang Lu face reddened, also cannot say anything. The heart is very anxious. Want to plead are so difficult? At this moment, Yang Lu hated Lu Sun to death. How the is this called a secular family? A secular family can have a person who can crush a great emperor realm powerhouse? I heard that you like to forcefully rob women? Since you're so good at it, I'll let you feel what it's like to be forced on. Lin Feng's face was grim, and his body's qi vibrated, directly shattering all the tendons and bones in Yang Lu's entire body. None of the yuan veins were spared as well. At this moment, all cultivation was ruined. Not even a mortal could compare. Pig-killing howls came out of Yang Lu's mouth and resounded throughout Qing City. Of course, before that you can only die slowly, and after that, your fate will be to be infinitely stronger on. Lin Feng revealed a mocking expression before his figure flickered and disappeared. Yang Lu, who was lying on the ground, howling in pain. Retribution. I'll kill you. Avenge my daughter. An old man tremblingly came to Yang Lu, lifting a stone and smashing it furiously into the latter's face. Yang Lu, you also have now. 30 years ago my daughter was spoiled by you, and later she hanged herself in grief. Oh, you returned my daughter's life. Another old woman rushed over and hit Yang Lu dead on with a broom. In the crowd, countless people rushed forward, each one punching Yang Lu with indignation. Their daughters had all been spoiled by this bastard. Yang Lu kept wailing, and that's all he could do. And soon, Yang Lu was beaten to death by the crowd with a random stick. In the store, Lu Sun joyfully leaned back in his chair, fantasizing about the 5 extreme spirit stones arriving. Just then, Lu Sun suddenly felt that his neck was grabbed and hurriedly touched it, but nothing was touched. The latter was slowly lifted up and his feet kept fluttering. Boss Lu, how do you feel? Lin Feng said as he suddenly appeared in front of Lu Sun with prayer snow. Lu Sun looked like he had seen a ghost. His face was full of surprise. He wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. There's no need to be surprised. That Yang Lu, a mere great emperor realm, I don't put it in my eyes yet. Lin Feng revealed a weird smile and Lu Sun couldn't help but thump in his heart when he saw it. You actually dare to measure my wife? Eyes don't want to, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Words just fell. A spiritual fire into the latter's eyes burned. Not a moment later, 2 carbon balls from the eyes of Lu Sun fell down. Lu Sun deftly opened his mouth to shout, but just cannot send a little sound, and finally because of too much pain, fainted directly past. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, Lu Sun fell to the ground powerlessly. After doing this, Lin Feng took a step out to the large lake on the plains far away from Qing City and softly recited, Disperse. Behind his back, the cloth that had been illuminated with aura to cover Prayer Snow's eyes instantly dissipated, and the latter shook his head and opened his eyes. Wow, husband, this place is so beautiful. Praying for Snow did not inquire about what just happened. Looking at the calm mirror-like lake in front of him reflecting the heavenly Qingdian, he could not help but sigh. Yeah, so this place is good for paper kites. Lin Feng laughed softly and put Prayer Snow down, then took the rope of the paper kite in Prayer Snow's hand and ran to the distance to straighten it. Release! Lin Feng shouted. Once Praying for Snow hurriedly let go of the paper kite in his hand, Lin Feng quickly ran. Soon there was a breeze blowing, and the paper kite managed to fly to the sky, slowly fluttering. Lin Feng pulled the paper kite and came in front of Prayer Snow, handed the rope to the latter and said with a smile, "Come on, you try it too." Praying for Snow to look at the sky, fluttering paper kites jumped at the chance to try, so he took the rope given by Lin Feng, but unexpectedly, the paper kites in the sky immediately began to skew. Praying for Snow to see the situation cannot help but panic in his heart. Lin Feng, on the other hand, his quick eyes and hands took over the rope and restabilized the paper kite. "Husband, I'd better forget about it and stop playing," sighed Praying Snow. "What's this? Husband teach you. Come, hold this side." Lin Feng listened to a gentle smile, came to Pray Snow behind, hands in front of Pray Snow, teach the latter how to hold the rope. How to pull the rope in the sky of the paper kite can be smooth. The Praying Snow in her arms felt Lin Feng's hot breath on her ears and her face couldn't help but turn red. "I feel so happy to have my husband here." Notice to bookworms. 3 or 4 more shifts today. Stop calling me short. It's very long, okay? 2,000 words, oh wow. Well, now that I've said that, everyone should stop asking if there's an update. I've already answered it. Oh, don't think I'm watered down. If I don't get to the main text, very few people will read the have your say at the end. I'm doing this for everyone. For myself? Do I have to care about such a small amount of words? It's so fragrant. Chapter 52, Fengmu, who had survived for 100 years. Bad content. Chapter 53, Divine Principle Realm. Invincible in the universe. Bad content. Chapter 54, Heavenly Origin 9's Secrets. Heavenly Origin cultivation ranking now. In that case, then forget it. Originally I was thinking of giving you a 3-day vacation, so that you can familiarize yourself with that ching-ching. Now, alas, let's not talk about it. Lin Feng made a sad said, "System, QAQ. Don't do it. Host, I was wrong. Please give me a vacation. Okay, now you admit you're wrong? No sincerity at all. Forget it." Lin Feng said as if he would never agree. You. Me, even though I'm not human, but you're a real dog. I'd love to." After a moment of silence, the system spoke. "How about this? How about telling you a secret and you give me a vacation?" Secret? Lin Feng was more or less interested. How many levels of secrets? Highest level. 9S. TSK. Say it. I'll give you a 3-day vacation if you say it. Lin Feng said with more interest. Does the host know why the realm of the people you've met so far is at most the immortal realm? And that this system calls you invincible when elevated to the peak of immortal? Lin Feng fell into deep thought when he heard the system's words. Because the host met people from the 4 domains of East, West, South, North and South, and not people from the center domain. The reason why I told the host earlier that the peak of the immortal realm is already the highest realm and is already invincible is because this system placed the host in the 4 domains instead of adding the central domain. What about those heavenly Tao lists? Lin Feng asked, frowning. Again, using the 4 domains as a reference. Currently, the host's heavenly Tao wealth ranking in the central domain is topped by only 770 extremely high-quality spirit stones. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but TSK. The 4 domains and demons, devils, spirits, ghosts, and beasts are just the surface of the Tianyuan continent, while the central domain is the core of the Tianyuan continent. Don't think that on the map to see the middle domain is not very big. In fact, that is the shadow. The real middle domain at least hundreds of blue stars that big. Hearing the system's words, Lin Feng only felt incomparably shocked inside. How was this done? The center of a place more than 10 blue stars big was a place hundreds of blue stars big. As if guessing Lin Feng's thoughts, the system continued. The reason why this is possible is because the center and the 4 domains are an imaginary realm within a realm. Both spaces get along differently. That's why the middle domain and the 4 domains have domain boundaries while the other 4 domains don't, because they're not in the same spacetime. It's also why almost no one enters or leaves the middle domain. In the 4 domains, the only realm one can reach is the immortal realm. In the central domain, the immortal realm can only be the beginning of cultivation. Truly, immortals are everywhere, and saints are inferior to dogs. Why is it that the highest of the 4 domains can only be immortals? Lin Feng asked, frowning. Because the 4 domains were originally a prison, carrying creation-level formations with suppression of strength, used to exile or drive some of the sinners of the middle domain over. And the Divine Beasts clan was also exiled from the middle domain in the ancient times. Then why am I now able to reach the Divine Tao realm in strength without feeling suppression? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Because the host has me. Lin Feng. In fact, just now this system lied to the host. The host did not cause temporal and spatial instability when he crossed over, but rather I need to completely grind with the host, so I set a 10-year contract. As for the elevation to the realm of the immortals, I did not lie to you. There was indeed a malfunction. Lin Feng didn't say anything. The host's current mission of establishing a clan and shaking the world, whose world is not the world seen, but the world of the Middle Kingdom. Hearing the system say this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement. Originally thought that invincibility, to die of boredom, didn't want to actually have such a world existed. It was simply a good place to play. Then how are we going to enter the central region? Lin Feng asked. Host, wake up. Don't be confused. Wake up. You're already in the Shinto realm. Hearing the system's reminder, Lin Feng instantly reacted. Yes oh. He was almost invincible. Well, with the secret out of the way, shouldn't the host give me a vacation? Granted. Lin Feng agreed with alacrity. It was at this moment that a pale and ancient voice resounded through the 4 domains. The 10,000-year period has arrived. The Heavenly Origin Cultivation List is issued. When these words came out, all 4 domains were surprised. What? The Heavenly Origin Cultivation Ranking? How come I've never heard of it before? Geez, I've read countless books and I've actually never heard of any Heavenly Origin Cultivation Ranking. Are you paying attention? 10,000 years. This person is talking about a period of 10,000 years. The maximum lifespan of a peak immortal is just over 6,000 years. No wonder. It's not right. Even so should also leave literature is right. How no trace at all. All the living beings in the 4 domains were not surprised. Ho Mansion. Ho Ming looked at the stunned crowd of immortals, could not help but snicker. Criminals are qualified to record such a sacred matter? The writers are dead. Lin Feng's heart was quite excited looking at this Tianyuan cultivation list. I wondered what strong people would be comparable to his own strength. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the Heavenly Origin Cultivation Rankings began to appear for distribution. 100th place, Xuanla Immortal Emperor, Xianyu Realm, Central Region Taishan Immortal Sect Xianyu. Once this list was released, everyone in the world was dumbfounded. What? Immortal Universe? Above the Immortals? That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Lin Feng was also slightly stunned when he saw the list. He couldn't imagine that the 100th place directly skipped the Immortal King Realm, the Immortal Emperor Realm and the Immortal Emperor Realm. It was really powerful. The list continues to surface. 99th, Mount Dinghai, True God Realm, True God of the Wufei Immortal Sect in the Central Region. The world was in an uproar when this list was released. What the hell? The 100th place and beyond are all in the Immortal Realm? Isn't this too unbelievable? 98th place. Everyone in the heavens stared intently at the list, their hearts appalled. These True Gods bulls were all from the Central Region. The lists were released one by one, and without exception, they were all in the True God Realm. This couldn't help but make people sigh. Could it be that the True God Realm was the pinnacle of cultivation? It wasn't until the 6th place list that the list changed. 6th place, Li Taishan, Shinto Realm, Central Region Heaven Blaster Shinto. Everyone was shocked when this list came out, not only because a new realm had appeared, but also because there was actually a heaven blasting gang in the Central Domain as well. 5th place, Ruyun, Shinto Realm, Shinto of the Middle Kingdom Theological Palace. 4th place, Lu Buwei, Shindao Realm, the Middle Kingdom's Wuwei Immortal Sect. Shandao. 3rd place, Ran Koan, Shinto Realm, the Chinese Taoist Shinto. 2nd place, Taichi, Shinto Realm, Central Region Explosion Gang Shinto. 1st place, Kong Shang, Peak of the Divine Principle Realm, Divine Principle of the Central Theological Palace. Asterisk. 1st place has appeared. Hiss. These people so fierce? The Theological Palace feels like a place to study, but it can actually be this powerful? Just as the crowd was marveling, the Heavenly Origin Cultivation Ranking continued to be released. 1st place, Lao Danzi, Peak of Shindao Realm, the Taoist God's Way of the Middle Kingdom. What? Same ranking? This. I can't imagine those stinking Taoist priests are so powerful too. Everyone couldn't help but lament. But the Heavenly Tao list was still being distributed. 1st place, Xiong Tian, Peak of God's Way Realm, God's Way of the War God's Temple in the Central Region. Seeing this, everyone stopped talking and quietly looked at the Heavenly Origin Cultivation Ranking. As expected, the list continued to be posted not a moment later. 1st place, Su Xian, Peak of Shindao Realm, Central Region Heaven Blasters Shindao. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh when he saw so many divine Tao perfections. It seemed like he wouldn't be lonely in the future. Lin Feng looked at the list curiously, wanting to know how many more divine Tao perfections there were. Finally, after a while the Heavenly Origin Cultivation list continued to be released. 1st place, Lin Feng, Peak of the Divine Principle Realm, Southern Divine Principle. The world was in an uproar when this list was released. What? One of the first on the Heavenly Origin Cultivation Ranking is actually from the Southern Domain? Who? So strong. Chapter 55, Master is the best in the world. Originally, it had always been people from the Central Region who dominated the list, but then a Lin Feng from the Southern Region suddenly appeared at the back. How could it not be surprising? The crowd had waited for a long time without seeing the Tianyuan cultivation list updated, and the results had already established that this Lin Feng from the Southern Region was the number 1 person in the Tianyuan continent. Gang Master, you're not number 1 on the Heavenly Origin Cultivation Ranking anymore. Inside the Central Region's Heaven Blasting Gang, a disciple came to an exquisite pavilion and said to the handsome man who was leisurely drinking tea, "Well, every year this." "What? Say that again?" Su Xian reacted surprised and looked at the disciple. "You're not number one on the Heavenly Origin Cultivation ranking anymore." The disciple had no choice but to repeat himself. "Who's that?" "Forget it, I'll go see for myself." Su Xian got up and came outside the pavilion platform, tilting his head up to look at the Sky Origin Cultivation ranking in the sky dumbfounded. Lin Feng of the Southern Region? The Heavenly Tao is crazy, isn't it? The 4 domains have creation-level formations to suppress cultivation. It's impossible for anyone to break through there, let alone maintain their cultivation. Su Xian said as his brows couldn't help but furrow. "Little Yen you go and contact the Fried Sky Gang that has been exiled to the Northern Domain and ask them to find out more about this Lin Feng, and if they succeed, they can make an exception and return to the Central Domain." Su Xian said to that disciple. Xiao Yan listened and saluted, going down to do his job. TSK, 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 it's really a spectacle for the ages. Middle Kingdom, Taoist. Old Danzi looked at the heavenly source cultivation list in the sky with a twitch of his eyelids and opened his mouth to meditate. Do nothing, go with the flow, let nature take its course. Mind is naturally cool, cool my ass. The Southern Domain has actually seen a peak Divine Tao Realm powerhouse, and he's even ranked number 1. This sight is simply unprecedented, unheard of. Old Danzi couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. How could the land of exile allow such a powerful existence to appear? Second disciple, come here. After a moment of silence, Old Danzi called in his second disciple, who was clearly a true God realm powerhouse. What did Master call me for? The second disciple asked. Didn't you make contact with a mortal in the exile lands? Tell that person to investigate that Southern Region's Linfang's information at all costs. Old Danzi said in a deep voice. Aye, disciples will go now. The second disciple nodded and left with a flash of his figure. Inside the Palace of Divine Learning, Kong Sheng was silent for a long time as he looked at the Heavenly Origin Cultivation ranking in the sky, and then sighed. It's over the line. Inside the God of War Hall, Xiong Tian looked at the Tianyuan Cultivation ranking with a brilliant light flashing in his eyes and his battle intent was soaring. I wonder how strong this person who broke through from exile is. The Middle Kingdom had started to make some moves, all aimed at Lin Feng. The latter is unaware of this, but just scratched his head and looked at the Tianyuan cultivation list, could not help but feel some regret. Actually, no, T0 is quite a pity. Husband, you're really awesome. I can't believe you're number 1 on the battle power list, eh? Shishua bounced over and wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's arm and laughed. Ha ha, it's not bad. Lin Feng stroked the latter's head lovingly. On the side, Feng Mu's eyes widened as he listened to the meaning of their conversation. That Southern Domain Lin Feng, who was number 1 on the Heavenly Origin Cultivation ranking, was actually right in front of him. Feng Mu recalled the terrifying aura that Lin Feng had just exuded in his heart. Then he had no more doubts and was convinced that Lin Feng was really number 1 on the Heavenly Origin Cultivation ranking. Feng Mu couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. Not only had he recovered his cultivation, but he had also joined the sect of the number 1 strongest person in Tianyuan. Simply don't be too lucky, okay? Feng Mu, do you have anything else to pack? If not, we'll go back to the sect. We have to accept disciples tomorrow. Lin Feng looked at Feng Mu and said, no more. Feng Mu shook his head truthfully. Lin Feng nodded as he listened, and with a flash of his body, he took the two of them back to the Wind and Snow sect. At this moment, night fell. Wind and Snow sect, South Hall. The 5 people from the Northern Abyss gathered together, and you said one thing and I said another. I have a feeling that the number 1 on that whatever Heavenly Origin Cultivation ranking is Master. Bei Yuan patted his chest and said confidently. Agreed. If it wasn't for Master Teacher, I'd be practicing my sword upside down, Li Xian said as he patted the divine weapon in his hand. Yo ho, you 5 don't cultivate and forget about it. What are you gathering together to chat about? At that moment, Lin Feng's voice came from the back. The 5 of them looked over and immediately greeted him. Master, are you the one who is number 1 on the Heavenly Origin Cultivation ranking? Bei Yuan asked eagerly. Li Xian similarly looked at the latter with a face full of anticipation. He didn't want to practice his sword upside down. Want to hear the truth or a lie? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Both, Qinyu said after thinking for a while. Lin Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this and stopped joking. That first one is for the Master me. Although the North Abyss 5 had guessed it in their hearts, they were still shocked to hear Lin Feng admit it in person. Their master is the best in the world. It's a bit late and I'm not in the best shape, so I'll just write this for now. So go to bed early. Good night. Chapter 56. How could you seriously injure Auntie? Bad content. Chapter 57. That Taoist, he's coming. Bad content. Chapter 58. The tragedy of the Taoist priest and the Sky Fox. In a flash, the temperature around the Sky Fox instantly dropped. and the Dongfang mist in Tianwu beside them instantly sweated, glancing at the Sky Fox to hurry away. Forget it. It's horrible to be angry. This is not to be. The Sky Fox's eyes narrowed and the fox pupils grew red as he glared angrily at the Taoist. It was all him. He sealed her away for 3,000 years. Not only did he make it impossible for her to be free, but he also reduced the opportunity to absorb pure yang for 3,000 years. And over there, the Taoist priest flew over unhurriedly, his face flat, making one wonder what was going on inside him. Stinking Taoist priest, you have suppressed me for 3,000 years without freedom. Today you are here, and I will also press you for 3,000 years. Let you taste the flavor of being restricted from freedom. The Sky Fox's face was hideous, and his aura exploded around him as he directly rushed towards the Taoist priest, because she absorbed the rich and pure aura within the wind and snow sect. And there is also the cultivation of the Book of Cultivation, the cultivation bonus. The realm has long been unknowingly reached the immortal realm of the ninth, while 3,000 years ago, the Taoist priest is only the second level of the immortal, and today's strength is only the 8th level of the immortal at most. He was categorically no match for her. However, in the face of the imposing Sky Fox, the Taoist priest's face remained calm, instead revealing a smirk, and this smile fell in the eyes of the Sky Fox but was filled with mockery, and was instantly incomparably infuriated. How dare you laugh? Sky Fox shouted angrily. The aura around her body was incomparably furious as she swung out a palm straight at the Taoist priest. In the face of this attack that exuded an incomparably terrifying power, the Taoist priest's face remained bland, and he only gently raised his hand, lightly catching the Sky Fox's palm. Boom! The impact force that erupted from the two palms facing each other directly stretched out for hundreds of miles. The space around them directly created a distortion. Sky Fox was stunned in his heart, and instantly knew that he had underestimated this stinking Taoist. So he wanted to take back his hand and strike again, but unexpectedly, his hand was directly clasped by the latter's 5 fingers, and he couldn't take it out. Stinking Taoist, let go! Sky Fox frowned and shouted angrily, her aura surging up furiously around her body trying to break free from the Taoist priest's hand. However, without waiting for the aura within the Heavenly Fox to drive, a force passed into the Heavenly Fox's body from the hands of, directly suppressing the latter's aura. The Sky Fox was dismayed in his heart, and desperately drove his aura, but found that it was as if he was stuck in a quagmire, and it had no effect at all. Not waiting for Sky Fox to react, the Taoist priest pulled violently, directly embracing the latter into his arms and holding him tightly. Now Sky Fox was stupid. What are you doing, stinking Taoist? You let go of me. Sky Fox came back to her senses and struggled desperately, wanting to break free from the Taoist monk's embrace, but everything was in vain. Her aura was blocked. Now she was no different from a mortal. She couldn't break free from the Taoist monk's embrace at all. Sky Fox, don't move. You listen to me. The Taoist priest gently opened his mouth. His voice was gentle to the extreme, causing Sky Fox to freeze and look at the Taoist priest without knowing why. Stinking Taoist, what tricks are you trying to pull again? Sky Fox frowned. Nothing fancy, I just wanted to say, I love you. The words of the Taoist priest fell on the ears of the Sky Fox. Ordinary explosive thunder rang, and for a long time did not return to his senses. Over there, Praying for Snow looked at this scene with a surprised face and quietly glanced at Lin Feng before gently taking the latter's arm and snuggling up. Stinking Taoist, what the hell do you want? Toying with me? A touch of coldness appeared in the eyes of the Heavenly Fox, and her voice was ice cold as she said. The dowser couldn't help but sigh at the sight. This misunderstanding ran deep. After a moment of silence, the Taoist priest said, "Let me tell you a story, okay?" "Don't." "Okay, I'll speak then." "Sky Fox, are you listening to me or not? You stinking Taoist priest? This thing goes back a long time. I don't listen, said Sky Fox, shaking his head and self-hypnotizing. The Taoist priest didn't pay any attention and continued to speak. "Actually, I didn't mean to hurt you." The Taoist's first words froze Sky Fox and his words stuttered for a moment, but he still said, I'm not listening. You're not a fox from the Eastern Region Sky Fox Demon Clan. You're actually a fox from the Central Region Sky Fox Clan." Hearing this, Sky Fox heart cannot help but coldly laugh. "Make up. Continue to make up. I am the Central Region Sky Fox Clan? Then why don't I have any memories?" "You don't have that memory because it's sealed." Sky Fox was about to sneer, but the Taoist priest's next sentence instantly made her unable to laugh. "Every 10 years you dream some so-called strange dream, don't you? It's scurrying through a vast, endless sea of clouds, or running through a golden palace, or watching countless flashes of light shine in the sky. Taoist every say a dream." Sky Fox's petite body cannot help but tremble slightly. The words on the mouth unconsciously stopped, because the Taoist said these scenes if she did dream, and every image has a figure by your side, right? The Taoist said with a smile as he looked down at the Sky Fox in his arms. As soon as these words came out, Skyfox's eyes filled with shock and snapped his head up to look at the Taoist priest. Like, very similar. No, I should say carved from a mold. The face of the Taoist priest gradually overlapped with the one who had been with her in the dream, but lifting his head to look into the distance leisurely said, "You are the heir to the Fox Emperor of the Sky Fox clan of the Central Region, and I am the Dao son of the Dao clan of the Central Region, and we met together when we were originally on different paths. The two of us were secretly together in the Middle Kingdom for over 20 years, and had the time of our lives with unforgettable memories, but eventually our affair was discovered, because the Dao clan is one of the 4 top powers in the Central Domain, not something the Sky Fox clan can compare to. Under pressure, they could only erase your memory and exile you to the Eastern Domain, and I also because of this matter by the Taoist ancestor old man shut up confinement. This shut up 1,000 years, 1,000 years later, I still can't forget you. So out of the second day of the shut up I announced the closed door cultivation, but in fact I used a special technique to come here, and met you 3,000 years ago. Originally, I thought that we would be able to renew our relationship, but I met someone who was sent from the Taoist side, and after hearing him say that the news of my seclusion was false was discovered. The Taoist ancestor was so angry that he ordered some of the sons of the Taoist family to come to the 4 regions to decimate all the heavenly foxes in order for me to completely die. How can I not care about this kind of thing? But my realm was suppressed in the immortal realm because of the different regions, so I couldn't fight against it, so I could only pretend to be in it to kill the heavenly fox, and found you to fake kill you and seal you up to hide it from the sky, and afterward, I also sealed myself underneath sealing you up, and waited for you to break the seal and come back. Having said that, the Taoist priest fell into a long silence. Skyfox opened his mouth not knowing what to say. His heart was very complicated and tangled. Is that so? Is everything really what the Taoist priest said? Skyfox was completely clueless at the moment and didn't know what to do. The person who sealed her away was actually trying to save her? The person she hates the most is actually the person she loves? What is the answer to all this? Updated. 3 more chapters to go. Keep writing. Chapter 59. My wife is having a baby. Lin Feng quietly listened to the words of the Taoist priest, and in his heart he couldn't help but look at the Taoist priest a few more times. I can't imagine that there are actually people from the 4 regions in the Central Region, and a Taoist son of the Dao family? TSK, 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 it's really interesting. Skyfox? The Taoist asked softly, looking at Skyfox. Skyfox couldn't stop shaking her head. Her eyes were dull. Her mind was a mush at the moment. Lin Feng sighed. He didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the Heavenly Fox and the Taoist priests and prepared to leave with Prayer Snow. Oh, at this point Praying Snow did suddenly cry, bean-sized teardrops falling one by one. Lin Feng was taken aback and busily asked the latter what was going on, and Prayer Snow choked. Husband, the story of the two of them is too sad. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless for a while. This was too emotional, right? Definitely watched too much of Overbearing Cultivator Loves Me. Let's go. Lin Feng was helpless for a while and carried Prayer Snow on his shoulder and instantly disappeared. Look, who is that person holding Elder Fox? Bei Yuan saw the Taoist and Skyfox in the air and touched both Li Xian and Dongwu to ask. This should be her brother, right? Li Xian skimmed his lips. Possibly her husband? East Noon offered a different insight. No, senior brother Dongwu. I feel that senior brother Li Xian's statement is correct, Bei Yuan said as he waved his hand back and forth after hearing Dongwu's words. Look, Elder Fox speaks in a hum every day. Which man would like her? Which one would hug her like this? So there's no other possibility except for brother, Bei Yuan said fervently. Dongwu couldn't stop nodding his head and grinned as he listened, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Senior brother Bei Yuan has a high opinion. Bei Yuan couldn't help but pat Dongwu's shoulder and said, So read more in the future. Dongwu, what's reading got to do with it? By the way, senior brother Bei Yuan, what if it's not the older brother who is the father? Dongwu suddenly asked. Bei Yuan and Li Xian couldn't help but stare at each other after hearing this, looking at each other patting their heads and lamenting. Yes, it's possible that it's dad. After all, it's not like it's hard for cultivators to keep their faces young with illusion. Hearing the 3 of them discussing the Taoist priest in a serious manner, Xinyu and Shocking Rain couldn't help but cover their mouths and stifle their laughter. Are these 3 people really stupid or not? Xinyu secretly glanced at Bei Yuan while his gaze was immediately withdrawn. However, Bei Yuan's senior brother stupid handsome in about an hour, all of them finished walking the ancient green stone path and came to gather on the grounds of the North Hall, surveying the surroundings without being able to help but sigh. Oh my, is this where the immortals live? It's so exquisite. Wow. Everyone, look, the ground is full of extreme grade spirit stones. Gosh, there are actually so many extreme spirit stones. It feels like something around me keeps pouring into my body. It's so comfortable. It feels like my power is increasing a little bit. Just as the crowd was hotly debating, Lin Feng appeared on top of the high platform in front of the venue. When the crowd saw Lin Feng appear, they quieted down to look at the ladder. Welcome everyone to the Wind and Snow sect. After walking the ancient green stone path, I'm sure you can all feel that there seems to be something more inside of you, right? Lin Feng looked at the crowd and smiled. The crowd nodded their heads. Indeed, after walking the ancient green stone path, they felt something appear within them and could feel themselves filled with power. That is the Yuan vein, the root of immortal cultivation. Lin Feng continued. Everyone close your eyes, take a deep breath, calm your mind, feel the heartbeat with your spiritual energy, and then spreading out from the heart, you'll be able to feel the existence of the Yuan vein. The people did as Lin Feng said, and in a little while, many of them opened their eyes in surprise. I see it, I saw it too, like sinews, but white and each running throughout the body. With that said, the rest of the group opened their eyes to show that they saw it. Good. Then from this instant, everyone is a cultivator of my Wind and Snow sect. Welcome everyone, Lin Feng said solemnly with a nod. Greetings, Sovereign. Everyone saluted in unison. Bei Yuan, come up and talk to the senior brothers and sisters about the situation of the Wind and Snow sect, Lin Feng said as he looked at Bei Yuan who was off to the side of the stage. Kitabuchi came up in response. Hello, fellow senior brothers and sisters. My name is Bei Yuan. I'm your eldest senior brother. Bei Yuan came onto the stage and started chattering while Lin Feng got off the stage and took out a scroll from his spatial ring and handed it to Dongfang Mist. Elder Dongfang, this is the clan planning sheet. In a moment you follow the things on it, okay? Dongfang Mist took the scroll and glanced at it. It was some planning about where the disciples would live and choose the direction of their cultivation, and readily nodded his head in agreement. Lin Feng nodded and with a flash of his body, he arrived at the South Hall grounds, and as he looked over, Praying Snow was swinging on a swing, holding a paper kite in her hand. A voice suddenly rang in Lin Feng's head as he prepared to go over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting 392 disciples. Current total number of clan members, 405. Disciples average realm, second level of the enlightened realm. Clan's overall ranking, 888. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment. System, you're back? Didn't I give you a 3-day vacation? You're back in less than a day? Could it be that you've been dumped? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng, Omega, dump your sister. Are you human? I can't believe you said that. Then what's wrong? Lin Feng was confused. It's this system's carelessness. Xing, she can't get out now. Hearing the system's words, Lin Feng instantly realized and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. You're still laughing? No. I just remembered something funny. Lin Feng denied it repeatedly. What is it? My wife is having a baby. So soon? In just 2 days? Well, there's ha. Host, you're bullying the system too much. Ha. Sorry, just couldn't hold back ha. Lin Feng's mouth kept twitching and he couldn't help but cover his mouth. System, ha? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Phew, ha. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Sorry ha. Me ha. My wife gave birth, having a baby, ha. Lin Feng directly laughed out loud. No, it was too funny. He couldn't hold it in anymore. This has been written down in the Little Book of Vengeance. Updated. 2 more to go. Chapter 60, A Turmoil. Lin Feng's laughter immediately caught the attention of Prayer Snow, who couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lin Feng with a face full of confusion. Husband, what are you doing? Laughing so happily? Praying Snow asked with a crooked head. Ha. My wife had a baby. Ha. Lin Feng said reflexively, and froze as soon as the words left his mouth. On the swing, Prayer Snow's body couldn't help but stiffen when she heard Lin Feng's words, and then her face flushed. Not Xiao Xue. I mean, Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly got up trying to explain. Oof, husband, you're such a bad person. It's not even fully. And you want a child. What a trifle, Prayer Snow said, her voice getting smaller and smaller, only to feel her face rolling incomparably. This. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his head, somewhat embarrassed and at a loss for words. Ha. The host continues to laugh. It's retribution, isn't it? Omega, Lin Feng, North Hall. Alright, that's all I'm going to say about some of the things in the clan. If there's anything you don't understand you can come and ask me ha. Bei Yuan smiled and said, going down amidst a round of applause. Wow, this senior brother Bei Yuan is the patriarch's adopted disciple, right? Yes, he even came to my house earlier to inform me to sign up to join the Wind and Snow sect. In that case, not only is senior brother Bei Yuan handsome but he also has strength? I really want to go out with senior brother Kitabuchi. There were a lot of murmurs from the stage. and she knew by the front stage couldn't help but tighten her heart when she heard it, and couldn't help but look at Bei Yuan, fearing that the latter would run away. And upon seeing Bei Yuan's calm demeanor, looking as if he didn't care about these words, Xin Yu's heart couldn't help but loosen slightly. No, I must quickly let senior brother Bei Yuan know my feelings. Xin Yu couldn't help but make up his mind in his heart. On the front stage, after Bei Yuan came down, Dongfang Mist went up to the stage and looked at the chattering crowd on the stage to quiet down before starting to speak. Hello everyone, I'm your Sword Dao Elder. My name is Dongfang Mist. You can call me Dongfang Elder. Wow, Elder Dongfang is also handsome. Indeed, and that elder too. That's senior brother, and that. It seems like everyone except that handsome male elder is very handsome and beautiful. In The Alchemist, Dan Shango suddenly sneezed violently and couldn't help but sniffle, somewhat puzzled. What teenager possessed such a discerning eye that was complimenting him on his good looks? Master, are you alright? Fatty Joe asked as he looked towards Dan Shango, his mouth stuffed. It's fine. You quickly eat this point of the holy Dan with small potency, and after you eat it, there's the immortal Dan. This way your physique will be able to get fully awakened, Dan Shango said as he pointed to the basin of holy Dan in front of Fatty Joe. Okay master. Fatty Joe nodded, and a handful went down to be stuffed directly into his mouth. Well, it's worthy of being a holy elixir, and it does taste good. North Domain. Inside the explosive Sky Gang, Gangmaster is saying that he wants us to investigate that Lin Feng? The Northern Region Explosive Sky Gang leader asked as he looked at the ethereal figure in front of him, and it was clearly the one beside Su Xian. Xiao Yan. Yes. Yen replied with a nod of affirmation, but that Lin Feng is the number one in the world. We're only in the immortal realm. How can we investigate? The Northern Region Explosive Sky Gang leader couldn't help but feel helpless. Have you forgotten one of the slogans of our frying Sky Gang? Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask with a frown. Of course not. Brave Explosive Sky is not afraid of difficulties. The Northern Region's Heaven Blasting Gang leader shook his head and said, that won't do. Go. Little Yen nodded. Then his figure disappeared. The leader of the Northern Domain's Exploding Sky Gang hesitated for a moment, then sent a few Immortal Realm disciples to the Southern Domain to find out more about Lin Feng. Inside the Ho Mansion, Ho Ming respectfully knelt in front of old Danzi's second disciple. My lord, may I ask what instructions you have come down here this time? Ho Ming asked. I want you to go to the Southern Region this time to investigate that Lin Feng. Old Danzi's second disciple said. Lin Feng? That's the one who's number one on the cultivation list? Ho Ming said in surprise. Yes. As long as you investigate some news about him, then you don't need to save up enough 100 million extreme spirit stones to be able to come to the central domain directly, so you can see for yourself. Old Danzi's second disciple said, and then his figure disappeared. Ho Ming couldn't help but pace around his home. His heart was distressed. That was the number one in the world. How could a mortal like him be able to spy on him? Ho Ming was silent for a while and decided to smash the money. Money makes the world go round. Use money to get some immortals to help themselves to pry. It didn't matter even if one dumped all one's money. If you traveled to the central region, wouldn't tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of spirit stones be earned casually? Ah foo. Go through some connections and see if there are any loose immortals of the immortal realm. Find them to help me inquire about Lin Feng. Whoever succeeds 500,000 extreme spirit stones. Ho Ming shouted with a wave of his hand. A black-clothed slave in the distance responded in a loud voice while retreating. Wind and Snow Sect, North Hall front stage. I'll make it short. In a moment we will be probing everyone's physique and then choosing a cultivation direction based on your physique. And if it's a spiritual category, then go to the West Hall for cultivation and learning. If it's the martial category, then go to the East Hall for cultivation and learning. A competition will be held a month later to examine everyone's cultivation achievements, at which time 10 disciples will be chosen to enter the main hall to become inner disciples. The others who didn't enter don't need to be discouraged. This kind of competition is held every month, and one of the inner door outstanding will be accepted by the elders as a disciple more carefully instructed cultivation. If the period of outstanding performance was the sect elder's fancy, without the identity of the inner door disciple can also be accepted as a disciple. That's all I'm going to say. I hope everyone works hard to cultivate. Dongfang Mist finished and went down, leaving the matter of testing the physique to Tianwu and the belated Feng Mu. Elder brother Feng Mu, why are you late? Tianwu asked curiously as he took the clan planning sheet handed over by Dongfang Mist. Alas, let's not talk about meeting the patriarch and patriarch's wife that. Feng Mu shook his head and said, which one? Tenwo couldn't help but get confused. That one is that one. What else? Feng Mu sighed and said. Tianwu looked at Feng Mu with only 4 words in his heart. Updated. There's one more to go. Everyone, go to bed if you're too sleepy. I can't afford it anyway. */nabla*. Chapter 61. I'll sue you for libel. Bad content. Chapter 62. The Grove. A light smile appeared on Prayer Snow's lips as she received those two small snacks. Glancing at Lin Feng, she turned around and walked away briskly. Lin Feng saw this and hurriedly followed. After walking for about a while, Lin Feng followed Praying Snow and unknowingly walked into a small forest. Suddenly, Praying Snow suddenly stopped, turned around and grabbed Lin Feng's hand and pulled it over, making the latter lean his back against the trunk of a large tree, while looking at the latter with a smile. Yuki, what are you doing? Lin Feng froze at this sudden move. Prayer Snow opened the small snack while holding it to his mouth and held out his hand. Snap! It was placed on the tree trunk next to Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng's surprised face. Wallop? Praying Snow could only grunt out because of the little nibbles on his mouth, and couldn't stop the harumph from dripping out of his mouth. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and reached out his hand to point a finger on the little zero mouth and stuffed it into Praying Snow's mouth. What exactly do you want? Lin Feng said and wiped the latter's harangue with his sleeve. Praying Snow chewed the small snack and said, don't you want to eat? I'll feed you. What? Lin Feng froze. Praying for Snow once again took out a small snack and held it in her mouth, slowly coming up to Lin Feng, her eyes gently closing and her face gradually turning red. Lin Feng looked at the tantalizing red lips that were biting the small zero mouth and leaned towards him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. There was no need to think. Praying Snow definitely learned from that bully cultivator fell in love with me. Ugh, really? I can't believe I taught Yuki a lesson. I'll have to confiscate it in the future. Lin Feng thought indignantly, taking a bite on a small snack and eating it over bit by bit. The lips of the two people are getting closer and closer. Pray for Snow can feel it. Heartbeat cannot help but speed up. Face has long been a flushed red. Thrill. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down on Prayer Snow's lips. Well. Praying Snow snapped her eyes open and slapped Lin Feng's chest, but Lin Feng was unmoved. Praying for Snow movement amplitude is getting smaller and smaller. Only feel that all the body cannot make strength. Lin Feng sensed the situation of Praying for Snow, reached out and wrapped an arm around the latter's thin waist tightly against himself. Praying for the Snow heartbeat faster and faster, as if drowning, only to feel about to suffocate. Gasping for breath cannot help but sound sharp. Just then, Lin Feng finally loosened up, hooked a smile and looked at Prayer Snow and said, how about it? Still want to learn these? Finally, Prayer Snow couldn't stop breathing heavily and looked at Lin Feng with a grudging look. Lin Feng gestures to kiss again. Pray for Snow immediately shrunk his neck. Do not learn ah. Looking at Prayer Snow's unwillingly pouting mouth, Lin Feng couldn't help but lightly laugh and scratch her agitated nose. Praying for the Snow was instantly unhappy. Carry me, or I won't go. Humph, carry you? Lin Feng suddenly laughed. His other hand wrapped around Prayer Snow's long white legs, and he picked Prayer Snow up. Praying for the Snow frightened exclaimed, panicked under the arms around Lin Feng's neck, suddenly full of blush glared at Lin Feng, released his hands to hold his chest angry. Lin Feng smiled bashfully, and then suddenly levitated and flew at an extremely high speed. Prayer Snow once again shrieked in shock and hurriedly hugged Lin Feng's neck, her head buried deeply in Lin Feng's arms. Husband, you toyed with me. Praying Snow couldn't help but shout in exasperation. No, wow, didn't I carry you home? Lin Feng laughed. Prayer Snow instantly pouted and directly went up and slapped Lin Feng on the face. But of course, it wasn't hard. Oops, you actually hit your husband? Lin Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Humph, believe it or not, I'll throw you down? Lin Feng pretended to be fierce and said, I can levitate too. Praying Snow was all but fearless. Then I'll seal your aura. Let's see how you can levitate. After saying that, Lin Feng really sealed the aura of Praying Snow. Praying Snow, who couldn't detect a trace of aura in her body, suddenly panicked and hurriedly hugged Lin Feng's neck to death. Lin Feng loosened his hand, and Prayer Snow was instantly shocked, clinging to Lin Feng and not letting go, desperately screaming, What's your name? Snowy? Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. We're home. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Prayer Snow froze and looked down. They had already reached the ground. Husband, you're so bad. Nasty. Praying Snow's mouth pouted, her teary eyes misty as if they were about to flow down the next moment. Lin Feng also noticed that he had gone too far and hurriedly apologized. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's my husband's fault. Don't cry, okay? System sad face degree. Ding. Hint to the host. This system is being strengthened for Praying Snow. Current breakthrough: Immortal King Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm, Immortal Emperor Realm, Immortal Yu Realm, True God Realm, Shin Dao Realm. This strength boost is limited to 1 hour. Please enjoy it. Lin Feng was instantly confused when he heard the system. Praying Snow, on the other hand, was surprised to find that her strength had actually been skyrocketing, and eventually seemed to have reached the same realm as her husband. Little Shui, really can't you just hit me a few times to get out of it? Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva and spoke softly. Praying for the Snow, a pout. A punch while Lin Feng flew more than 10 miles, and then brushed disappeared in place. The next moment directly reappeared next to Lin Feng. once again swung a punch. The old wind. Ah, the heavens' way is good. The heavens have spared no one? System. Updated. 5 more chapters to go with the hike chapter. Here should be requested to say a few words about the realms behind the immortal realm. Immortal realm 1 to 9 can be regarded as immortal of the immortal way, which is the real starting point of immortal cultivation. Pseudo-immortal is actually a failure of a robbery. Barely survived. Between the immortal and the king of immortals, counting the realm is not counted, which is very embarrassing. King of immortals realm 1 to 9. King of immortals realm 1 to 9. Emperor of immortals realm 1 to 9. Immortal world realm 1 to 9. God quasi-failure of robbery. Barely survived. Between immortal world and true God, they barely survived after a failed attempt to cross the threshold. Between immortal world and true God's lower stage to perfection, and the divine path is divided into human, earth, heaven, and perfection. Chapter 63, Shin Yu confesses to Bei Yuan. Bad content. Chapter 64, give me a year to make you love me. Shin Yu couldn't help but freeze when she heard Bei Yuan's words. So, Bei Yuan's senior brother. What do you think? Shin Yu spoke in a daze. Do you like me? Shin Yu was staring at Bei Yuan nervously at the moment, her heart beating wildly. Bei Yuan didn't say anything, just stepped forward and gently hugged Shin Yu. This sudden move made Shin Yu not react for a moment. Around the corner, seeing this scene, Shocking Rain couldn't help but wave his fist in dark excitement. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was even more surprised. He couldn't imagine that Bei Yuan, the head of Essence Steel, was actually capable of such non-straight behavior anymore. It's a small step for Kitabuchi, but a big step in the transformation of straight men. When Shin Yu returned slightly to his senses to similarly try to hug Bei Yuan, the latter let go of Shin Yu. Senior sister Shin Yu, although I feel that kind of love for you, you are indeed the woman I have the most favorable feelings for besides my mother. Bei Yuan scratched his head and said, hearing you just say that you like me, there is a little inexplicable little excitement in my heart, but I can't talk about excitement. It's fine senior brother Bei Yuan, as long as you give me 1 year. If you still don't like me after a year senior brother I'll never pester you again. Shin Yu said eagerly. Senior sister, your words are too desperate, aren't they? At least being senior siblings is quite good, Bei Yuan said. You promise? Shin Yu asked with slightly widened eyes. Promised, Kitabuchi said with a nod. Many thanks, senior brother. Shin Yu directly hugged Bei Yuan excitedly. It's done, I told you. How could this routine not work? Shocking Rain said excitedly. Lin Feng looked at the latter speechlessly. This little girl, why does she act like it was him who had found a boyfriend? Ahem, Shocking Rain, what are you doing? So happy? Lin Feng opened his mouth. Startling Rain was startled by the sudden sound and turned his head to look and hurriedly saluted. Master. Hearing Lin Feng's voice Shin Yu couldn't help but be startled. Turning her head to see Lin Feng walking out from around the corner, she immediately let go of Bei Yuan and lowered her head with a blushing face. Master. Bei Yuan saluted towards Lin Feng without changing his face. Master. Master. Shin Yu also reacted and hurriedly bowed. What are you guys doing here? Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled bashfully. Shin Yu opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to explain. You guys what you guys? You're too young to learn, Lin Feng said, and these words caused the hearts of the few people present to instantly rise into their throats. You actually learned to avoid practicing? Is this something you can do? Don't hurry up and go cultivate for your master. If you don't break through to the mortal breaking realm today, you won't get your divine weapons back. Lin Feng opened his mouth, causing the three of them to instantly freeze. Dare I say that master teacher didn't know what was going on? Why are you still standing there? Don't want a divine soldier anymore? Lin Feng frowned and said, yes, master, we'll go cultivate. The three Bei Yuan people hurriedly nodded their heads and ran around Lin Feng. Seeing this scene Lin Feng's originally angry face was instantly replaced by a smile. These little guys. Ding. Release task make Bei Yuan fall in love with Shin Yu. Reward for success 10,000 plan contributions. Penalty for failure break the host stinky. Limited to 1 year. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when he heard it. This system is afraid that it's not intentional, right? You have to know that Bei Yuan is eternal steel straight man great perfection cultivator. Even though a small step had been taken so far, it was always hard enough to make the latter fall in love with Shin Yu within a year. System, are you having thoughts about my brother? Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. However, the system didn't give a damn about Lin Feng, which made the latter somewhat helpless. Lin Feng then flew towards the main hall he was going to store those yellow, human, earth, heaven, emperor, saint, immortal, 7 levels of Gongfu weapons in the treasury. When the time comes for everyone to go and get it on the line, and he himself would save himself from having to dig around. Just as Lin Feng flew over the main hall, he saw Tianxu with a gloomy face flying out from the book depository while flying followed closely by Li Qingtian with a smile on his face. When the Sky Fox saw the flying Lin Feng, his eyes flashed with a bright light early on and he hurriedly came to Lin Feng and saluted. Greetings, Patriarch. Lin Feng gently waved his hand to signal a leveling off. Greetings, Wind and Snow Sect Patriarch. Li Qingtian followed up and cupped his fists towards Lin Feng. Much obliged, Lin Feng said with a nod. Stinking Taoist, the Patriarch is the #1 expert in the world. If you are able to defeat the Patriarch, then I will completely believe your previous words. And if you fail, then how about bugging me less and stalking me less? Sky Fox said as she looked towards Li Qingtian. Yes, Li Qingtian nodded before smiling and looking at Lin Feng. I just don't know if the Patriarch is willing or not. Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this. He couldn't help but feel a little amused. Sky Fox actually wanted to use him to distract Li Qingtian? Forget it, where am I the #1 in the world? I still have things to do. I have to. Lin Feng hadn't even finished speaking when the system's voice sounded again. Please agree to a duel. Reward for agreeing, 10,000 clan contributions. Penalty for refusal, 1 day in women's clothing. Lin Feng, why is your system everywhere? What did I ever do to you? Even though he was dissatisfied with the system in his heart, he could not help that the task had to be completed. He is not going to let readers see him in women's clothing. Got it those things. Come on, let's two come and fight one-on-one. Lin Feng took a lot of effort to change his words and looked at Li Qingtian. Sky Fox froze for a moment. She had thought that Lin Feng wouldn't agree. Li Qingtian also froze for a moment, then nodded, come on. After saying that, Li Qingtian and Lin Feng both rose hundreds of feet upwards. Li Qingtian looked at Lin Feng's expression without thinking. The first strongest person in the world? Humph. The top of the threshold of the peak of the immortal realm. In front of him, not to mention one, even if it is 5 or 6 more than 10 together do not necessarily be his opponent, because he had been 7th on the heavenly origin cultivation list. Middle domain Taoist true god perfection. However, at this time, Li Qingtian didn't know that the #1 in the world that Sky Fox was referring to wasn't the #1 in the world of the 4 domains, but was truly the #1 in the world of the Tianyuan continent. If Qingtianli knew about it he would absolutely give up immediately. Even if he was allowed to use the true god realm against Lin Feng descending to the immortal Yu realm he wouldn't dare fight because it was impossible to win. He had just said that even if he was the peak of the immortal realm, he could still fight more than 10 peaks of the immortal realm because he had fallen from the true god realm, but his body was still the same body that had been tempered by the true god realm, and even though it wasn't as good as the original one, it was still incomparable to the peak of the immortal realm, and the body of the divine principal realm was even more terrifying. Several true god realm cultivators had to keep bombarding the body of the divine principal realm with their strongest moves for 3 days and 3 nights before they were barely able to get a superficial wound. This was why there were 4 strongest forces in the central domain, as these 4 had the divine Tao sitting in their midst. Not being in the same realm, it was impossible to kill a divine Tao realm cultivator without a divine weapon. It was even said that even that could not be killed, because the strength of a divine Tao realm cultivator was almost held at the same level. A millimeter higher was incomparably terrifying. This was also why all the divine Tao realms on the heavenly origin cultivation ranking were ranked first, but this still had a difference between the strong and the weak, and so there was a sequence of first place. The probability of the first place decapitating the second first place is high. The probability of decapitating the third first place is even higher, and even greater going forward. The third chapter. 3 more chapters. This chapter is slow, but it mainly explains everyone's confusion about the realm rankings. Chapter 65, Golden Light in the Body. Like a God. Bad content. Chapter 66, I'm your patron saint. Seeing Lin Feng come Snow cannot help but smile sweetly. The setting sun reflects. Looks so charming. Husband, you're back. Praying for Snow's voice was soft and melodious, falling into Lin Feng's ears with the breeze. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile as he came to Prayer Snow and gently pulled the latter's hair back a bit. Just woke up from a nap? Your hair is a bit messy. Shall I comb it for you? Lin Feng asked. Qishua gently nodded her head and allowed Lin Feng to pull her hand to the swing and sit down. Prayer Snow untied the hairband that bound her ebony hair, while then she took out a sandalwood comb from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the comb and gently stroked Prayer Snow's long hair, then carefully helped comb it. Praying for Snow slightly swayed her long white and wobbly legs, looking at the golden pond scenery in front of her. A strong sense of happiness welled up in her heart. Husband. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked as he paused his hair-brushing movements and looked at the latter's delicate side face. I love you Prayer Snow said as she spat out her pink tongue and looked back at Lin Feng. Very cute. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at this and continued to help the latter brush up her hair. Both of them stopped talking, but there was a faint smile on their faces. Praying for Snow. In a while let's go down the mountain to eat some delicious food to go? Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Weren't we just there this morning? Prezuki asked. It's not the same. Just pissed you off. Still need to make up for it. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed lightly. Hey, is it? Then you have to get ready. That little thing is not enough to pay off the debt. Oh. Praying for Snow suddenly said joyfully. No problem. I'm paying for all the spending tonight and it's always me who pays. You can eat whatever you want. Lin Feng nodded and said. Then you have to carry me all the way. Praying for Snow said. No problem. He. After combing his hair, Lin Feng carried Prayer Snow on his back and slowly walked down the mountain. No need for transience. The process is important. Husband, you are so handsome today. Chishua suddenly stuck her head out of Lin Feng's shoulder and said as she pressed her face together with the ladders. What? Your husband is just handsome today? Lin Feng said in mock shock. No. Husband has always been handsome, but it's just that today's husband is even more handsome. Praying Snow hurriedly remedied the situation. Lin Feng nodded his head and said smugly, this is more or less the same. Like your husband, such a suave jade tree, looks like Panon, graceful, good wow, beautiful man. How can it be just today handsome? Yeah, husband is simply the #1 most handsome pen in the universe. Praying for Snow gave a thumbs up and said. Lin Feng was instantly amused. He actually knew about the great handsome pen? Simply husband. Many people believe in God. Do you know what God I believe in? Praying Snow shook her long white legs and rubbed them against Lin Feng's thighs from time to time and said. What God do you like? Lin Feng asked. Little Snow loves husband. Praying Snow replied with a smile. Because husband is Little Snow's God. Little Snow only believes in husband. Saying that, Lin Feng's figure with golden light as his divine armor, proud of the world once again appeared in front of Prayer Snow, which he still had not been able to forget. Will husband be willing to be Yuki's god? Lin Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard Praying Snow's words, and opened his mouth in silence for a little while and said, Of course I'm willing. I'm not only Xiao Shui's husband, but also your forever demon. Lin Feng's voice was light but very resonant and resolute. The heavens and earth were suddenly silent, with only these words echoing for a long time. Husband. Oh, Praying Snow couldn't help but get teary-eyed, her head buried deep in Lin Feng's neck, her delicate body trembling. Lin Feng could feel the tears of Prayer Snow falling on his neck, rolling hot, and could not help but sigh. What a sensual little girl. Really do not make too many jokes in the future. Lin Feng's footsteps were smooth, and the two of them gradually descended the ancient green stone path. Fifth shift. There's one more to go in the wee hours of the morning. Go to sleep if you're too sleepy. Chapter 67, Miserable Jinru. When he came to Windy City, people were still discussing about the golden light, and a look of excitement and wonder was written on everyone's face. Instead of rushing to eat, Lin Feng bought 2 bunches of sugar gourds for Prayer Snow and took the latter for a stroll by the river in the city, praying for Snow to eat the hands of the sugar gourd with great relish. Only the eyes are still a little red and swollen. There are still some tear stains have not wiped clean. Husband, eat one well, said Praying Snow as she stretched the sugar gourd to Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng took a bite and nodded. It's so sweet. Hearing this, Praying Snow instantly laughed and continued to huff and puff as she dried the sugar gourd in her hands. Just as the atmosphere was sweet and cordial, a strong smell of blood came over, and Prayer Snow couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows. Lin Feng similarly frowned slightly. His divine sense spread out and he instantly discovered the source of the bloody smell before taking a step out and arriving there. It was in the dense forest. Lin Feng and Prayer Snow found the bloodstains under their feet, and raised their eyes along the bloodstains, only to see a clear woman wearing a green shirt and plain clothes full of cracks and stained with a large amount of blood was leaning against a thick tree, her eyes closed and seemed to be unconscious. Lin Feng carried Prayer Snow on his back and quickly came to this woman's body. His divine sense probed her body and his face couldn't help but stare. The woman's breathing was weak, and her life was rapidly draining away, because her body had suffered 5 or 6 stab wounds, and the degree of the stab wounds was extremely deep, and 4 or 5 bones in her body had been broken. But what was amazing was that the woman was immortal, yet she was able to sustain herself until now, which could be considered a miracle. Lin Feng didn't dare to delay. He put down Praying Snow then squatted down, releasing a little bit of Reiki into the latter's body, sealing the speed of the blood flow, and then Lin Feng took out an immortal pill, used his spiritual chi to remove most of the medicinal power on it, and then put it into the latter's mouth and held it, letting the Dan chi nourish the injuries in the latter's body. In a little while, the latter's face was seen to gradually appear a little bit of blood color from miserable white. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although his Tao was invincible, he still needed to be careful in the face of such a situation, only because the woman is immortal. With the immortal cultivator is different. Her body cannot feel the aura, that is not to say enough to absorb and condense the aura, and is too fragile. As long as Lin Feng a little bit of control is not good, this woman on the spot will be exploded and died. As the woman's condition gradually improved a little, Lin Feng used his aura to push the immortal pills into the woman's abdomen. And soon, the knife wounds on the woman's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng then drove his spiritual chi and articulated the latter's broken bones again. During this time, the woman's was tightly wrinkled from time to time, revealing a pained expression. In a little while, Lin Feng had finally finished everything, and now it was time to wait for the latter to wake up. After about a moment, the woman opened her eyes languidly, her confused eyes bursting into a trifecta of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Lin Feng and the two of them didn't rush, but quietly waited for the latter to slowly recover. Finally, with the passage of time, the woman's complexion gradually took on a look of radiance. Looking at Lin Feng, the two of them couldn't help but ask hoarsely, "Who are you two? Where am I?" "Little girl, first tell me what's your name?" Lin Feng looked at the woman and asked. "Me, my name is Jin Ru," the woman replied and said. Then with great difficulty she raised her head to look at the two of them, Lin Feng, and asked, "Who are the two of you? And where is this place?" Lin Feng and Prayer Snow looked at each other. Then Lin Feng opened his mouth and responded, "My name is Lin Feng. Her name is Prayer Snow. This is the outskirts of the city outside of Wind City. I don't know what's wrong with you, girl. Why did you make such a mess?" "Windy City. Windy City," Jin Ru murmured and whispered, and did not answer Lin Feng's words. For a long time he seemed to understand something, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his eyes still showed a touch of sadness of grief. "Thank you both for saving my life." Jin Ru looked towards Lin Feng and the two of them kneeled down with great difficulty and saluted. Lin Feng hurriedly used his aura to prop him up and busied himself. "No need to be polite. It's just a show of hands. Only I don't know how you ended up like this?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, the grief in Jin Ru's eyes became even more intense. After hesitating for a while, Jin Ru finally told her experience. She was the first daughter of the Jin family in Crane City, 1,000 miles away from Windy City, and collected thousands of favorites from her parents, and originally thought that she would be able to live like this until she found a good husband. But unexpectedly, the bullies in Crane City fell in love with her beauty and wanted to marry her, but her parents resolutely refused to agree. The bully was so enraged that he directly got a lot of thugs to storm into our house, killing everyone in the family and getting himself caught. In order to satisfy his own special hobby, the bully tied her up and then used a knife to cut open her skin and flesh. Because the pain was unbearable during the period and resistance enraged the latter, he swung his fist at her and broke a few of her bones, and it was at this moment that the life-preserving talisman bought by her parents kicked in and teleported her, and she herself fell unconscious before she was rescued and awakened by Lin Feng. Hearing Jin Ru's words, the two Lin Fengs didn't know what to say. For a while the three of them were silent, too sleepy brain fuzzy to write this. I'll respond to everyone's chapters tomorrow since it's so late. Good night. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 68 Wrong Husband. At this moment, a plain white hand gently placed on Jinru's head, causing the latter to freeze, and then she was gently held in Prayer Snow's arms, gently caressing her. Feeling this warm embrace, for a moment, Jinru seems to have found a place where he can embrace and rest. The sadness and bitterness that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time all burst out at this moment, hugging, praying for the snow, and tears came out of his eyes. Prayer Snow's head was pressed against Jinru's head, gently patting Jinru's back. Husband, this little girl has no home. Let's take her in. Praying Snow turned her head to look at Lin Feng and asked softly. Lin Feng nodded and said, of course you can. It's just that it's not appropriate to go out like this. Let her change into a new one. After Lin Feng said that, he took out a set of clothes from his space ring and handed it to Prayer Snow, then left. Alright, don't cry. Now that my husband has taken you in, then you can also cultivate immortality, and then you can go back and take revenge. Praying for Snow to comfort Jinru said. Jinru couldn't help but freeze at the sound of it and looked at Prayer Snow. You guys are cultivators? Yeah, replied Prayer Snow with a nod. Jinru, however, revealed a bitter smile. I'm afraid that I won't be able to take revenge, because I simply don't have the talent to cultivate, and my parents have used many methods to fail to make me open my yuan vein, so I'm destined to live an ordinary life. No, you won't just pass away in an ordinary life. You can take this revenge, because we will help you open your yuan vein and let you cultivate immortality. Prayer Snow looked at Jinru and said seriously, causing the latter to freeze. Really? Really? Jinru asked in dismay. Of course it's true, but it's something I'll have to ask my husband for help with. Praying Snow replied with a nod. Jinru's eyes couldn't help but dampen. Her voice choked, and she thanked him repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Change into your clothes. Praying Snow handed Jinru her clothes, but immediately shook her head. No, no, no. The injuries on your body haven't completely healed well. You can't move around. It's better for me to help you change into it, okay? Praying Snow looked at Jinru and asked. Can. Jinru's face was slightly and playfully red, but thinking that Prayer Snow was a female, She didn't care. Praying for Snow nodded, and then helped Jinru to remove the bloodstained clothes, revealing the bright white large spring light. Outside the dense forest, Praying Snow brought Jinru to Lin Feng. Jinru implores Senior to teach me to cultivate immortality so that I can avenge the destruction of my family, Jinru said as he knelt down and kowtowed heavily towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Prayer Snow and saw that the latter nodded her head repeatedly. Then he looked at Jinru and asked, "If I take you on as a disciple and teach you to cultivate immortality, what will you do?" "Always be loyal to elder. Never betray. Become a sharp blade under elder. At elder's disposal." Jinru raised his eyes to look at Lin Feng and said with a firm voice. Lin Feng nodded, then helped Jinru up and said, "Then from this moment on, you are my 6th disciple for my Wind and Snow sect." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jinru was instantly very excited and hurriedly saluted. "Many thanks, Senior." "No, it's Master." "Well, since that's the case, let's go to the city to eat first." Lin Feng nodded and said. Jinru couldn't help but stare at Lin Feng in dismay. Lin Feng immediately laughed. "Without enough to eat, what are you going to cultivate with? In your condition, if you want to open your yuan vein, you'll have to go through hardships that normal people can't stand." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jinru had wanted to say that it was fine. She could endure it. As a result, her stomach suddenly growled and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Praying for Snow held Jinru's hand and said with a smile, "Let's go. Dinner won't be delayed for long. After all, if you want to be quick, you can't get away with it." Jinru nodded gently as he looked at Prayer Snow's face. Lin Feng then took the two of them to Windy City. After eating, Lin Feng and the three of them returned to the Wind and Snow sect and went to the grounds of the main hall. "Master, what are we going to do now?" Jinru looked at Lin Feng and asked eagerly. "It's not us, it's you." Lin Feng gently smiled, and then his finger gently scratched in the air, and a two-person high crack appeared in front of the three people, and it was dark inside, looking cold and terrifying. "Go inside." Lin Feng looked at Jinru and spoke. Jinru looked at the blackened crack with some hesitation. Praying for Snow to see this plain hand gently patted the latter's shoulder. "Cheer up, it's fine." Looking at Praying Snow's gentle gaze, Jinru nodded fiercely, and then without a single moment of hesitation to stay, he walked into the crack. With that, the crack disappeared, and in its place was an aura mirror, on which was reflected Jinru's figure. "Husband, what does she have to do to be able to open her yuan vein?" Chishui asked as she came beside Lin Feng and gently held the latter's arm. Lin Feng had touched Prayer Snow's head and spoke softly. "She needs to go through 9 tests, and for every test she completes she'll be able to open a yuan vein. As long as she completes the 9 tests, then not only will she be able to open her veins and cultivate immortality, but her own physique will also reach the level of an emperor's body. However, cultivation is still incomparably difficult, and it requires perseverance and hard work. This process will take roughly 3 days." Praying Snow gazed at the aura mirror and cheered softly. "Go for it." Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Why are you so attached to her?" "I see that she is poor, so I want to help her." Praying Snow spoke softly. "But isn't Bei Yuan and the few of them pitiful, and I don't see you being very attached to them." Lin Feng couldn't help but hook a smile and said, "Geez, haven't you already helped them? Really? I'll ignore you if you keep this up. It's annoying." Praying Snow instantly pouted and said, "Fine, fine, no more jokes." Lin Feng nodded his head repeatedly and said, By the way, husband, do you prefer a daughter or a son for our child?" After a while, Prayer Snow suddenly looked at Lin Feng and asked. "Daughter," Lin Feng said without hesitation. "Why, is the son bad?" Prezuki said with a slight frown. "The daughter is cute," Lin Feng said with a nod. "The son is cute too." Praying Snow said, "No way, he'll steal Xiao Shue's love for me," Lin Feng said seriously, and Praying for Snow lost her smile when she heard that. "You think I don't think so? I'm also afraid that my daughter will steal my husband's love," Praying Snow said as she puffed up her face. "It won't. I will always love Praying Snow." Lin Feng grinned instantly. "And I won't. I will also always love my husband," Praying Snow responded arrogantly. Lin Feng hooked a smile on his mouth and suddenly his head hit Prayer Snow's head slightly harder. "Ouch. It hurts. What are you doing, husband?" "Hate it," Prezuki said hurriedly, rubbing his head. Lin Feng had wanted to laugh, but unexpectedly Praying Snow suddenly pounced over and tackled Lin Feng to the ground. Sitting on Lin Feng's brother with a smug look on her face, Lin Feng put his hands behind his head and smiled as he looked at Prayer Snow. "Are you getting up?" I'm sorry. Humph. Praying Snow shook her head like a rattle drum. "I'm sorry, right?" Lin Feng hooked out a smile. Then he got up and pounced on Prayer Snow as soon as he could. At the same time, an instantaneous movement, the two of them returned to the bed. "Well?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Wrong. Husband, don't." Praying Snow hurriedly shook her head and begged for mercy, her face blushing. "That can't be up to you." Lin Feng's smile grew thicker, a mouthful of kisses on the cherry lips of Praying Snow. It was night. and the sound of pleading came faintly from the room. Good morning. Got up early to give you all one more chapter. Isn't this wave worth watching the video? Okay, I'm going back to sleep bro mang. See you in heaven. Carrot oh carrot. Chapter 69, ABBA. Bad content. Chapter 70, Sect Test. A month later, on the grounds of the Wind and Snow Sect's North Hall, all the disciples were standing neatly. Everyone was incomparably spirited and exuberant, rubbing their fists together, because this was the 1-month clan test in the Wind and Snow, and as long as they won the clan test, they would be able to obtain a generous reward. On the front stage, a few elders of the Eastern Mist, the crowd of disciples below the stage nodded slightly, with smiles on their faces, very satisfied. Cough. All disciples be quiet. Dongfang Mist stepped forward and said, and soon the stage immediately quieted down. Looking at Dongfang Mist one after another, before the clan test begins, I will first display the latest realm rankings for everyone to see, Dongfang Mist said, and then with a wave of his big hand, he drove the aura to change into a huge list that appeared in front of everyone, and the rankings are visible from the last place. No. 11, 398, Jinru, 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm. No. 11397, Chicken Cow, 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm. No. 11, 396, Sadakosa Dan, 8th level of the elemental realm. The rankings slowly emerged, and other than Jinru, who was at the 7th level of the enlightened realm strength, everyone else's strength was above the 8th level of the enlightened realm. Jinru was not discouraged by the sight of this and secretly encouraged herself. Rankings are unfolding rapidly. Holy, I'm actually only ranked 11. 111. A certain disciple named Lightbringer suddenly shouted. That's not true. You're only at the 9th level of the enlightenment realm. How can you be ranked high? My strength of the 5th level of the enlightened spirit realm is only ranked 7343. Hard to bear. The Wind and Snow Sect disciple on the side shook his head and sighed. What's there to feel bad about? I'm at the 9th level of Qi Ling realm strength, yet I'm only ranked 1001st, just one place short of the top 1000. I'll be in the top 1000. Earth grade feats and weapons woo woo, just like that it's gone. I should have known that I shouldn't have deserted yesterday. Below the stage, the disciples saw this realm ranking list and talked about it. Some were happy and some were sad. Soon when the cultivation list ranked up to 100th place, Li Jinsu, 1st level of the mortal realm, the stage was further shocked by this ranking. My goodness, is that so amazing? That's right. Yesterday when the cultivation rankings were updated up to 62nd place only did a senior brother of the mortal breaking realm appear. I can't imagine that just one day has passed and 38 mortal break realms have appeared. I'm so envious. The cultivation leaderboard list continues to be displayed. 10th place, 9th place, 6th place, the Doctor's True, 3rd level of the Tao realm. 5th place, Amazing Rain, 5th level of the Taoist realm. 4th place, Li Xian, 6th level of the Taoist realm. 3rd place, Danwu, 7th level of the Tao realm. 2nd place, Xinyu 9th level of the Tao realm. 1st place, Beiyuan, Tianxian realm 1st level. Even though the 5 had been dominating the top 5 of the list for the past month, and the crowd had already gained some immunity, they still couldn't help but be staggered at the sight of their realm advancement, especially Beiyuan, who had actually broken through to the Tianxian realm early on. This kind of absolute situation had not been seen in 10,000 years. Alright, everyone already knows the rankings, right? At that time, the rewards for the cultivation rankings will be given out along with the rewards for the sect test. Dongfang Mist coughed and said as he put the list back, Elder Dongfang, when will the sect test begin? One of the disciples raised his hand and asked. Wait a moment, said Eastern Mist, waving his hand. However, before the words fell, suddenly, a loud bang came from the sky, and the crowd hurriedly looked up. Only a 10,000 feet crack was torn out of the sky dome, from which Lin Feng flew out calmly. Greetings, Sovereign. Seeing this, everyone on the field saluted in unison and said in a loud voice, Be excused, Lin Feng said blandly. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears. In the South Hall, while watching overbearing Saint Sun Dona, praying Snow who couldn't help but froze, violently turning her head to look at the sky above the main hall. Seeing the figure that had disappeared for a month, her eyes couldn't help but turn a little red as she jumped off the swing and flew away. Poor Abba couldn't fly and had to hop over it in a single bound, not to mention how slow it was. Abba. Lin Feng swept a glance at the Wind and Snow Sect disciples and asked, Are all here? All together. The disciples responded in a loud voice. Good, then the sect test will begin. Lin Feng nodded and said, This time for the sect test, I will teleport you to a place where there is a lot of crisis and there are 2 things you need to do. First, survive there for a month. Second, kill foreign beasts. The results of the final clan test will then be determined by how many alien beasts are killed by those who ultimately survive. Hearing the latter part of Lin Feng's sentence, everyone couldn't help but shiver. And someone asked, "Will I die?" "I don't know." Lin Feng shook his head and said. Then he waved his big hand and 2 teleportation talismans appeared in everyone's hands. You can choose to go or not. Those who don't go will place the teleportation talisman on the ground and turn around and leave the wind and snow sect and never enter again. For those who are going, they will pinch one of the talismans and input their spiritual chi to be able to teleport over to start the sect test. If you are in danger, you can use the other talisman to teleport back, but you will be disqualified. I'll give you 10 breaths of time, so think about it, Lin Feng said with a smile, and then he stopped making a sound. After 10 breaths, Lin Feng asked, "Have you considered everything, Patriarch? If we die, our families?" Someone in the crowd asked. "The wind and snow sect is responsible for taking care of them for the rest of their lives." Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's promise, quite a few hesitant people tightly squeezed the teleportation talismans in their hands. "No one wants to quit?" Lin Feng asked, looking at the crowd. However, there wasn't a single person who put down the teleportation talisman, and everyone's face was filled with determination, because their families had said that the wind and snow sect was their benefactor. Staying in the wind and snow sect to cultivate immortality was an excellent thing. One should never be expelled. After waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone put down the teleportation talisman, Lin Feng gently nodded his head and said, "It's fine. Everyone is bloodthirsty and not afraid of death." Then, pinch the teleportation talisman in your hand and start the clan test. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone started to prepare to drive the teleportation talisman. Lin Feng reminded, "The location where it appears is random. You guys take care of yourselves." Subsequently, a beam of light rose up and disappeared into the canopy, and in a short while, the venue that was originally densely packed with people was already empty. Lin Feng slowly landed on the front stage, and with a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of aura mirrors appeared in front of him, inside of which were the perspectives of every wind and snow sect disciple. "Patriarch, do you really bear to do this? What if there is some accident and you fail to teleport back and really die?" Several elders of the Eastern Mist came forward and asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh lightly when he heard this. "They won't die. How could I possibly be this kind of person, to hold a random test and have people die?" Dongfang Mist froze after hearing this, recalling Lin Feng's behavior and character. It was indeed unlikely that he would do such a thing. Updated. 2 more to go. Chapter 71, Chaotic Demon Ape. Looking at Dongfang Mist with a small question mark in his eyes, Lin Feng smiled and explained, "The place they traveled to is the world I created, where I'm the heavenly Tao in general. They can't die if I don't let them." The few elders of the Eastern Mist couldn't help but open their mouths wide enough to be able to stuff down 2 tea eggs when they heard this. Holy, the sovereign is actually able to create worlds? TSK, 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 it's simply not too awesome. You can doubt the Patriarch's sex. Ahem, but you can never doubt the Patriarch's strength. The Sovereign Lord drops God forever. Feeling the gaze of a few people filled with admiration, Lin Feng smiled bashfully, and then noticed something. His gaze crossed over a few people and looked towards the air in the direction of the South Hall towards him, flying towards him, praying for snow. The smile grew even wider. The few people from Dongfang Mist turned their heads to look, and then they looked at each other and moved away from Lin Feng, going to look at the situation of the disciples in the aura mirror. Praying for snow saw Lin Feng immediately flew down and jumped straight into Lin Feng's arms. "Husband, Mrs. Uaca." Praying Snow shouted joyfully. Lin Feng said jokingly as he hugged Praying for Snow. "Well, oh. However, Praying for Snow suddenly cried out and hugged Lin Feng's neck to death, not daring to let go of his hands, as if he was afraid that Lin Feng would go away again. "Praying Snow, why are you crying?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be a bit flustered and asked softly, "Is it my words that hurt you? It's my husband's fault. My husband will take the words back. I'm sorry, haha." No, husband is very good. I'm just very excited." Praying Snow shook her head and wiped her tears and said, even though she had the company of Abba for this month, she still missed Lin Feng, and this feeling had gone deep into her bones. Lin Feng smiled gently and stroked the latter's hair. In front, Dongfang Mist, Tianwu and Dan Shangdo kept scratching their ears, looking extremely unnatural. This dog food, when will it end? In a little while, Prayer Snow loosened her arm and gently took Lin Feng's arm, her head leaning on her shoulder. Lin Feng slightly glanced sideways at Prayer Snow and wiped away the traces of tears that hadn't been wiped clean from her face, and then his eyes looked at the more than 10,000 aura mirrors in front of him. The world started by Lin Feng. There was no sun or moon in the sky, just a vast Milky Way with a black background and starbursts as accents. Just even so, the North Abyss surroundings seemed to see as clearly as in the daytime, but the environment shows a maroon light-dyed kind. Bei Yuan tried to feel the surrounding aura, and found that both the richness and purity of the aura here was actually much weaker than that of the aura outside the sect. However, The pressure was a bit thick. Baiyuan took a few deep breaths and swung out a few sets of punches, using them to acclimatize to the pressure of the place. This fight did not matter. Baiyuan suddenly realized that practicing boxing here was actually much faster than practicing boxing in the East Hall to gain insights. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Few moments later, just when Baiyuan was practicing his fist, suddenly, he felt a vibration coming from the ground under his feet, and the amplitude was getting bigger and bigger. Obviously there was something huge coming towards him. Baiyuan then stopped practicing his fist and looked around, then took a sharp leap and jumped onto a tree, and hid his scent, wanting to see which kind of creature it was. Not long after, the boom boom sound grew louder and louder, and the amplitude of the tremor also became larger and larger, giving people the feeling that the earth and sky were shaking violently. Kitabuchi couldn't help but hold his breath and stare as he sensed the creature was coming. However, at that moment, the booming sound stopped, and the vibrations ceased. The world seemed to stop at that moment, and it was terribly quiet all around. Baiyuan couldn't help but look grave. His brows furrowed as he couldn't understand why the voice had stopped, and it was at this moment that Baiyuan suddenly felt a tickling sensation from something furry touching his neck. Kitabuchi thought it was a leaf and patted it, not caring. However, it didn't take long for that thing to touch Baiyuan's neck again. Oops, don't get it, Kitabuchi said impatiently as he turned around, patting the massive thing before continuing to turn his back. Suddenly, Baiyuan sensed the discovery and couldn't help but gulp and turn his head to take a look, and was dumbfounded. Only a large face, more hideous than a gorilla's, faced him, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at the latter. Hello there. Ha, ha ha ha, did you see a very big thing passing by? If I didn't see it, I'll leave first, bye. Baiyuan barely managed to pull out a smile and said, roar. This huge beast opened its mouth and immediately roared, a large rough hand slamming into Baiyuan. Baiyuan immediately reacted and violently stomped the branch under his feet. Just as he flew out, the branch was shattered by the foreign beast's punch. If Baiyuan had reacted a little slower just now, he was only afraid that he would have been pulverized by now. Roar! Seeing that this punch was dodged by Baiyuan and didn't kill the latter, the gigantic foreign beast couldn't help but raise its voice to the sky in anger and then charged towards Baiyuan. North Hall. The gazes of the crowd were gathered on the piece of aura mirror in Baiyuan, their eyes filled with worry. Sovereign, what is this fey beast? Dongfang Mist asked. He had never seen this foreign beast at all. This is the chaos demon ape, which is a beast that only existed during the ancient times, Lin Feng said as he looked at the aura mirror, and was killed to extinction in the ancient war. It's normal that you haven't seen it for a long time. The few people from Dongfang Mist nodded and couldn't help but feel that Lin Feng was very knowledgeable. Do you guys think that Baiyuan will be able to defeat this chaotic demon ape? Tian Wu asked. I don't know. Looking at this huge size, it feels bad enough. Dongfang Mist shook his head and said, after all, they were looking at this in the aura mirror. They couldn't feel the chaos demon ape's aura, so they couldn't feel its realm. The chaotic demon ape is at the first level of the Tianxian realm. At this time Lin Feng spoke. What? Tianxian realm cultivation? Then how can we fight? With such a big, powerful body, Baiyuan doesn't stand a chance. Tian Wu exclaimed when he heard Lin Feng's words. That's right. This chaotic demon ape beats Baiyuan by an unknown number of times in terms of body alone. It feels like a lower realm than Baiyuan is able to make Baiyuan suffer enough, let alone an equal realm. However, Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Chapter 72 Failure to hear you say you love me. Long form, Lin Feng's gaze looked towards the aura mirror not far away, and the figure inside was clearly Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu was surrounded in the center by 5 demonic wolves at the 6th or 7th level of the Dao entry realm, the latter releasing his aura to form an aura shield around his body, holding the divine sword tightly in his hand as he stared intently at these 5 demonic wolves. These 5 demonic wolves did not act rashly either, their bloodthirsty eyes staring at her, slowly circling around the latter, wanting to probe Qinyu's bottom line. Roar! This kind of Qinyu and the demonic wolves confronted each other for about half a tea time. The demonic wolves finally couldn't hold back, roared in anger and rushed towards Qinyu in unison. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible for people to react to it. Seeing this, Qinyu gave a cold snort and violently stomped on the ground and leapt up, dodging the siege of the 5 demonic wolves and landing lightly on a thick tree branch. The demon wolf pounced and looked at Qinyu and let out an angry roar, showing its fangs. Its aura became even thicker and ran towards Qinyu. Its speed was even swifter than before. Among them, the demonic wolf at the 7th level of the Dao entry realm was even faster than lightning, but in a breath of time, it rushed in front of Qinyu, its claws pouncing straight at him. Qinyu was shocked and hurriedly put his divine sword up in front of his body, blocking the demon wolf's claws, but he himself was also sent flying more than 10 feet away by this powerful impact, and heavily smashed into a stone wall, stirring up countless broken rocks and dust and ashes, and his entire body was set into it. Ahem! Xinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, raised his eyes to the charging demon wolf, frowned, and moved with slight force to fall back to the ground. Roar! Entry Realm 7 demonic wolf once again jumped up to pounce on Xinyu. Xinyu did not retreat, stomped on the ground and rushed straight to the demonic wolf. The divine sword in his hand blossomed with golden light, exuding endless divine might, and at this moment, it shone in all directions. Chop! Xinyu shouted angrily, holding up her longsword and slashing straight at the demonic wolf's abdomen. Behind her, a huge sword shadow vaguely emerged, falling towards the demon wolf. Swish! With a sword slash, Xinyu landed back on the ground without stopping and once again stomped on the ground to rush towards the 4 entry Dao 6th level demonic wolves. The speed was fast and shadowless. Swish! Once again, the sound of a sword being swung out with a nearly sound-breaking swing could be heard as Xinyu's figure appeared after the demonic wolf. The devil wolves were still charging forward, only their speed was getting slower and slower, and then suddenly they all split into 2 halves and fell to the ground without any more life. Xinyu let out a breath and looked at the divine sword in his hand that wasn't stained with a trace of blood, feeling that he was already about 10% in tune with it. This scene fell in the eyes of Dongfang Mist, and the latter couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome, awesome, out without a shadow, down without realizing it. I can't imagine that at such a young age, she would be able to reach such a realm. If she wasn't your disciple, I would have wanted to take her as my disciple, teach her to use the sword. Even if she loses 1,000 years of her life, she will have no regrets." Lin Feng just smiled bashfully and continued to look at the situation in the aura mirror. Xinyu's face was pale at this moment, her eyes were slightly closed and her feet stumbled a little. Just now driving the divine weapon had consumed almost half of her spiritual chi. The consumption was too great at once, making Xinyu a little overwhelmed. After taking a few deep breaths, Xinyu was ready to leave, because the fishy blood odor of the 5-headed demonic wolves permeated this place. It might attract other beasts. With her power now, some weak ones were not afraid, but she was afraid that some more powerful beasts would appear, and it would be bad then. Just as Xinyu turned around, in the extreme distance, a figure fell into her eyes and she couldn't help but freeze. That person was Bei Yuan. Xinyu couldn't help but blush slightly on her face, wanting to greet but reacting to the fact that she was a bit dirty, and then hurriedly wiped the blood around his mouth, patted the dust and ashes on his body, straightened his clothes, pulled a strand of hair in front of his forehead behind his ear, hung his head slightly, and rubbed his hands against each other uncontrollably. A little nervous, Bei Yuan similarly discovered Xinyu and couldn't help but shout, "Senior sister Xinyu, run!" Xinyu couldn't help but freeze when he heard Bei Yuan's words, and raised his head to look at Bei Yuan, and was surprised to find that he was actually followed closely behind by a 3 or 4 feet tall giant ape. Bei Yuan saw Xinyu stood frozen in place, could not help but feel a little helpless. Speed up, came to Xinyu's side. Papa directly carried the ladder up to continue to run. Only then did Xinyu come back to her senses and exclaimed in shock. Her face couldn't help but blush a little. "Bei Yuan's senior brother, you put me down, so we cannot run fast." Xinyu hesitated for a short while and opened her mouth. "No, this is fast. That great ape is in the Tianqian realm. Don't look at his bulky size, but his speed is not slow at all," Bei Yuan said. "You're only at the 9th level of the Dao entry realm. I'll put you down, you'll soon be caught up, so it's faster to run carrying you. Although you do weigh a bit, it doesn't really bother you." Hearing these words from Bei Yuan, Xinyu couldn't help but skim her mouth, but her heart remained warm. I don't know how long he had been running, but Bei Yuan suddenly stopped and didn't continue running. "What's wrong, senior brother Bei Yuan? Why aren't you running?" Xinyu asked as he looked at the chaos demon ape that was getting closer and closer. "There's no place to run. There's also a heavenly Xian realm foreign object in front of us." Bei Yuan revealed a bitter smile and set Xinyu down. Xinyu couldn't help but be startled upon hearing Bei Yuan's words. Turning his head to look, before them there stood a full-bodied, pitch-black ghostly man more than a zhang in height, holding a crimson-pointed spear in his hand, the ghostly eyes that emitted a bizarre greenish aura staring coldly at the two men. And the realm that was manifested was clearly at the Tianqian 2nd level. "Xinyu, we can't beat them. Let's teleport back." Bei Yuan took out a teleportation talisman and looked at Xinyu and said. Xinyu nodded and took out his teleportation talisman. The aura emanating from one of these two foreign beasts at random would not be able to withstand even her at her peak, let alone the fact that she was only half as strong now. Just as the two of them were about to use the teleportation talisman, a black aerosol swirled out from around the ghostly man, instantly passing through Bei Yuan and Xinyu, while the teleportation talisman in their hands instantly dissipated into thin air. Bei Yuan and Xinyu froze. Without waiting for the two to react, the chaos demon ape rushed up and swung its huge fist towards the two. Seeing this, Bei Yuan hurriedly pulled Xinyu behind him and raised his longsword across his head, catching the chaos demon ape's fist hard. Boom! With it as the center, a strong aura fluctuation instantly erupted, directly lifting Xinyu a few feet away and heavily smashing into a tree trunk. snapping it at the waist and stirring up countless dust and ashes. Roar! The chaotic demon ape roared towards Bei Yuan, his aura exploding as the power in his hands grew. Bei Yuan gritted his teeth and supported himself. The ground under his feet gradually began to sink, emitting a clack-clack-clack sound of crumbling. Ah! Bei Yuan roared in a low voice, the aura of the heavenly Xian realm erupting around him as he fought against the power of the chaotic demon ape. But it was still a bit of a struggle, because this chaotic demon ape was an ancient demonic species, an existence born from the operation of heaven and earth. Its own physical strength was almost no weaker than that of an ancient divine beast like the Xuanwu. Outside, the few people from Dongfang Mist looked at the situation inside with tense expressions. Their hearts all lifted, and Lin Feng's expression appeared cold. His eyes were without ripples as he looked at the scene inside the aura mirror. In the aura mirror, the ghost man twisted his necklace head. The aura around him skyrocketed as he raised the bright red lance in his hand and threw it towards Bei Yuan. The speed was strangely fast, emitting an ear-piercing shrill sound. The air around him was directly visible, twisting up with a terrifying aura. Bei Yuan instantly felt an endless crisis. He wanted to escape, but the pressure of the chaos demon ape made him unable to move. Just in the nick of time when the red spear was flying rapidly to stab at Bei Yuan, a silhouette instantly appeared and erected the divine sword in front of her body, trying to block the red spear. Boom! The gun stabbed at the sword, erupting in a violent wave of qi. Ya! Qinyu condensed all of his aura onto his longsword, and with a long, high voice, he once again stirred up the previously more violent aura fluctuations. This fluctuation blew straight to Qinyu's white clothes fluttering and her hair flying apart. The ghost man's green and ghostly eyes sized up Qinyu and couldn't help but make an odd sound before a redundant ghostly laugh came out. The slender ghost finger gently lifted up to point at Qinyu, and the aura of the red spear became even more terrifying at that moment. Qinyu's body could not help but tremble wildly, but she clenched her teeth and insisted, resolutely did not retreat. Her heart at the moment constantly reminded herself, Qinyu must be guarded. Qinyu, you must hold on, otherwise, Bei Yuan will die. She couldn't let him die. Senior sister Qinyu, don't hold on, draw back and run. That gun won't be able to kill me for a while. I can hold these two things up and buy you some time. Bei Yuan slightly twisted his head to laboriously shout. The power of this chaos demon ape was too strong, and the aura in Bei Yuan's body had already been depleted by a lot. No, I don't want to leave behind senior brother Bei Yuan. Even though Qinyu was already very stretched out, she still opened her mouth and said, cluck 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 cluck. The ghostly man once again let out a cold ghostly laugh, his ghostly fingers slightly extending forward, the power of the red spear once again increasing by a small tear, pushing Qinyu's footsteps to begin to move slightly backwards. Stop! Seeing this, Qinyu could not help but shout angrily, his knees slightly bent downwards, his entire foot sinking downwards towards the ground, stopping his body once again, his voice already seeming incomparably hoarse. And also at this moment, Qinyu's arms could no longer support him and directly burst open as the red spear coldly pierced into Qinyu's chest. Ah! Qinyu cried out in pain, and even though this was the case, she immediately gritted her teeth and directly burned her longevity, imprisoning the gun at her chest to death and preventing it from piercing through her chest and flying towards the northern abyss. The ghost man couldn't help but be a little annoyed, and his ghost hand drove, wanting to move on, but he realized that the red gun was actually out of his control. Qinyu's mouth full of blood gently smiled, trembling breath, and suddenly spit out a large strand of blood again, his face as white as paper. She used a special skill of the Nine Turns Taoist body and sacrificed her entire cultivation to break the connection between the red gun and the ghost man. Qinyu's face showed a tranquil smile, but some pity. Cannot look at the North Abyss senior brother before dying, really a little pity. Qinyu fell forward powerlessly, and Bei Yuan sensed Qinyu's situation and burned his own lifespan to add to it, hardening the Chaos Demon Ape and sending the entire Chaos Demon Ape flying. Without making the slightest stop, he turned around and flew away, hugging Qinyu who was about to fall to the ground. Bei Yuan, senior brother, it's so good to be able to look at you before you die. It's so good, Qinyu said with a forced smile as she looked at Bei Yuan's face. Senior sister Qinyu, hold on, hang in there, you won't die, keep your eyes open. Senior brother will help you stop the bleeding, you'll be fine. Bei Yuan kept shaking his head, channeling a large amount of his aura into Qinyu's body, his voice trembling. No, don't waste the aura, it's useless, I've already burned my lifespan, my days are numbered. Qinyu shook her head and said, her voice soft, senior brother Bei Yuan, keep the aura, you run away, find the people from the clan and go back with them, they eat me should, need some time, I'm not leaving, they can't eat you either. Bei Yuan shouted angrily, interrupting Qinyu's words as tears fell from his eyes. Senior brother Bei Yuan, is so nice, it's so nice of you to shed tears for me, I have no regrets, really, you run. Qinyu similarly shed tears and couldn't stop shaking her head. Don't talk, I'll save you. Don't talk. Bei Yuan roared lowly. The degree of inputting aura increased, but Qin Yu's blood didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. But in a moment, half a square foot was drenched in blood, which was alarming to see. Don't waste it. Bei Yuan's senior brother. Qin Yu discouraged. I'm so cold. So cold. I want to sleep for a while. Don't sleep. I'm ordering you not to sleep as a big senior brother. Bei Yuan shouted angrily. Qin Yu did not answer, just stared straight at Bei Yuan, eyelids a little bit too close before he opened his mouth. Bei Yuan's senior brother. You can say, you. Qin Yu's voice is getting smaller and smaller, almost like a mosquito. Bei Yuan hurriedly leaned over before barely hearing Qin Yu's words. You, love, me. I love you Qin Yu. Don't you sleep, Bei Yuan said with a frantic trembling head, but Qin Yu's eyes had long since lost their luster and walked away. In the end, she didn't get to hear the words she wanted to hear. Tanabata, get a wave of dog food and abuse. Chapter 73 Through the Heart of Life and Death. Bei Yuan hugged Qin Yu's torso tightly and cried out in heartbreaking pain. Boom! A thunderbolt of tens of thousands of feet flashed across the sky, and a flash of light illuminated the entire earth. All the wind and snow sect disciples were startled by the shocking thunder and lightning, looking at the sky in their hearts in a fit of disbelief. A few moments later, heavy rain fell without warning, which was even mixed with snow and hail, and the whole world seemed rainy and foggy again. Bei Yuan released his aura to form a shield to envelop Qin Yu's corpse. In the midst of the wind and rain, Bei Yuan slowly stood up, the Heaven's Path sword in his hand faintly trembling. You, all have to die. Bei Yuan opened his eyes, a sharp look revealed itself. His voice was cold, not the slightest bit of emotion could be heard. Even Dongfang Mist and the others who were outside actually felt a chill behind them. Lin Feng couldn't help but grin as he looked at the scene in the aura mirror. The supreme shackle of the innate Tao body had been broken. This was an insurmountable chasm that had existed for successive generations of natural Tao body possessors for thousands of years. A natural Tao body that had not broken through the shackles was able to rank first in the 4 domains of the world, but could not even enter the top 50 in the central domain. But in the central region, a natural Tao body that had broken through the shackles could be ranked in the top 10. Unless the opponent's physique was of the same magnitude as his, he was invincible within the same realm, and even crossing the realm to decimate an opponent one realm above him was a breeze. In the aura mirror, Bei Yuan absorbed the origin chi around him, and his own strength had been making crazy breakthroughs. Peak of Tianxian realm, peak of Guizhong realm, peak of Fenghuang realm, peak of Human Emperor realm, peak of Great Emperor realm, peak of Heavenly Father realm, peak of Sage realm, peak of Supreme realm, peak of Immortal realm, pinnacle of the Immortal King realm, pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm, pinnacle of the Immortal Yu realm, peak of the True God realm, peak of the Divine Tao realm. The divine Tao pressure emanating from Bei Yuan at this moment directly suppressed the entire continent, causing it to shake. What's going on? Why is the earth shaking? Could it be an earthquake? Chicken Cow asked with a frown. I'll go. What a terrifying pressure, Sadakosa Dan said with a frown. The visions are frequent. Strange, really strange. Li Jinxiu's head was full of doubts. Fortunately, these visions don't feel very handsome, said the Dr. True Handsome with a sigh of relief. The aura of the divine Tao realm stirred around Bei Yuan, and the Chaos Demon Ape and the Ghost Man were already prostrated by the terrifying pressure at this moment, with most of their bodies sinking into the ground. However, a moment later, the origin force stopped pouring into Bei Yuan's body, and the latter's realm slowly descended, eventually settling at the 9th level of the Tianxian realm. The powerful pressure disappeared, and the Chaos Demon Ape and the Ghost Man hurriedly climbed up, glancing at Bei Yuan with fear before turning their heads and running away without a care in the world. Run? Can you run away? Bei Yuan coldly snorted and harnessed his sword to fly towards the Ghost Man, but in an instant, he cut the Ghost Man down, and then the flying sword flew back to Bei Yuan's hand. Bei Yuan turned around and swung his sword, chopping out 50% of the power of the divine sword itself, and at that moment, a gigantic sword chi emitting golden light slashed straight at the Chaos Demon Ape, who let out a violent scream, and then obliterated in the volatile sword chi. The sword chi didn't disappear because of this, instead it also advanced forward thousands of feet away, destroying countless small mountains before dissipating, and the vibrations of the earth disappeared. After Bei Yuan had done this, he sat down on his knees again to hold Qin Yu's cold body with no arms in his arms as tears flowed down his face once again. Senior sister Qin Yu, it was senior brother who failed to protect you. Bei Yuan kept blaming himself as the latter's dying scene surfaced in his mind once again. Snapped. Bei Yuan's tears dripped down onto Qin Yu's forehead, and instantly, a little bit of red aura blossomed out. Bei Yuan at first thought his eyes finished, rubbed his eyes and then took a closer look, immediately froze. Actually really have red mango exhibition. Bei Yuan instantly became agitated. Could it be that Qin Yu didn't die? Just as Bei Yuan was excited, the red aura on Qin Yu's forehead suddenly went out, but soon a brighter red aura surfaced, followed by the red 9-turn Xian pattern appearing on Qin Yu's forehead. At this time, Bei Yuan felt the aura in his body flowing into Qin Yu's body. Bei Yuan couldn't help but feel happy. He wanted to drive the aura to speed up, but realized that he couldn't drive it at all. Later on, Bei Yuan realized that only the larger the area of contact the faster the flow of aura. So without hesitation, Bei Yuan directly held Qin Yu tightly in his arms, allowing his own aura to accelerate the flow into Qin Yu's body. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, Bei Yuan sensed something strange about Qin Yu. Slightly loosening his hand to take a look, the latter's two arms that had already exploded actually grew back out, and Qin Yu's face that was as white as paper gradually had a trace of blood color, and there was a slight rise and fall of the chest, and the faint sound of breathing came out gently. Bei Yuan was instantly thrilled. His hands and feet were a bit busy and he didn't know what to do. In the end, he could only continue to hold Qin Yu in his arms, accelerating the flow of aura. Time did not know how long had passed. Qin Yu's eyelids slightly moved, and then slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were a bit godless and confused. What she saw at the moment was still a darkness, and her body did not have much sensation. Where is this? It's so dark. Am I dead? I should be dead. Qin Yu tried to speak but couldn't make any sound at all. After a while, a little bit of bright light appeared in front of Qin Yu's eyes, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger until she regained her vision and saw that there was someone holding her, and the figure was a little familiar, just that she couldn't recall who it was exactly. Qin Yu remained unconscious and opened her mouth, again unable to make a sound. After a long time, the person holding her rose slightly to look at Qin Yu, and the two of them froze. Senior sister Qin Yu, Northern Abyss. Senior sister Qin Yu, you finally woke up. You almost didn't scare me to death, you know? Bei Yuan held Qin Yu slightly upright and looked at her in a trembling voice with excitement and celebration. Qin Yu opened her mouth and shouted, but no sound came out. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Was she going to be mute? Unwilling to do so, Qin Yu once again opened her mouth to speak, but still not a single sound came out. Bei Yuan saw the situation, instantly knew that Qin Yu could not speak, saw the latter's anxiety, hurriedly and softly consoled. It's okay, don't be anxious, take your time. The more anxious you are, the less you can say. Qin Yu calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and spoke again. North. This time, a sound was made, but it quickly went mute again, but it gave Qin Yu a great deal of confidence. North. Kitabuchi Division. Elder brother Kitabuchi. Qin Yu once again took a deep breath. Bei Yuan. Senior brother. I love you. This parting of life and death had given Qin Yu many insights in her heart, and she didn't dare to wait much longer for fear that either of the two would be gone the next moment. Bei Yuan nodded and held Qin Yu dead in his arms, saying, I love you Qin Yu. I love you too. Hearing the words of Bei Yuan, Qin Yu's tears instantly flowed down, and the moment her body regained consciousness, Qin Yu immediately hugged Bei Yuan and held him to death, not daring to have the slightest slackness, because she did not dare to. This dim red world, two people cling to each other, no one dares to let go. That's all for today. Kind of remorseful for letting everyone know that people don't die. This is a big failing on my part. A little blue. I should have known better than to water down those rows of words. Ahem. What did I just say? Chapter 74. A green vine connecting love. Lin Feng couldn't help but gently smile as he looked at the two of them. Now it was good. The 9-turn Tao body had also completely awakened. Lin Feng had previously helped Qin Yu awaken the 9-turn Taoist body, but it was only the 8th of the 9 turns in its condition, because this last turn needed to go through a near-desperate realm of life and death, and beside it, there also needed to be a person with the same origin as her physique to channel aura to her so that she could reach nirvana against all odds, complete the real 9 turns to 1, and reach the real 9-turn Taoist body. In the small world, the two people embraced each other for a long time. Bei Yuan's state of mind gradually smoothed out, and suddenly froze, feeling the two very large and soft things pressed against his chest, and then his nose inexplicably felt hot, and his nosebleed flowed straight down. Kitabuchi. Bei Yuan hurriedly let go of his hand and wanted to stand up to wipe the nosebleed, but unexpectedly Qin Yu was holding him to death and couldn't pull out at all. Qin Yu's senior sister. Loose. Bei Yuan hurriedly stuttered. Qin Yu had some lingering feelings in her heart. How could she let go so quickly when it was so hard to hug with senior brother Bei Yuan? Thus, the hand holding Bei Yuan was slightly hardened. Kitabuchi's eyes widened as he felt the sensation in his chest intensify. I'm telling you to loosen up, not tighten up. Bei Yuan hurriedly patted Qin Yu's back and said eagerly, Senior sister Qin Yu, hurry, let go. Seeing this, Qin Yu reluctantly let go of his hand. Bei Yuan was relieved, flew like a fly to the side of the creek and kneeled down, plopped the whole head into the river. Qin Yu could not help but stare at this, and then saw the bloodstains along the way from Bei Yuan, and could not help but feel a bit of hindsight. and then snapped her head back to see that there was more fresh blood on the ground, in addition to her puddle of long coalesced blood. Hurry to come to the side of Baiyuan and look at the latter, with some worry, but more shyness on his face. This scene fell into the eyes of the three elders of the Eastern Mist outside and they burst out laughing. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but tug as well. It took a little while before Baiyuan lifted his head up and wiped the water off his face, unable to help but let out a sigh of relief. Baiyuan's senior brother, how are you doing? Xinyu squatted down and looked at Baiyuan worriedly. Baiyuan could not help but shiver, pulled a smile and looked at Xinyu and shook his head. It's fine, senior brother, I'm good, very much. As he said that, Baiyuan's gaze skinned Xinyu's snowy peaks, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what the hell is this? It's so lethal. It's thanks to the fast release of Sister Xinyu. Otherwise he might have lost too much blood and had to be accounted for here. At that time, there will be one less dreamer on earth for the billions and billions of girl cultivators. TSK. Baiyuan thought, couldn't help shaking his head, and then remembered his own master couldn't help but feel some emotion. The master's mother's one looks to be bigger than Xinyu's sister's one, but I've never seen the master's father. His old man has had any loss of color, when it is really a model for my generation. When Baiyuan thought of this, he held Lin Feng in even greater esteem. Xinyu saw that Baiyuan was either showing a look of grief or a serious face, either shaking his head or nodding his head. She couldn't help but reach out her jade hand and shake it in front of Baiyuan and asked, Senior brother Baiyuan, what are you thinking? Kitabuchi came back to his senses and scratched his head in response. Nothing, I just remembered something. Xinyu couldn't help but blush a little as she listened. Let's go, let's get out of here first, Baiyuan said, before standing up and heading in a direction. Xinyu hurriedly followed, looked at Baiyuan's side face and then at his hand. Gathering courage in her heart, she reached out her hand to hold over Baiyuan's hand. Unexpectedly, just as soon as he made contact, Baiyuan's hand immediately withdrew, looking at Xinyu and asking, what do you want to do, senior sister Xinyu? I just want to hold senior brother Baiyuan's hand, Xinyu said in a low voice as she hung her head slightly. This. Kitabuchi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, even for a moment. So what? Then another nosebleed. Xinyu couldn't help but feel a little frustrated when she saw that Baiyuan had hesitated. At that moment, she saw Baiyuan holding a green vine in front of her before looking at the latter suspiciously. If you really want to hold, then let us both hold this green vine, said Baiyuan. A smile appeared on Xinyu's face. Although she couldn't hold hands, this was also very good, so he hurriedly nodded and took the other end of the green vine. In the small world, Baiyuan and Xinyu were walking one behind the other, and what was holding them together was the green vine. Xinyu looked at Baiyuan's back, then lowered her head to look at the green vine, and a quiet smile could not help but appear on her face. Outside, the three elders, Dongfang Mist, Tianwu and Dan Shango, stopped laughing when they saw the scene, and silently squatted around each other, each holding a wooden stick in their hands, drawing circles on the ground, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in their hearts. Turns out the clowns are them. On the side, Prayer Snow held Lin Feng's arm, her head leaning on his shoulder, her eyes slightly closed, revealing a smirk. Li Qingtian quietly approached the Heavenly Fox, wanting to hug the other party from behind, but he was scared by a look from the latter and hastily retreated a few steps. His face couldn't help but be a little depressed as he came to the side of the three Eastern Mist elders. Elder Tianwu, please lean to the side. Thank you, Li Qingtian said to Tianwu. Tianwu moved a body position to the side. Li Qingtian intervened, then crouched down and stretched out his fingers to draw circles. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile as he looked at the scene in the aura mirror. The mission should be completed, right? Just why didn't you hear the system? No way? Could it be that? As Lin Feng thought of this, a bad smile appeared on his face and he forced himself to hold back from letting out a gegegi laugh. System, where are you? System, you come out. Lin Feng murmured in his heart. Lin Feng, are you up? The system's voice immediately exploded in Lin Feng's head. I was so close to touching Qingqing's hand, but you ruined everything. The system began to curse and swear. The smile on Lin Feng's face intensified. Lao Tong heaven's way is good. Who has heaven spared? The system's voice stopped. It seems like I've heard this somewhere before. Host, be a human being. Please, let me go on a date. Stop calling me that. Lin Feng grinned when he heard this. No problem. I can let you go on a date, but you have to help me with one thing. Lin Feng laughed. Whatever you say, as long as it's not out of the ordinary. I'll do whatever you want. Just say it. Lin Feng nodded. Good. This matter is definitely not out of the ordinary. It's simple. As long as you help me pull up my strength a little bit more. You're not out of line? No way. The Shinto realm is already the highest level. Are you sure it's out of character? Lin Feng asked. Out of character. Host, Don't push me. I have a bottom line, the system said, but the voice was less imposing. Are you really sure out of character? Poor Ching Ching Ah. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head in lament. Lin Feng, Omega, Sigma, degree winky face. You. The system was silent for a moment before it rang again. Well, is in the process of raising the host's realm. Current progress, 99.01%, 99.02%, 99.03%. The system's realm breakthrough progress bar appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. How's it going? It's okay, right? You'll be able to break through when it's 100%. The system's voice was somewhat helpless. Well, go ahead. Don't make people wait in a hurry. It's really not a system at all. Lin Feng replied. He doesn't want to go? Who was it that kept stopping him? Forgot? Host, this system sends you a message. Say, you're a dog. With those words, the system's voice instantly disappeared, apparently going on a date. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his nose. He was thinking about whether or not he should find the system and come back to ask for clarification. Tanabata is finally over. But yesterday, around 11 p.m., the girl I've been crushing on for a long time actually confessed her love to me. Ha. Yet this afternoon, the dream woke up. Winky face, Chapter 75 How to Roast a Ghost Leopard? Online. Urgent. The realm breakthrough progress bar was slow, having to take half a day to get 0.1% in. Lin Feng backed out when he saw 99.10% because it was too hard to wait. Better yet, let's look at the disciples first. Lin Feng thought, and then he raised his eyes and swept over the 10,000 or so aura mirrors and waved his hand slightly, and 4 of them flew out and landed back next to Bei Yuan's and Qin Yu's aura mirrors. These 4 aura mirrors belonged to Li Shen, Dongwu, Shocking Rain and Jinru respectively. Small world. Jinru couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. His face looked pale as he looked at the ghost panther of the first level of the enlightened spirit realm. His heart was a little hesitant to use the teleportation talisman to go back or not. While Jinru was hesitating, the ghost panther once again rushed towards Jinru. His speed was clearly faster than before. Apparently, Ghost Panther retained his strength. Jinru's eyes couldn't help but widen, his eyes staring at the ghost panther's figure, but he could only barely see a residual shadow. The sense of crisis in his heart instantly skyrocketed, just wanting to raise the long sword in his hand to defend himself, but he only felt that his chest felt like it had been viciously smashed by a thick stone, and the whole person instantly flew out backwards, landing on the ground. He still slid out several feet away. Jinru once again violently coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The already pale face became even more miserable, as if the face of a dead person that lifeless. Without stopping, the ghost panther roared furiously and charged directly at Jinru. Hearing the roar of the ghost panther, he felt the increasingly violent vibrations on the ground. Jinru lifted his eyelids with difficulty and glanced at the charging ghost leopard. His eyes filled with despair. Her whole body was now as if it was falling apart, and it was a struggle to twist her head, let alone take out the teleportation talisman that was hanging on her waist. I'm afraid I'll have to give up here today, and I can't avenge my parents' deaths. Thinking of this, unwillingness flowed from Jinru's eyes, but there was nothing she could do at all. Just as Jinru was despairing, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of her, casually waving his sword, directly slapping the ghost panther out a dozen feet away. Want to touch my senior sister? I'm afraid you're tired of living, Li Xian said in a cold voice, and then swung his sword once again, cutting out an incomparably terrifying sword chi that struck the ghost panther directly and strangled it, stirring up 100 feet of dust and ash. Everything was done in just a few breaths, and the movement was fluid. Jinru stared at Li Xian's back in a daze, only feeling that it was the most handsome back she had ever seen in her life. There wasn't one. There was more than a hint of subtlety in his mind. Well, Sister Jinru, isn't my move cool? It is my. Li Xian took his sword back to the scabbard, immediately complimented him on the style he had just done, turned around and immediately froze. Looking at Jinru who was lying on the ground, it was only then that he remembered the latter's situation and hurriedly walked over to Jinru to carefully help him up so that he could lean against a tree trunk. How do you feel now, senior sister Jinru? Li Xian asked, channeling his aura into Jinru's body to ease her injuries. Looking at the latter's face, he instantly understood what it meant to be in a miserable state of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Jinru felt a little bit of soft aura enter her body, healing her injuries, and the pain slowly lightened. It's better. Thank you, senior brother Li Xian, Jinru said with a nod. Li Xian let out a then continued to channel aura for the latter, not stopping until Jinru's miserable paper-white face was a large portion of redness. Ahem. Nah, put it on. Li Xian stood up and shot a glance at Jinru, then he took off his tunic and handed it to Jinru, before turning around and leaving at a brisk pace. Jinru looked at Li Xian's back with some confusion and suddenly felt a light pain in her chest. Looking down, she was suddenly ashamed. It turned out that the ghost panther's claw directly tore out 4 cracks in Jinru's chest clothes, in addition to the wounds, vaguely revealing a large area of spring light. Outside, the ground in front of the 4 people of the eastern mist has flowed a puddle of haram, and suddenly felt an icy breath looking this way, and could not help but shiver behind him, hurriedly wiped the haram from the side of his mouth, and continued to draw a circle. That person is the Sky Fox, especially Li Qingtian, with a batch of weak hearts, vaguely heard Sky Fox say something. Not one good thing. Li Qingtian's face immediately tightened up like he had eaten yellow fever. Lin Feng revealed a contemptuous smile looking at the 4. It was true that he had been single for a long time and had no experience at all. Haram should have swallowed it. Thinking about it, Lin Feng swallowed a large mouthful of saliva for the 12th time. Seeing this, Prayer Snow suddenly pouted and twisted Lin Feng's ear. What are you looking at? What are you doing? Ouch! Pain, pain, pain. Pain! Xiao Shui! Let go! Let go! Have a good talk. Lin Feng immediately showed his teeth and grimaced. The 4 of them immediately giggled, but burst into tears as they laughed. How come they don't have anyone to pinch their ears? Woohoo! Small world. Jinru removed all the clothes on his body and slowly stepped down into the water, submerging his entire body in the water and feeling the silky coldness of the river. Extremely far away, the place where the ghostly leopard died, Li Xian couldn't help but look at the ghost panther's corpse that was almost charred by the sword chi, and sat down next to the ghost panther's head that had rolled its eyes and rambled on. I say, old man, do you think it would be better for me to steam you or barbecue you? Suggest a suggestion? Why don't you say something? How about a stir-fried leopard liver? Or cold leopard skin? Forget it, I don't have the materials either. Gee, let's barbecue leopard meat then. What do you think? Doesn't it feel very expansive? I feel it too. It can be made locally without using many ingredients. More importantly, it's delicious. How was it? Doesn't it feel great? Say something. I'll take that as a yes if you don't. I'll get the fire going. I'm going to make a fire. I'll give you a piece of it in your mouth. Li Xian chattered and then got up to gather some firewood to live and prepare to roast the leopard. Just this process is a little difficult again. Looking at the body of the ghost leopard and asking, how many points of doneness do you think should be good for roasting a leopard? 3 points? 2 raw? 5 points? Forget it, it won't work. 9 points? It doesn't feel any different than fully cooked. Then let's go fully cooked. While Li Xian was muttering, Ghost Panther's white eyes went even further up. Updated. This is the last chapter of the day. In a while everyone goes to bed early. Switching big numbers tomorrow, Liver Emperor. I'm begging for hypes and videos here. Chapter 76 gotta stay away. Can get infected. In the small world, within a dark valley, Shocking Rain swung his long sword up, sweeping across a piece of ghost people, killing a vacancy in the sea of ghosts before seizing the moment and stomping out. At this moment, Shocking Rain wasn't doing too well. There were many wounds on her body, blood was flowing outwards, and the aura in her body had been depleted by a large portion, so if she continued to kill, sooner or later, she would be exhausted. The group of ghost people were all only at the first or second level of the Tao, and their speed was no better than that of Shocking Rain, so Shocking Rain quickly shook off the group of ghost people. Surprising Rain stopped under a tree, looked back to see the group of ghost people's silhouette. The heart cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just when the latter thought it was safe, a sense of crisis invaded from the heart. The body of the cold hairs erect, reflexively violently jumped to the side of the distance of a few feet, not yet landed on the ground. I heard a loud noise came from behind me. Shocking Rain back to look at the heart cannot help but be shocked, only to see just where he was inserted a red gun. Smashed out there is more than a Zhang Di pit. Cold sweat immediately flowed behind her. Her heart could not help but secretly thankful. Fortunately her reaction is fast enough. Otherwise she is now estimated to have received the box meal. The lance trembled slightly and then flew towards a place. Shocking Rain looked along and her eyes instantly became heavy, only to see that there were 3 ghostly people standing in that place, their green and ghostly eyes staring coldly at her, and the strength emanating from all of them was not weaker than that of her in her peak period. Shocking Rain didn't hesitate. Aura Enchantment turned around and ran. The 3 ghost people also followed closely, kept swinging out the red spears in their hands and thrusting them at Shocking Rain, but each time they were nimbly dodged by Shocking Rain. However, there were some more scratches on his body as a result. Swish, 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 only to hear a sound of breaking air coming from behind him. Shocking Rain's heart was suddenly shocked, and he fought to lunge forward. And once again, a vibrating sound came from behind him. Shocking Rain looked back, and the 3 red spears were stuck in the same place in unison, the spot where Shocking Rain had started to lunge forward. Shocking Rain hurriedly got up and prepared to continue running, only to face himself with Scatterbrain on a tall, steep mountain wall. She has no way out. Shocking Rain gritted his teeth, then turned to look at the charging ghost people, and immediately took out a teleportation talisman from his waist to prepare to teleport back. However, another red spear came flying in, directly piercing through Shocking Rain's left shoulder, bringing the latter to be firmly nailed to the stone wall. Ah! Shocking Rain screamed in pain, and the teleportation talisman let go and fell to the ground due to the intense pain throughout his left arm. The fourth ghost person appeared under the tree not far away, letting out a cackle ghost laugh. The other three ghosts did the same, taking the red spear back into their hands, and then threw it towards Surprising Rain. Shocking Rain's eyes widened, despair in her eyes as they reflected the three red spears that were speedily thrusting towards her. Shocking Rain hung his head and slowly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for death to come. However, after waiting for a few breaths, Shocking Rain did not feel the arrival of the red gun, opened his eyes, and what fell into his eyes was a robust body. Shocking Rain raised his head violently, and was confronted by Dongwoo's handsome face and those starry eyes. Ahem! Dongwoo coughed lightly, and a few drops of blood fell, dripping onto the face of the Shocking Rain Absolute, slowly sliding down. She stared at Dongwoo in a daze, feeling the blood on her face with some warmth, and muttered her words. Dongwoo, senior brother? It's okay, almost you're done. Dongwoo laughed, then he put down his hand that was propped up next to Shocking Rain, and with a tremor around his body, the red spears that were stuck behind him were immediately shaken out. Then Dongwoo turned around, and with his other hand, he swung the divine spear, cutting off those three red spears with a single shot. Want to touch my senior sister? How dare you? Dongwoo drank coldly, his aura rising wildly around him. Dongwoo's words a word heavily smashed in the heart of the Shocking Rain. Looking at Dongwoo's back full of blood, the heart was suddenly deer in the headlights. The miserable white face was actually a little red. Take your life! Dongwoo shouted angrily, swinging his spear back with speed. The four ghost people were not very strong in battle without their red spears, but after a few moves from Dongwoo, he was able to cut down all of them. Scumbags, you can't even beat me even if you let me get hurt, so don't be too much of a rookie. Well, it could also be that I'm too strong. Looking at the corpses of the four ghost people, Dongwoo said disdainfully before putting the divine spear away and coming to Shocking Rain's side. Senior sister Shocking Rain, are you alright? Shall I help you pull out the red spear? Dongfang asked as he looked towards Shocking Rain. Shocking Rain nodded gently. Dongwoo will then grab the red gun handle and say, this process is a bit painful. You have to be a bit prepared to endure it. Shocking Rain was going to respond by saying it's fine. You do it. As a result, without waiting for her to open her mouth to speak, Dongwoo directly pulled out the red spear, cleanly and without dragging his feet. Shocking Rain instantly felt endless pain traveling from his left arm to his entire body, and did not hold back his grunt. I told you that this process is a bit painful, so I told you to make some preparations and bear with it. Dongwoo then made Jingyu sit down, and then placed his hand on her shoulder, channeling his aura in to stop the pain. Hearing Dongwoo's words, Shocking Rain only felt incomparably aggrieved in her heart. Did you give me time to prepare? You pull it out with a brush. Is there a process? However, after feeling her empty body gradually fill up with the warm and soft aura delivered by Dongwoo, Shocking Rain instantly let out a light hum in comfort. Forget about the pain you just felt. Dongwoo looked at the latter's face full of enjoyment expression, suddenly straight black line. How is this? Shocking Rain's senior sister the same as Elder Fox? Aha. It's over. It's infected. Updated. Chapter 77, Saving the Lost Girl. After a long time, the blood on Shocking Rain's shoulder stopped flowing and the wound began to slowly heal. Seeing this, Dongwoo couldn't help but exhale a mouthful of mixed air before withdrawing his hand. Standing up and looking at Shocking Rain's face, which had already appeared to have some vitality and liveliness to it, saying, there are more ghostly people here. Let's get out of here first. Saying that, Dongwoo jumped violently, and with the help of some protruding rocks, he jumped up the steep mountain wall in 3 bounds. Senior sister Shocking Rain, do you think we should go find senior brother Baiyuan and the others? Dongwoo said as he walked, only to hear no reply from Shocking Rain. Senior sister Shocking Rain? Dongwoo asked, turning around with a heart full of doubt, and froze. Where's Shocking Rain behind him? Dongwoo hurriedly returned to the edge of the cliff to look down, and as expected, Shocking Rain was standing at the bottom of the cliff, staring blankly at Dongwoo with confused eyes. Dongwoo jumped down and landed beside Shocking Rain and asked, Senior sister Shocking Rain, what's wrong with you? Dongwoo's senior brother, I don't have much aura in my body law. Shocking Rain responded in a low voice. Dongwoo froze in shock. You didn't absorb the aura when I was healing you? Shocking Rain nodded with some embarrassment. So what are you doing? I am looking at you. Shocking Rain's face flushed red and her head hung down, somewhat embarrassed. East noon. Dongwoo sighed, then slung Shocking Rain over his shoulder and jumped back onto the cliff. Just as Dongwoo was about to put down Shocking Rain suddenly opened his mouth and said, Elder brother Dongwoo, the injuries on my body haven't healed yet, and I walk slowly. You'd better continue to carry me. East Noon skimmed his lips somewhat helplessly. Alright. Saying that, he carried Shocking Rain and flew up, Shocking Rain couldn't help but blush a little playfully when she felt Dongwoo's hand tightly hugging her thigh. Looking at Dongwoo's back, which was full of congealed blood, he couldn't help but feel some heartache and said, "Dong-woo, master, brother, you helped me block that. 3 guns are very painful, right?" It's a tremolo that keeps shaking. Hearing Dongwoo's words, Shocking Rain's already pretty red face became even more flushed. Outside, Lin Feng couldn't help but hook a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 6 people. This way, the system wouldn't be able to give him similar quests to make things difficult for him. He was really a big smart In the small world, Shocking Rain was bumped all the way by Dongwoo, although she was a cultivator of the 5th level of the Dao realm. But her aura had not recovered and the injuries on her body had not been completely healed. Her overall condition was relatively poor, so she was now feeling a bit bloated and uncomfortable. East, afternoon, master, brother, etc., etc., etc. Wait, down, said Shocking Rain, patting the latter on the back. What's wrong with you, senior sister Shocking Rain? Dongwoo asked, then stopped in his tracks. Senior brother Dongwoo, this look is making me a bit bloated. Can you carry me? Shocking Rain asked. Carry you? Alright. Dongwoo nodded and put Shocking Rain down, then came to Shocking Rain and half kneeled on the ground with his back facing the ladder. Does Dongwoo, senior brother, your back still hurt? If it hurts then forget it. Shocking Rain looked at the bloodstains all over Dongwoo's back, somewhat regretting his words just now. It's okay, you're on, East Noon said, shaking his head. Shocking Rain hesitated for a moment before still gently lying on Dongwoo's back. Dongwoo held Shocking Rain's leg while he stood up and continued to fly. Startling Rain gently leaned her head against Dongwoo's back. Feeling the warmth and solidity of the latter's back, Startling Rain felt an incomparable peace of mind in her heart, and unconsciously developed an incomparable sense of dependence on the latter. From time to time, the image of Dongwoo appearing in front of her and taking the 3 shots for her surfaced in her mind, and her face suddenly turned red. Elder brother Dongwoo? What kind of daughter-in-law do you want to find? Shocking Rain hesitated for a long time before finally voicing this question. Haven't thought about it yet. Dongwoo blurted it out without the slightest hesitation, causing Shocking Rain to be a bit surprised. Who was the one who just said he wanted a daughter-in-law? Why didn't you think of that? Dongwoo, senior brother. Then, what do you think of me? Shocking Rain said with a low voice. You? East Noon's pace slowed slightly, and he gave Shocking Rain a sideways glance. You're good at everything, just like Elder Fox. You're a bit stupid. Dongwoo shook his head and replied. Outside, the crowd looked at Sky Fox, who blushed a bit awkwardly. Why did the stinky brat call her stupid? Shocking Rain also froze when she heard Dongwoo's words, and it took her a long time to respond. Am I stupid? Are you sure you don't feel stupid? East Noon asked rhetorically. Shocking Rain, who thinks they're stupid when they say that? How am I? Stupid? Shocking Rain asked with a pout. Outside, Sky Fox hugged her chest and looked at Dongwoo, raising an eyebrow. She wanted to see why the stinky brat was saying she was stupid. Don't you get it? Dongwoo sighed and just decided to wake up the dreamer. Hearing this, the two were dumbfounded. Sad face. Sky Fox's face suddenly red. Cannot imagine that his own this behavior in the eyes of this stinky brat is actually stupid? No wonder he couldn't seduce him. I'm sure the other 2 brats see her that way too. At this moment, the Sky Fox's heart was extremely broken. Sky Fox, hearing Dongwoo's words, Shocking Rain's face similarly blushed a little, and she was at a loss as to what to say. It could only lean against the latter's back and froze. Dongwoo couldn't help but sigh. I told you not to get to the bottom of it. See, you're depressed, aren't you? But, after all, it's still nice to save a lost young girl and have one less person on Earth who spends her days doing fantasies. He was really admiring himself more and more. Eastwood, degree. Updated. Cheeky plea for hyped up updates. Thank you. Chapter 78, No Survivors. Outside, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and the crowd looked towards the source of the sound, only to see that a crack had appeared on the surface of one of the aura mirrors, and the wind and snow sect disciple inside had collapsed and died. Soon, but not for long, the cracks in the aura mirror grew bigger and bigger, and eventually shattered, turning into a ball of white aura that fell to the ground. When the white aura dissipated, the ground was lying on the dead disciple, but his body did not have the slightest traces of wounds, still breathing steadily, just a little poor face. Seeing this, Dan Shango hurriedly came over and took out a large sack of yin-yang enlightenment Dan that Lin Feng had asked him to refine earlier and put it aside, taking out one of the yin-yang enlightenment Dan and putting it in the disciple's mouth. However, in a moment, the disciple's face looked much better and was surrounded by 2 types of qi, pale black and extremely white, extremely rich in a metaphysical meaning. Comprehending between life and death is more likely to stimulate one's cultivation potential, Lin Feng said as he looked at the sect disciple. Later, one after another, There our disciples died and came out. Was Dan Shango stuffed yin and yang enlightenment Dan, inexplicably into the realm of life and death to comprehend the practice. And so, a month passed. Tens of thousands of people were already lying densely on the clan's grounds, with white and black chi strewn about, and those who didn't know thought that they were engaging in a cult sacrifice. During this month, every disciple of the sect was cultivating in the realm of life and death without knowing the reality, and after lying for a month, each of their realms were pulling up and breaking through. At this moment, the lowest realm within the sect was the 5th level of the enlightened spirit realm. Most of them were gathered within the mortal breaking realm and the Tao enlightenment realm, and the clan's comprehensive ranking was ranked 521st in the 4 realms world. Lin Feng glanced at a sea of lying flat sect disciples, then his gaze fell back to the only 6 remaining aura mirrors in the sky. Today was the last day. As long as today passed, the 6 people of Beiyuan would be able to return. But success? Impossible. There was no way Lin Feng would let Beiyuan and the others come out alive. Well, gotta lay out. So, the strength of the Fae in this world has to continue to increase. In the small world, the 6 people of Beiyuan had just eliminated a wave of ghost people at the 5th level of the Tao of entry and began to sit down in place to recuperate. After a month of killing and fighting with the alien beasts, everyone's strength has improved tremendously. The North Abyss, 5th level of the returning zone realm. Qin Yu, 9th level of Tianqian realm. Li Xian, 7th level of the Tianqian realm. East Noon, 7th level of the Tianqian realm. Shocking Rain, 6th level of Tianqian realm. Jinru, the 9th level of the realm of entry. And just as several people were replenishing the lost aura in their bodies, they suddenly felt a violent vibration coming from the ground. The 6 people hurriedly opened their eyes, stood up and looked around all of a sudden with a grave expression, only to see countless ghost people, ghost leopards, chaos demon apes, wind grudge birds, and other foreign beasts coming from all directions, all with strengths between the Tao entry realm and the Tianshan realm, but making a few people feel that their strengths were quite a bit stronger than the foreign beasts they had encountered before in the same realm. We are surrounded. Beiyuan picked up the heavily Tao sword in his hand and looked at the countless foreign beasts in front of him and said coldly, "Then let's kill." Dongwu said in a low voice as he swung his lance. Beiyuan nodded as he reached the returning realm to be able to fly, so he hovered in the air and flew away, swinging his longsword to cut down some of the foreign beasts that were at a high realm and a bit of a struggle for Li Xian's 5. On the other hand, Li Xian's 5 people formed a circle with their backs facing each other, taking out their own weapons and preparing to meet the battle. Soon, the group of foreign beasts got closer and closer, and the battle began immediately. Roar, roar, roar. Countless foreign beasts hissed and pounced on Li Xian's 5, but they were all swept away by a few people's attacks, their heads scattered. However, even so, the group of foreign beasts didn't show a timid expression. Instead, each one of them became even more crimson in their eyes and desperately pounced on the 5 people, but the result remained the same. This battle lasted for more than 2 hours, during which time from time to time someone ran out of aura and retreated to the center to absorb the aura, while replacing another person to continue to cut down the foreign beasts. With this repetition, the endless swarm of foreign beasts were finally killed off. At a glance, the corpses can be piled up on mountains, and the blood flow can become a river. After this fierce battle, the strength of several people had made a new breakthrough. North Abyss, 7th level of the returning zone realm. Qin Yu, 2nd level of the revered realm. Li Xian, 1st level of the return realm. East Noon, return to zone realm 1. Shocking Rain, 9th level of Tianqian realm. Jinru, 5th level of the Tianqian realm. However, without waiting for the crowd to catch their breath, a terrifying and incomparable pressure suddenly descended, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Cluck cluck cluck. A ghostly laugh came, and the 6 of them snapped their eyes to the source of the sound, each of them glaring in their eyes at once. One could only see a 6 feet tall ghost man standing on that one of the higher hills, holding a silver-colored lance in his hand, and the strength emanating from it was clearly at the Seal King realm. It's over. That was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. Without making a pause, the ghost man's figure directly disappeared in place, appearing behind Jinru in the next moment, raising his silver spear to mercilessly pierce through her chest before violently flinging himself, dropping Jinru heavily onto a mountain wall. Senior sister Jinru, the crowd cried out in grief, and each person swung the divine weapons in their hands to charge straight at the ghost man, but the ghost man just laughed a ghostly laugh and disappeared again. Arriving on Surprising Rain, he slapped a gun across the body, directly breaking all of Surprising Rain's ribs, and the latter's torso flew backwards a dozen feet away. No longer alive, Ghost Man disappears again. Li Xian, lasted 1 move, death. East Noon, lasted 1 move, death. Qin Yu, lasted 2 moves and died. The Ghost Man's figure disappeared once again and arrived in front of Beiyuan, stabbing him with a spear. Beiyuan forced his heart to hold back his grief and anger, and barely managed to block the ghost man's attack with his sword, but his entire person was still sent flying out by the horrifying impact, skidding tens of feet away before coming to a stop. Cluck cluck cluck. The ghost man laughed ghostly once again, not giving Bei Yuan a chance to catch his breath. He directly appeared on top of Bei Yuan, waved his lance and stabbed out. Bei Yuan's face was livid as he directly met the spear, letting the silver spear pierce through his chest, condensing all of his aura onto the heavenly Dao sword, opening up 30% of the divine sword's power to slash straight through the ghost man. The ghost man immediately sensed the aura of death and wanted to let go and leave, but realized that his hand was imprisoned on the silver spear. It couldn't run away. Boom! The Heaven's Path sword chopped down, splitting the ghosts in half alive, never to be seen again. Cough cough. After doing this move, the Heaven's Path sword fell out of Bei Yuan's hand and dropped to the ground, and he collapsed helplessly. Master, I'm sorry. I failed to fulfill my duties as the eldest senior brother. I failed to protect them. Qin Yu, this month and you get along. I realized that I have inexplicable feelings for you. Should be the love it. It's just a shame. Didn't get a chance to say it. Bei Yuan's eyes gradually lost their focus, and then closed. No longer alive. Cold winds blow through this modest wilderness. 3 shifts. Sleep on it, bro mo. I was going to explode for more, but I ended up getting stuck for a long time on one chapter. One paragraph. I'm sorry. Chapter 79 Powerlessness. In the sky, all 6 aura mirrors shattered and turned into a white aura that fell to the ground. The luster of the white aura dispersed, and the 6 people of Bei Yuan lay flat on the ground. Dan Shango hurriedly took out the yin-yang enlightenment Dan and gave it to the 6 of them to consume. And instantly, 2 streams of extremely white and pale black chi appeared and surrounded the 6 of them. Elder Dan Shango, after this time, don't feed them the yin-yang enlightenment pill anymore, and whoever wakes up after that, throw them into the small world to experience and consolidate their realm. Lin Feng came beside Dan Shango and said as he looked at the 6 people from Bei Yuan, "I, Sovereign." Dan Shango saluted towards Lin Feng and agreed. Lin Feng nodded, then turned around and walked towards Prayer Snow, who was sitting on the edge of the high platform reading a book. "Abba, do you know how to read this?" Prezuki asked, pointing to a word in the book. "Abba Abba." Abba bounced. "Oops, that word isn't called Abba, it's called seal." Praying Snow shook her head to point out the correction. "What about this word? Do you know what it reads?" Praying Snow had asked, pointing to a word. "Abba." "Oops, it's not pronounced Abba, it's pronounced June. How come you can't read a single word?" Praying Snow's slender jade finger poked Aba's little head and said, "Abba." Abba's small black eyes the size of a grain of rice looked at Prayer Snow slyly, and Prayer Snow couldn't help but laugh, cupping Abba up to his face and rubbing it. He, okay, I won't tease you." Saying that, when Prayer Snow saw Lin Feng walking over, she immediately shouted joyfully, "Husband." After he said that, he fell down from the edge of the high platform and was steadily held in Lin Feng's arms. "Well, after staying in the clan for so long, do you want to go out and play?" Lin Feng asked with a smile as he looked at Prayer Snow's stunningly beautiful face. Of course. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Prayer Snow's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded her head in reply. With that, the 2 of them disappeared into thin air. Dongfang missed. A few people saw this scene can only silent and speechless don't head. The bitterness in their hearts only they know themselves. That, Sky Fox, I projected the star. Tonight, Li Qingtian said as he moved to Sky Fox's side. "Get out." "Okay." Just before the words were finished, the Sky Fox gave an expulsion order, and immediately turned around and left in a grayish manner. The world was black and white and seemed extremely depressing. The surrounding chi contained endless life, but it also contained endless death. Bei Yuan looked around with some confusion. Is this the hell? Why does it feel different from what those storytellers said? Where are the black and white irregulars? Where's Oxhead and Horseface? How come there's none of them? I can't believe what those so-called readers say. Kitabuchi couldn't help but shake his head and sigh before snapping to attention and looking around for something. Didn't we say that we'd be good company on the Yellow Springs Road? Why don't we see Qinyu and the others? Senior sister Qinyu? Qinyu? Where are you? Mr. Li Xian? Where the hell have you been? Hurry up and answer. Senior Dongwu, are you there? Come out. Senior sister Jinru, are you here? Squeak if you are. Bei Yuan walked quickly in this black and white world, looking around from time to time and shouting loudly. Bei Yuan didn't know how long he had been walking, nor did he know how long he had been shouting. Just as Bei Yuan was ready to give up, he suddenly saw a little bit more red other than black and white in the extreme distance in front of him. Bei Yuan's heart was happy. He hurriedly ran quickly. As the distance between them got closer and closer, Bei Yuan saw clearly. It was a back figure dressed in red. That red back became more and more familiar the more he looked at it, and a playful shadow suddenly appeared in Bei Yuan's mind. Qinyu. Senior sister Qinyu, is that you? Bei Yuan couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, but he hated that he couldn't use his aura, so he could only speed up and dart away. Hearing Bei Yuan's words, Xinyu stopped her steps towards the front and paused. Senior sister Xinyu. Xinyu, it's so good to see you again. I finally have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. Bei Yuan came behind Xinyu and suddenly laughed happily. Only Xinyu stood motionless and did not respond to Bei Yuan's words. Senior sister Xinyu? What's wrong with you? You turn around. You say Lu, Kitabuchi said, somewhat unknowingly. However, Xinyu remained unresponsive. Senior sister Xinyu. Bei Yuan frowned slightly and grabbed Xinyu's hand with a sudden shock. Her hands are so cold. Not a bit warm. Bei Yuan pulled over Xinyu and made him turn around, but he couldn't help but shiver a little in his heart after seeing Xinyu's appearance. The latter's face remained the same, only his eyes were lost in thought. His face looked extremely pale. His face was stained with quite a lot of blood, and there were quite a lot of blood marks on his neck. Eyes down, blood dripping uncontrollably out of his eyes at both sleeves. A strong smell of blood hit his nose, and Bei Yuan's heart was instantly enlightened. How is this dress made of red silk? It's obviously dyed with a lot of blood. Xinyu's senior sister, what happened to you? Who made you like this? Bei Yuan's eyes were red as he looked at Xinyu with dismay in his eyes. Bei Yuan, master, brother? Xinyu's eyes gradually regained a trace of vigor. His eyes looked towards Bei Yuan, his voice slow and feeble. Horse, it's me. Bei Yuan heard Xinyu's words and hurriedly nodded his head. The stone hanging in his heart slightly dropped some, and reached out his hand wanting to pull the latter's other hand. Yet, Xinyu suddenly disappeared. Bei Yuan's senior brother. I am in so much pain. Xinyu suddenly appeared behind Bei Yuan, her voice choked, looking extremely miserable and pitiful. Xinyu. Bei Yuan hurriedly turned around, resulting in Xinyu disappearing once again, then reappeared not far away, fell to the ground, head hanging down feebly. The delicate body could not stop trembling. Let a person look incomparably sorry. I'm in so much pain. Bei Yuan's senior brother. Save me. Xinyu raised her head with difficulty to look at Bei Yuan, her cherry lips slightly opened, her voice intermittent, giving a feeling that she could not hold out for long. Don't you move. I'm coming. Bei Yuan hurriedly ran to Xinyu. However, no matter how hard Bei Yuan ran, the distance between the two people could never be reduced. It was even getting farther and farther away. Why haven't you come yet? Senior brother Bei Yuan. Woo, I'm in so much pain. Tears flowed down Xinyu's face as she looked at Bei Yuan with a look of disappointment. A pain shot through Bei Yuan's heart, and the pace on his feet became faster and faster, but the two remained further and further away. At this moment, several masked men suddenly appeared by Xinyu's side, looking at her and letting out a filthy lewd laugh. They directly and rudely grabbed Xinyu's arm and tugged her to walk backward at a fast pace. This move tugged at Xinyu's injuries and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Along the way, blood is dripping. Let go of her for me. A bunch of beasts, let go of Xinyu for me. Bei Yuan roared angrily, veins rippling at his neck, running almost as hard as he could. However, those few black-clothed men acted as if they hadn't heard Bei Yuan's words and didn't move, their silhouettes getting smaller and smaller. Puff! Bei Yuan inexplicably felt that he lost consciousness in his feet, and his entire body directly planted on the ground in a sorry state. Looking at the almost invisible figure, Bei Yuan yelled up to the sky in grief. He hated why he couldn't catch up. He hates that he runs too slow. He couldn't save Xinyu. Until now, Xinyu's miserable shout still reverberated in Bei Yuan's mind for a long time. Waste. Kitabuchi you're a ing waste. The North Abyss can only be impotent annoyed. A fist with full force on the ground, but a few times, it has been blood and flesh. Xinyu's voice came again, more miserable and painful than before. Bei Yuan's whole body was trembling, his eyes red and dry staring in that direction, unable to do anything. Updated. Sorry for being late. Almost the whole day was spent in the hospital doing some procedures. So tired. No time to write. Then the waiting process at noon because something came up so I wasn't in the mood for more. Until 4 o'clock more than 5 o'clock to have time. Chapter 80. Don't ever leave me. Bad content. Chapter 81 Development. Bad content. Chapter 82, Bringing in the New Year. 6 months later, the sky began to pour snow, the first heavy snowfall of the winter, and the earlier light snowfall was not worth mentioning in front of this heavy snowfall. The snow fell for a long time before coming to a halt, and the sky was still dripping with snow particles. At this moment, the entire wind and snow city is suddenly in a piece of silver. Even so, with the wind and snow capital is also the previous wind city as the center of the expansion of the city is incredibly lively. The crowd of people coming and going, the incessant yelling filled in the street. Everyone had a smile on their face. In only half a year's time, Wind and Snow City had already become the economic center of the entire southern region. With a population as high as tens of millions of people, and if it wasn't for some of the plans released by the Wind and Snow sect, I'm afraid that the population would have to break into the tens of thousands of people. During this half year of development, Wind and Snow City has also gained many appellations. For example, gathered the world's top forging masters. Although not everyone can forge a divine weapon, but forging immortal weapons can still be, so there is the Immortal Soldiers Metropolis called. In addition, because the Wind and Snow City is almost in the center of the southern region, so for the export trade is very convenient. Also has the heart of the southern region called. The aura is thicker and purer than other places, and it is also called the Spirit City. The city has a wide variety of snacks, and has been labeled as a snack paradise, and so on and so forth. The list goes on and on. Snow was also piled up on the ancient verdant stone path in the North Hall of the Wind and Snow sect, and from above, two white figures slowly walked down. Husband, this snow is much bigger than the previous ones. Let's go have a snowball fight together in a while. Praying for Snow slightly sideways, she tilted her head to look at Lin Feng and smiled, looking a little excited. Abba, on his head, the chubby, fluffy Abba hastened to agree. Lin Feng smiled gently and lifted the coat that was draped over Prayer Snow. Okay, when we come back in a while we'll have a snowball fight together. Although Praying Snow was at the peak of the immortal realm and was born with a snow source, so she wouldn't be able to feel the cold, Lin Feng still asked her to put on a coat, to which Praying Snow didn't object and obediently complied. Hearing Lin Feng's reply, a sweet smile appeared on Prayer Snow's face as she pulled over Lin Feng's arm, her head gently leaning on the latter's shoulder. Entering the Wind and Snow capital mansion, the two changed their faces so as not to cause a stir. The two of them walked down the snack street, wandering leisurely. Mom, I want roasted groundnuts. Eat a big one. Is 3 enough? Not enough. 4, thank you. Mommy's so nice. When I grow up I'm going to be a Wind and Snow disciple, and my grandparents will be so happy that they'll give me the big jellies I love. Ancestral sausage noodle for 4 months. Absolutely authentic. You can't buy a silver coin and lose. You can't be fooled. Just buy popsicles and go home and giggle. Feel what it's like to be a blizzard on a blizzard day. Smelling the spraying fragrance of the snacks, Prayer Snow couldn't stop wiping her cherry lips and looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful look. Lin Feng was immediately amused. The way to make it seem as if he did not give her to eat the same, so took out a bag of money and handed it to the Praying Snow. Praying Snow, suddenly happy, took the bag of money, jumping to buy their favorite snacks to go. Don't eat too much. We still have to have New Year's Eve dinner tonight. Lin Feng shouted at Prayer Snow. I know. Praying Snow smiled slightly sideways towards Lin Feng and said with a wave of her hand, then placed Abba on her shoulder. Abba, what should we go and eat? Abba, let's go eat hot pot then. Abba, praying for Snow. She and Abba talked one after the other and finally decided to go for a hot pot meal, completely forgetting about Lin Feng's explanation. Lin Feng naturally heard Prayer Snow's words easily and couldn't help but smile helplessly before leaving the snack street to buy some New Year's Eve goods in preparation for the big night. Wind and Snow sect, North Hall. Then that's all I'm going to say. Everyone pay more attention. Got it? On the high stage, Dongfang Mist looked at the crowd of disciples below the stage and said, understood. The crowd nodded their heads and replied in a loud voice. When they saw Dongfang Mist waving his hand, they left in groups of 3 and went down the mountain. Elder Dongfang, I haven't passed in a long time. Tianwu patted Dongfang Mist's shoulder and laughed. Who isn't? Busy cultivating all day long. Who would still be quiet for any New Year's Eve? Dongfang Mist nodded and said. At this time, Feng Mu appeared with a large pile of lanterns floating around him, and then threw a few to the two of them and said, don't gossip. The patriarch has asked us to dress up the clan in a festive manner. Hearing Feng Mu's words, Dongfang Mist and Tianwu nodded their heads and took the lanterns and hung them away. At this moment, on the grounds within the main hall, several people from Beiyuan were piling up snowmen. Aren't you going back for the festival? Shocking Rain added the snow on and looked at Qinyu to ask. I've written a letter. I'm not going back this year. I'm going to stay with senior brother Beiyuan. Qinyu shook her head. Her eyes filled with love as she looked towards Beiyuan, who was directing Li Xian and Dongwu to pile up snowmen in the distance. Seemingly noticing Qinyu's gaze, Beiyuan turned his head to look, and their eyes touched. Beiyuan revealed a smile and scratched his head, while Qinyu blushed and slightly hung her head to add snow to the snowman in front of her. Shocking Rain and Jinru instantly soured. Looking towards the two Li Xian and Dongwu who were having fun and laughing, they were somewhat helpless. Suddenly, a snowball hit the snowman that Qinyu's trio had worked so hard to build up, destroying it. As he gazed over, Li Xian still made the action of throwing the snowball, his face somewhat embarrassed. Senior brother Li Xian. The three of them immediately chirped, grabbing a large handful of snow from the ground and kneading it into a ball to smash it at Li Xian. Li Xian immediately fled. Even so, his body also received a lot of snowballs, and then hurriedly hid behind a tree yelling at Dongwu. Dongwu, what are you hiding? If I don't hide I'll take a snowball from you for nothing. Am I stupid me? Dongwu immediately disliked back. The three of them, Xin Yu, looked at each other and grabbed the snowballs to go around towards Li Xian. Li Xian let go and grabbed the snowball and charged out. Swish swish swish, threw out 3 snowballs, and actually hit Xin Yu's 3 people respectively. Can't help but be a little self-congratulatory. I'm so accurate. As a result, without waiting for Li Xian to finish his words, he saw an overwhelming number of snowballs smashing towards him, and Li Xian was dumbfounded. Li Xian, degree asterisk. Boom boom boom, the snowballs falling from the sky. Li Xian was directly buried in it, laboriously revealing a head rushing towards Bei Yuan crying. Senior brother, help me. Bei Yuan gave a thumbs up to Li Xian and grabbed the snowballs and threw them at Qin Yu's trio. The 3 of them instantly screamed and started dodging. Li Xian finally wasn't alone when he saw this. He climbed up from the snow pile and casually grabbed a ball of snow and threw it at Qin Yu's 3 people. Dongwu couldn't stand the loneliness at once and hurriedly stuck his hands into the snow pile and kneaded it into snowballs to throw at a few people. Not to be outdone, Qin Yu's trio dodged a round of snowballs and began to fight back. For a while, the entire South Hall was filled with snowballs, and cheers, laughter, and shouts were heard from time to time. AI, it's good to be young, Dan Shango lamented as he looked out through the window, then returned to his senses and began to concentrate on refining the 15,648 of the day. Out. Dan Shango's voice was almost maniacal. He could not stand it a bit. The probability was so low. Updated. Chapter 83 Vigil. Bad content. Chapter 84, Drinking water instead of stealing wine. After a long time, the chickens that Autumn Harvest kept in the kitchen crowed. Still the second day of the new year. All of them stood up to give each other words of blessing, and then gave each person the gifts they had already prepared. Among them, the one who received the most gifts was Praying Snow, looking at the arms full of gifts immediately happy to holla down. Hiya, New Year's is great. I wish it was New Year's every day. Shishue put the gift away in her spatial ring, and then she was tapped on the shoulder by Lin Feng and looked at him suspiciously. Little Snow, as the patriarch's wife, you can't just receive gifts, you have to give them too, Lin Feng said with a smile. Praying for Snow froze when she heard it. She didn't prepare any gifts at all. How about husband? I give money? Praying Snow asked as she took out the bag of money. There's nothing new about giving money or anything, although there's the symbolism of the pressure of the year. It's nothing too special for people who cultivate immortality. Lin Feng smiled and then took the money bag over. Again and again. This money bag is still from me. Ha, but, isn't what's yours mine? Preizuki said with a beak. What the heck? Send some gifts. Could it be that you haven't prepared any? Lin Feng looked at Prayer Snow and asked. No. Of course I'm ready. Praying for Snow to hear Lin Feng's words, she hurriedly waved her hand and shook her head. Looking at the expectant expressions on the faces of several people, she eventually gave in. Bei Yuan apprentice, let's give you a bowl of intestinal noodles. Apprentice Li Xian, this large onion cake is for you. Apprentice Qin Yu, this string of oversized sugar gourds is for you. Apprentice Shocking Rain, this bowl of ravioli is for you. Apprentice Jinru, this large kebab is for you. And the elders, Praying for Snow, came to one by one. From the space ring took out the snacks she bought under the mountain and secretly hid ready to get up at night and start to work, and took it to a few people, with a far-fetched smile on her face that was worse than crying. Bei Yuan. Several people looked at the still hot snacks in their hands. Sad face omega asterisk. How thoughtful of Shifu to know that they would be hungry at the vigil, so she prepared it specially for them. Moving, looking at a few people get snacks immediately eat up the appearance. Pray Snow feels so hard. Yuki, Happy New Year. I'll give you a hairband. Lin Feng smiled as he took out a white and translucent hairband from his spatial ring and handed it to Praying Snow. This hairband is a super divine object refined from the innate Tao objects of the 5 divine beasts of the creation period, the Dragon Ancestor, the Phoenix Emperor, the White Emperor, the Xianshan, and the Kirin. There is more energy in it than you can imagine. Thank you, husband. Praying for the Snow to receive the hairband instantly revealed a look of delight, and kept stroking the soft and smooth hairband. Lin Feng touched Prayer Snow's head and laughed. It's good if you like it. It's just that. Have you prepared a gift for husband? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Praying Snow first froze, then asked with some hesitation, does what husband eats count? Of course you can, as long as it's from Xiao Shui. Lin Feng nodded. Praying for Snow hesitated for a while, and finally took out something from the space ring ready to hand it to Lin Feng when he was suddenly dumbfounded, and then wanted to take it back but was taken over by Lin Feng. Wind and Snow Brew? Lin Feng looked at the Wind and Snow Brew in his hand and an intriguing smile appeared on his face. Praying Snow, you took Wind and Snow Brew for me as a New Year's gift? Lin Feng looked at Prayer Snow and asked. Well, Praying Snow nodded hurriedly. Yes? Lin Feng didn't wait for Prayer Snow to respond and quickly pressed the question again. Yeah. In order to show her innocence, Prayer Snow hurriedly explained. I really didn't buy it just to sneak a drink. Lin Feng's mouth pursed, obviously stifling his laughter. and everyone around him unkindly coughed. Geez, it's a little cold. Yeah, I cough. I cough. All cough. Cold. Oh ahem. It's cold. The crowd was talking in fits and starts, and one by one, they all turned their faces away from each other. Poor Prayer Snow looked at the few people with a questioning face. I also didn't say that you bought wind and snow brew to secretly drink it, Lin Feng said as he suppressed his laughter and looked at Prayer Snow. It was only then that Prayer Snow realized it afterward, and her face suddenly burst into a blush. You, LOL. Lin Feng helplessly flicked his finger on Prayer Snow's forehead. In fact, Lin Feng hadn't really asked Praying Snow to give everyone gifts, but he had just decided to tease her after seeing the wind and snow brew in the latter's spatial ring. It was at this moment that Prayer Snow also reacted to the fact that it was Lin Feng who had done it on purpose, and her face was suddenly displeased. It's over. Stealing a drink has failed once again. Lin Feng held over Prayer Snow's tender little hand and left, and all of them returned to their respective sleeping rooms, while Qin Yuan and Surprise River and Surprise Wind returned to their respective spirit boats and decided to go straight back. From time to time, Prayer Snow's beautiful eyes peeked at the altar of wind and snow brew that Lin Feng was carrying in his other hand, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her eyes filled with lamentation. Feeling bad about New Year's Eve too. No alcohol, tough. The sun was rising over the room. Lin Feng opened his eyes, yawned, looked at the sleeping Prayer Snow in his arms, smiled gently and kissed the latter on her fragrant lips. A good day starts with kissing your wife. After doing this, Lin Feng's mood at the moment is incomparably happy. Lightly out of bed, dressed ready to go out when the footsteps suddenly stopped, came to the table, the altar of the wind and snow brew and the wine replaced with water, which is only peacefully out of the door. Ding! Hint to the host. It is currently a new day, a new year. The clan data is being refreshed. Ding! Number of elders within the sect, 5. The realms are all at the peak of the immortal realm. Number of elders outside the sect, 26. Highest immortal realm 5th level. Lowest immortal realm, 1st level. Number of disciples of the sect, including inner and outer 38. 562. The highest realm is the 2nd level of saints. The lowest realm is the 6th level of mortal breaking. Currently, the overall ranking of the world's clans in the 4 domains is 1. Ranking in the central domain, 278,599. Ranking removes one of the highest realms. Seeing the ranking list updated by the system, Lin Feng felt that there was still a long way to go to become number 1. The room. Praying for Snow cannot help but stretch a lazy waist, opened the slack eyes. The eyes looked to the table of the wind and snow brew, immediately surprised, quietly groping left and right. To determine that the husband is not in the feeling of the cat got up and came to the table, picked up the wind and snow brew, a mouthful of down. Praying for the snow to savor the flavor of the wind and snow brew. The result of the boarding of the eyes wide open, looking at the hands of the wind and snow brew, a depressed face. What's going on? Why doesn't this wind and snow brew have any flavor at all? It's like drinking water. It's over. I've been tricked. I'll never drink wind and snow brew again. Thinking of this, Praying Snow casually put the wind and snow brew back on the table, however came to the bedside free and then fell back to lie on the bed. The chest suddenly flowers and branches trembled up. Updated. Today's update is done. Go to sleep now. Midland starts tomorrow. Chapter 85, A Sword Opens the Boundary. Ding! Congratulations to host Wind and Snow Sect for becoming the number 1 in the world in the 4 domains. Sect contribution reward issued, 100,000. Current balance of sect contribution, 300,000. Ding! Issuing a quest, enter the middle domain. Limited to 1 day. Reward for mission completion, a top immortal clan foundation. Penalty for mission failure, system unbinding. Lin Feng listened to the system's voice ringing in his head. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch wildly. Good guy. For Ching Ching to actually do whatever it takes? Who do you think you are? I can't get along without you? It's still true. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, then shouted with his aura for the crowd to gather. A little while later, several people from Beiyuan arrived and came in front of Lin Feng to look at the latter. Cough cough. Now that our Wind and Snow sect is already the number 1 sect in the world in the 4 regions, then, our next goal is to march into the central region. So, I've decided to take everyone with me to the central region. How about it? Lin Feng said as he scanned the few people from Beiyuan. The few people from Beiyuan immediately revealed an excited expression. Great! They would finally be able to go to the central region. However, Lin Feng waved his hand to silence a few people and said, but then, someone from the Wind and Snow sect has to stay and manage it, so some of you might not be able to go. Hearing Lin Feng's words, a few people fell silent. After all, anyone would want to go and see that middle region where immortals were flying around. Patriarch, I'd better not go. I still have to refine the 80% immortal pill. A little while later, Dan Shango suddenly spoke. On the side, Dongfang Mist and Tianwu both hurriedly nodded their heads when they heard Dan Shango's words. Patriarch, We won't go either. After all, halfway through the conversation the two stopped talking. After all, Lin Feng and Praying Snow, Bei Yuan and Qin Yu, Li Xian and Jin Ru, Dong Wu and Shocking Rain, Bai Wang and Li Qing Tian. These people were all pairs of people, so if the two of them singles mixed in they would have to die of embarrassment, and what was even harder was that they would also have to eat dog food every day, which would be very annoying. So, out of sight, out of mind, out of dog food and happy. It's better if they don't go. Lin Feng didn't have anything to say about the trio's thoughts and looked at Feng Mu and asked, Elder Feng, do you want to go? Feng Mu similarly shook his head and said, forget it, I'm not going to put up much of a fight, just help Patriarch manage this place. Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't say anything else. After pulling Prayer Snow up from the bed, the group rode in that spirit boat of Shocking Rain in the direction of the central region. As for why they don't instantly move over, the main reason is to let those top forces in the central domain prepare for it. Middle Kingdom, Taoist. Old Danzi sat cross-legged on the edge of a pond, resting his eyes, his body radiating a vague golden aura, extremely divine. Suddenly, the second disciple suddenly appeared kneeling in front of Old Danzi. What is it? Old Danzi said leisurely, opening his eyes to look at the second disciple. Reporting to Master, Lin Feng and the others have started traveling to the central region. The second disciple lowered his head and said. Old Danzi couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he listened. Sooner or later, as long as it doesn't diminish my Taoist family's incense. Of course, Old Danzi was also aware that this was impossible. As a newly minted Shinto, Lin Feng's arrival would inevitably suck away many of his followers. He only hoped that the losses would be smaller so that he would have enough faith power to break through that ultimate shackle. The Palace of Theology. Kong Shang had just finished lecturing on ritualism and was about to leave when Lin Shang, the holy son of the Theology Palace under his seat, came to Kong Shang's side and bowed respectfully. Teacher, the student has something to report. Speak. Kong Shang picked up the tea on the bookcase and took a sip of it bashfully. Lin Feng and the others have come to the central region. Lin Shang's voice was lowered. Kong Shang sighed in vain when he heard this and let Lin Shang go down in a long silence. This matter will have to be postponed for another 30,000 years. The Fright Sky Gang. Su Xian paced inside the sect, not replying to the disciples worshipping each other along the way, and just kept walking until he reached a small path in a mountain forest. A rustling sweeping sound came faintly from the front. Su Xian raised his eyes and looked. Not far away, a sweeping monk was sweeping the ground, not in a hurry, appearing to be leisurely. Brother Gong Yang, Su Xian shouted at the sweeping monk. Gangmaster Su. Gong Yang sure stopped his hand movements when he heard Su Xian's words and turned his head to look at Su Xian. Brother Gong Yang, what do you think I should do? This Lin Feng is about to come to the central region. At that time, the power of faith of my Frying Sky Gang will inevitably drop. At that time breaking through that shackle is bound to push. Su Xian came to Gong Yang Shi and said sadly. This scene was bound to shock people when it fell in their eyes. It was unthinkable that Su Xian, the leader of the Heaven Blasting Gang, would actually talk to a ground-sweeping monk who was only at the high level of the true God realm like this. Master Su, the time is also destiny. Why care about that? Gong Yang Shi was open-minded. Furthermore, won't the faith power of the other four families also decline? Hearing Gong Yang Shi's words, Su Xian couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, but didn't say anything. I hope that you two can truly follow this so-called time and destiny. After saying that, Su Xian slowly left, and Gong Yang Shi's complexion moved slightly, but he didn't show anything more and continued sweeping the floor. In the distance, Su Xian couldn't help but sigh at this and waved his sleeve away. At the junction of the southern and central regions, the spirit boat was called to a halt by Lin Feng and slowly hung in the air. Master, why are we stopping? Shocking Rain looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng looked ahead and smiled faintly. In other people's eyes, there was an endless land of mountains and water in front of them, but in his eyes, there was a tall barrier that appeared and disappeared in front of him, which emitted a terrifying aura. And, behind the barrier, there was endless darkness. That, then, is the void. If the spirit boat just went straight through, it would inevitably be strangled by the power on the barrier, and apart from Lin Feng, everyone else would be dead beyond repair. This is the terror of the Genesis formation. This was why the border between the four regions and the central region was 1,000 miles away from the deserted mountains and had illusionary formations set up, so much so that and no matter how a person or an immortal walked or flew, they couldn't get close to the place. If Lin Feng hadn't broken the illusionary formations in this area, I'm afraid that the spirit boat wouldn't be able to fly here for 10 days and half a month, but instead would still be lost and trapped here. Lin Feng looked at the barrier in front of him with a contemptuous smile and said, don't even think about coming out, otherwise I'll even chop you up. The crowd followed Lin Feng's gaze, but they didn't see any figure. Who was the master talking to? In the shadows, the boundary protector had a flash of 1,000 miles. His heart couldn't help but palpitate a little. He gulped loudly. The look in Lin Feng's eyes just now was just too terrifying. Just one glance made the boundary protector feel like he wanted to kneel down immediately. One must know that he was an immortal king realm powerhouse. There can only be one person under the 4 domains who can make him so. Shinto Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's eyes, the boundary protectors weren't around anymore and he couldn't help but laugh lightly. Disciples, behold the true power of the divine soldier. When Lin Feng said that, his entire body slowly hovered and floated in the air, and a divine weapon appeared in his hand. Open! Lin Feng let out a low gulp, and the divine weapon suddenly flashed out a dazzling golden aura, radiating a vast, terrifying divine might. With a swing of the sword, a 1,000-foot sword she slashed at the Genesis formation, erupting with a heaven-shaking boom. Boom! Several people from Beiyuan immediately blocked their ears with their aura, but they could still hear the ear-piercing sound. The sword chi and the Genesis formation collided together and also erupted with strong aura fluctuations. Lin Feng waved his hand. The spirit boat was enveloped in a milky white halo and was not affected by the aura fluctuations. But on the contrary, the surrounding mountains were directly flattened beyond recognition. The dusty air from the aura fluctuations gradually dispersed, and the crowd finally got a good look at the front. There was a tall and boundless formation in front of the endless void, and this formation was torn apart by that sword of Lin Feng with a 10,000 feet crack. There's nothing like a sword to open up the world. Update. There are some characters already coming on. Chapter 86. Lu Bunwai, have not mutinied. On top of a high mountain in the central domain, a white-clothed figure roared furiously in anger. The voice was hoarse, appearing angry and helpless. However, right at this moment, a sudden boom came from the south, and Lu Benwei turned his head violently to the south with a slight frown. The Genesis formation? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Benwei's body passed away and headed to the Genesis Grand Formation in the south. Lin Feng landed back on the spirit boat, looked at the stunned gazes of the several people from Beiyuan and smiled blandly as he drove the spirit boat into the void. It was only after passing through the endless darkness that Lin Feng and his group finally broke through the darkness and arrived at the central region. Wow, the mountains here feel a lot taller than those over in the southern region. Yeah, and these trees, they're thicker and taller than all the trees in the southern region too. The crowd couldn't help but look at the scenery in front of them. At that moment, Lin Feng's body suddenly felt something loosen up, and his heart couldn't help but feel happy. It was obvious that the realm was about to break through. While Lin Feng was preparing to completely break the shackles and prepare for a breakthrough, a black figure suddenly appeared not far from the spirit boat. Seeing this, Lin Feng suppressed the power of the boundary breaking and looked at the man. Several people from Beiyuan also looked at the man curiously, wanting to see what was different about the people from the middle domain. Who are you? Lin Feng asked as he took a look at the man in black. My name is Mo Li Wuya, the man in black said as he rushed towards Lin Feng and cupped his fists. Dare I ask if senior's name is Lin Feng? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Murray Wuya and nodded. That's right, I'm Lin Feng. After hearing Lin Feng's affirmation, Mo Li Wuya's face immediately showed a look of surprise. Could senior be able to descend to the realm to fight me? Mo Li Wuya asked hurriedly as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled gently. I'm in the divine Dao realm, even though I've descended down in the realm, but you're not my opponent. There's nothing in the way. I want to test the gap between us, Mo Li Wuya said with a serious expression. Alright then, I'll descend to the lower stage of the true god realm to fight you. Lin Feng flew towards Murray Wuya. Mo Li Wuya frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but Lin Feng was the first to interrupt. Don't think I'm underestimating you. You'll only be able to fight me if you lower your realm to this level. Lin Feng smiled. Mo Li Wuya pondered slightly and finally nodded. After all, Lin Feng was a divine Dao realm perfection. Even if he descended the realm, that was an unrivaled existence in the same realm. Mo Li Wuya looked at Lin Feng and warned. Senior, be careful. After speaking, Mo Li Wuya emitted a terrifying aura around him, revealing a strength that was even stronger than an ordinary true god realm perfection. Swish! Mo Li Wuya's figure moved and appeared directly in front of Lin Feng. His hand condensed aura and blasted at Lin Feng with a full force punch. Lin Feng didn't change his face. He stretched out his palm and blocked Mo Li Wuya's fist hard. Then he pivoted and returned the force back to Mo Li Wuya. Boom! Strong aura fluctuations immediately erupted between the two, and countless fluctuating clouds blocked them. During this period, bombardment sounds resounded again from time to time. On the spirit boat, the few people from Beiyuan were only able to see the light that flashed out from time to time in the clouds of aura, and their hearts were shocked beyond measure. Beiyuan asked himself, a battle of this level, where he had only just gotten close, would definitely be blasted into crumbs. At this moment, the thought of wanting to quickly raise his strength surfaced in Beiyuan's mind. Li Xian's few people also felt it deeply. On the other hand, Bai Wang and Li Qingtian had some sorrowful looks on their faces. A little while later, another loud boom rang out, and a figure flew backwards out of the aura cloud. The people of North Abyss fixed their eyes to see that it was actually Emily Wuya. Although the latter looked a bit lousy, the battle spirit on his body was soaring, and the strength emanating from him had actually increased from before. Lin Feng gently waved his hand, dispersing the aura mist as much as he could, and with a smile on his face, he looked at Emily Wuya. Not bad, worthy of being the 10th strongest person on the Heavenly Origin cultivation ranking. Your strength is indeed not bad, Lin Feng praised. It's time for this sparring session to end, right? Your bottleneck has already loosened. If you keep fighting and break the shackles for you, then the path of cultivation at that time will be incredibly difficult. Emily Wuya had a little embarrassed smile on his face when he heard Lin Feng's words. He couldn't imagine that his mind had actually been seen through, but the heart was soon clear. After all, it was the feelings of the divine Tao realm. If this could not be seen, then simply do not cultivate immortality. However, for a being like Lin Feng to be willing to help him hone his broken realm after seeing his intentions, Emily Wuya's heart was still incredibly touched. Emily Wuya immediately saluted towards Lin Feng and bowed deeply. Thank you, senior, for your help. Emily Wuya is grateful. If there's anything you need help with in the future, Emily Wuya is willing to help with all his strength. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. I really need help now. Emily Wuya froze slightly and hurriedly asked, what is it that senior has to do? We're new here. We're not familiar with this place. We want to find a place to use as my clan's foundation in the central region. How about it? Can you help? Lin Feng asked as he looked at Emily Wuya. This is fine. It's just that I don't know which kind of place senior needs as a foundation. Mo Yuan nodded and said, a cluster of mountains, among which there have to be towering mountains. Well, the feng shui has to be good. That's it, said Lin Feng. Emily Wuya pondered for a moment then nodded. This place has it. I wonder when senior will go. Now, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. He had already spent enough time with Emily Wuya. He had to hurry up and finish the task by establishing the clan. Elder, follow me. Emily Wuya nodded and said, ready to lead the way, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Wait, there's someone. Lin Feng twisted his head to the side. The sky was torn apart and Lu Benwei flew down from it. Lu Benwei? Emily Wuya shouted when he saw the latter. Emily Wuya? Lu Benwei was also surprised to see the former. You're also here about the Genesis Grand Formation? Lu Benshi asked as he came to Murray Wuya. Yes and no. Emily Wuya laughed. You guys, pretending to be a god all day long. If I hadn't been unable to beat you, I would have ed you up long ago. Lu Benwei hated this kind of pretense and unclear speech from Emily Wuya. I'm here to find Senior Lin Feng to seek the opportunity to break the realm. Emily Wuya explained. Elder Lin Feng? Lu Benwei frowned slightly. There he is, Emily Wuya said as he looked towards Lin Feng. Lu Benwei listened to Emily Wuya's words and followed his gaze to see Lin Feng. An image flashed through his mind. The Genesis formation is broken. Lin Feng, a true God realm consummate expert looking for a breakthrough opportunity. Could this person be? Lu Benwei was filled with shock. He's Southern Region God Dao Lin Feng? Emily Wuya nodded. Lu Benwei hurriedly saluted towards Lin Feng. Lu Benwei of the Central Region meets the Divine Dao. Lin Feng lightly laughed and waved his hand. Lu Benwei, he had an impression. He was number 66 on the Tianyuan cultivation list, a middle-stage powerhouse of the true God realm. Lu Benwei is still in a bit of disbelief that he actually met Shinto. Let's go, Lin Feng said as he looked towards Murray Wuya. Emily Wuya nodded and tugged on Lu Benwei's sleeve. His figure disappeared. Lin Feng used his aura to protect the spirit boat. His figure similarly disappeared and followed. Updated. There's more today. Note, the power of a divine weapon is incomparably terrifying. To fully utilize its power requires an extremely high realm and talent. That's why the previous chapters didn't work even with divine weapons, because they didn't utilize their strength. Chapter 87. Soon, Lin Feng followed Emily Wuya to a place. Here, the mountains are rolling, and in the center there is a high mountain that towers into the clouds without seeing the top. Upright and dangerous. Senior Lin Feng, how does it feel here? Emily Wuya looked at Lin Feng and asked. Not bad. It'll be here as the foundation of the Wind and Snow sect. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head as he looked and said. After seeing Lin Feng's decision, Emily Wuya's heart breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lin Feng wouldn't like it. Elder Lin Feng, this is a map of 1,000,000 miles around this place. Please take it, Emily Wuya said as he took out a rolled-up map from his spatial ring. Lin Feng didn't refuse and gladly accepted it. Seeing this, Emily Wuya then tugged Lu Benwei and instantly moved away. Lin Feng smiled faintly at this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-tier immortal sect foundation. May I ask if you want to use it? The system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Use. Lin Feng nodded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful use. As soon as the system's words fell, he saw that on the group of mountain ranges in front of him, an exquisite pavilion appeared, and from time to time, There was also immortal chi circling around it, and dense and pure spiritual chi erupted from the towering mountain ranges. The few people from Beiyuan watched in awe as the scene unfolded, marveling at their master's handiwork. Lin Feng laughed without explaining and asked Shocking Rain to take the spirit boat back. Then he took a few people to the top of the mountain. On top of the mountain, a few people couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as they looked at the endless sea of blank clouds. "Husband, it's so beautiful here," Prayer Snow said in surprise as she held Lin Feng's arm, feeling something soft rubbing against his arm. Lin Feng's expression moved slightly and his thoughts drifted a little. Lin Feng, degree hosting. Ahem. Yeah, it's beautiful, Lin Feng said back. "I want to go up there and play so bad. Is it okay, husband?" Praying Snow looked at Lin Feng with her spiritually beautiful eyes and said in a sticky voice. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything, holding over Prayer Snow's hand to the edge of the cliff, and then jumped down with Prayer Snow. Chishua couldn't help but close her eyes and let out an exclamation of surprise as she held Lin Feng's hand tightly, but found that she realized that they didn't fall all the way down, but rather stepped on a very soft and squishy top. And Chishua opened her eyes and was surprised to find that she and Lin Feng were standing on a cloud at this very moment. Praying for Snow could not help but stomp her feet, then jumped again. The clouds were very flexible and very comfortable to step on. Praying for Snow let go of Lin Feng's hand, and had fun on the clouds, either running here or there, lying down for a while, and from time to time making some gadgets out of the clouds. All in all, it was a good time. On the top of the mountain, the few people in Beiyuan's heart were also very impatient to see this. "I'm coming," Li Xian shouted, then made an assisted run, then jumped hard and landed face down on the clouds. "I'm coming too." Dong got similarly a boost and a stomp. He did a 360-degree turn in the air plus 5 flips before finally landing. Poof, poof. Li Xian and Dongwu were all rooted into the clouds, causing the crowd to worry if the two had fallen. As a result, after waiting for a long time, he saw the heads of the two men emerge from the distance, laughing. It was then that Jinru and Shocking Rain's hearts finally hit the ground, and they took a step out to land on the clouds. Beiyuan and Qin Yu held hands and jumped down together. A few cheerful laughs swirled from the clouds. Central region. Mo family. Mo Li Wu Ya. You're so six. To actually get a divine Tao within the confines of your home. Lu Benwei looked at Mo Li Wu Ya and sked, grabbing the tea on the side and taking a sip. Elder Shin Dao, he knows. Mo Li Wu Ya shook his head and said, "He knows? That means he agrees?" Lu Benwei's tea drinking movement lurched, looking at Mo Li Wu Ya in dismay. "Whether he agrees or not I don't know. Anyway, I believe that if my family is in trouble he won't sit idly by." Mo Li Wu Ya gently laughed. Lu Benwei gave a thumbs up to Mo Li Wu Ya. "I'm not even convinced by a few pigs going up a tree the other day. I'm convinced by you. He. Is it appropriate for you to talk about the people of your clan like that?" Mo Li Wu Ya shook his head and said, "Appropriate? It simply couldn't be more appropriate." Lu Benwei's complexion suddenly turned hostile. "What's wrong?" Mo Li Wu Ya frowned slightly, realizing that something was going on. "Humph. Those people kicked me out on the trumped-up charge of mutiny," Lu Benwei said, his chest heaving, obviously very angry. Asterisk. A powerhouse on the Heavenly Origin cultivation list will be put out. A powerhouse at the middle stage of the True God realm has been driven out like a dog. Lu Benwei became more and more angry as he spoke, crushing the teacup in his hand into powder. "So, what do you do now?" Mo Li Wu Ya asked. He knew that Lu Benwei and his clan had some small conflicts in the past, but he didn't expect that after so long, the clan would actually kick Lu Benwei out because of this small conflict. "What else can I do?" Foster people chanting. "Endless. You can take me in." Lu Benwei sighed. "You didn't tell the clan that you befriended me?" Mo Li Wu Ya did not answer directly, instead asked. "Or what? Would they have kicked me out if they knew they were itching to please me?" Lu Benwei said with a disdainful face. Mori Wu Ya nodded. "Actually, you can take your chances with Senior Shinao," Mo Li Wu Ya said seriously. "Ha? Going to Shinto Senpai? You won't accept me?" Lu Benwei froze for a moment. "You don't want revenge?" Mo Li Wu Ya asked rhetorically. "I can help you directly exterminate that clan of yours, but ask yourself, are you willing to? Don't you want to personally destroy that clan? Here, I am not able to help you improve your strength." Hearing Mo Li Wu Ya's words, Lu Benwei fell silent, a flash of essence in his eyes. On the clouds, a few people were having a great time. Lin Feng got a chair and sat on the top of the hill and watched a few people, especially Praying Snow. Her every expression, every action, was deeply engraved in his mind. Suddenly, Praying Snow suddenly stopped, her face a little red, panting heavily, a tired look on her face. Seeing this, Lin Feng moved his body and came to Praying for Snow, gently embracing the latter into his arms. Praying for Snow's head to lean on Lin Feng's chest actually quickly fell asleep, letting out a calm breathing sound. Lin Feng Divine Sense probed the situation in the body of Praying for Snow froze, looking at Praying for Snow, eyes full of doting. "Will be the latter gently hugged up, came to the top of the mountain carefully placed on a chair. Before not forgetting to get some clouds laid on it so soft and comfortable some, Lin Feng squatted aside, one hand gently holding Prayer Snow's tender hand, his face smiling as he gazed at the latter's astonished face. There it is. His wife has it. Updated. Everyone is looking forward to it. Chapter 88, Painful. It's fast. A little while later, a wind blew by, and Lin Feng slightly surrounded himself, releasing his aura to isolate the wind. A smile hung on the corners of his mouth as his eyes fell back on Prayer Snow's sleeping face, rising slightly to place a gentle kiss on Prayer Snow's forehead. He couldn't help but feel some pity in his heart after the excitement. Ugh, it's going to be a long time after that before I can make out with Yuki. It was supposed to be today. Ahem. Lin Feng got up and glanced at the several people in Beiyuan who were playing happily, and then with a flash of his body, he came to a city a few thousand miles away to buy some vegetables and prepare to get nutritious ones to give Praying Snow a tonic. Don't ask why you don't get those fairy herbs. For 1, Prayer Snow doesn't like to eat much. For 2, those fairy herbs are single and unimaginable, except for alchemy or boiling. 3rd, Praying Snow was a snacker and loved eating the flavorful dishes under the mountain. Lin Feng walked on the street where people come and go. Suddenly his leg was suddenly held by someone. Lin Feng was stunned, looked down. It was a cockney-looking person who was holding his leg in a deadlock and cried out, "I am Master. I've been looking for you for 3 days and 3 nights. In the middle of the night. Master, I searched so hard for you." Lin Feng, Sigma, asterisk, hey, you, me, who is your master? Get up, hurry up. Lin Feng froze for a moment, and then he wanted to pull the ladder up, but the result was that he died holding Lin Feng's thighs and not letting go, which instantly made Lin Feng somewhat helpless. No, I can't afford it, Master, unless you recognize me as a disciple, otherwise I won't get up, the male shouted as he shook his head frantically. Lin Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead, and then with a flash of his body, he came 5 or 6 feet away in a flash, turned around and waved his hand towards the male. I'm not taking on any more disciples. The eunuch froze as he looked at Lin Feng's back before revealing a look of surprise. Worthy of being the master I just recognized. To actually know how to instantly move is awesome. Saying that, the male rushed his ass off to follow, but the eunuch realized that he couldn't catch up with Lin Feng's pace, so he just ran wildly. But even so, he still couldn't catch up with Lin Feng and was soon left far behind. Unable to see Lin Feng's back, the male gritted his teeth, then took out a talisman seal from his sleeve, leaving Lin Feng's breath on the seal, then biting off a drop of blood and dropping it on the seal. Brush. Gonzi directly instantly moved to the front of Lin Feng. Master, just take me. Without waiting for Lin Feng to react in any way, the eunuch immediately slumped down again and hugged Lin Feng's thighs in death, crying. Lin Feng was instantly out of temper by the eunuch this time. Looking at the latter with a face full of helplessness, he asked, "Why do you just have to worship me as your teacher?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, the eunuch instantly became energized and hurriedly said, "That's because I see that Master you're jade-like, a talented man, suave, elegant, crane-like, with an extraordinary instrument, imposing, handsome, is even more with the talent of warping the heavens and wefting the earth, the ability to turn the world around, the plan of the ghosts and gods, and the will to encompass heaven and earth, and superbly strong and godlike." In short, anything that sounded good. This male was open and swimming. Listening to Lin Feng made him a little embarrassed, though what he said was true. Lin Feng, Omega, cough. Okay, stop. Lin Feng coughed and said, "How about it, Master? Is it willing to accept me?" The male asked with anticipation. Hearing the male's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became serious, and the male's heart tensed a batch when he saw this. "Good. In the future you'll be my 7th disciple." Lin Feng finally nodded and said. The male jumped with joy at the sound of it. Lin Feng's heart was also a bit thankful. It was good that this kid was persistent, or else he would have had to miss out on a treasure, the existence of the top 10 physiques in the central region. The Wandao immortal body. The horror of this kind of physique is that awakening this kind of physique, directly immortal king realm opening, the later realm breakthroughs all the way to the true god realm were like drinking water. It was a joke. Master is above. Receive my disciples' obeisance. After being happy, the male child remembered that he hadn't formally paid his respects to the master and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow. Lin Feng helped the latter up and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" Back to master. "My name is Lu Chen." Lu Chen replied aloud. Lin Feng nodded, and then he heard Lu Chen's stomach grumble. Lu Chen froze, then scratched his head awkwardly. Just now, he had been desperately chasing after Lin Feng, plus using the tracking teleportation talisman with his essence blood, causing Lu Chen to consume quickly and get hungry. Lin Feng laughed lightly and hitched Lu Chen's shoulder and went to a nearby tavern to eat. Inside the tavern, at a table by the window, "Apprentice son, pour wine for master," said the white figure leaning against the window softly, her voice clear and melodious. Turning his head, he revealed a stunning face. "Yes, Master. The handsome young man sitting opposite hurriedly giggled the noodles in his mouth, put down his chopsticks, and poured wine for the woman in white. Tang Yanqing picked up the wine poured by his own disciple and drank it down in one go, then sighed. There's really no such thing as a good drink these days. As she was talking, Tang Yanqing sniffed her nose and smelled a unique wine aroma. Being a tens of thousands of years old wine bud, she immediately sniffed out that this was a good wine. It was better than any she had ever drunk. Tang Yanqing's gaze swept around, eventually landing on the table opposite the window and on the jar of wine. 2. I wonder what this wine is called. Can you guys sell me this wine? Tang Yanqing got up and leisurely came to the two of them and asked with a smile. His eyes stayed on the altar of wine, revealing a look of longing. And these two were no one else but Lin Feng and Lu Chen. This wine is called Wind and Snow Brew. As for selling it to you, forget it, we have to drink it too. Lin Feng laughed and said, then recap the Wind and Snow Brew. Hearing this, Tang Yanqing was immediately in trouble. With a wonderful expression on his face, tangled for a long time before saying, just sell it to me, whatever the price is. Girl, it's really not for sale. Lin Feng shook his head again. Tang Yanqing gritted his teeth. His eyes laboriously moved away from the Wind and Snow Brew to look at Lin Feng. If you give me the Wind and Snow Brew, I can do 3 things for you for free. Hearing this, the apprentice over there sighed as if he was used to it. His own master is good at everything, but he is too good at wine and is addicted to it. He will do anything for good wine. Lu Chen's eyes instantly lit up when he heard these words, staring at Tang Yanqing in a daze. Lin Feng laughed and gave Lu Chen a violent chestnut. The latter immediately grimaced in pain. What gives you the right to do 3 things for me for free? Tang Yanqing smiled when he heard this and gently leaned down to whisper, just because my name is Tang Yanqing. Lin Feng nodded. Knowing Tang Yanqing's identity, 21st on the Tianyuan cultivation list, a high-level powerhouse of the true god realm. Good wine, known as Wine Drunk Immortal. This wine can be given to you and there will be plenty to drink at your leisure in the future as well. Lin Feng said as he looked at Tang Yanqing's refined face. But, as a condition, you have to join my clan. Why? Tang Yanqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Non-evil, unrestrained, Lin Feng said leisurely, reopening the Wind and Snow Brew. Deal. Tang Yanqing instantly revealed a smile as he took a handful of Wind Snow Brew and drank it on his head. Ahem. Ha 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 ha. Pain in the ass. Quickly. Now that's what I call wine. Ha ha ha. Tang Yanqing drank half an altar of Wind and Snow Brew in one gulp, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. Greetings, Sovereign, Tang Yanqing said as he saluted towards Lin Feng, who just nodded. So what? Is there really a lot? Tang Yanqing then drank another large mouthful of Wind and Snow Brew, immediately came up and asked, just in case you can't drink it all. Updated. No more. Go to sleep. Chapter 89, Drinking Soup. Bad content. Chapter 90. It was easy to feel very tired during pregnancy. So after finishing her meal, Prayer Snow quickly fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng gently laid Prayer Snow down and covered her with a quilt before quietly going out, and made an aura barrier outside the sleeping room to isolate the sound. Right after doing this, Lin Feng heard a booming sound coming from behind him, and when he turned around to look, a crack had been torn open in the sky, and an old man flew down from it. This person was that war god temple elder. Just without waiting for the latter to open his mouth, another roar could be heard, and the sky not far away was once again torn open, from which Lu Benwei's figure appeared. Ha! People from the War God Hall? Lu Benwei looked at the War God Palace elders and wondered, why are you here? Isn't this the land realm of the Emo family? The War God Hall elder smiled and said, I'm just here to find Elder Shen Dao and deliver something. Lu Benwei heard the words of the elder of the Battle God Hall. His eyes fell on the golden invitation in the old man's hand, and he couldn't help but tsk. Elder Shen Dao only just came to the Battle God and immediately invited. I wonder if it's sincere or not. He. Naturally the Hall Master is sincere. He is very much attached to Senior Shen Dao, the War God Hall elder said. Then he stopped paying attention to Lu Benwei and looked down to the spectacular Wind and Snow sect building below, respectfully saluting. I wonder if Senior Shen Dao is within. I have come to deliver the invitation by the Battle God Hall Master. As soon as the elder of the War God Temple spoke, Lin Feng appeared in front of the two of them and casually reached out and took the latter's invitation in his hand before opening it up and glancing at it. Want my clan to participate in the clan competition? Lin Feng revealed a light smile. Yes. The War God Temple elder hurriedly nodded his head. How long? Lin Feng asked. 10 years later. The War God Hall elder bowed once again and replied. Well, I Zong participated. Lin Feng nodded and said without hesitation. When the War God Temple elder saw that Lin Feng had actually agreed, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart and hurriedly saluted before leaving. It was only when the War God Hall elder left that Lu Benwei came back to his senses, came to Lin Feng and bowed, saying eagerly, Elder God Dao, why did you just agree? How come I can't say yes? Lin Feng asked as he looked at Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei sighed somewhat helplessly. This clan competition is about the power of faith. Power of faith? This was the first time Lin Feng had heard this word. Lu Benwei froze for a moment when he didn't see that Lin Feng didn't know. Then he reacted. Lin Feng is from the southern region. It's normal that he doesn't know about the power of faith. So he explained it to Lin Feng. The power of faith is a metaphysical and mysterious force. It appears from the people who believe in you. The more people believe in you, the more power of faith you have. When the power of faith reaches a certain level, it will be able to break the shackles of the ultimate, break through the divine path and become a true powerhouse, a god emperor. And in the sect meeting competition, the power of faith of a loser will decrease, and the power of faith of a winner will increase. Hearing Lu Benwei's words, Lin Feng immediately laughed. But I've only just come here. Where do I have any power of faith? In that case, it's nothing if I lose, but I'll make a bloody profit if I win, isn't it? Lu Benwei shook his head and frowned. It's not that simple. After a cultivator breaks through the divine path itself, there will be some power of faith, and the clan will lose more than the reduction of the power of faith will be a lot. If the clan does not have enough power of faith in total, then the power of faith on the divine path will be reduced as well, and after the power of faith is all gone, the strength will fall from the divine path realm as well. It would be incomparably difficult to cultivate to divine Dao again. This is the reason why there are only 4 peak divine Daos in the central domain. After listening to Lu Benwei's explanation, some of the confusion in Lin Feng's heart became clear, only to hear Lu Benwei speak again. Senior, your clan is in the southern domain, where there is some suppression from the Genesis formation, so the highest realm should only be the immortal realm, right? And the Taoist clan, the Divine Science Palace, the War God Palace and the Heaven Blasting Gang are all at the bottom of the Immortal Emperor realm, aren't they? It was very difficult to raise the Immortal Realm to the Immortal Emperor realm in 10 years, not to mention that those 4 clans have the same Immortal U realm as Hemp, and there are quite a few True God realms as well. So yeah, tear up this invitation now and let the War God Palace know that you're not attending. Lupin looked at Lin Feng before he finished speaking. Lin Feng quietly listened to Lu Benwei's words and revealed a bland smile. What's wrong with that? It's not like it's hard to ascend to the great circle of the True God realm in 10 years. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Benwei was instantly dumbfounded. You still want to participate? Yeah, why don't you participate? I'll just take this opportunity to raise the name of my clan. Lin Feng nodded and took the golden invitation back into his spatial ring. Lu Benwei instantly felt that most of his words had been in vain. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Lu Benwei and asked, how is it? What do you want to do this time? Lu Benwei sighed. He couldn't say anything else since Senior Shen Dao had decided. He saluted and said, I wish to join Senior's sect. Why? Lin Feng flew down with his hands in the air, and Lu Benwei hurriedly followed. Because I want revenge. Lu Benwei snapped. Tell us about it. Lin Feng said as he sat on a stone bench. Lu Benwei deliberated for a moment and opened his mouth. I was originally the Tsunami Sect's Grand Elder. My strength is on par with the Tsunami Sect's Patriarch, so it can be said that I am under one person and above 10,000 people. Later, the news of the Tsunami Sect's disciples going out on a mission was revealed by someone unknown, and the traveling disciples were all killed by the enemy sect, the Kang sect. And when the news came back, the Tsunami Sect's Patriarch was furious, and immediately cleared out in the sect to find out who had revealed the news. After some inventory, all suspicion fell on the 7th Elder, and although there was insufficient evidence, the Tsunami Sect Patriarch still exterminated the 7th Elder's family. Miraculously enough, a few days before the place of the incident, the 7th Elder had contradicted the Tsunami Sect Patriarch. Lu Benwei paused and continued, that day, the 7th Elder, covered in wounds, entrusted his daughter to me, asked me to help him take good care of her, and then fled in a direction. The next day, the 7th Elder's whole family's corpses were all hung in the square for public display. Only his daughter was missing. Tsunami Sect Patriarch knew that I was close to the 7th Elder, so he forced me to ask about her whereabouts, and didn't tell him, and he didn't dare to make a move with me, and we directly maintained a bizarre balance. However, a few days later, this balance was broken, and his son also broke through to the middle stage of the True God realm. Fighting 1 against 2, I was no match. So I decided to take the 7th Elder's daughter and leave. But who would have thought that they would actually come to my house and kill the little girl? Speaking of this, Lu Benwei's eyes were red and his chest rose and fell violently. I wanted to fight them, but the result was certain. I couldn't beat them and they didn't want to fight me, so they expelled me from the Tsunami Sect. Lu Benwei raised his head to look at Lin Feng. Senior, I want to join your sect, and then become stronger. Kill those bastards. Lin Feng quietly listened to Lu Benwei's words and calmly looked at the latter. How to kill? The guilty shall be killed. Lu Penny said heavily. Lin Feng nodded. Then from today onwards, you are an elder of my Wind and Snow sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Benwei immediately kneeled down on one knee and saluted. True God realm. Lu Benwei pays his respects to Patriarch. I swear by the heavenly Tao, to be loyal to the Wind and Snow sect for the rest of my life. I have no second thoughts. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Helping Lu Benwei up, since you want to improve your strength, you need to go through countless battles, said, gently pat Lu Benwei. The latter eyes flashed, and then back to God when he actually came to a dim red world. Grind it out here. Lin Feng's voice was heard all around, and Lu Benwei saw many beasts appearing all around him, all of them at the true God realm. Come on, Lu Benwei shouted harshly in a low voice, his battle spirit surging around him. Updated, Chapter 91. Well, do I break through now? Or do I break through in 10 years? Lin Feng sat down again and pondered. Breakthrough? No breakthrough? Finally, after some intense thinking, Lin Feng finally decided. No breakthrough. What are you staring at? Wait until it breaks through at the clan meeting competition in 10 years and shocks the world. Doesn't it smell good? Thinking of this, Lin Feng leaned leisurely for a while, then flew to the sky above one of the surrounding mountains, casually waved his hand and chipped off its peak, revealing a smooth and broad field, and then carved a teleportation array on it, which was used to connect to the southern domain side. In about half a pillar of incense, Lin Feng set up the teleportation array and then dropped down to activate the array and teleported back. He agreed? Xiong Tian asked as he looked towards the war god temple elder who had returned to resume his orders. Yes, Elder Shindao has agreed. Without the slightest hesitation, the war god hall elder replied respectfully. Xiong Tian nodded slightly and let the elder go down. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Soon enough, Lin Feng's decision to join in participating in the sect competition had also spread to the Heaven Blasting Gang, the Theology Palace and the Dao family. Su Xian had a relaxed smile on his face after listening to his disciple's report. As long as Lin Feng participated in the sect competition, then the power of faith would only be reduced by 10 years, and after 10 years it would definitely be doubled and obtained. Thinking of this, Su Xian's entire body relaxed and leisurely exited the hall, coming to loiter outside the hall. Why did you touch my disciple? Speak. This. Suddenly, Su Xian heard voices coming from the front and couldn't help but hold his forehead as he looked up. What? You don't get it right, do you? See if I don't clean you up today. The woman in white rolled up her sleeves and was about to violently beat the cultivator in front of her. What rightful loss? It was your disciple who picked up my things and didn't return them to me. That's why I approached him to make a move for it. The cultivator hurriedly took a few steps back and said, Apprentice, is there such a thing? The woman asked, looking at the young girl behind her. The latter nodded. So what? The things in the immortal cultivation world belong to whoever picks them up, the woman said as she looked back at the cultivator. You don't want to protect the calf, ah? The friar droned. Hu Poison Son, will protect my calf. What's wrong with that? Shanghai Poison said as he rolled his slightly fallen sleeve upwards. The cultivator was instantly abashed at this and flew away with a helpless sigh. Shanghai Poisonous Child is a well-known protector of the gang, and he could not beat her, so he had to give up. Seeing the cultivator leave, Shanghai Poisonous Son pulled down his sleeves to cover his white and tender lotus root-like arms, pinched his protégé's smiling face, and left with a smile on his face, holding his hand. This scene fell in Su Xian's eyes and didn't care. After all, after so long had passed, everyone was used to it. Gangmaster, make way. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Su Xian, who took a side step to the side, while a figure darted across, kicking up a gust of wind. Su Xian lightly laughed. Qing Xuanzi, how much is the sword follows the heart still missing? 1,300 times, Qing Xuanzi replied with a flat voice. As the first sword of the central region, he didn't need too much emotion. He only needed to integrate his entire body and mind into this sword. Brother, where are we going? Can't we fly there? Emoli Shangshui looked at Emoli Wuya and asked. We're going to meet a senior and walk to show our respect for him. Emoli Wuya touched Emoli Shangshui's head and laughed lightly. Emoli Shangshui couldn't help but set off waves in his heart. Just what kind of big shot could make his brother? Emoli Wuya, the head of one of the 4 great families in the central domain. Emoli family, the 10th in the heavenly origin cultivation ranking, a powerhouse of the great circle of the true spirit realm. So honored? Who the hell is he? Mori Xingxue asked. You'll know in a moment. Emoli Wuya smiled and stopped speaking. The latter also obediently shut his mouth. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the wind and snow sex mountain. Just as the two of them were about to go up, Emoli Wuya pulled Emoli Shangshui's hand and stopped, turning his head to look at a short distance away, where 2 figures were slowly walking. One tall, one short, one male, one female. It's brother language and little Dai sister. Emoli Shangshui instantly shouted happily when she saw the two. Brother language, little sister Dai. Seeing Emoli Shangshui, Tang Xiaodai's eyes lit up, glancing at Tang Xiaoyu, seeing the latter nodding before dashing off. The 2 young girls embracing each other, not to mention how happy they were. You guys came out? Emoli Wuya asked as he looked at Tang Xiaoyu. Well, I'm already tired of staying there. 10,000 years over it's already decayed beyond recognition. Tang Xiaoyu walked over and spoke softly. Emily Wuya nodded slightly and looked at the two young girls who were talking and laughing, asking, "What are your plans with little Dai? Just stroll around. Already don't want to care about these things." Tang Xiaoyu's tone revealed a little tiredness. "Come to me, bail you out," Emily Wuya said as his gaze redirected to Tang Xiaoyu. Tang Xiaoyu shook her head. "The Manhwa family has gone through a major overhaul in your hands, offended many people, and has already suffered from a belly full of enemies. I won't trouble you anymore." Emily Wuya fell silent once again. Indeed, his current situation wasn't much better. As long as he hadn't broken through to the Divine Dao realm, Tang Xiaoyu was in danger here. At the lower stage of the True God realm, there were many people who could kill him. Actually, there's one place that would work. Just as Tang Xiaoyu was about to leave with Tang Xiaoyan, Emily Wuya suddenly spoke. "Which?" Tang Xiaozhang asked. "It's right here," said Mori Wuya, looking at the high mountains behind him. Only then did Tang Xiaozhan take a good look at this place. He had been here before. Originally it was just a cluster of mountains, but now he could see pavilions in it from time to time, and it was accompanied by clouds and mist, as if it was an immortal sex residence. This, Tang Xiaoyu looked at Emily Wuya. The latter just laughed and turned on his body. Emily Xingxue pulled Tang Xiaozhang's hand, and both of them looked at Tang Xiaoyu. Eventually Tang Xiaoyu took a step forward before the two girls laughed again and ran up together. Updated. Chapter 92, Entering the Sect. Several people went up the mountain, but not a single person was to be seen on the route taken. Emily Wuya's divine thoughts explored, revealing a smirk as he flew up to the top of the mountain with Tang Xiaoyu's few people. On the top of the mountain, a few people from Beiyuan were absorbing aura to cultivate, while Lu Chen was so big-hearted that he fell asleep on the clouds. Tang Xiaoyu's divine thoughts swept over Beiyuan several people and looked at Emily Wuya in dismay, asking, "This is the place?" "Right," Emily Wuya said with a smile and a nod. "Don't tease Wu Fei. These few people are only at the highest level of the Saint realm, not even at the immortal realm. How can they shelter me in Shaodai?" Tang Xiaoyu looked at Emily Wuya breathlessly. The lowest realm among the four of them, Tang Xiaoyan, had the cultivation of the immortal emperor realm, 5 great realms behind them. When Emily Wuya was about to say something, a clear voice rang out from the side. "Who are the several people? What is the reason for coming to my wind and snow sect?" The four of them looked over. Tang Nianqing was lazily lying on his side on a rock, holding the wind and snow brew high in the air and pouring it into his mouth. "Who are you?" Tang Xiaoyu was able to feel Tang Nianqing's aura, far above his. Tang Nianqing swallowed the wind and snow brew in his mouth and glanced slightly at the four people. Wind and snow sect elder. Tang Nianqing. Hearing Tang Nianqing's name, all four were stunned. Tang Nianqing, the 21st on the Tianyuan cultivation list, actually had a clan? Didn't she always advocate freedom? Tang Xiaoyu and the others were puzzled, but Mori Wuya quickly relieved himself. After all, he was a senior of the Divine Dao. Recruiting this wine-drunk immortal should still be quite simple for him. "Right, you guys haven't said who you are? Why did you come to my clan?" Tang Nianqing asked as he poured another sip of wine. "Emoli Wuya, Emoli Shang Shui. Tang Xiaoyu and Tang Xiaodai have come here to look for Senior Shindao," Emoli Wuya said respectfully. "I wonder if he's within the clan. Divine Dao?" Tang Nianqing was about to drink when he heard Emoli Wuya's words and immediately paused, looking furiously at Emoli Wuya. The three Tang Xiaoyu on the side were equally filled with surprise as they looked at Emoli Wuya. "Brother, are you sick? Divine Dao eh? This isn't the Taoist clan, the Divine Science Palace, the Battle God's Palace, or the Explosive Sky Gang. Where did the Divine Path come from?" Emoli Shang Shui poked Emoli Wuya's arm and said. Tang Xiaoyu similarly frowned at Emoli Wuya. Tang Nianqing slowly stood up and came in front of Emoli Wuya, his face serious. "Emoli Lili's family, say something clearer." Emoli Wuya was also slightly stunned when he heard Tang Nianqing's words. "You don't know? The Wind and Snow sect leader, Senior Lin Feng, is a Divine Dao realm powerhouse." "What?" Hearing Emoli Wuya's restatement, the three of them, Tang Xiaoyu, were once again shocked. "Lin Feng, the Divine Way, is that the Southern Divine Principle that's still spreading like wildfire in the central region?" Tang Nianqing raised his eyebrows slightly, but wasn't as shocked as a few others, but was also overwhelmed with emotion, never imagining that he had actually hugged such a big leg. It was at this moment that an aura fluctuation came from the crowd, and the crowd looked that way. Only a beam of white aura erupted from a shaved high mountain, and a strong and incomparable gust of spatial power came from it. It was accompanied by vibrations for tens of thousands of miles in a radius. In a little while, the white aura gradually dispersed, and tens of thousands of teenage girls had already gathered on that field. And then, another figure was seen appearing out of thin air, saying something to the people below, and then they dispersed in an orderly manner. The man glanced towards the top of the mountain, and without waiting for a few people to react, he suddenly appeared right in front of them, startling them. Tang Xiaoyu's heart was even more shocked. He actually didn't feel a single fluctuation of space. Why? What's the matter with coming to see me? Lin Feng looked at Mo Li Wuya and smiled. It's like this. I want my sister to worship you as her teacher, Mo Li Wuya said as he pulled aside Mo Li Shang Shui. However, without waiting for Mo Li Wuya's words to fall, Lin Feng refused. No way. I don't accept disciples anymore. Lin Feng's words made Mo Li Wuya a little anxious. Lin Feng looked in his eyes and smiled gently. Of course, it's impossible to let your sister be an ordinary disciple. After all, the cultivation of the peak of the Xiantianyu realm is placed here. In this way, how about your sister becoming an elder of my sect? Hearing this, Mo Li Wuya froze, then said, but my sister is still small. How old? Just over 130 years old. Lin Feng, ***. Ahem. Indeed, it's not big, but it's still a bit bigger compared to my disciples, so there's nothing wrong with being an elder of it. Lin Feng pulled his mouth and laughed. Alright then, Mo Li Wuya nodded, then looked at Mo Li Shang Shui and asked, then in the future, you'll cultivate here as an elder, right? Mo Li Shang Shui shook Missouri Li Wuya's arm. What? Mo Li Wuya nodded Mo Li Shang Shui's forehead and said, don't worry, I'll visit you often in the future. Seeing that she couldn't change Mo Li Shang Shui's idea, she could only sigh and nod her head. Senior Shindao, these two friends of mine also want to join the Wind and Snow sect. Look at. Mo Li Wuya pointed at the two Tang Xiaoyu beside him. Lin Feng's divine thoughts probed and clarified the strength of both Tang Xiaoyu and Tang Xiaoyan, and he nodded slightly. You can come and be an elder if you're willing. Of course, this sentence refers to Tang Xiaoyu. Mo Li Wuya looked at Tang Xiaoyu, who hesitated for a moment and then saluted towards Lin Feng, lower True God Realm cultivator. Tang Xiaoyu meets patriarch. Lin Feng nodded, then pointed to a place where many Wind and Snow sect disciples were gathered. That is the clan's place of trial. After entering it, many foreign beasts will be arranged to spar with you based on your realm strength, until they are beaten to death. Really? Really die? Mori Xingxua asked in surprise. Of course not. After dying inside after being outside, it's just that the spiritual energy will be a bit depleted. It won't be a big deal. Lin Feng smiled and explained. Although this is the case, but it's very fast for your strength realm to improve. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Tang Xiaoyu nodded, and Lin Feng saw that there was nothing else to do, so he hurriedly went down the mountain to the kitchen, and it was almost dark, so he had to cook for Qi Shui. The three of them, Mo Li Shang Shui, hesitated for a moment before they flew down together and decided to give it a try. Mo Li Wuya, on the other hand, returned to Mo Li family. His realm was not in a hurry to break through. It still needed to be sharpened a bit more. Updated. Here's a sneak peek. 10 years soon. Chapter 93, Swear Your Love. Lin Feng had been working in the kitchen for a long time, changing the table with different nutritious dishes from before, and brought as many as he could into the room. Lin Feng sat next to Prayer Snow and quietly looked at the latter with a faint smile on his face. As expected, smelling the fragrance, Prayer Snow's eyelids moved slightly, then opened her eyes and smiled. Hiya, husband is cooking again? Lin Feng nodded the latter's soft cherry lips and laughed. Only eating can wake you up. Prayer Snow spat out her pink tongue just in time to lick Lin Feng's finger. Both of them were stunned, and then laughed heartily. Lin Feng carefully helped Qi Shui sit up, and then brought over the dishes and gently fed them to Qi Shui. Husband, this dish is so delicious, right? Husband is awesome. Well, why don't you? How else could I afford to feed you? You little foodie? Oops, flirting with me again. Ignore you. Poof, Prezuki said, before his head was turned aside. Lin Feng smiled and scooped over a piece of tender tofu and handed it over. Praying Snow's eyes glanced at it, then immediately twisted his head to eat it in one bite, his eyes flashing with essence. It's actually kinda nice to be a snacker. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, replacing the bowl of broth and feeding it to Prayer Snow. Husband, you eat too, Qi Shui said after drinking a few mouthfuls of broth and then looked at Lin Feng. Husband doesn't eat. Xiao Shui is pregnant. It should be Xiao Shui who eats. Come on, open your mouth. Lin Feng mixed the broth with a spoon, and then scooped it up and stretched it out to Pray for Snow's lips. You eat too, Prezuki said with her head slightly back. Lin Feng froze slightly, then nodded. Okay, husband will eat too, but you have to drink this bowl of soup first. Praying Snow nodded obediently when she heard Lin Feng's words and drank the broth. Husband, want that bowl of lotus root soup? Prayer Snow said as she pointed at the lotus root soup on the table. Lin Feng nodded and brought over the lotus root soup, ready to feed it to Prayer Snow, but the latter took it. He. Now it's my turn to feed my husband, Qi Shui said with a smile on her face while she picked up a piece of lotus root and fed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice but to eat it. Alright, it's my turn to feed you. Don't! You have fed me for so long. I feed you once. Well, Pray Snow face a little blush said. You close your eyes, Praying Snow said as he chucked slices of lotus root. Ha! Lin Feng didn't react for a moment. I told you to close your eyes. Praying Snow said with a slight beak. Oh, okay. Lin Feng could only close his eyes. He had no idea what Prayer Snow was up to. A moment later, the lotus root touched Lin Feng's lips. Lin Feng did not think much about it, opened his mouth and ate it, resulting in, Lin Feng's lips touched something soft and soft. His heart moved slightly, quickly realized, swallowed the lotus root and gently bit Prayer Snow's full and tender lower lip. A soft grunt came from Praying Snow. However, Lin Feng didn't continue and loosened his mouth, opening his eyes to look at Prayer Snow, who had already blushed. Nasty. Just for a little while, Praying Snow said with a red face. Lin Feng smiled, took the lotus root soup and started feeding the latter. Qishue didn't say anything else and became obedient. Lin Feng fed and she came to eat. After the meal, Lin Feng held Prayer Snow's hand as he walked around the sect, and the disciples of the sect who came and went saluted when they saw the two of them, shouting, "Good day, Patriarch, Patriarch's wife." And every time this happened, Prayer Snow's face would be especially happy, responding softly with a sweet smile. Yes, disciples too. Well, and so on and so forth. The two of them strolled to the top of the mountain, looking at the magnificent clouds of fire created by the light of the setting sun. "Look well, husband," Qishue said in a low voice. Her voice was soft and sticky and sweet, very melodious. Prayer Snow's head gently leaned against Lin Feng's solid shoulder, her eyes gazing out at the endless red sea of clouds in front of her. "Husband, I love you ah." Qishue slightly raised her head to look at Lin Feng's side face. Lin Feng smiled as he listened and gently put his arm around Prayer Snow, holding the latter's hand with his other hand, looking at her face reflected by the setting sun with a slight movement of divine intent in his heart. "I love you too, ma'am." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Praying for Snow's heartbeat accelerated. Her face gradually reddened. Her heart was very sweet. This is the first time her husband has called her ma'am. "I'm so happy, ma'am. I swear by my life, letting the heavenly Tao be my witness, no matter how you change, how things appear, I, Lin Feng, will live forever and ever. Protect your safety. I will live forever and ever. I will only love you. If I break this oath, I will also lose all my cultivation and be struck by the thunderbolt of the 9 heavens." Lin Feng's voice was loud and clear, and it practically reverberated throughout the wind and snow sect. Qishue hurriedly covered Lin Feng's mouth to prevent the latter from continuing. Water instantly came out of the socket. "You're stupid. Why did you swear for a good reason?" Lin Feng revealed a smile and grabbed Prayer Snow's hand, saying, "To show my love for Madam." Cherry Snow heard the tears even more cannot stop flowing down. A hug Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted the latter's back and wiped Prayer Snow's tears and said, all right, what's there to shed tears about? Crying too much hurts your body, and it's not good for the child either. Don't cry, be obedient, and it's not your fault, said Prayer Snow as she stopped crying. Yes, blame me. Lin Feng nodded and stroked Prayer Snow's hair. I, Praying Snow, also swear, for all eternity, I will not leave my husband, forever and ever, only love you alone. If I break this oath, I will lose my cultivation and be struck by the 9 heavenly thunderbolts. Praying for Snow had deeply buried in Lin Feng's chest, so that Lin Feng could not block the latter's mouth. Read before raising his head, looking at Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Lin Feng looked at Prayer Snow with a helpless face. Really what a little fool. Lin Feng sighed. Then you're a big fool. Praying Snow said cheekily. Say that again? Husband is a big fool. Well, Qishue said, but Lin Feng blocked her lips with a mouthful. Praying for Snow did not resist. Her face gradually reddened and she closed her eyes and slowly hugged Lin Feng's back. On the edge of the cliff, at the sea of clouds, 2 figures kissed obliviously, only to swear their love for each other till death do us part. Lin Feng slowly pressed Prayer Snow underneath him and suddenly remembered something and wanted to get up immediately but was pulled back by Prayer Snow. I used aura to protect it. It's fine, Praying Snow whispered as she stared into Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng slightly tilted his head to look at the flushed Prayer Snow and kissed her again. Well, hoo, updated. You asked for dog food. Chapter 94. Lin Feng's vows spread throughout the entire clan, and no one could help but feel the love that the patriarch had for the patriarch's wife. Senior brother Bei Yuan. Qin Yu and Bei Yuan sat on a rock in the clan. Qin Yu red-faced, slightly hanging her head and whispered, Qin Yu senior sister. Bei Yuan scratched his head in response, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Qin Yu tugged at Bei Yuan's sleeve. Bei Yuan turned his head to look, and without waiting for him to react, he was kissed by Qin Yu. Bei Yuan's mind went blank, and he hadn't regained his senses even until Qin Yu ran away. Jin Ru, who was bored in his room, vaguely heard Lin Feng's words, and finally decided on something that had been hesitating in his mind for a long time, and got up and went out the door. Senior brother Li Xian. Jin Ru came outside and circled around and finally found Li Xian who was lounging around holding his sword. Li Xian was called to a halt and looked at Jin Ru in confusion and asked, Senior sister Jinru, is there something wrong? Jinru put his hands behind his back and walked towards Li Xian with sluggish steps, coming to Li Xian's front and raising his head to look at the latter. Senior brother Li Xian. Jinru bit his lip. Originally decided things at this moment. In front of him, suddenly some dare not. What is it? Tell me quickly. Li Xian looked at Jinru and asked. Senior brother Li Xian. I. Jinru finally spoke after repeating the word I several times. I like you. Senior brother Li Xian. After saying that, Jinru turned red in the face, turned around and ran away. Li Xian froze and looked at Jinru's back, gently smiled. After half a year of getting along, I like you too. On one of the paths, Shocking Rain heard Lin Feng's vows and had some impulsive thoughts in her heart, torn between whether or not to tell her thoughts to elder brother Dongwu. However, Dongwu suddenly stopped, and Shocking Rain froze and looked at Dongwu. However, he saw Dongwu looking at Shocking Rain with a serious face. Shocking Rain's senior sister hesitated for a month. I have something to say to you. What? Words? Shocking Rain was a little afraid to look at Dongwu. The things you've done to me in the past half a year, even as a little cutie, it will also feel. So I want to say that I like you. Senior sister Shocking Rain. Hearing Dongwu's words, Shocking Rain only felt her heartbeat accelerate and her face suddenly turned red, looking up at Dongwu, not knowing whether she was crying or laughing, but in the end, all her emotions coalesced in a single sentence. I like you too, elder brother Dongwu. Saying that, Shocking Rain jumped straight into Dongwu's arms, tears coming out of her eyes. Dongwu hugged Shocking Rain's delicate body and said dumbly, to be honest, a month ago I didn't feel anything, but this month, after knowing that I have you in my heart, it's still really hard to pretend to be the same as before. Then why are you pretending? It fooled me for a month, Shocking Rain questioned. Dongwu smiled and said nothing. Tang Xiaodai woke up, looking at her brother who was recovering on the side. A smile appeared on her face, gently crawled over and gently kissed on Tang Xiaoyu's mouth. This was something she had done for I don't know how many times, but none of them had been found out. A bit thankful, but also a bit lost. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Xiaoyu's eyelids were slightly moving. Mo Li Shangshui leaned on the railing, listened to the words of Lin Feng, could not help but sigh. I cannot think of a Shinto, so old, actually still so romantic. Alas, when will I also be able to find such a person? After kissing passionately for a long time, Lin Feng eventually didn't make the next step and pulled Prayer Snow up to sit together. Prayer Snow gasped slightly, some flushing still remaining on her face. Look, what's this? Lin Feng took out Wind and Snow City's special glass bottle from his spatial ring, which was filled with a milky white liquid. What is it? Prezuki asked, taking the bottle. Milk. Lin Feng smiled. Milk? Cows can produce milk? Praying for Snow looked at Lin Feng with a disbelieving face and asked, Hey, not those buffaloes, it's cows. Forget it, anyway, this world doesn't have them. You don't know normal. Lin Feng finally shook his head not to explain. Praying for Snow didn't care, curiously opened the milk and took a sip, barking, it's quite tasty, husband. Praying Snow's eyes lit up with joy. Lin Feng nodded. This is the god-grade milk that he bought in the sex store. Just after the words were said, Prayer Snow tilted his head back and poured it into his stomach again, and Prayer Snow finished it in a few gulps. Hiccup. Prezuki burped contentedly, baring his mouth as he savored the taste. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly, reaching out to wipe the remnants of milk around the latter's cherry lips clean. Come on, let's go back to bed. Lin Feng picked up Praying Snow in one hand and returned to the sleeping room. Early the next morning, on the top of the mountain, Lin Feng sat on a chair and leisurely drank the Wind and Snow brew. Patriarch. Suddenly, Tang Yanqing scurried out from the side, his eyes staring straight at the Wind and Snow brew in Lin Feng's hands. What? You finished your few jars? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said. Tang Yanqing nodded his head vigorously and gave a thumbs up. Patriarch is worthy of the divine path. Just penetrating. Lin Feng cannot help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You have wine but no one ignores it. This day suddenly come together. Everyone knows that you have no wine. Take it. You've been promised enough booze. Lin Feng casually waved his hand and a large box of Wind and Snow brew appeared in front of Tang Yanqing. The latter instantly had his mouth full of harumps and used his aura to prop up the box of Wind and Snow brew and hurriedly left. Just as Tang Yanqing left on the front foot, Lu Chen came on the back foot. Good morning, master. Did you sleep well last night? Never. Ever take care of your health. Asterisk. Off. Lin Feng laughed and cursed. Then his face became serious and asked, Tell me, why do you have to worship me? I didn't ask in detail or kick you out earlier because I was in a hurry to buy groceries and cook for Xiao Shui and didn't really want to make a move on a mortal. The host actually still wants to collect the 10,000 paths godbody, right? Take it first and ask questions later. The system suddenly floated. Lin Feng's face immediately sank, and his heart silently read. You know everything, don't you? General. do not know much, just know the host he 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 he. Omega, Lin Feng. Go off and see your Ching Chong. Alright, Lin Feng. Lin Feng automatically blocked out the system's words and looked at Lu Chen, waiting for the latter's reply. Actually, I grew up poor. My mom and dad told me that poor people's children are born early. Woo woo woo. Seriously. Well, in fact, I met a mute Taoist priest. He said that I am going to have a great disaster descending. Need to find a suave jade. Lu Chen began to blah 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 blah. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless for a while. This dumb Taoist priest, was he decent? How's that? Isn't that touching? What did you say? Yada 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 yada. System malfunctioned. Being repaired. Toot toot. Repair failed. Looking for the same kind of repair to go. Lin Feng. Sure enough, this mute Taoist priest is really immodest. Stop stop stop. Lin Feng interrupted Lu Chen's compliments and couldn't help but be speechless. And you believed it? Are you sure you've met a calamity? Lu Chen heard Lin Feng's words then fell silent. The face that seemed like it would never be sad gradually fell away, revealing a sad face. Yes, in fact, I don't believe it either. But when I returned to the city, I found that the power of faith there had all changed color into scarlet red. Lu Chen's eyes revealed a look of horror. That scene once again surfaced in front of his eyes. There was not a single person on the street. Only blood flowing all over the streets was left. I'm pretty sure all of them have become blood. And it won't be for long. Lu Chen said in a low voice. If I hadn't talked to that mute Taoist priest, I guess I would have died in it as well. You can see the power of faith? Lin Feng questioned. It was unbelievable that a mortal could see the power of faith. Aha, I can see. Lu Chen replied firmly. Lin Feng's eyes drooped slightly and he whispered, I'm sorry. And then, Lu Chen suddenly had dull eyes and a pained face. His mouth was open but he couldn't cry out, and many images instantly appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Soon, Lin Feng withdrew from Lu Chen's memories, and only then did the latter's complexion slowly regain its luster, his expression calming down as he looked at his surroundings in a somewhat confused manner. Just now he suddenly felt a pain in his brain, felt something turning over something in his brain. He could not see anything in front of his eyes. He wanted to scream but how could he not scream out? This feeling was too terrible. Lin Feng looked at Lu Chen thoughtfully. Just now I looked at your memories and it proves that what you said is indeed good. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Chen was once again shocked in his heart, never imagining that one of his random masters would actually be able to enter someone else's brain to look for memories. It's simply not too good. Updated. Note, for those of you who skipped reading, Lu Chen didn't know that Lin Feng was a Shintoist. Chapter 95, Boundary Breaking Divine Emperor. What was your initial reason for looking for a master? Lin Feng looked at Lu Chen and asked. Keep your life. Lu Chen didn't lie anymore and said it truthfully. Lin Feng nodded, knowing that Lu Chen wasn't lying. If he said something like revenge, then Lin Feng wouldn't be patient anymore. Even if he was a Wandao god body, Lin Feng would use his spells to throw him far away. After all, if you find a random person to be your master, will you be able to be sure that you will be able to learn anything powerful from him? In the first place, you wouldn't dare to be sure if the master you found was an immortal cultivator or not. Secondly, Lin Feng asked indifferently. That is, to avenge my parents, Lu Chen said with crimson eyes. But you don't know who killed the whole city. Lin Feng nodded to a point and said, indeed, but that scent is deeply memorized in my mind. Even if I die, I will be able to recognize it. Lu Chen said sternly, nearly gritting his teeth. Lin Feng nodded, then waved his hand once and a golden contract appeared in front of Lu Chen. Press the seal with blood. You are my most last disciple. Will never accept again. Lin Feng said. In his heart he thought if I taken any more ing disciples, the system won't be able to find a girlfriend. Lin Feng dog thief. Asterisk your ass. The system's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind and instantly fried his brain, but Lin Feng quickly dispersed it with his aura. System, the two of us are buddies, good partners, good companions. You have to trust your old wind. Lin Feng silently recited in his heart. Dog asterisk thing. The system directly cursed in Lin Feng's brain, and Lin Feng couldn't stand the noise anymore and directly blocked it. At this point, Lu Chen then bit his finger without hesitation and pressed his handprint, completing the contract. You didn't look? Lin Feng was slightly stunned, but quickly relieved. After all, the hatred of killing his relatives was not shared. There's no need to look. Master, what are we going to do now? Lu Chen asked eagerly. He desperately needed to raise his strength now and then find the son of a that killed him and slaughter him. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just pointed one hand on Lu Chen's forehead and a bright light flashed. Lu Chen closed his eyes and only felt that his body was filled with power and it was constantly increasing. Master! Lu Chen opened his eyes in surprise, but realized that he was not on the mountaintop, but in a dim red world. wrestle here and get a good grasp of the power of the immortal king realm. Lin Feng's voice rang in Lu Chen's ears and then disappeared. Lu Chen was about to ask something when he suddenly felt a violent vibration coming from the ground. When he looked around, countless foreign beasts of similar strength to him came rushing towards him. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Opening hellish difficulty? After Lin Feng had done this, he then stood up and stretched, and then flew out tens of millions of feet in height. Little Snow, I said that I would live forever and ever to protect your safety. Just in case, I can't drag this out. I'll start the breakthrough now. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he disconnected the aura in his body that was like a silk thread, and immediately, a majestic, almost capable of destroying the heavens and the earth power erupted from Lin Feng's body. For a moment, the entire central region and even the entire Tianyuan continent was immediately enveloped by a dark and impermeable sea of continuous clouds, and the heavens and earth directly darkened at this moment. Holy, the dog ate the sun? This breath, it feels so scary. Geez, suddenly I can't see. I'm not going blind, am I? I seem to be blind too. Suddenly, just as the people were panicking, there was a clap of thunder from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Every time a thunderbolt flashed through the air with a lightning bolt, there would be a thunderclap that could almost pierce the eardrums. At this moment, the various heads of the Heaven Blasting Gang, the War God Palace, the Taoist Clan, and the Divine Science Palace directly froze as they looked at the sky vision. They were fortunate to save millions of years of faith power to prepare for the breakthrough of the supreme shackles, but never thought that it was actually being others first. Their divine sense instantly enveloped the middle domain, wanting to explore who had broken through, but without wanting to. Only just released, it was immediately suppressed by a strong force, and some of the power of faith directly disappeared. The four of them were left in a state of fleshing out. Go, see if it's the other three who have broken through. The four of them, Su Xian, Jiang Tian, Old Dan Zi and Kong Shang, hurriedly sent people to inquire about who exactly had broken through. They didn't mention Lin Feng because they simply didn't believe that Lin Feng would be able to have enough faith power to break through. One should know that the total population of the four domains of the world was estimated to be less than a large state in the central domain, 10 million feet above the wind and snow sect in the central region. A strand of power erupted from time to time within Lin Feng's body, and each of these strands emitted an aura that transcended the divine Tao. This situation did not know how long it lasted. At this time, a ear-breaking booming thunder sound rang out directly. The sky directly flashed out an extreme white aura, and the earth and sky all became a white piece at this moment. These billions and billions of divine thunderbolts flashed out at the same time and struck at Lin Feng at the same time. At the seal, Divine Emperor Zun couldn't help but be a little excited, as a lot of this divine lightning had been absorbed by him, as long as he slowly refined it. Then within a few years he would be able to reign over the heavenly origin continent at the level of a divine emperor, opening an era that belonged to him. God Emperor Zun, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, God Emperor Zun laughed maniacally, not caring about this newly promoted God Emperor in the slightest, because, without a divine herb like the Divine Emperor grass in the latter days, even if one broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, they wouldn't be as powerful. He, on the other hand, had eaten a lot of God Emperor grass billions of years ago. The liquid that was given to Wang Ling to bring to Wang Tang that could allow Wang Tang to have a breakthrough to the Divine Emperor realm was nothing more than his saliva. After a long time, the black clouds dispersed and the sky was once again clear. Everyone stood up with trembling legs and feet, their faces still showing a horrified look. In the sky, Lin Feng felt that his body still possessed terrifying thunder strung around. He couldn't digest it no matter how. He was a bit puzzled. If he didn't digest all this thunder, no one would be able to get close to him for tens of thousands of miles, not even the divine path. Otherwise he would be obliterated by the power of the thunder. The system. Lin Feng deactivated the shielding function. Turns out the system didn't get back to him. Old Unity. Old system. System brother. Oni-chan, come on out, please. I was wrong. Don't be mad at me. Lin Feng hurriedly begged, rolling. Although the system scolded him, as long as it was out loud, Lin Feng's heart couldn't be more excited. Oops, I was wrong. System brother. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Please don't be angry. Praying Snow still has to wait for me to cook na. She's pregnant. I have to take care of her, don't I? Just like you think about Qingqing too. Lin Feng said. The system didn't reply, but Lin Feng's heart instead became more excited. Obviously, the system was shaken. Keywords green, right? I can't get close to Yuki in this condition, and I can't take care of her. Just imagine, something happened to your dear Qingqing and you can't take care of her. Her heart will. Okay. I'm really impressed. For the sake of praying for Snow, this system will help you once, but I warn you, don't let it happen again. Ouch ouch. Don't worry, okay? Lin Feng agreed in a hurry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 plants of God Emperor grass, deducting 300,000 from the clan's contribution. Lin Feng, you're not holding a grudge? But Lin Feng held back and only asked, what's the use of this God Emperor grass? For hosts who have already broken through the God Emperor realm, the God Emperor grass is able to help hosts digest the power of thunder in their bodies without wasting a single drop, and it can also enhance it by a full margin. For cultivators of the Divine Path realm, they are able to reduce a lot of the power of faith to make a quick breakthrough. What about those in the Divine Tao realm and below? Lin Feng asked without thinking. The Divine Emperor grass energy was huge. Even the Divine Tao realm could only barely hold on to it. Below the Divine Principle realm, even eating a little bit of it can make them die a violent death. Lin Feng scratched his head, as if he did ask a question. Lin Feng then took out a Divine Emperor grass and ate it, and then he noticed that the thunder power in his body seemed as if it had probably digested that much. Forget it, Lin Feng didn't think about it anymore and directly pulled out a large handful of God Emperor grass and stuffed it into his mouth. He had plenty of God Emperor grass anyway. Who cares if he is heartbroken or not? The priority is to finish digesting the thunder in his body as soon as possible and then quickly go down to cook for praying snow. Updated. 15,000 words more today. Go to sleep. Good night. Chapter 96, Warmth. A few months have passed. Pray for Snow's stomach is getting bigger and bigger. Lin Feng simply directly do not ask the sect matters. Hard to pull the Oriental mist a few people over. Let a few people manage the development of the sect in the central region. He also wholeheartedly incarnation of the house husband. Take care of the pray for Snow. Inside the sect, on the quiet path, Lin Feng walked slowly with his arm around Prayer Snow, praying for Snow with a big belly, holding a cup of God-grade milk in his hands, drinking with great relish. Husband, do you think it was born a son or a daughter? Prayer Snow took a sip of milk and looked at Lin Feng and asked, how do I know? But I hope it's a daughter. Lin Feng said with a smile, even though he had the ability to change whether the child in his belly was a boy or a girl, he wouldn't do it. Just let nature take its course and all go well. A boy or a girl will be fine, because it's his child. Then I will try my best to give birth to daughters for my husband. Praying Snow surprisingly did not bother to refute Lin Feng's words this time, but nodded her head in obedience. Lin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard Prayer Snow's words, then he smiled and touched the latter's head. Idiot, what's all this talk about doing your best to give birth to a daughter? As long as the child is successfully born and you're fine, I'll be happy. Prayer Snow revealed a smile and her head gently leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder. After walking for a few moments, Prayer Snow couldn't help but frown slightly. Then she smiled and looked up at Lin Feng and said, husband, our child is kicking my stomach, eh? Really? Lin Feng asked in surprise, then hurriedly helped Prayer Snow to sit in a pavilion to the side. Husband, kicked, again, said Praying Snow, looking at Lin Feng. Let me hear it? Just listen. Lin Feng then squatted in front of Prayer Snow, gently sidestepped his head and leaned down to put his ear on Prayer Snow's stomach, and was indeed able to feel some movement inside. Our child is quite energetic. Lin Feng laughed, then looked up at Prayer Snow and asked, the child kicked you, did it hurt? Praying Snow nodded and whispered, it hurts a little. Lin Feng nodded his head when he heard this, then gently stroked Prayer Snow's stomach with his hand and said, be good, obey, don't kick it, or else your mother is going to suffer. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Prayer Snow couldn't help but purse her lips, but coincidentally, I don't know if it was Lin Feng's words that worked or if the child in his stomach got tired of playing and stopped kicking his stomach. Husband, our child actually stopped kicking, eh? Praying Snow said softly, yeah, our child still knows how to feel for his mother, nah. Lin Feng said with a smile. Shishui couldn't help but snort a laugh, then hugged Lin Feng's head in front of her chest. Thank you, husband. Lin Feng, feeling a warm fragrance come to his nose, Lin Feng almost died on the spot, praying for Snow to suppress the touching in his heart. He then reacted and hurriedly spread his hands, his face slightly playful red. Lin Feng stood up and coughed in a serious manner, his eyes wandering as he looked around. In the sky, the sun was getting high up. Let's go. It's time to go back for dinner, Lin Feng said as he took Prayer Snow's hand. The latter nodded gently and stood up, the two figures fading into the end of the wooded path. It's a picture that looks cozy. In the realm of wind and snow, with his cultivation at the peak of the immortal Yu realm, Lu Chen hardened himself and killed a cultivator at the lower stage of the true god realm. Swish, retrieving the sword in his hand back into its scabbard, Lu Chen's gaze looked at the alien beast corpses littering the grounds in front of him with a flat expression. Then, his gaze caught a glimpse of a pretty shadow, and his expression couldn't help but move slightly. Elder Emoli, Lu Chen saluted towards the pretty shadow. Emoli Shang Shui had seen the peak Shinta realm foreign beasts and two true god realm lower stage foreign beasts all over the ground. A trace of consternation flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she glanced deeply at Lu Chen. Unexpectedly, after only a few months had passed, Not only had this person soared from the immortal king realm to the immortal U realm, but he was also able to commit the following offense and kill 2 true god realm foreign beasts. Truly a demonic talent. I'm sure that his name is on the list of demons at this moment, right? Talented and good looking and strong. Seems to have a little bit of that image in her mind. Mo Xingxue couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled gently, retrieved the divine weapon in his hand, and flew to Muri Xingxue. Elder Muri, I have something to say to you. Mo Xingxue's beautiful eyes widened slightly. People say it's too soon. This chapter makes up for it. I don't know what to write during the main period. Chapter 97, Lin Shui. This chapter is pushed back to read the previous one. Another few months had passed, and at this moment, outside a room within the wind and snow sect, Lin Feng was pacing anxiously, his face full of worry. The few people behind him, Bei Yuan, also showed nervous expressions. It's been a day, why isn't it out yet? Lin Feng stopped and looked at the room anxiously. Senior, don't be anxious, with Elder Fox and Elder Emoli around. Senior mother, she will be fine. Bei Yuan, who was on the side, persuaded. Hearing Bei Yuan's words, Lin Feng knew that it was useless to be anxious, so he only sighed. I hope it's all okay. As they were talking, the aura shield that wrapped around the room opened, and from inside came the loud cries of a baby, and the crowd rushed to look, only to see the door of the closed room open and Mo Xingxue walked out of it quickly to Lin Feng and said with a smile, Congratulations patriarch, it's a daughter. Mother and daughter are safe. Lin Feng's heart breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Mo Xingxue's words. The stone hanging in the air finally fell to the ground. He said thanks and then quickly entered the room. Hard work. Lu Chen came beside Mo Xingxue and gently embraced the latter into his arms. Humph. If you haven't broken through to the true god realm, my brother won't agree. Although Mo Xingxue said this, she did not object. Don't worry, within half a year, break the true god, Lu Chen said. In the room, Skyfox softly coaxed the baby girl in her arms, and when she saw Lin Feng come over she handed the baby girl to Lin Feng and smiled. Congratulations, patriarch. Lin Feng received the baby girl and after saying thank you, Skyfox went out. Lin Feng carefully measured the baby girl who had stopped crying after falling into his arms. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It was worthy of being his daughter, white and tender and really cute. Husband. At this time, the voice of praying for snow from the bedside, Lin Feng heard quickly came to the bedside and sat down, looked at the pale face, appeared very tired praying for snow. The heart cannot help but heartache. That was hard work. Yuki, praying for snow gently smiled, shook her head and said, where is the hard work? By the way, husband, the child show me. Lin Feng nodded and brought the baby girl in his arms in front of Prayer Snow and said with a smile, it's a daughter. Prayer Snow bristled at Lin Feng's words, but looking closely at the baby girl's gaze was filled with soft colors and smiled. It looks a lot like husband. Lin Feng smiled, placed the child next to Prayer Snow and said, I'll go make you some delicious food to make up for it. Prayer Snow gently nodded. Lin Feng then leaned down and kissed Prayer Snow on the lips before going out, praying for Snow slightly sideways. One hand gently protects the baby girl in his arms, looking at the sleeping baby girl, revealing a quiet smile. Yuki, what do you think our daughter should be called? Lin Feng asked with a smile as he held the baby girl in his arms and teased the latter. It's all okay, yeah. Husband, come to think of it, Prezuki said as he put down the milk and licked the milk stained around it. How about calling Lin Shui? Lin Feng asked as he sat back down next to Prayer Snow. It's okay. Praying Snow laughed and said, good then, our daughter will be called Lin Shui. Lin Feng nodded, looking at this daughter who was looking at him with open soulful eyes. He couldn't tell you how much he liked her in his heart. A few days later, Prayer Snow's body had toned up a lot better, and Lin Feng took Prayer Snow and Lin Shui for a walk. Good day, Master Teacher, Master Mother. Coming to the top of the mountain, Bei Yuan and his group gathered around and saluted. Senior, this is the youngest senior sister, isn't it? Bei Yuan asked as he looked towards the sleeping Lin Shui in Prayer Snow's arms. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. So cute. Can I give you a hug, senior mistress? Qin Yu's heart melted as he looked at Lin Shui's adorable appearance. Prayer Snow smiled and nodded, gently handing Lin Shui to Qin Yu. Qin Yu carefully received Lin Shui, and looking at the latter, Qin Yu couldn't wait to give birth to one herself right away. Jinru and Shocking Rain also gathered around and carefully nudged Lin Shui's soft and tender face with affection. The three Bei Yuan could only watch, because right now Lin Shui was still too small, and the three of them, big men, were afraid of accidentally hurting Lin Shui. In a little while, Prayer Snow picked up Lin Shui, and Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Prayer Snow and came to sit under a tree, basking in the speckled sunlight looking relaxed and cozy. After sitting for about half an hour, Lin Feng returned with the two of them. Only, just after entering the door, Lin Shui suddenly cried, obviously hungry. You feed Shuer and go out first, Lin Feng said as he looked at Prayer Snow and moved to prepare to leave. Husband, you don't go out also. It's okay. Praying for Snow's face to blush slightly, she whispered, I will go and make some delicious food for you to replenish. You feed Lin Shuai first. If there's anything else then call me. Lin Feng shook his head before going out and gently bringing the door with him, praying for Snow to reveal a smile, and then sat back on the edge of the bed and looked down at Lin Shuai in his arms and said, Shuer good boy oh, to eat milk, said, pray Snow will top off, revealing half of the spring light. In the room, Lin Shuai soon stopped crying. Updated. Chapter 98 Compensation. A few years later, in the central region, the Wind and Snow sect, on the top of the mountain, a 5 or 6-year-old pink little girl wearing a light blue dress, is chasing a spirit butterfly. Face blossomed a smile, giggle, laughter gusts, like a spring breeze, able to melt everything. Lin Feng was now on the side, looking at Lin Shuai with a smile. On the side, Praying Snow tiptoed close to Lin Feng, came behind him, suddenly blindfolded Lin Feng, deliberately lowered her voice and asked with a smile, Husband, guess who I am? You've called me husband, so aren't you my wife? Lin Feng laughed lightly, pulled over Prayer Snow's hand and gently embraced the latter into his arms. Hiya, forgot. Praying Snow was instantly distressed. Lin Feng hooked up a smile, ready to kiss Prayer Snow, suddenly heard a plop sound, looked up, Lin Shuai accidentally fell to the ground. Body movement, instantly came to the side of Lin Shuai, the latter gently picked up, carefully rubbed Lin Shuai's knees. Does Cheryl hurt? It doesn't hurt. Cher is awesome. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Lin Shuai's little face. And over there, the originally prepared Praying Snow saw the situation and her heart suddenly soured, pouting and looking at Lin Feng with a grudging face. Husband, even if you seal Shuer's immortal emperor realm cultivation, but no matter how unhelpful the body is also very strong, right? Fall down a little and you are so attached. Prayer Snow's voice was getting smaller and smaller, but Lin Feng was able to feel the sour taste that filled his voice. Lin Feng turned his head to look at the mournful and incomparable Qishui and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Jealous? No. Just saying, prayed Snow, shaking his head. Lin Feng came carrying Lin Shuai and handed the latter to Prayer Snow, who reached out and hugged Lin Shuai. Mother, Mummy, Lin Shuai said in a sticky manner as she looked towards Prayer Snow, and then brought her head over to kiss Prayer Snow on the cheek. This time Prayer Snow's jealousy suddenly diminished and she smiled and said, How was it? Did it hurt when you just fell? It doesn't hurt ta, Lin Shuai replied, although Praying Snow wasn't jealous anymore. Lin Feng was, Snowy, why don't you kiss your dad? Lin Shuai turned her head and was ready to kiss Lin Feng but was turned around by Praying Shuai. Don't kiss your Abba. Come on, let's go down the mountain to eat delicious food. Praying for Snow, he raised an eyebrow towards Lin Feng and led Lin Shuai down the mountain, leaving Lin Feng messy on the mountaintop. Mother, this isn't good for father, is it? Lin Shuai asked as she wrapped her arms around Prayer Snow's neck. What's good or not? Praying for Snow said, her face slightly red. Just make it up to him at night. What? Don't ask. Prayer Snow said as she nudged Lin Shuai's little face. Oh, ding. Current clan data refreshed. Current total number of disciples inside and outside the sect, 76. 325. The highest realm is the peak of the Immortal King realm. The lowest realm is the peak of the Stop Extreme realm. Current total number of elders inside and outside the clan, 186. The highest realm is the peak of the True God realm. The lowest realm is the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. Current number of disciples of the clan's patriarch, 7. The highest realm is the peak of the True God realm. The lowest realm is the 8th level of the Xianyu realm. The clan's current prestige spreads across the range, the entire territory of the Majia family. Heavenly Pale Imperial Dynasty, Fire Source Imperial Dynasty, Tianshui Imperial Dynasty, Wind and Moon Dynasty. Clan's current spirit stones. Current sect Central Region Comprehensive Ranking, 16, 852. This ranking excludes going to the highest realm. The system would report a month's worth of updates on the sect to Lin Feng every other month. Now that 4 years had passed, the fame of the Wind and Snow sect had spread throughout the entire territory of the Inkblot family, and even the several neighboring imperial dynasties. There were also some in the realms of the Theology Palace, the Dao family, the War God Temple and the Heaven Blasting Gang, but not too many, because these four powers were trying their best to compress things about Lin Feng and his Wind and Snow sect, in order to avoid the loss of incense and the decrease in the power of faith. For all this Mo Li Wuya had suggested that he should send people to publicize it. Lin Feng looked at it lightly and didn't do so. He had already broken through to the God Emperor and didn't care about these powers of faith. As for the spread of fame, the central region is so big, that way spread is ultimately limited. Wait until 6 years after the clan will be compared in front of the world to get the first, naturally able to let the world know the Wind and Snow sect. Lin Feng's thoughts quickly turned back to the image of not being able to get Lin Shuai to kiss him just now, and he couldn't help but feel depressed. Bei Yuan, Li Xian, Dong Wu, Lu Chun all gather at the wind and snow realm for me. I want to see how well you've been cultivating lately. Lin Feng shouted with his aura. Then his body moved and went to the wind and snow realm. Hearing this, the few people from Bei Yuan rushed to the wind and snow realm, still thinking of performing well for themselves, but unbeknownst to them, they were only going to get beaten in this cut. In the wind and snow realm, several people from Bei Yuan were hanging in the air, looking at Lin Feng on the opposite side with warlike intent. Not bad, the realms have all risen quickly, Lin Feng said as he swept a glance at the 4. North Abyss, True God Realm High Level, Li Xian, True God Realm Middle Stage, East Noon, True God Realm Middle Stage, Lu Chun, Peak True God Realm, Master, which of us will fight you first? Kitabuchi asked excitedly. No, directly together, Lin Feng spoke indifferently, pressing his realm to the peak of the True God Realm, and after thinking about it, he pressed it to the middle of the True God Realm. Hearing Lin Feng's words, several people couldn't help but stare. This, Senior, are you sure? Bei Yuan asked. Even if the master teacher is very strong, but pressing the realm to beat a few of their real bodies is probably hard enough, right? Cut the crap and hurry up. Lin Feng drank. After a few people from Bei Yuan looked at each other, they nodded and rushed towards Lin Feng. Master, I'm offended. In an instant, the 4 auras of the True God Realm were revealed, directly shaking the wind and snow realm. Lin Feng smiled gently and slapped his palm down. All 4 of them instantly fell heavily to the ground. The chi in their bodies immediately extinguished and they slumped on the ground, unable to move. This scene fell in the eyes of the several people watching the battle from the side. Chi knew, and they were all shocked. Master Teacher had suppressed his realm to the middle stage of the True God Realm, but he was actually still able to casually resolve 4 True God Realms with a single palm strike. Lin Feng skimmed his lips, then lowered his hand and lowered his realm directly to the first level of the Immortal Yu realm. Get up and keep fighting. The few people from Bei Yuan had been dumbfounded and immediately came back to their senses by this shout from Lin Feng. Even if they were facing Lin Feng, who was already at the first level of the Xiantianyu realm, the few people didn't dare to be careless and did their best to rush towards Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. After a few attacks, the 4 Bei Yuan people were killed by Lin Feng. Afterwards, when the North Abyss people were resurrected, Lin Feng killed a few more times, and only after the sulk in his heart was reduced a lot, he went back with ease. Before leaving, he left behind a few God Emperor grasses, urging several people to cultivate well. The bruised and swollen Bei Yuan several people looked at the Divine Emperor grass in their hands and cried without tears. Qinyu's few people looked at the Divine Emperor grass in their hands and secretly rejoiced. At night, Prayer Snow returned with the long-sleeping Lin Shui in her arms. After placing Lin Shui on the bed, and then looking around the room and seeing that Lin Feng wasn't there, his heart moved slightly, so he went to the kitchen. When he came to the kitchen, as expected, Lin Feng was busy cooking. Praying for Snow warmed his heart. Praying Snow quietly came behind Lin Feng and blindfolded him with one hand. Guess who I am? Lin Feng froze slightly, then smiled. Who are you? Hiya, can't you even hear that? Prayer Snow let go of Lin Feng's eyes and gently hugged Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, continuing to busy himself with the dishes in hand. Soon the meals were done. Eat up, my aunt. It's not good for your health to eat too much of those outside. Eat something nutritious. Lin Feng smiled and said. Praying Snow nodded and ate with relish. After dinner, the two walked down the road holding hands. Schwer is asleep? Lin Feng asked as he looked at Prayer Snow. Aha! Prezuki nodded softly. Lin Feng was a little sad. Alas, I had planned to go to her to give me a kiss. Just without waiting for Lin Feng to finish speaking, with a force, Prayer Snow pulled Lin Feng over into an empty room next to him and pressed Lin Feng onto the bed. I'll make it up to you, Praying Snow said with a reddened face. Lin Feng hooked up an evil smile and without saying anything, he hugged and kissed Prayer Snow, turned a body and pressed the latter underneath him. After a passionate kiss, the room, white skin hidden in the darkness, accompanied by a gasp. Updated. The car is a bit fast. Chapter 99, Revealing the Truth. That night, a fierce aura shook out from the room, enveloping the entire wind and snow sect. The next day, the room. Lin Feng woke up and couldn't help but smile as he looked at the soundly sleeping Prayer Snow in his arms. After placing a kiss on Prayer Snow's fragrant and tender lips, he moved carefully and got up to get out of bed to cook. On the way, Lin Feng met a few people from Bei Yuan. Only the 4 Bei Yuan flickered and dodged, and it was only the 3 girls, Qinyu, who opened their mouths. Master, why can't I take this God Emperor grass? Qinyu took out the Divine Emperor grass and asked. Lin Feng smiled after hearing this and said, I forgot to tell you guys, this God Emperor grass can only be taken by the God Dao realm. If you swallow it with your current strength, you'll be instantly blown out of your bodies by the massive power contained in it. so I set a ban on it to prevent you guys from foolishly eating it. This god emperor grass you should put in front of your body and slowly absorb and refine it until you break through the god Dao realm before taking it. Listen to Lin Feng's words. A few people have been afraid of the aftermath. Fortunately the master set up a ban. Otherwise, they all lost yesterday. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the appearance of a few people, and then crossed over to the kitchen. Inside the sect, in a small grove, Tang Xiaoyu looked at Tang Xiaoyan in front of her, took out a contract, shook it, and the contract gradually dissipated. Under Tang Xiaoyan's stunned gaze, Tang Xiaoyu spoke softly, "The pact between your father and I has ended, so now I'm no longer a member of the family. Still the same person I was 20 years ago, outsider." Tang Xiaoyu gently pulled out a smile. "Now that you've settled down within the Winsnow sect, I think it's time for me to go, to be considered truly fulfilling your father's mandate." After speaking, Tang Xiaoyu removed the red thread from her wrist and placed it in Tang Xiaoyan's hand. Turning to leave, Tang Xiaoyan came back to her senses, holding on to the red thread, and violently rushed over to hug Tang Xiaoyu to death, tears flowing from her eyes. Little language brother. Xiao Dai does not want little language brother to go. The contract and everything is fake. Little language brother actually wants to return to the Tang family to take revenge. Just don't want to involve me. Tang Xiaoyan shouted loudly, her voice choking, instantly sobbing. Tang Xiaoyu's body couldn't help but stiffen, raising her hand to touch Tang Xiaoyan's hand that was holding her, but it eventually stopped hanging in the air. "Don't you think much of me? I'm just accomplishing my mission, wanting to be on my own." Just before the words were finished, Tang Xiaoyan's sentence instantly froze Tang Xiaoyu. "Little language brother, Xiao Dai likes you. So, please brother whisper don't leave Xiao Dai. In this world, Xiao Dai only have brother whisper you one, the one who can make me feel warm. So little Dai doesn't want little whispering brother to go into danger." Tang Xiaoyan's words hit Tang Xiaoyu's heart heavily word by word, and he hesitated. Originally, he had been ruthless, thinking that Tang Xiaoyan should stop hanging on to him, and that he would go to the Tang family to take revenge for Tang Xiaoyan's real parents. Let those corrupt bastards bleed, even if they die, they'll do it. But, he's a little afraid to do it now. "Brother Xiaoyu." Tang Xiaoyan knelt down and hugged Tang Xiaoyu's legs, crying out. Tang Xiaoyu snapped back to his senses, and Tang Xiaoyan's father's exhortation to him appeared before his eyes. "Xiao language, Xiao Dai is in your hands. Help me take good care of her for the rest of her life. Sort of my last wish." Tang Xiaoyu's hand hovering in the air eventually fell, gently patting Tang Xiaoyan's hand. "Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I'll always be with Dai. Forever." "Really? Really?" Tang Xiaoyan asked, raising her head slightly, her face already filled with tears. Tang Xiaoyu turned around and squatted down to hug Tang Xiaoyan, gently stroking the latter's head as she replied firmly. "Really?" Tang Xiaoyu's gaze looked into the distance. "This matter will wait a little longer. Xing Xue, let's find your brother." Lu Chen happily walked into the Hall of Elders and found Emoli Shang Shui who was reading the scrolls. "Looking for my brother for what?" Emoli Shang Shui asked as she put down the scroll in her hands and looked up. "Of course I'm looking for him to agree to us getting married," Lu Chen said as he sat on a side table. "What is this? Hurry, there are a lot of things at home that need to be handled by my brother. The matter between us is better to wait until later," Emoli Shang Shui said with a red face. "Ah, this has to wait again?" Lu Chen's face instantly became bitter. He had been waiting for more than 3 years. "What are you complaining about? If you complain again, I won't let you hug me today." Emoli Shang Shui glared at Lu Chen and said. Lu Chen was dumbfounded and wailed. Wrong Xing Xue, too late." Mori Xing Xue looked away and flew away, leaving Lu Chen in place with a face of remorse. Central Region. Wang family. Wang Ling looked at Wang Tun with a pleased smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. Wang Ling couldn't help but praise. Now, Wang Tang's realm had reached the peak of the true god realm. It was believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the divine Dao, and then the divine emperor. Looking out of the world, Wang Tang felt the power in his body. He felt that he could easily do 10 tonight. Lin Feng finished cooking the meal while serving it into the room. "Pops." Lin Shui got up from the bed and said in a sticky voice. Lin Feng was full of smiles as he picked Lin Shui up from the bed, and the latter directly kissed Lin Feng on the cheek before whispering, "Shoo, Dad, don't tell Mother or else she'll get jealous again." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. He couldn't help but kiss Lin Shui's little face hard. His heart was happy. "Husband, is the food ready? It smells so good." Praying for snow, she pushed the door in and looked at the table full of dishes with light coming out of her eyes. "Eat together." Lin Feng smiled, pulled over Prayer Snow's hand and sat down, while placing Lin Shui beside him, carefully serving the two of them with food. Seeing the two of them eating their meal with great relish, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. It was so nice to have a day like this. Updated. Chapter 100, Sect Competition. Bad content. Chapter 101 I am the God Emperor. Kong Shang came quite early well. Think how long must it have been since we met? Lao Danzi looked at Kong Shang and said smilingly, but the latter looked away, not giving any face. Lao Danzi, however, did not care and greeted towards Zhong Tian, then closed his eyes and rested his mind. Heavens, the Taoist god Dao has actually come in person. Hasn't he always disliked showing up for clan competitions? Yeah, it feels like something big is happening, the crowd murmured, and at that moment, the sky was once again torn apart, and there were more spirit boats inside, bigger and more imposing. It was just a quick glance, and everyone recognized this clan, the number one clan in the central region, the Flying Sky Clan. Su Xian's figure stood before the spirit boat, his white clothes hunting. That wouldn't be the explosive Sky Gang leader, Su Xian Shindao, would it? What that wouldn't be. Be confident. That's clearly Su Xian Shindao. Oh my god. I've actually met the leader of the Flying Sky Gang. Everyone was excited when the spirit boat of the Heaven Flying Gang appeared. It could be said that among the four divine paths, the most mysterious one was the Heaven Flying Gang's leader, Su Xian, because the other three divine paths, even if they were hard to see, always showed up when they held their clan meeting competitions in their own territory. However, Su Xian, not only did he not show his face when the clan competition was held in other places, he also did not show his face when he held it in his own home. So few people know what he looks like, and can only rely on the illustrations of marketplace novels to imagine. So it doesn't seem that far apart. Yo-ho, Su Xian, I can't believe you actually came in person. It really makes me fluffy, Zhong Tian said with a leathery smile. Su Xian waved his hand and laughed. Should be. He. Hearing this, the three divine principles pulled their mouths. Su Xian did not care, leisurely let the clan spirit boat fly to and a few people not far away, a little higher than they want. 2. The three didn't say anything about this. After all, Su Xian's strength was much stronger than theirs. If it wasn't for the latter's indolence, after relaxing a bit when he reached the divine path realm, he was only afraid that his realm now was already a divine emperor. Under the spirit boat, people from various sects exploded in discussion, while on the highest air, Su Xian's four people tacitly did not make a sound. They were all waiting for someone. Boom! At this time, a muffled sound came from the sky, and the crowd looked towards the source of the sound, only to see the sky being torn open again and again, and hundreds of spirit boats flew from it, and without stopping, they rose upwards in great numbers, at the same height as Zhong Tian and the others. Messing around, those were the words that came to everyone's mind. When the crowd looked closely, they only saw the spirit boat's fluttering flag with the large character Wang written on it. The Central Region King's family? That's the Wang family that started to fall 1,000 years ago? The Wang family is bold enough actually dare to compare shoulders with the four divine Daos? I don't even know how they're going to die in a while. Sit back and watch the fun. The crowd below snorted, while the few people at the highest altitude all frowned slightly as they detected a hint of something wrong. Right at this moment, Wang Tang arrived in front of the spirit boat and looked at the people below, revealing a disdainful smile before sweeping his eyes to look at Su Xian and the others with the same condescending expression. This man is too arrogant. Looking for a beating. In the Dao family, a Dao son shouted angrily and was about to rush over to do battle, only to be stopped by old Danzi. There's no hurry. Someone will make a move, said old Danzi lightly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a peak true god realm powerhouse leap out from the war god hall and pounce straight at Wang Tang. How dare a yellow-mouthed child be so arrogant? Let's see if I'm not going to dampen your spirit. The man drank and punched back, erupting with terrifying power. It's over. The man is gone. Yeah, you have to go and act tough for good reason. Ugh, it's over. There's nothing to see. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, thinking that the Wang family would not be able to hold up this move and would be destroyed. As a result, he saw Wang Tang reveal a cold smile, lifting his hand. He even easily took down the attack of this peak true god realm powerhouse, and then casually held his hand. Before people could react, the sky directly exploded with blood mist, and that peak true god realm powerhouse was just gone. The whole room froze. No one had expected such an outcome, casually exterminating a peak true god realm. Su Xian's four men also sank in their complexion. Could this young man be a divine Dao as well? No wonder he had arrogant capital. Kill my brother. Die for me. Another silhouette rushed out at the war god temple. It was clearly a war god of the war god temple, middle stage of the divine Dao realm, only to see a 10,000-foot Dharma phase appear behind this divine Dao middle stage war god, exuding a terrifying and incomparable aura. And the heavens and earth beyond were affected to tremble 3 times. Everyone was shocked by this power and thought that Wang Tang would definitely lose this time. However, they thought wrong again. Wang Tang didn't even look at the intermediate divine path god of war. He just swung his fist out, and that god of war instantly flew backward tens of thousands of miles away as if he had been hit by something hard, eventually exploding into a bloody mist just like the previous person. Hiss! This scene caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. Even the four Su Xian could not help but slightly change their complexion as they looked at Wang Teng with more gravity in their eyes. They already know Wang Teng's strength, the peak of the divine Dao realm. Wang Teng pulled out a cold smile as he looked at the four divine principles with a look that turned full of disdain, causing the spirit boat to rise once again, directly towering over Su Xian and the others by hundreds of feet, while Su Xian and the others didn't make a move. Falling in the eyes of the crowd, everyone felt unbelievable. The four divine Das actually didn't stop it? Could it be that this person was stronger than all four divine Das? Oh, my god, when did such a person appear in the Tianyuan continent? Father, these kind of people are not enough to worry about. I don't think we need to participate in any clan competition. Let's just directly declare our Wang family as the master of the Tianyuan continent. Wang Teng saw this, and the four divine Das did not stop them, and the condescension in his heart instantly galvanized as he said. Wang Ling also tasted the thrill of reaching the top and looking down on everyone, revealing a big smile. This is how it should be. God Emperor Zun said to make a big deal. Let's just make a big deal. Wang Teng laughed, then flew in the air and looked at the crowd at his feet and said in a loud voice, "Listen up. Now, in the Tianyuan continent, my Wang family shall be the leader." When these words came out, the crowd was instantly in an uproar. Su Xian, several people's frowns deepened. They were just giving this junior a little bit of face and didn't want to make a move, but they couldn't imagine that they actually dared to give an inch. And then, he saw old Danzi casually holding his hand, and Wang Teng curled up as if he had been grabbed. Old Danzi casually flung his hand, and Wang Teng was directly flung tens of thousands of feet away, crashing through hundreds of mountains before coming to a halt. Junior, I just casually for will you so, not to mention above me there are two. You have what can be bold? How dare you claim to be at your head? Old Danzi's words came in a leisurely manner. Wang Ling couldn't help but change his expression when he heard it. Unexpectedly, the strength of these people is so powerful. Underestimated. Extremely far away. Wang Teng stood up, loosened his torso, and instead of showing fear, he laughed out loud. Can. The strength is good. I was expecting to just be bored and become number one. Now it looks like there's something to play for. Wang Teng said, and his figure flickered away. Old Danzi frowned and his figure similarly disappeared. Boom! A flash of bright light suddenly exploded in the sky, followed by a boom that came from the sky, stirring up intense aura fluctuations. Xiong Tian released his aura to envelop the sky above him. Only then did he not let the aura fluctuations spread and injure the people below. Boom! 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 Once again, bursts of bright light and bursts of booms came from the sky above, and even with the aura shield covering them, everyone was still able to feel the terrifying aura of the two fighting. Boom! With another boom, a figure heavily smashed into the aura shield, and instantly, some cracks appeared in the aura shield. That person was clearly Wang Teng. How? Old Danzi spoke faintly. Ha, Old Tao, it looks like I am not able to defeat you, but you don't hold on. The few times you sparred with me, you have also suffered a considerable injury in your body. Cough. Ha. Wang Teng coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed. Old Danzi's face sank. Wang Teng was right. He did suffer a considerable injury within his body from the several fights with Wang Teng. Ha. In vain, you have become the pinnacle of the divine Dao for tens of thousands of years, yet you are no match for me, a junior divine Dao who just broke through not long ago. It's simply ridiculous. Ha. Wang Teng laughed out loud, and then his face instantly cooled down. Something appeared in his hand, and Wang Teng then sent it towards his mouth. In an instant, a strong force erupted from Wang Teng's body, directly tearing apart the aura shield and causing Xiong Tian to receive a backlash. The sky instantly darkened, and 10,000 heavenly thunderbolts roared in unison at this moment. I said that the Tianyuan continent should be headed by me, because I am the God Emperor. Wang Teng looked up to the sky and shouted, and 10,000 heavenly thunderbolts once again chimed and flashed, splitting towards Wang Teng. At this moment, Wang Teng's body was filled with endless thunder power, and the thunder might swept in 1,000 feet in a radius. The heavenly thunder flashed at times around Wang Teng's body, and his entire appearance was hideous as if he was an ancient devil descending into the realm. I am the God Emperor. Wang Teng once again looked up to the sky and shouted angrily, and in the ceiling formation, God Emperor Zun roared with excitement. Come, the power of heavenly thunder. Come, help me make a comeback. In the sky, 10,000 thunderbolts roar in unison. Updated, and Chapter 102, God Emperor, you're not worthy. Bad content. Chapter 103, The Descent of the God Emperor. God Emperor, you're not worthy yet. Su Xian's words fell on Wang Teng's ears, while the latter, not knowing what was wrong with him, instantly became furious and hissed up to the sky, as if he was a wild beast. Without saying a word, he exuded a furious aura and charged directly at Su Xian. Su Xian's expression was flat. In his eyes, Wang Tang's body was surrounded by black chi fog all around him, evil and cold. It seems that you have eaten an immodest god emperor herb, Su Xian whispered, and then gently raised his hand and said, in that case, as a god emperor, I should suppress all evil spirits. After saying that, Su Xian revealed a 10 million foot divine phase behind him, with golden light, extremely sacred. At the seal, in the darkness, God Emperor Zun's crimson eyes snapped open. Shock, fear, and other emotions came out in his eyes, but more than anything else, it was anger. Heavenly Diffusion God Emperor, you actually didn't die. God Emperor Zun's hideous voice suddenly rang out, and after a long time, God Emperor Zun calmed down, felt carefully, and detected a hint of difference. So it's his residual power. I'd like to learn from him. After saying that, God Emperor Zun's cold laughter resounded at the seal, and the sealing array began to tremble violently, and the colors of the array dimmed somewhat. Su Xian swung down with one hand, and the divine phase behind him moved in the same manner, slapping Wang Tang to the ground with a palm that shook 10,000 miles and scattered thousands of dust and ashes. However, it wasn't long before he saw the black mist heave and roll up where the divine phase was suppressing, and an equally huge hand appeared, hardening the palm of Su Xian's divine phase. Boom! The black palm had a burst of might and shook Su Xian's divine phase giant hand away. Wang Tang was covered in blood now in the middle of the huge pit. His eyes were already pitch black. The black mist around him hunted. His eyes showed killing intent, and the strongest kept roaring, I am a god emperor. I am the god emperor. I am the god emperor. Wang Tang hissed like a fierce beast, and a 10,000 feet black divine phase similarly emerged behind him. Die! Wang Tang flew at Su Xian, and the divine phase behind him similarly swung his fist down. However, in Su Xian's eyes, it was not worth mentioning, only to see Su Xian's aura rise again around him. The divine phase behind him became huge once again, and he swung his fist down, easily shattering Wang Tang's divine phase. Wang Tang flew out backwards, and his miserable screams resounded for thousands of miles, chilling the bones. Su Xian withdrew his divine phase and paid no more attention to it as he could sense that Wang Tang's life was rapidly passing away. However, right at this moment, Wang Tang's miserable screams suddenly stopped, and Su Xian could not help but frown. He sensed an even stronger aura of terror and could not help but raise his eyes to Wang Tang. The dust and ash gradually dispersed. Wang Tang's body was stiff now in the pit, black mist rolling around his body. His breath was cold and horrible. Jia. This damn seal has finally been broken by me. Wang Tang didn't speak as the voice came out from within him. It seemed eerie as it traveled through the silence. Suddenly, Wang Tang raised his head fiercely, opened his mouth wide. Rolling black mist gushed out from it. His face showed pain, but he couldn't cry out a single word. In the sky above Wang Tang, the black fog grew and gradually coalesced, revealing a rough outline. The black mist revealed its crimson eyes, and Wang Tang fell to the ground dead with it. My son! Extremely far away, the king's order exclaimed in alarm, only to be obliterated by a single look from the divine Emperor Zun. Jia. Every day, you ask me to do something for you, and you deserve it? If you weren't somewhat useful, I would have obliterated you long ago. The divine Emperor Zun's gaze turned to Su Xian as he spoke in a single word. Heavenly Diffusion Divine Emperor? Su Xian's expression revealed shock. How do you know about the ancestors? Hearing Su Xian's reply, the divine Emperor Zun revealed a cold smile. So it's his descendant. Jia. No wonder. Because we are rivals. God Emperor Zun's voice was icy cold, vaguely revealing resentment. Your God Emperor Zun. Su Xian was stunned, unable to imagine that a terrifying existence from the same era as his ancestor had actually survived. Jia. Not bad. I am none other than God Emperor Zun. God Emperor Zun said, instantly arriving behind Su Xian, who was quite unable to react in time. How about if the kid submits to me? I can spare your life without thinking about old grudges? God Emperor Zun's voice rang in Su Xian's ears. Think about it. After all, this person is gone when he says he's gone. He is nothing but a relic god that lost to my ancestor. Who dares to say that I should submit? Su Xian snorted coldly as his imperial might erupted, shaking back the God Emperor Zun. God Emperor Zun's figure flickered and came not far in front of Su Xian. His voice icy cold. You have to think about what will happen if you make an enemy of me. If you want to slaughter billions and billions of living beings again and practice the cultivating hell. So what if I'm your enemy? Su Xian angrily shouted as vast imperial might erupted. A divine weapon pierced through the heavens and landed in Su Xian's hands. Actually mastered the heavenly diffusion sword? Jia. That's interesting. Then, the first step to practicing cultivating hell will start with killing you. God Emperor Zun shouted angrily and arrived in front of Su Xian in an instant, not allowing the latter to react and sending Su Xian flying out. Su Xian forced himself to endure the severe pain, and with a flash of his body, he arrived behind God Emperor Zun, raising the heavenly diffusion sword and about to chop away. However, the godfather suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Su Xian. His hand was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly stabbing into Su Xian's body. Ah! Su Xian cried out in agony, clearly feeling his power flow rapidly towards God Emperor Zun. Su Xian wanted to invoke the Divine Emperor Realm's Qi to exterminate the Divine Emperor Zun, but he realized that he couldn't move at all, as if his body had been seized. Jia, don't waste it. You're nothing but an ant at the lower stage of the God Emperor Realm. You're nothing in front of me. God Emperor Zun sneered. Thanks to your refusal as well, it will allow me to absorb your power and break through to the God Emperor high stage and return to the top. Ha 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 ha. Su Xian struggled desperately inside, wanting to get rid of God Emperor Zun's bondage, but it was all in vain. And at that moment, a terrifying pressure capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth descended from the sky, directly separating God Emperor Zun and Su Xian, and it shook Divine Emperor Zun out of 10,000 miles away. A mere desolate ancient remnant god dares to make a move in front of me? The sound was volatile and spread throughout the entire Middle Region world. A white figure tore through the sky and flew down from the void. The Emperor's might was vast, the great Tao accompanied his body. There were millions of Qi stretched out, and even more thousands of thunder ran with him. At this moment, Lin Feng, the God Emperor, descended. Chapter 104, Beheading the Divine Emperor. Lin Feng glanced at Su Xian and raised his hand to stop the latter's injuries. Su Xian looked at Lin Feng in dismay. He couldn't imagine that he was actually a God Emperor now. Suddenly, Su Xian remembered the shocking thunderstorm from a few years ago, which was inevitably created by Lin Feng. Su Xian couldn't help but show a self-deprecating look. 10,000 miles away. The God Emperor Zun figure looked dim and looked at Lin Feng with a face full of scorn. He couldn't figure out how such a powerful Divine Emperor had appeared in the afterlife without the Divine Emperor grass. God Emperor Zun, how do you want to die? Lin Feng said with a faint look at the eyes of the Emperor. Jia, you're not worthy of letting me die yet. God Emperor Zun laughed grimly, and suddenly, countless dead cultivators turned into black mist and surged towards God Emperor Zun. Ah! God Emperor Zun absorbed the power of the undead and roared wildly up to the sky. His own realm of strength was climbing, but in a moment, the Emperor's might that emanated from him pushed straight towards Lin Feng. Kid, I admit that you are very strong to be able to reach such strength in this latter age, but in front of me, you still can't. The Divine Emperor Zun shouted hideously as 3,000 zhang of evil aura drifted about, causing the heavens and earth to darken instantly. And then, God Emperor Zun swung his hands violently to point at Lin Feng, and the countless evil qi behind him went straight towards Lin Feng, as if it was a sinful ancient evil demon that hissed and went wild, with a terrifying aura. Su Xian knew that this level of battle was not something he could participate in, and then instantly left 10,000 miles away. Looking at the evil aura that was emitting a terrifying aura, Lin Feng's face was bland. Since I am invincible, then I will suppress an era. If I am invincible, then those of the previous era will not be able to suppress me. Kill you. One punch is enough. Lin Feng drank, his fist gathering aura. Qi, great Tao and thunder. Gusts of brilliance flickered on Lin Feng's body. A fist was swung out, and the heavens and earth shook with it. These thousands of evil qi dissipated before they even touched Lin Feng's fist. The Divine Emperor Zun's face showed a look of horror, wanting to escape but being subdued by this terrifying fist might. Unable to move, watching the fist swinging in. Boom! In the end, when Lin Feng's fist fell, the entire earth shook for 10,000 miles. The dust and ash stirred up took a long time to disperse. The ground was an endless deep pit, surrounded by deathly silence. Only Lin Feng was hanging in the air, his white clothes hunting. In the void, the wind and snow sex spirit boat could hardly fly in, and the people on the spirit boat were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all guessed that it was definitely Lin Feng's doing. For a while, everyone was extremely adoring of Lin Feng. God Emperor Lin Feng. Su Xian came to Lin Feng and said respectfully. The entire process was witnessed by only 3 people. Lin Feng, him, and the God Emperor Zun who was dead. You can handle these things yourself. I'm going back, Lin Feng said as he looked at Su Xian. Su Xian nodded, and then had the tens of thousands of miles away Flying Sky Gang disciples come over and explain matters. Lin Feng, on the other hand, returned to the spirit boat and told the crowd to return. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the few people from Beiyuan were a bit bummed out, but they just had to do as they were told. Senior brother Li Xian, let's go to the wind and snow realm for a date in a while. Beiyuan disliked Li Xian's arm and said, yes, after defeating you 3 times in a row, I will definitely defeat you, Li Xian said defiantly. Then, Senior brother Dongwu, let the two of us spar? Lu Chen asked as he looked at Dongwu with a smile. Dongwu immediately revealed a look of contempt. How dare you? The realm is so high. Physique so good. Off. I won't fight you. Nothing. I pressure realm well. Lu Chen said. Don't. I won't fight no matter how many realms you press. Dongwu looked away. Kaiyuan? Good. It's a deal. Dongwu revealed a bright smile. Lu Chen was suddenly stupid. He originally thought that Dongwu would habitually refuse to finish, less than a severe beating. The few people on the side, Xin Yu, covered their mouths and laughed. Ding. Tip to the host. Current clan ranking, first place. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, dispose of things in the clan store as you please. Ding. Hint to the host. The current host is already invincible in this universe. Do you want to open the multiverse and go on a tour? The system voice sounded in Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng looked at Lin Shui in his arms and Prayer Shui who was wrapped around his arm and smiled gently. Don't turn it on for now. I still want to accompany Xiao Shui and Shuer. Ding. The host makes a choice. This item is temporarily stored. If the host decides to open it, he can call out to the system at any time. Lin Feng laughed, stopped talking and gave Lin Shui a kiss on the cheek and another kiss on Praying Shui's forehead. Who knows what you'll encounter when you go over there? Now that he was a husband and a father, he had to think of Prayer Snow and Lin Shui's well-being. 1 month later. Master, how soon will you be back? At the foot of the Wind and Snow Sex Mountain, Bei Yuan looked at Lin Feng and asked with some sadness. I don't know. There's a possibility that he may or may not come back. Lin Feng said as he wrapped one hand around Prayer Snow and held Lin Shui's hand with the other. Alright, we're leaving, so you all go back too. Lin Feng looked at the few people from Bei Yuan and smiled. Greetings, Master. Several people from Bei Yuan immediately saluted and said in a loud voice. Lin Feng nodded and led Prayer Snow and Lin Shui gradually away. 2 more chapters to go. Chapter 105, Fulfillment. After Lin Feng left, the night gradually fell. On the path within the sect, Bei Yuan and Qin Yu walked side by side, and through the moonlight, their faces remained clear. On top of the mountain by the cliff, Li Xian and Jinru were sitting side by side, slightly tilting their heads and looking at the white moon hanging in the sky. On the pavilion, Bai Wang lazily lay on the railing, looking up at the moon, while Li Qingtian gazed at her. On the highest floor of the elders' pavilion, Mo Li Shangshui was flipping through a scroll, and Lu Chen was carrying a pot of tea pouring tea. In the room, Shocking Rain propped up her fragrant cheeks East Noon to the table and placed the dishes. Seemingly remembering something, all of them individually took out a red brocade pouch and opened it at the same time, from which a flash of red light sprang out and wrapped around everyone's wrists, interconnected with the nearest each other, and then a contraction, pulling the two phases against each other. Xin Yu's pretty face was red, accompanied by the illumination of the moonlight had a different flavor. Bei Yuan could feel something soft close to his chest and almost had a nosebleed again. The two tried to separate, but couldn't. Elder brother Kitabuchi. In the dot of time passing, Xin Yu raised her head to look at Bei Yuan, who moved his expression and lowered his head to kiss down. At this moment, the ties between the two disappeared, but Bei Yuan and Xin Yu didn't let go, embracing each other and feeling each other's love for each other under the moonlight. At the edge of the cliff, without the long time baking of Bei Yuan and Xin Yu, at the moment when their bodies leaned against each other, Jinru did not hesitate for a second and resolutely kissed on Li Xian's lips. Li Xian also, after a brief gap in his brain, tightly held Jinru's delicate body in his arms, declaring his love for the latter for more than a decade. In the distance, Tang Yinqing's disciple watched the scene dumbfounded, and in his days, he was hit on the head by a wine jar. What about peeping at a young age? Tang Yinqing held a few altars of wind and snow brew in his arms and said, What? Longing for love? No, Master, I absolutely did not. The teenager rubbed his head and shook his head repeatedly in denial. Oh, it's okay. Oh, you can try rating for the master yet. Tang Yinqing let out a light laugh, threw his disciple a wink, and continued to pour wind and snow brew into his mouth as he leisurely walked away. Looking at his own master's back, the teenager didn't care much about the former's words. After all, she didn't know how many times she had said this to him. Another drunken talk. On the pavilion, Bai Wan looked at Li Qingtian with wide eyes, and the latter blinked, revealing an innocent expression. You let go, Bai Wang said, a slight blush on her face. I didn't hug you either, Li Qingtian said helplessly. Bai Wang froze and looked down to see that Li Qingtian really wasn't holding her. It was the two of them inexplicably close together. Patriarch is really a good person. Li Qingtian couldn't help but murmur, hooking out a smile. What did you say? Bai Wang raised an eyebrow, causing Li Qingtian to shiver. However, Li Qingtian quickly calmed down and stared straight into Bai Wang's eyes. Bai Wang was soon stared at by the latter with his heart racing and his face blushing, hurriedly looking away from the latter, not daring to look at him. You, what are you staring at me for? Looking for a fight? Li Qingtian's gaze revealed a resolute look as he decided to commit a crime. Little fox, Li Qingtian whispered. He stared for a moment at the words and jerked his head back around. What did you call me? Bai Wang's beautiful eyes were filled with dismay. Li Qingtian actually kissed her directly. At that moment, Bai Wang noticed that the ties between the two seemed to loosen and tried to push Li Qingtian away, but the latter was the first to notice and held him tightly, unable to move. Well, Bai Wang feels that the delicate body is getting hotter and hotter. The body is gradually weak and somewhat soft, the heartbeat is accelerating, and the eyes are gradually getting lost. I'm telling you, don't you dare try to make a move on people. Li Shangshue's face was flushed and she whispered, I am now an addition to the head. Nothing cannot move. Hands and feet. I also have to have that capital awe. Lu Chen said helplessly, but the heart is incomparable dark pleasure. This chest material. Hiss. Lu Chen's eyes rolled upwards slightly. Li Shangshue did not notice Lu Chen's abnormality. Just like that, a little bit of time passed, and the ties between the two remained unbroken. Li Shangshue felt Lu Chen's temperature and emitted his breath. Her face became even more flushed, and her aura was even more alluring. Lu Chen, Mauritian Shue said, turning her head away. Lu Chen answered and lowered his head. Boo. The two men's eyes widened at once. A 140-year-old teenage girl hurriedly don't pass her mouth, her face blushing. Lu Chen froze, feeling that it had come too suddenly, and hadn't had any taste yet. That's when the two realized that the ties between them seemed weaker. Xing Xue, look. Lu Chen scratched his head. This is no way to go on. Why don't we? Li Shangshue face even more red, hesitated for a long time before swallowing. Then you can be quick. Don't unravel. Also Sure. I'm a man of character. Lu Chen hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Li Shangshue then faced Lu Chen and closed her eyes. Lu Chen kissed gently. The heavy panting between the two grew heavier and heavier. But a moment later, the hold between them unraveled, and with her remaining sanity, Li Shangshue tried to push Lu Chen away, but the latter held on to her for dear life and would not let go. In the end, Mori Xingxue fell completely in love. Nothing like the following. In the room, the position between Shocking Rain and East Noon was a bit awkward. Shocking Rain sat down, and East Noon sat down, only on the ground. Dongwu, senior brother, Shocking Rain said somewhat sheepishly, you're not comfortable like this. Why don't we just go to bed and relax that way? East Noon nodded and stood up, the startling Rain's feet dangling and actually not falling. Coming to the bed, Dongwu sat down still a little awkwardly, because the Shocking Rain could not sit down, so they simply lay down on the bed and looked at each other. Dongwu senior brother, let us lay down dry like this is also not good, right? Shocking Rain whispered with a blushing face. Then what for? East Noon asked, looking over at Shocking Rain. Let's, Shocking Rain said, closing her eyes and coming over to kiss Dongwu. Dongwu froze slightly, but showed nothing as his head moved forward slightly to meet with Shocking Rain's head. The ties between the two disappeared, but they didn't relax and slowly hugged each other. At night, the city was still brightly lit. At a food stall, Lin Feng had a smile on his face. Husband, what are you laughing at? Qi Xue asked as she stopped eating and looked at Lin Feng, while Lin Shui on the side similarly looked at Lin Feng. There's nothing, mainly because you two are so cute. I feel so happy. Lin Feng smiled back and laughed. Prayer Snow and Lin Shui instantly revealed a look of contempt. Anyone could tell that Lin Feng wasn't laughing at this. Lin Feng didn't explain and reached out his hands to pinch the two's little faces. Dinner, both said at the same time, before burying their heads and continuing to eat. System? What? I'm going to give you a vacation. Are you sure? What's the point of lying to you? What if I give you 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years? I'll be off then. Call me if you need anything. Go. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and there was no more system voice in his head. Lin Feng propped his head on one hand and looked at the two snackers, a faint smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. One more chapter. Say. Send out one more final chapter and the book will be finished. People will say it's so short, but it is, and there are extras and extras in it. The external reason is because I still have school, and it's the second turn in my life that I have to move forward with. I was going to work a summer job this summer, but after seeing Tomato, and because I have dreams of a novel, I finally decided to write on it, and it's paying off okay. I'll tell you about that below. Originally, his debut novel was intended to write as in the snow, soared to this kind of work, but thought carefully, found that this time they simply cannot come, afraid of rotten end, so give up. Change the current trend of metaphysical fantasy. The first book, I'm in the world of the immortal world to pretend to be a master. The result is the street. When I sent this book the opening just invincible, the system sends me a god beast as a wife. I have no hope in my heart. I just want to write casually. just finish a short story, but did not expect is actually fire. Can not be considered fire? That is, a little popular, which makes me a little caught off guard. So you see the first 100,000 words do not have any chapter, because this book is actually randomly write. But seeing everyone's comments, support, my heart is very excited, very happy. Everyone sent a gift I will write down and thank you in the back. 100,000 words. A lot of people send gifts. I really cannot spare the time, so I had to thank together. I believe that a lot of people should be a little bit of a loss, because I may also want to see and thank you, right? So, here's a quick apology. Sorry in advance. Internally, it's because the book is set up to be short, and since there wasn't much time before school started, it was also set up to be a short text with a simple outline. But after being welcomed by everyone, to see everyone send gifts, sent comments, the heart is a bit too much. So in the writing of the latter article, but also seriously look at everyone's suggestions and correct it in the latter. I hope that even if it is a short story, but also to give you more than enough to bring the pleasure of reading, not in vain to waste the time of the book everyone wasted. The novel is going to end. The heart is really very reluctant to see the background of a friend of the book to finish. Do not end and so on the comments. The heart is also very bad, but, forced by the reality, can only be so, here, and then say sorry to everyone. There were also a lot of questions asked by bookworms in the background, and they are answered here as well. First question, why don't you have a book group? Mainly because this is a short story. I am afraid that by the time it is finished soon, I am sorry to everyone. I dare not face you, so I do not open. If you do not mind, still ask me to open, then I can open one. Second question, is there a novella when it's finished? There will be, but maybe a long time to write. Write is not this kind of fast-paced, hot trend of metaphysical literature, but the world in my heart, with the snow or sword to almost the same, not dare to say almost, after all, is a masterpiece, can only be barely dipped into the style of the book. I don't dare to be as hot-blooded as snow. I don't dare to be as reasonable as sword. It can only be a man and a woman, a wine and a sword, a story to go on. The third question, there's no third question either. It's probably all of the above. A lot of people in the background have said one thing. I love you yo author big time. Here, I would also like to say, love you guys wait for the next chapter. Hopefully it will end on a good note. Anything you have to say or ask, write it out in the chapter review. I'll take a look at it and talk about it at the end of the next chapter. Chapter 106, it's good to have you guys with me. Grand finale. Time flies like an arrow, and a few years just sneak by. In the central region, there were a few wooden houses in the mountains and forests around an unknown village, deep and secluded. Dad, I'm going down the mountain to play. Descending the small stone steps of the mountain, a tall young girl waved and shouted towards a handsome-faced man in white, with a smile on her face that moved her heart. Go on, and remember to come back early for lunch, the white man said with a smile and a wave of his hand, and the young girl answered obediently, then turned and bounced down. It was only after the young girl's form disappeared from the man's line of sight that his face grew sorrowful and he appeared to be gritting his teeth. Husband, what's wrong? Did Schwer go down the mountain to play with Fomer again? A woman dressed in light purple walked out from the house with a stunningly beautiful face and asked with a smile. Don't mention that what's her name Fomer to me, tempting my Schwer to come down the mountain every day. Hasn't stayed with me for more than 2 hours in months. It's annoying. Lin Feng's face instantly crumpled, and he was extremely annoyed with Jiang Feng in that village. Hearing this, praying for snow cover mouthed to laugh. Light stepped and came to embrace Lin Feng's arm, said, daughter is going to be married. You can't stay. I see that the Fonger person is quite good, quite suitable for doing our son-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Feng was instantly displeased. Son-in-law? I can't wait for my daughter not to marry out. Wouldn't it be nice to stay by my side? Look at what you're saying. Is it right for our daughter to stay by our side all the time? She has her own life too. Praying for snow patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said softly. Lin Feng instantly deflated when he heard this. I know, it's just that in my heart I feel very twisted and unwilling to give up. You, Shishua laughed and shook her head, giving Lin Feng a kiss on the cheek, then turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Cooking noodles for dinner? Lin Feng sat back down on the chair next to him, his face full of depression. I won't add scallions to today's noodles. The pasta of these months didn't have scallions added either. Praying for snow returned the favor and went into the kitchen. Lin Feng couldn't sit still at the moment. He hesitated for a little while and then instantly moved out. Soon, Praying Snow came out with the noodles and saw the chair empty. Her heart was clear and she couldn't help but sigh with a helpless smile. Carrying the noodles to the chair and sat down, ate by herself. On the way down to the village, Lin Shui ran as fast as she could with great excitement on her face. Brother Feng is taking me to the theater today. I'm so happy. Aren't you happy, Abba? Lin Shui asked, twisting her head slightly to look at the rounded Abba on her shoulder. Abba, Abba answered, her beige-black eyes soulful and lovely. He. Hearing Abba's response, Lin Shui grinned, her steps quicker on her feet. Passing by a large tree, Lin Feng's figure appeared behind the tree and looked at Lin Shui's back sadly. Then his figure flashed and followed. At the bottom of the mountain, near the village, Lin Shui's steps slowed, but she came to a stop by a larger rock, a worried and torn look flashing across her face. This scene was watched by Lin Feng, who was not far away, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel some heartache, but there was also some curiosity. Lin Shui paced gently beside the stone, her gaze looking towards the entrance of the village every now and then with some anxiety. Not long after, a plainly dressed teenager came flying from the village and saw Lin Shui speeding up even more. Little Snow, you're here. The teenager scratched his head somewhat naively and laughed. Lin Feng could not help but slap his forehead when he saw it in his eyes. So stupid, how can he be his son-in-law? Lin Shui's worries and kinks on her face instantly disappeared when she saw Zhang Feng's face, revealing a clear and sweet smile as she gently nodded her head. Brother Feng, are we going to watch a theater inside the village? Lin Shui asked softly. The inside of the village is too narrow and small to accommodate a theater troupe, so it can only be held outside, said Zhang Feng, in the south of the village. But not now, it will probably start in the evening. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Lin Shui didn't move and breathed a sigh of relief. A naive person like Zhang Feng couldn't see it, but Lin Feng, who loved his daughter dearly, caught it and frowned slightly, with some conjectures in his heart. That, Lin Shui's words didn't come out. Her stomach suddenly growled, and she couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng with some embarrassment. Zhang Feng smiled sparingly and took Lin Shui's hand and ran towards the field in front of him. Lin Feng's fists were clenched. He couldn't wait to rush over and blast this brat, but in the end he held back, his gaze deadpan on the two. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his back and jerked back to take a look, but he didn't find anything and couldn't help but feel a little strange. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Lin Shui looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and asked. It's nothing. Zhang Feng shook his head and brought Prayer Snow to the edge of the field, letting the latter stay on top while he pulled up his pants leg and went down to touch the fish. But in a while, Zhang Feng caught two big fishes up. Watching Lin Shui on the side with an excited look on her face, Lin Feng couldn't help but bristle. It's just catching a fish, right? Who doesn't know how? Zhang Feng went to the shore and skillfully pulled out the fish's innards and discarded them, while putting on a tree branch and setting it on the fire to roast. Lin Shui crouched down with her knees in the air, staring at the fish that was baked and emitted a sizzling sound. Her mouth full of saliva flowed out of her mouth, and Lin Feng was so anxious that he couldn't wait to run over to wipe the latter's saliva clean. Seeing this, Zhang Feng gently laughed and used his own sleeve to help Lin Shui wipe her harlotry clean. The latter smiled in embarrassment. Right at this moment, a few monkeying teenagers strolled down from the mountains and forests, and when they saw Lin Shui they were first stunned, and then shouted out, "Female demon! The female demon is here again!" Lin Shui's eyes couldn't help but redden when she heard the shouts of several people and shook her head repeatedly. No, I'm not a demoness. I'm not. Over his shoulder, Abba bared his ferocious teeth and growled. Only, how it looked. It didn't feel like much of a kill. Lin Feng's complexion was instantly gloomy. How dare he scold his daughter? These people were afraid they weren't tired of living? Just as Lin Feng was about to make a move to teach those teenagers a lesson, Zhang Feng copied a wooden stick from the side and threw it directly at those teenagers. One of them screamed instantly as he was hit. Who the hell are you guys cursing? Try cursing again? Zhang Feng shouted angrily. When those teenagers saw that Zhang Feng was not to be messed with, they hurriedly ran away, but shouted as they ran. She is the female demon. She is the female demon. She's pretty but incredibly strong. What is she if not a female demon? Zhang Feng instantly exploded, finding a rock and about to run over to teach those people a lesson, but was pulled back by Lin Shui. Forget it, Brother Feng. I am used to it, said Lin Shui in a low voice. Let people look at it and cannot help but pity. Snowy, those guys just owe a beating. When I go back, let's see if I don't slash those guys, Zhang Feng said indignantly. Lin Shui shook her head and wiped her eyes. No, don't bother with them. They didn't say anything wrong either. Zhang Feng pulled Lin Shui's hand. Wrong? They're wrong. How could you be a demon? You're so pretty and cute. It would be weird if you were a demon. Lin Shui instantly laughed at Zhang Feng's remark and was a bit embarrassed. The two of them sat down at the grilled fish once again. Lin Feng, who was on the side, couldn't help but take a high look at Zhang Feng, and had a much better impression of the latter. He then glanced at the direction that the few teenagers had left and cast some magic spells so that the few teenagers wouldn't have good luck for nearly a year. Grilled fish quickly cooked. Zhang Feng took down one and handed it to Lin Shui, took the grilled fish and immediately ate it joyfully. Zhang Feng's one did not eat, waiting for Lin Shui to finish her skewer of grilled fish and passed it over. Brother Feng, you don't eat? Lin Shui asked as she looked at the grilled fish. I ate at home there. I'm not hungry. You eat, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Really? Lin Shui asked. Really? Just feel free to eat it, Zhang Feng said as he passed the grilled fish forward again. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, then took the grilled fish, said thanks, and took a big bite. Lin Feng looked at the two. The impression of Zhang Feng is a little better again. Rather than starve himself, but also to give his daughter. Not bad. What the hell? It is still far from being good. Throughout the day to evening, Zhang Feng took Lin Shui outside to either play or eat, so it was a good time. Night is gradually falling. Outside the southern village gradually gathered a lot of people in the village. There are a few people sitting around together, or a bunch of people sitting around together, watching the troupe singing opera, to the climax of the part from time to time clapping and hollering. All the atmosphere of it's happy, harmonious and relaxed. And in the distant darkness, Lin Shui and Zhang Feng leaned together and watched from afar as the troupe sang. Lin Shui indulged in this wonderful drama while Zhang Feng secretly looked at Lin Shui and was stunned by the latter's beauty, seemingly feeling that this wasn't very appropriate. Zhang Feng retracted his gaze, but he still couldn't help stealing glances at Lin Shui. Share, it's time to go home. Just then, Lin Feng's voice rang out behind the two, startling them, especially Zhang Feng. Dad, what are you doing down here? Lin Shui hurriedly stood up and looked at Lin Feng and asked, didn't you say you'd be back by noon? Now it's evening. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. I've been looking for you for a long time. I'm sorry, Dad. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. Lin Shui pulled over Lin Feng's hand and waved it in a pouty way. That's right, Dad. This is a good friend I've known for a few months, called Zhang Feng. Lin Shui introduced to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but pull his mouth. You've known each other for a few months before you introduced me? If it wasn't for your mother bumping into me once by chance, I wouldn't even know about it. Oh, hello, Zhang Feng. Lin Feng laughed on his face. Hello, uncle. Zhang Feng reacted and hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded and gently stroked Lin Shui's hair. We should go back, right? Otherwise your mother should be waiting and anxious. Okay. Lin Shui was a little bit attached, but she didn't want her mother to be anxious for her. See you later, brother Feng. Lin Shui waved her hand towards Zhang Feng. Bye. Zhang Feng nodded and waved similarly. At night, Lin Feng's hand flashed spirit red, illuminating the path around him. Shuier, will you tell father why those kids called you a female demon? Lin Feng looked at Lin Shui and asked. Lin Shui was slightly stunned, biting her lip and hesitating for a moment before saying, Father, when I say that, can you not find trouble with them? No problem, Pops promises. Lin Feng nodded and said, it's like this. Is that once those people encountered a big bear chasing them, they fled for their lives and met me. I, in order to save them in a hurry, lifted an oversized stone to the head of the big bear, and scared the big bear away. Lin Shui said to this side no longer words. Lin Feng's heart, however, was clear, but they didn't thank you but called you a female demon? Lin Shui pouted slightly, her eyes reddening once again. Is Shuier feeling aggrieved in her heart? After all, you didn't get thanked for saving them even if you didn't get thanked, but you were also scolded, right? Lin Feng touched Lin Shui's head and asked. Well, Lin Shui nodded her head slightly, and then quickly looked at Lin Feng. Dad, you promised me not to go looking for trouble with them. Oh, but, Lin Feng frowned slightly. After all, this kind of thing is really hard to accept, isn't it? Lin Shui whispered. Lin Feng carried Lin Shui on his back and said, promise you won't find trouble with them. Thank you, Papa. Lin Shui burst out laughing and gave Lin Feng a kiss on the cheek. Perhaps he was too tired after playing all day, but in a while he fell asleep on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng laughed lightly, then with a coldness, he lowered the luck of those teenagers once again by a big reduction for 3 years. One didn't seek them out for trouble, but trouble sought them out. Back at the cabin, after settling Lin Shui down, he went to the other room. Inside, Prayer Snow was wearing a thin nightgown, leisurely watching overbearing husband Too Rough, with some redness on her face and a thick smile. Back, husband? Chi Shui looked at Lin Feng and asked, how was it? That Fenger is pretty good, right? Oof, want to marry my daughter is not even close. Lin Feng grunted and without saying much, he came to the bed and wrapped his arms around Prayer Snow. Is Shuier asleep? Prayer Snow asked, pointing to Lin Shui's place. Lin Feng nodded, thinking that in a few years Xiao Shui would be at the age to marry. He couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Why are you thinking so far ahead? Live well at the moment, live well every day. Praying for Snow saw Lin Feng's sadness and comforted him, her head leaning on Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng nodded his head. This would happen sooner or later anyway, so don't think too far ahead and live the moment. How long has it been since husband? Us? Prayer Snow asked as she slightly raised her eyes to look at Lin Feng. You want to? Lin Feng looked down at Prayer Snow. Want a boy? Praying Snow grinned. Her lotus root white arms wrapped around Lin Feng's neck and kissed him. Lin Feng forcefully put his hold on Prayer Snow in his arms and kissed him furiously. This night, in addition to the frogs singing in the night, There was also cat talk. In the morning, Lin Shui was ready to go down the mountain, but was called by Lin Feng, handing over a bag of rice as the latter froze. Letting Jiang Feng play with you every day doesn't show you anything? Lin Feng said. Lin Shui reacted and took the rice, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. Barf. Thank you, Papa. Lin Shui gave Lin Feng a kiss on the cheek while she flew down the mountain. Lin Feng looked at Lin Shui's back and smiled gently. Eat your noodles, husband. Coming. Lin Feng responded and turned to the kitchen. It's nice to live a dull life like this. It's good to have your company. On a side note, after this chapter is posted, the book is officially over. It's the wee hours of the morning, so I'm sure most of you are asleep, right? I wish you all a good night's sleep first. I've seen all the wishes in the comments. I'm not able to reply to all of them, so I can only reply here in unison. Thank you for all the wishes. I hope that everyone in life, work all the best, and family harmony and well-being. A lot of people say it's okay to eunuch, and I don't think that's very responsible. But, the book will be updated from time to time with extras, right? Look forward to it. Vacation is always short. After the vacation, the author Fungus will go back to the intense study life. Thank you all. Let's end with a final word. I'm One Sword Fairy. Thank you for being with me and supporting me for almost a month. Love you all.